This story follows the protagonist Reborn as Harry's twin brother. Scarred by his past life, he craves family and treats Harry as the most important person in this life, striving with everything he has to protect him. The brotherly bond between the protagonist and Harry is refreshingly moving. The characters' actions and emotions are portrayed with depth. The protagonist is powerful yet fragile, irresistibly attractive in a way that invites both admiration and pity. Though leaning towards Slytherin, the story doesn't unfairly criticize Gryffindor. It neither vilifies Dumbledore nor idealizes Snape, refreshingly balanced. The plot in the first half is compelling and wholly believable. The protagonist remains unpaired until the very end. Both Harry and Draco are absolutely adorable here. This story is what changed my mind about Draco. Chapter 1. Previous Life. The last wisp of steam faded into the autumn air as the train rounded the bend. Harry's hand was still raised, waving. "He'll be all right," Ginny whispered. Harry looked at her, lowered his head in a daze, and touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "I know he will." For 19 years after that, Harry's scar never hurt again. Everything was fine. When the clear voice finished those lines with a tone of relief, the girl hugged the battered, pitiful stuffed rabbit to her chest and sighed gently. A sweet smile hung at the corner of her mouth, but tears streamed from her tightly shut eyes like beads on a broken string. The young man tossed the book aside, grabbed the cup on the table, and downed 2 full glasses of water in one gulp before letting out a satisfied groan. He slumped in his chair and asked lazily, "I really don't get you. Every time you listen, you cry. What's there to cry about? It's a happy, perfect ending." But Professor Snape died, and Fred, Lupin, Tonks, Dumbledore, Sirius, each name the girl spoke was followed by a fresh string of tears, and the young man immediately regretted his thoughtless words. After sobbing for a while, she seemed to remember he was still there. Ashamed, she wiped her eyes and said, "Sorry I cried again." "It's okay. It's only that doctor. Jang will scold you later and the nurses will fuss at you forever." He half-closed his eyes and waved dismissively, then flopped onto the visitor's bed. "Besides, they're all pretty no big deal." The girl fidgeted with the blanket, hesitated a long moment, then timidly asked, "I want to hear Harry Potter again." "Could you?" "What?" Before she finished, the young man screamed again. "Boss, I've already read it to you 7 times. Don't you get sick of it?" "Yes, I'm sorry. I know it's too much." The girl's face went pale as she stammered an apology, her lips trembling as if she might faint at any moment. The young man rubbed his temples from a headache. "No, Zia, I'm not mad. It's just, please don't cry anymore. Dr. Yang will be here any minute." Fine, tomorrow. I'll bring Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone again, okay? Isn't that enough? One more read?" "Oh my God, why did I agree to this again? Why?" The young man clutched his head and crouched in the middle of the street, nearly in tears, utterly ignoring passers-by who stared as if he'd lost his mind. "Read it again. All 7 books again. Merlin, what did I do to deserve this?" No, I should pray to God." "Why?" cursed Harry Potter. "I, a bright, energetic, up-and coming young man of the People's Republic of China, will be killed by reading a book. Why?" "Oh dear Mo Yan, you won't end up like that." "What do you know? I'm being murdered by a book. On XXX, China's shining hope, Mo Yan, will die reading Harry Potter." I told you won't die like that." "Why, how do you know?" "Because you're about to die right now." Mo Yan froze and looked up, only to see the muzzle of a gun, black and hollow, pointed at him. "Goodbye, C.I." Chapter 2. The Halloween Catastrophe. "Lily, take the children and run." "I'll hold him off." "Don't touch my children, please don't touch them." "Get out of the way, you foolish woman. Move now." "No, please, I beg you, spare my children. Take me instead, kill me, just not them." "Step aside, woman, this is your final warning. Don't hurt my children. Please, have mercy. Please, I'll do anything for you." "Fool. Avada Kedavra." A piercing scream rang out, echoing into silence. Hugh's pale, wide eyes brimmed with tears. Another flash of green light seared the darkness, and beside him, Harry wailed, chubby fists flailing in the air. The cold evening wind seeped through the cracks in the walls, freezing the 2 sobbing infants until their lips turned blue. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the night, followed by a sound like a wounded hound howling in anguish from the skies. "Oh, James, Lily, Harry, Hugh." The mournful cry repeated the Potters' names, punctuated by the heavy thud of something massive striking the ground. "Oh no, James! Lily! No!" Harry let out a weak whimper, more like the hiccup of a child too exhausted to keep crying. The curtain over the window was yanked aside. Hugh blinked up and saw, as he had expected, a massive, shaggy face. Tangled hair and beard covered nearly every inch of it, so wild it almost seemed like a ball of yarn or a puff of wool, except for the two black, bright eyes that proved there was indeed a man beneath the tangle. The shaggy giant let out another deafening wail. "Sweet Merlin above, what am I seeing? You're still alive, thank Merlin. Oh, James, Lily, poor little ones." Great tears splashed from the giant's eyes onto Harry and Hugh's faces, tears that the cold night wind chilled into fresh cries from Harry. With a grunt, the giant heaved away the fallen cupboard that had nearly crushed Harry's head. He gathered the two babies gently, wrapping them in a blanket he had pulled from somewhere, and glanced around the wreckage, muttering under his breath. From the folds of his coat, he produced a large pink umbrella. Just then, the rumble of engines filled the air. A great motorbike descended slowly onto the clearing nearby. Hagrid, James, and Lily. The man who dismounted was young and strikingly handsome, though his face now was deathly pale, his eyes full of anguish. He hadn't even finished speaking before he caught sight of the two lifeless bodies the giant had set aside. He staggered, as though about to collapse onto the ground beside them. At that moment, Harry's sobs rang out, raw and broken, cutting through the silence with painful clarity. The man slowly turned his head. In those hollow, despair-ridden eyes, a faint spark of life finally stirred. "Hagrid, Harry, and Hugh." "Don't you worry, Sirius," Hagrid rumbled, blowing his nose with a thunderous snort that made the ground seem to shake. "The boys are still alive, but Harry's got a wound on his forehead. The Dark Lord, it looks like he tried to kill Harry, but instead ended up destroying himself." "Then Hagrid, hand them over to me. I'll raise them myself." Sirius stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Harry crying so hard he could barely breathe, and on Hugh, whose quiet sobs streamed down his cheeks without end. "I can't, Sirius." Hagrid tightened one massive arm around both children, while the other pulled the blankets snug against their small frames. "Dumbledore gave me orders. I've got to take them to him." "I am their godfather, Hagrid," Sirius snapped, fury edging his voice as he took two sharp strides closer. "James and Lily are gone. No one has more right than me to care for them. Dumbledore told me to bring them to him, Sirius. We should do as he says." Hagrid's fingers clenched around the pink umbrella in his hand. For a moment, silence stretched heavy between them. Then Sirius's voice softened. "No need to be so tense, Hagrid. If Dumbledore insists, then fine, take my motorbike and bring Harry to him. But Hugh must stay with me. He needs treatment at St. Mungo's first thing tomorrow." Hagrid hesitated, frowning deeply. "But Dumbledore said—" "Whatever Dumbledore said, Hugh's health can't wait." Sirius's tone dropped low, firm as iron. "You and I both know the risks of delay. Dumbledore needs him. He can find him at St. Mungo's." "All right, but if you give me your bike, what about you?" "I'll manage. I can use Muggle transport. Harry's in more danger than Hugh right now, Hagrid. You must get him to Dumbledore quickly. I can't fully trust anyone else with him." "Fine. Just take care of yourself." Sirius crouched down, brushing a kiss against Hugh's tear-streaked face. "Stay here, sweetheart. Be good for a moment, I'll be right back." He gently pried loose the tiny fingers clinging to his collar, then rose to his feet. One gripped like a blade, he strode toward a short man lurking at the street corner, his eyes ablaze with hatred, madness, and venom. He never once heard Hugh's fragile, kitten-like cries behind him. "Don't go. You won't kill him. He'll twist the truth, and you'll lose your only chance to defend yourself. You will be branded a traitor and a murderer. You will be dragged to Azkaban. The Dementors will strip away your joy, your sanity. Even if you escape 11 years later, you will never again walk openly beneath the sun. You will endure 11 years worse than death, then skulk like a rat for 2 more before dying. Don't go. Don't go." Chapter 3. Pipe Alley and the Letter. As the first stars began to shine, 100 candles lit the grand hall with dazzling brilliance. Glasses clinked, rich aromas lingered in the air, laughter rang out, and graceful dancers glided across the floor. The ball was nearing its end. Billions had changed hands at this so-called charity gala, and almost no one paid the slightest attention to what their children brought along to see the world and forge connections were up to. Moyen straightened his small red bow tie, set down his half finished glass of orange juice, and rose quietly. Slipping through the crowd without drawing notice, he made for the exit. "Sir, do you require any assistance?" asked a page, barely taller than Moyen himself, bowing with measured politeness. Moyen glanced around, then smiled. "No need, I've spotted my father already. Thank you for your kindness." The page looked startled, but before he could respond, Moyen hurried forward, falling into step just behind a portly middle-aged man. He lowered his gaze, wearing an obedient, faintly timid expression, and followed the man into the elevator. They rode down to the ground floor, then exited the building together. Only then did Moyen relax, lengthening his stride until he slipped away into the throng. Every city, no matter how prosperous, hides pockets of shadow where those at the very bottom of society eke out their existence. Pipe Alley was such a place. Narrow and filthy, the alley was lined with doorways like gaping mouths, from which dim lights flickered, and, on occasion, pitiful cries or screams for help emerged. The walls were pitch black, layered with years of grime, defaced with crude graffiti and vile words. Trash and sewage piled high, making it harder to walk 10 meters without fouling one's shoes than to imagine Bismarck performing a striptease. Here and there lurked figures, men, women, children, and the elderly alike, all gaunt, hollow-eyed, skin sallow, their gazes sharp and predatory like half-starved beasts ready to spring. Moyen was walking through Pipe Alley. His fine clothes were gone. Now he wore filthy, threadbare jeans and an oversized shirt, his red hair unkempt and streaked with dirt and unidentifiable stains. A baseball cap shaded his face, a toothpick jutted from his lips, and a battered canvas bag hung slung over his shoulder, hands shoved deep in his pockets. Every wolfish gaze in the alley locked onto that unremarkable bag, greed so palpable it was almost tangible. Yet Moyen strolled on at an unhurried pace. Only when he pushed open a heavy iron door and slipped inside did the onlookers finally let him pass untouched. Exhaling, Moyen let his taut shoulders ease at last. Crack! A black whip sliced through the air, landing hard across the back of a boy's frail body. He convulsed, a hoarse cry tearing from his throat. The boy looked no more than 14 or 15, strung up naked in the center of the room. Scars old and new crisscrossed his body, welts from the lash, burns, knife cuts so dense that scarcely an inch of unmarred flesh remained. The one wielding the whip was another youth, perhaps 17, his eyes alight with feverish glee, as though he drew some twisted satisfaction from the cruelty he inflicted. Neil sat before the brazier, uncorked his flask, and took a long swallow. With a satisfied sigh, he tucked it back into his coat and poked at the glowing coals with a pair of iron tongs. The boy kneeling before him shuddered. Neil's lips curved into a pleased smile, the long scar cutting across the left side of his face, twisting grotesquely with the motion. "Well, Alan, let's see what you've brought back." The boy trembled again, fumbling 2 finely made purses out of his coat. "Sir, there's 23 pounds. Neil raised a brow, and Alan hurried to add, "When I tried to lift the second purse, I got spotted, chased me down 5 streets. Otherwise, I swear I could have gotten more. Please, sir, show me some mercy just this once." "Mercy?" Neil gave a short, cold laugh, about to reply when a brown-haired boy came tumbling headlong through the doorway. "He's back! He's back! Sir, Moyen's back!" Moments later, Moyen strode inside with his usual easy smile tugging at his lips. He swept his gaze over the room, drinking in the mix of greed, anticipation, envy, jealousy, and resentment glittering in every eye. With a soft chuckle, he yanked open his bag and overturned it. With a great clatter, the table was drowned in jewels, spilling light in every color. Moyen rubbed his eyes, stretching lazily before dragging his drifting thoughts back together. He spent nearly half an hour dressing, then finally descended from the attic, ambling to the yard's tap to wash his face and brush his teeth. All thanks to that haul of a dozen or more jewels, Moyen was enjoying a luxury he'd never known before: a whole week of leave. He could sleep until he woke naturally, and by then, the yard was usually empty. In the past, Neil would hole himself up in that filthy den all day, drilling the new pickpockets or scheming how to punish those who never brought in enough. But now, with the stolen goods needing to be fenced, Neil had been gone until nightfall for days. Otherwise, even on holiday, Moyen would have been roped into training the clumsy newcomers in the art of thievery. "Mr. Evans! Mr. Evans!" Moyen arched a brow. At this hour, the pickpockets ought to have been out on their jobs. Still, he turned toward the doorway, where a blonde head poked in. "Alan?" "Yes, Mr. Evans." Alan darted a glance inside. When he saw Neil wasn't there, he stepped cautiously into the room, body taut like he might bolt at any second. Mo Yan couldn't help noticing the boy's ingratiating smile and the way his hands were hidden behind his back. "Mr. Evans, I found this at the door early this morning. I kept it hidden in my clothes. I didn't let Neil know." Alan edged forward, slipping something into view with a conspiratorial look plastered across his face. Mo Yan sneered inwardly. The boy probably thought he was plotting behind Neil's back. Casting a casual glance at the object, his heart jolted, though not a flicker of surprise showed on his face. One brow lifted slightly. It was a letter, thickly wrapped in parchment, with no postage. The ink used on the address shimmered in a strange shade of emerald green. This time, Moyen truly laughed. He pinched the envelope between two fingers, studying with amusement the neat script, "To Mr. Moyen Evans, Attic Room, 23 Pipe Alley, London." "What's today's date?" Moyen didn't rush to open the letter. Instead, he weighed it in his hand. Definitely heavy, at least 5 times thicker than an ordinary letter. How outdated. Alan blinked, then quickly bowed and answered with utmost respect. "July 25th, 1991, Mr. Evans." July 25th? So that would mean Harry must be receiving his letter around now as well. Moyen looked at the blond boy before him, taller than him, yet with head bowed, not daring to meet his eyes. He smirked. "And Neil doesn't know, you say?" "Of course not. The moment I saw the letter, I hid it. No one else laid eyes on it." Alan raised his head, his features twisting into a comically sycophantic expression. "After leaving this morning, I stayed hidden behind the rubbish bin at the corner of the alley until everyone was gone, then slipped back unseen, Mr. Evans. No third party knows of this." "And so," Moyen asked, "what do you want in return?" "I want nothing." Alan bent low again. "Only to follow at your side, sir." Very well. Go now. Make sure no one learns of what you did today." Moyen flicked £20 toward him as he spoke. "Yes." Alan's face lit with joy, taking the words as a mark of acceptance. He backed out of the room in triumph, never noticing the careless indifference with which Moyen had spoken. Moyen tore open the envelope. Inside was a letter sealed with purple wax, stamped with a crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, forming a large H. Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the International Confederation of Wizards, Supreme Mug, Wump of the Wisengamot, Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Evans, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of necessary books and equipment is enclosed. Term begins on September 1. We await your owl by no later than July 31. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Moyen glanced around and spotted, perched on the garden wall, a gray owl with wide, round brown eyes. Smiling faintly, he went back inside, took up a pen and began to write. Dear Professor McGonagall, I'm very glad to have the chance to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but I'm afraid my guardian Mr. Neil Orich won't agree to it. Also, I've never seen the books listed on the sheet in any shop. Could you tell me where I might buy them? Yours faithfully, Moyen Evans. Although Moyen knew Diagon Alley was supposed to be behind the Leaky Cauldron, the problem was that after living in London for 10 years, he had never once managed to find the legendary pub. He had to admit London really was far too big. Besides, for a boy raised among thieves and swindlers, wasn't it safer to pretend he knew nothing at all? He blew gently across the ink until it dried, folded the letter with care, and waved over the lazy owl perched nearby. Once it carried the message away, Moyen rummaged in the kitchen, tearing into some stale bread and washing it down with cold water in hurried bites. Only after his hunger was satisfied, and his excitement began to settle, did Moyen realize just how strange his earlier conversation with Alan had been. Really, if not for the fact of who he was by birth, the whole thing might as well have been a twisted reenactment, another young Voldemort and his Death Eater lackey. Moyen rubbed his chin and sighed with a trace of regret. Harry Potter, the Guardian. Chapter 4, The Emissary from Hogwarts. Dear Mr. Moyen Evans, we are delighted to welcome you as a student of Hogwarts. As for your guardian and the matter of acquiring your school supplies, you need not worry. A professor from the school will come to your residence tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to see to everything. Please wait patiently. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. From the moment the letter arrived, Moyen had been waiting for the professor, who was supposed to fetch him. Considering it might have been written the day before, he began his vigil on the 26th. Fortunately, he had 7 full days of leave and nothing to do but wait around the house. But no one came that day. He had to admit he was nervous, though he forced himself to suppress his restlessness and wait until the following evening. Still, no one came. Then he thought perhaps the professor. When it came to picturing Hogwarts professors, in both outward appearance and inward temperament, there could be little doubt this one was none other than the strict and meticulous Professor McGonagall had simply been delayed by too many Muggle-born students to attend to. Surely by the 3rd day someone would come. But again he was disappointed. Moyen could finally no longer sit still, but there was nothing he could do. All day long he prowled about the house, restless and irritable, snapping at nearly everyone except Neil. Neil assumed he was simply pent up, and, in a rare show of generosity, gave him permission to go play outside, meaning Moyen could handle his earnings these few days however he wished. Yet even under the jealous gazes of the others, Moyen only kept pacing, though now his circuit extended into the courtyard. By the morning of the 30th, he was nearly despairing, ready to accept Neil's suggestion with a heavy heart, when suddenly, a loud bang-bang rattled the front gate, an outrageous breach of Pipe Alley's unwritten law, silent, sinister, ever-watchful vigilance. Moyen choked so hard on a sip of water, he was nearly undone. At once he knew which professor had come to fetch him. Who else could be 4 days late and still hammer on the door with such blithe confidence but the half-giant Rubeus Hagrid? The corner of Moyen's mouth twitched. Sending this sort of brute to deal with a yard full of pickpockets and swindlers, well, it was true what they said. Set a rogue to catch rogues. Dumbledore certainly had a gift for putting people to their most appropriate use. With a deafening crash, the rickety iron gate swung like a scrap of paper in the wind, arcing wide before slamming against the wall, groaning on its hinges as it creaked halfway back. Ducking through the opening came the half-giant, his face as shaggy as ever, hair and beard matted into one wild tangle. His beetle-black eyes gleamed bright, though his patch upon patch of clothing looked worse than any beggar's garb. Hagrid shut the gate behind him and glanced around. Clearly he hadn't expected to find so many children. His eyes swept over the stunned crowd, and then in his gruff, booming voice, he asked, "Which one o' you kids is Moyen Evans?" Every gaze shot toward Moyen at once, each person convinced he must have caused some fresh disaster outside. No wonder he's been refusing to leave the house. The whispers rustled through the courtyard. Neil glared daggers at Moyen, his ugly face twisted with fear thinly masked as ferocity. His eyes promised murder, but his legs shook like dead twigs in the autumn wind. Moyen guessed the man had never in his life faced such a towering figure, and decided for the sake of savoring Neil's priceless expression to forgive Hagrid's lateness. He gave a soft laugh, stepped forward without hurry and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Moyen Evans. You're a professor at Hogwarts, aren't you?" "I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper o' keys at Hogwarts." Relief showed plainly as Hagrid clasped Moyen's forearm and shook it warmly. "Call me Hagrid. Sorry I'm late, I got the date muddled." "That's all right," Moyen replied with a shake of the head. Neil, however, finally regained himself, perhaps goaded by the sight of Hagrid plopping down squarely onto the round stone table in the center of the yard, his enormous backside claiming Neil's private dining spot. His voice regained its usual slick tone. "This gentleman, might I ask what business you have with that brat Moyen?" He shot Moyen a venomous glare. "Did the sly little rat steal something from you?" "Stealing? No, of course not." Hagrid looked startled, but he answered patiently. "I was sent by Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, to take this child to Diagon Alley for his school supplies. Now would you mind putting the kettle on for me?" Alan, trembling, took the cup Hagrid handed him and carried it inside as if it were about to explode in his hands. "Wait, what school? What's this Diagon Alley nonsense? I don't have money to waste on strangers and brats," Neil screeched. "Diagon Alley's not nonsense, it's the place where we buy our things. And as for money, you needn't worry. Hogwarts provides financial help for children in difficult circumstances." "Ah, thank you, lad." Hagrid accepted the steaming cup Alan returned, and downed it in one gulp, entirely unconcerned about the heat rolling off it. "Moyen Evans will be going to Hogwarts. You must have known that much, surely?" "I knew nothing." Neil's face went purple with rage. "School? I never agreed to let him go to school. What school would accept a boy like him?" Impossible. You must be mistaken. There's no way I'll ever allow him to go to some wretched excuse for a school. Moyen wasn't surprised. That was exactly the reaction he'd expected. After all, to Neil he was nothing less than a money tree, and it would have been strange if the man had let go willingly. He had assumed that insulting Hogwarts would drive Hagrid into a fury, but instead, the half-giant only frowned and turned to him. "What's this, Moyen Evans? You mean you didn't tell your guardian that you'd been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" Moyen shrugged. "Because I could already predict this anger and refusal, I decided it would be better to wait and speak face to face once a professor arrived." "Oh, well then." Hagrid swung back toward Neil. "Mr. Orich, that is your name, isn't it? Our school, Hogwarts, takes in children with special abilities. Moyen Evans has the qualifications to attend, and I'm here under Headmaster Dumbledore's orders to fetch him." "Special abilities?" Neil's beady eyes rolled in their sockets. "This gentleman Moyen Evans is just a mischievous boy now and then. What special abilities could he possibly have?" "Oh, I'm not sure I've the authority to tell you that." Hagrid slipped the empty cup into one of the bulging pockets of his shabby coat and patted it down. Only then did Moyen notice that the coat was covered with pockets, each stuffed to bursting. He couldn't help suspecting that the half-giant used it as a kind of walking warehouse. As Hagrid tucked the cup away, the ornate spout of an antique teapot poked out for a moment. Instinctively, Moyen gauged its worth in his mind, and then he saw Neil's eyes glue themselves to the object, the old thief licking his lips, breath coming short. Neil's eyes darted, and with a look of disbelief, he bellowed, "What? You can't tell me? You barge into my house, claim you're taking away the boy I've raised since childhood, and then say you can't tell me a thing? Listen here, big man, I warn you." He broke off abruptly, because Hagrid had suddenly surged to his feet, irritation blazing in his expression. He whipped out that unmistakable pink umbrella and leveled it straight at Neil's throat. Whether it was the shocking difference in their sizes or the fact that his windpipe was now under the control of another, the seasoned thief fell silent, though Moyen suspected it was less fear and more sheer astonishment that such a hulking, savage-looking man would brandish something so absurdly girlish as a pink umbrella. "Listen, Shorty," Hagrid growled, his eyes flashing with menace. "I'm already 4 days late in collecting this boy, and today I still have to fetch Harry. I've not seen that child in 10 years. Nothing, do you hear me? Nothing can keep me from that. Dumbledore hasn't given me permission to reveal anything about the school to you. So don't expect me to tell you anything. If Moyen Evans agrees, then a muggle like you couldn't possibly stop him. It doesn't matter how much you think you know, none of it makes any difference." Neil suddenly shrieked, his voice piercing enough to drown out even Hagrid's furious roar. "If Moyen doesn't know anything, then he won't go with you either. You. He seemed ready to spit out another insult, but at the last moment wisely swallowed it back down. Hagrid, too, seemed unsettled by the question. He lowered his umbrella, scratched his tangled hair, and looked uncertainly at Moyen. "You'll come, won't ye? I mean, you've already agreed, haven't ye?" Moyen sighed inwardly in disappointment. So quickly the quarrel had shifted to him, and the show was already ending. He had been so looking forward to seeing Hagrid's thunderous wrath descend on old Neil. Still, he answered at once. "Of course. Just let me run upstairs for a couple of things, and then we can leave." "Wait, Moyen." Neil suddenly caught his arm, speaking in a rush. "How can you agree so easily? Maybe this great lump works for some government office, or maybe he's a trafficker. Where's your sharpness, your caution?" "Neil, I know exactly where he comes from." Moyen gave him a mocking look, words dripping with malice. "This big fellow isn't from any government, and he's no trafficker either. He's with the Italian mafia." Shaking off Neil's grip, Moyen gave Hagrid a polite nod and went upstairs to the attic. A few minutes later he returned, the battered canvas bag slung over his shoulder. He leaned close to Neil's ear and whispered with deliberate relish. "The Mafia Don appreciates me. He's sending me for special training before I join the higher ranks. I'm about to make it big, Neil. Farewell, may I never again think of you, or this filthy little yard." Chapter 5. The Leaky Cauldron. "What's the Mafia?" They had been walking out of Pipe Alley for some time when Hagrid suddenly asked the question. Moyen blinked. He hadn't expected the half-giant's hearing to be that sharp, and it was remarkable he hadn't asked in front of Neil. After a pause, Moyen said, "The Mafia is a very big, very powerful organization in Italy. Everyone in the Muggle world knows about it." I put it that way so he could understand more easily. "What? You mean you've never even heard of it?" "Oh," Hagrid grunted. "I don't know much about the Muggle world." "Muggle?" Moyen asked, feigning ignorance. They're the ones who can't do magic, we call them that, Hagrid explained. He tugged distractedly at his beard a few more times. Moyen even spotted smears of blood caught in the coarse hair, but the half-giant seemed not to feel a thing. Instead, he kept plunging his hands in and out of his pockets, his stride lurching fast, then slow, forcing Moyen to half-run just to keep up with someone who seemed to have completely forgotten about the boy trailing behind. Shifting the canvas bag to his other shoulder, Moyen silently cursed his own greed. Why had he stashed away so many little extras? Meanwhile, he tried to puzzle out what could make Hagrid so agitated. From what he knew, the man's nerves were as thick as iron rods. Then again, this was someone who thought nothing of keeping a fire-breathing dragon in a wooden hut. What sense could you expect? At last, just when Moyen was sure the straps had rubbed both his shoulders raw, Hagrid seemed to reach a decision and came to a halt. Moyen, his legs stiff from running, stumbled forward with momentum and smacked into Hagrid's leg. Something hard and lumpy, in one of those bulging coat pockets, jabbed him square in the nose, bringing tears instantly to his eyes. Sorry." Hagrid looked startled by the sight of Moyen's watery eyes. To make amends, he bent down and produced a filthy handkerchief, offering it over. Moyen stared at the grimy scrap of cloth, its original color impossible to guess, then at the half-giant awkwardly stooping to meet his height. From this close, he could clearly see those round black eyes full of nervousness and unease. Honestly, Moyen had no wish to wound the simple giant's feelings, but compared to wiping his face with that rag, better him hurt than me. So he shook his head firmly, and even stepped back twice for emphasis. Sure enough, Hagrid looked even more unsettled, his massive hands like dust, bin lids opening and closing. At last, he summoned his courage. "Evans, I've got something important. Really important. I can't put it off." "Going to fetch that Harry?" Moyen cut in. Being stared at with rabbit-like eyes by a man built like a fortress was not a pleasant sight. Gooseflesh had already marched up and down both his arms. Worse, the half-giant was bending over instead of kneeling, craning down just to speak with him. Did he not realize how much pressure that put on someone standing before him, and that someone was only 11 years old? Well, 11 on the outside, Moyen admitted to himself, feeling a flicker of guilt for hiding behind the excuse of his apparent age. Hagrid flinched at the blunt question. How did ye know that?" "You said it yourself when you argued with Neil," Moyen pointed out. "You mentioned you had to fetch Harry today, and that you hadn't seen him in 10 years. Hagrid fidgeted, rubbing his hands together. Oh, that's it. Right. Well, it's no harm if ye know. You'll meet him soon enough at school anyway." "Yes, I've got to fetch Harry tonight." "But you were 4 days late picking me up," Moyen said, forcing his voice to carry a note of stifled resentment. "So it's fine to delay me, but when it comes to Harry, he can't be kept waiting at all." He even managed to squeeze a tear to the corner of his eye. No, of course not." Hagrid looked stricken at the sight of tears, fumbling again with the same filthy handkerchief. Thankfully, Moyen dodged nimbly away, though the scare alone dried his tears on the spot. For someone with a touch of fastidiousness, that rag was nothing less than a lethal anti-crying weapon. Hagrid, unaware of the handkerchief's miraculous deterrent effect, only saw the boy recoil in distress and believed he had hurt him even further. Flustered, he confessed the truth. "Thing is, tomorrow's Harry's birthday. I wanted to fetch him then, make it a real surprise. Not that I'm bragging about myself, but well, getting to go to Hogwarts, that's the kind o' birthday gift a boy'll never forget, don't ye think?" Seeing the hope shining in Hagrid's eyes, Moyen forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm sure it'll be unforgettable." He'd been so caught between joy and anxiety over Hogwarts these past days, he'd nearly forgotten his own birthday was tomorrow as well. How did this happen? He'd only meant to tease the big fellow, yet somehow he'd ended up feeling melancholy himself. Hagrid, oblivious to Moyen's sudden dip in mood, broke into a wide grin. At last he crouched down, speaking with eager anticipation. "Since ye agreed, how about we use a bit o' magic and get to Diagon Alley quicker? Truth is, I'm no good with all those twistin' muggle streets." Moyen forced a spark of curiosity into his voice. "Magic? What sort of magic?" With a conspiratorial smile, Hagrid pulled a small pouch of shimmering silver powder from his coat pocket and whispered at a volume that would have been a shout for anyone else. "This here's Floo powder. With it, we can travel from one fireplace to another, so long as both are on the Floo network. Wizards usually use Floo powder to get about, but when it comes to collecting new students, we're supposed to go the Muggle way. Thing is, I'd never make it to Harry's place before midnight if we did. Still, it'll be quite the experience, eh?" Yes, quite. Moyen's answer rang hollow. He remembered all too well how miserable Harry's first flu trip had been, glasses broken, sick to his stomach. He wanted no part in that kind of experience. But, given Hagrid's reasoning, "If you use flu powder, I swear I won't tell anyone," he said. Brilliant. Hagrid's face lit up, and with a clumsy sort of gallantry he scooped up Moyen's bag and tucked it into one of his enormous pockets. Right then, off we go. Professor Flitwick lives nearby, just a short walk. But ye won't be able to say hello to him, see, 'cause we can't let him catch me tackin' a student through the flu. Think ye can hide under me coat?" His coat, that filthy, patched rag stuffed with Merlin, knew. What? Absolutely not. All right, Moyen heard himself say against every instinct, against all sanity. The moment the words left his mouth, he was so annoyed he nearly wanted to bash his head into a wall. Then came the rush of air, screaming past his ears like knives, green flames licking at his clothes and face, icy rather than warm. The flickering fire blurred his vision, dizzying him, twisting his stomach until he thought he'd retch. Hagrid held him in a crushing embrace as they spun and tumbled, hurled up and slammed down by invisible force. The half-giant's bulk kept colliding with unseen obstacles. Twice Moyen feared he'd gotten stuck, and even curled as tightly as he could, Moyen still smacked into things again and again. And then, suddenly, it was over. The ground solid beneath his feet, though only because Hagrid's crushing grip kept him steady. "Where are we?" Dazed, Moyen straightened, only to see they now stood inside a dim, shabby little tavern. Shadows pooled in every corner, giving the place a haunted, spectral air. "The Leaky Cauldron," said Hagrid. "Famous place it is." "Course it is," Moyen muttered inwardly. What else could it be? Clearly the flu network had singed away half his intelligence. "Right, now I'll show ye the entrance," Hagrid said, and before Moyen could protest, the half-giant dragged him out of the tavern. And Moyen stopped dead, mouth hanging open in astonishment. The Dream Cinema, Old Barton's general store, the Blue Dove bookshop, a music shop whose golden letters had mostly peeled away. It was a bustling street full of shops, alive with movement and chatter. And it was one Moyen knew very well, the kind of lively, crowded street where thieves thrived, where policemen rarely bothered to patrol. 7 or 8 blocks from Pipe Alley, true, but he often spent whole afternoons prowling here. He had been searching for the fabled Leaky Cauldron for years, walking down this street 2 or 3 times every single week, once even spending 6 hours a day crossing the city just to look for it on the far side of London. Since childhood, he had worn out his shoes measuring every inch of this chaotic street with his own steps. And yet, all this time, he had never realized the Leaky Cauldron was right here beside him. What a bitter joke. No place to be found after wearing out iron shoes, and then without effort it falls right into your lap. Moyen used to think that line was clever, but now he truly understood its meaning. When Feng Minglong wrote those words, had he felt the same mix of emotions? Was he filled with joy, with helplessness, or with resentment? As for Moyen, he was so furious he felt ready to explode, though he couldn't even decide who he ought to be angry at. Looking back at the Leaky Cauldron, he realized that if he didn't deliberately focus on it, he could easily miss it even standing only a step away. The entrance looked less like a door than just another grimy stain on the wall. Suddenly, Hagrid clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. The unexpected weight nearly drove Moyen to his knees. "Well then, got it memorized? Here, this is the map from your home to this place. You'll have to manage on your own next time." The oblivious half-giant boomed out the words while thrusting a crumpled scrap of parchment into Moyen's hands. A bitter taste filled Moyen's mouth. He could only nod stiffly, accept the parchment without a word, and the moment Hagrid wasn't looking, he crumpled it into a ball and stomped it into the dirt. "Now then, inside we go." "You'll need to know the way to Diagon Alley as well," Hagrid said, pulling Moyen back through the pub and into the courtyard. With 3 taps of his umbrella, 3 bricks up, and 3 across, the wall shifted on its own, opening in seconds to reveal Diagon Alley. But Moyen was too drained to even pretend to be amazed. "All right then," Hagrid went on, "everything on your list can be bought here. You should be fine on your own, yeah? Of course, I'll be bringing Harry over tomorrow. If you run into any problems, you can ask me then. Maybe the 2 of you can even be friends." That last sentence came with a swelling pride in Hagrid's voice, as though becoming Harry Potter's friend were the greatest honor anyone could hope for. And to be fair, that was probably true, just not when the person he was talking to happened to be the boy who lives' twin brother. "No need," Moyen snapped, sourness leaking into his tone. Hagrid's face darkened. His precious Harry refused? Not a pleasant thing to hear. He handed Moyen the school-funded bag of galleons, muttered a goodbye and lumbered off. The moment the canvas bag dropped onto his shoulder, Moyen felt as though it had triggered every pain receptor in his body. His entire frame ached fiercely. Rolling up his sleeve, he found his elbow scraped and oozing thin lines of blood, and a quick glance down revealed bruises scattered along his legs. But none of that pain compared to the agony across his shoulders and back. Even though the flu travel itself hadn't injured him, Hagrid's massive hands had gripped him there the whole time to keep him from being thrown off course. After bottling it all up for a day, his frustration finally boiled over. Moyen kicked the wall as hard as he could, only for a sharper, blinding pain to shoot up through his toes. Shit. Chapter 6. Diagon Alley. Moyen slung his bag onto his shoulder with a scowl. A sharp, needling pain shot across his back, but he ignored it and strode quickly back into the leaky cauldron. Though it was still morning, with no curtains drawn across the windows, sunlight seemed utterly barred from this place, as if it had been rudely and deliberately denied entry. Candles burned instead, filling the air with the acrid smell of melting wax. The floors and tables were stained a color that made them look permanently grimy. The bar was nearly empty, only a bald old barman polishing a long-necked glass behind the counter, and an elderly witch in thick green robes eating breakfast. "Can I get ye anything, lad?" the barman asked as he swapped glasses. "Name's Tom. I run the place." "I need a room," Moyen said, setting down the galleons Hagrid had given him, "from today until the morning of September 1st. Tom glanced at the money and chuckled. "Best know, lad, that'll only cover 2 nights here." "I know it's not enough." Moyen's tone was steady. "I'll pay the rest this afternoon after I've been to Gringotts." "Well then, all right." Tom reached under the counter and pulled out a jangling chain of keys. As he turned, Moyen noticed how severely stooped his back was. "Follow me, lad. By the way, what's your name?" "Evans. Moyen Evans." Moyen followed Tom up a broad, sturdy staircase and was surprised to find the steps much cleaner than the tables below. They stopped at room 306 and Tom opened the door for him. Inside was a large, comfortable bed and polished oak furniture that gleamed in the light. The fireplace flared to life with a whoosh the instant the door opened, its flames glowing like they had burned for hours. Moyen's eye swept the space with satisfaction, every corner spotless, the air warm and fresh. A window overlooked the Muggle street outside, but none of its noise penetrated the room. "Excellent," Moyen said, nodding in approval. His unease over the shabby tavern below finally eased. "Still curious," he asked Tom, "how is it that the inside is so different from the outside?" Tom smiled, a touch sly. "Ah, it only looks that way, Mr. Evans. You know how it is, sometimes a Muggle stumbles in by accident." "Well, I didn't," Moyen thought sourly. "If you need anything, Mr. Evans, don't hesitate to ask. Meals are included, though drinks cost extra." Tom chuckled softly. "Not that you'll be worrying about that just yet. I wish you a pleasant stay. I'll leave you to it." "Wait." Moyen stopped him before he could leave. "Could you bring me parchment and ink? I'd like to write something first." "In the desk drawer already, Mr. Evans." Tom lingered a moment to be sure there was nothing else, then bowed slightly and withdrew. Moyen tossed the canvas bag onto the bed and pulled out the only set of clothes he owned that looked halfway decent, the kind he normally reserved for sneaking into proper venues or formal banquets. Then he slipped into the bath for a long, luxurious soak in hot water, changed into the outfit, and felt more comfortable than he ever had in his entire life. "Dear officer." He stopped after writing the first words. Biting the end of his quill, Moyen debated whether dear was the right choice. After all, he'd never had anything resembling a normal childhood, so how could he possibly understand the way those rowdy, noisy little brats thought, the ones who spent their days shouting and causing trouble? The quill squirmed furiously between his teeth, and he had no choice but to release it with a sigh. He comforted himself with the thought, perhaps boys in their early teens don't know grammar all that well anyway. A mistake or two in a letter, what did it matter? "Hello. My name is Alan, and I live in a small courtyard at No. 23 Pipe Street. The man who took me in, along with 13 other children, is Mr. Neil Orridge. He is a thief. Not only does he steal, he also forces us to steal for him. I don't want to steal at all. My mother once told me that only the most useless people live by theft. But I have no choice. If we fail to bring back enough money, we are beaten and starved. I sincerely beg for your help, officer. Please save me. Yours faithfully, Alan. P.S. A few days ago, Mr. Orage went to something called a charity ball and stole many beautiful jewels. He often brags to us about a large green ring with a rose crest on it. I think he must have stolen that too, though he insists it's the symbol of his family." Moyen gave the parchment a shake. The cramped, awkward scrawl written with his left hand made him frown in dissatisfaction, though he still carefully dried the ink before smiling slyly. London's police might not care about a petty thief's den, but missing jewelry from a high-society charity ball and the White family's ring would be enough to push them into action, especially since Moyen had also hidden 2 incriminating financial reports under Neil's bed, reports damning enough to topple the current mayor. And as for the risk of being traced back to him, hardly. For the next 7 years, he would have no dealings with Muggle society at all, come hell or high water. He opened the canvas bag on the bed, pulled out a sleek black crocodile's skin briefcase, slipped the letter inside, and casually tossed the old bag, his companion of 4 years, into the trash. Without looking back, he walked out of the room. July 31, 1991, 11:00 a.m. Moyen lounged lazily outside an ice cream parlor, dressed in a freshly made black robe, with a brand new copy of Hogwarts, a history in his hand. On the table before him sat a towering cup of chocolate ice cream. Perched elegantly on his shoulder was a slender, pure, black cat, eyes half closed in a feigned nap, her long tail flicking lightly against his back. She was his new pet Leia. No one knew that Moyen was, in fact, very wealthy. That old canvas bag had held the fortune he'd gathered through 8 years of thieving. Though he'd been forced to hand over most of his earnings to Neil each day, Moyen had always skimmed a little for himself. Neil suspected as much, but since Moyen's hauls regularly outstripped the combined efforts of all the other children, sometimes by double, he chose to look the other way. What Neil never realized was that Moyen's little skimming consisted of the truly valuable treasures, while the bulk of what he handed over was, in comparison, nothing more than loose change. Near the leaky cauldron stood a rather large pawnshop, well regarded even among its kind. Moyen had had his eye on the place for quite some time, but only yesterday did he finally step through its doors carrying everything he owned. An hour later, a vault was opened at Gringotts under the name Moyen Evans. Moyen had expected he'd have a decent sum, but not this much. His mistake was that he always valued things by the standards of his previous life, where mass-produced jewelry was so common it was practically worthless. He hadn't accounted for the fact that here, such trinkets carried far more weight. His old estimates had been off by at least a factor of 5. So instead of merely scraping by through 7 years at school, Moyen realized he could afford to live in real comfort. He bought the newest editions of his books, the best quality robes and equipment, even a star chart globe like the one Harry had once coveted, but never dared to buy extravagant items that were as dazzling as they were practical. Compared to this, the galleons Hogwarts provided could hardly buy the tip of a single fairy's wing. And yet, here Moyen sat in the place he had dreamed of for so long, with the magical books he had yearned for in his hands, unable to read a single line. He forced himself to focus, but the letters blurred into nothing more than smudges of ink, an indistinct haze. After barely 2 words, his vision would drift off, refocusing to infinity. He tried to turn his mind to other memories instead. Gringotts was far larger than he had imagined, towering over the jumble of shops around it, visible from anywhere in Diagon Alley. The goblins were every bit as ugly as their reputation, faces dark, cold, and tinged with resentment, fingers long and spindly like dead twigs. Small as they were, they walked with an odd, unsteady gait, yet somehow had made wizarding, world bank robberies nearly impossible. Nearly since both Voldemort and Harry had managed to break in and out. By coincidence, his own goblin escort was named Griffook, surely the very same who later. Stop! There was nothing in the world more thrilling or more terrifying than Gringotts' underground cart tracks. Roller coasters and Ferris wheels didn't even compare. Moyen was almost certain some witch or wizard had been flung to their death on one of those cursed little carts. He himself had to cling white-knuckled to the handrail just to keep from flying out whenever it veered around yet another bend, and it veered every few seconds. And Harry had tried to count turns in that chaos? Absolutely daft. Stop! Madame Malkin, who boasted of tailoring robes for all ages and occasions, was frankly overrated. Nearly all her designs looked alike, unimaginative compared to the variety of Muggle clothing. Yet her shop endured, monopolizing the market. Every Hogwarts student had to come here for their uniforms. Even young Draco Malfoy, little aristocrat that he was, had no choice but to stand meekly on the stool for his measurements, and it was here he had met. Stop! He had considered buying an owl, but quickly dismissed the idea. He had no one to write to. Besides, the creatures molted constantly, scattering feathers everywhere. Annoying. He did notice several snowy owls though. Aside from their striking color, they looked no different from the rest. Moyen couldn't for the life of him tell which one would become Hedwig. Stop! The pet shop had been a riot of noise and smell, but also endlessly fascinating. Strange little creatures wriggled, squeaked, chirped, hissed, hooted, clamoring for attention. Some had bizarre colors: purple toads, scarlet orange vipers, blue rabbits, pink dogs. Others were downright dangerous, like the crup that bared its teeth at a Muggle couple shopping with their child, growling low and vicious. But among all creatures, Leia was the finest of them all. Graceful, quiet, beautiful, noble, reserved, proud. Moyen ran through every word he could summon to describe her, and the more he thought, the more he adored the black cat. He reached out to stroke her head. Though pretending to doze, Leia seemed to sense his affection. She opened her emerald eyes, green like leaves after a summer rain, and brushed her cheek against his face. Did Harry have eyes like that too? Oh! Moyen groaned and buried his face in his hands. Harry Potter, the Guardian. Chapter 7. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world. And yet, from the very beginning, even after Moyen realized he had crossed into the Harry Potter world, and had become the younger brother of the boy who lived, he never once connected those grand titles with Harry himself. At that time, when he thought he had died, his consciousness drifted like a kite with its string cut. His vision was swallowed by darkness, his very thoughts growing faint, when suddenly, someone drove a vicious kick into his stomach. Then Moyen grew furious. Dead was dead, and now someone had the nerve to kick him? His scattered thoughts snapped into place at once. But just as he prepared, in his outrage, to strike back with all his strength, panic gripped him. His body was limp, powerless, his eyes and mouth wouldn't open, as though they didn't even exist. He tried to draw in a breath, only to realize he wasn't breathing at all. In that instant, terror shattered him so completely he even forgot the simple fact that he was already dead. And then, warmth. A small, fragile life pressed close against his own. Though he couldn't see or hear, Moyen knew without the slightest doubt that someone was there, beside him. They were bound by blood. In that moment, the strange new world no longer felt foreign. It felt like home. The little one wasn't exactly quiet or gentle. He would suddenly jab or punch, and though it never really hurt, it was far from pleasant. Yet Moyen never thought of hitting back. On the rare occasions he moved in return, it was only to brush against the other's tiny form with his hand, just the lightest touch, before pulling away again. However lost or unsettled he felt, that brief contact steadied him instantly. After careful observation over what felt like a long stretch of time, Moyen finally pieced it together. He had been reborn as an infant, one of twins. Unbelievable as it was, he accepted it calmly, even with joy. Still, he never dared to linger in contact. He longed to hold the other close, but feared they might somehow be joined at birth, fused together as in the old tales of conjoined twins. So he placed his hopes in the future. Once they were born, then he could embrace his twin, touch his hair, speak to him, comfort him when he cried. All it would take was waiting. They curled toward each other within their mother's womb, one heartbeat rippling into the others, until their rhythms merged into a single beat. When Moyen finally managed to hear with his own ears, the sensation of amniotic fluid filling them was unpleasant, but he paid it no mind. He listened greedily instead, drinking in the profound strangeness of it. Thump. 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 The entire world was filled with that sound. And in that moment, Moyen was overwhelmed with happiness. As infants, their strength was negligible. Moyen suspected that 90% of his days were spent in sleep. Each time he woke for the briefest moment, he would drift back into formless unconsciousness soon after. But each time he opened his eyes to awareness, he knew his twin was there. Until one day, a chill swept through from their mother's body. Cold, malignant, deathly. When Moyen's mind was still hazy, his body had already begun instinctively drawing in that surge of icy energy. Once he regained clarity, he forced himself to guide it inward with every ounce of will, and for once, his body obeyed with perfect precision. By the time exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, he slipped into unconsciousness with a proud smile. He hadn't let a single drop escape. The next time he woke, He was lying on a small bed in St. Mungo's. From time to time, he glimpsed his father's grim face and his mother's tearful sobs, but never his twin brother. Though he still spent his days mostly asleep, there was always a hollow ache in his chest, as if something essential had been cut away, leaving only emptiness. Each time he drifted off, it was with desperate longing. Each time he opened his eyes, it was with crushing disappointment. Day after day, the cycle repeated: hope, then despair, until even the light in his eyes began to dim. It wasn't until long after he had celebrated a birthday within those gilded prison walls of St. Mungo's that he was finally allowed to leave and return home. And there, waiting for him, was a healthy, laughing child babbling nonsense. Harry Potter. His twin. Laughter, embraces, flowers, fireworks and cheer. Terror, screams, tears, sorrow and death. And then separation. The human body is a strange thing. At St. Mungo's, he had been cared for with painstaking precision. No parents could have been more attentive. Every day, the finest healers examined him, the most expensive potions were given, yet life still drained from him bit by bit, leaving him weaker by the day. But once he was cast into an orphanage, where he never once ate his fill, where he endured the pinches and blows of rough children, where he shivered nearly to death in winter and suffered mosquito bites and cockroach infestations in summer, he somehow survived. And yet, back then, his parents hadn't even dared let him leave St. Mungo's for a single day, fearing he might stop breathing at any moment. More than that, the hair and skin, that had once been so pale they were almost translucent, slowly grew healthy in color. His hair inherited Lily's red, though lighter, brighter and straighter than hers. Only his eyes remained nearly unchanged, once milky white. They had shifted to a silver sheen, sparing him the unsettling appearance of eyes filled with nothing but blank whites. In those 10 years, not once did he go to see Harry, though the thought had come to him more times than he could count. No. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. That address had circled his tongue countless times. A few times, in a daze, he even boarded a bus, muttering it aloud only to leap off in a panic before it could depart. He didn't dare see him. He was afraid he'd lose all restraint, blurt out the truth to Harry, thrash the Dursleys until their faces swelled like pig heads, burn down Harry's school, string up old Mrs. Fig by her hairnet, and shove Dumbledore's head straight into a toilet. If he had the power, Moyen was certain he'd do it. At the very least, he'd tell Harry the truth and take him away. Then what? Moyen didn't dare think about the then. And now, at last, he could meet Harry openly, without hiding. Harry, his brother. Even if, in truth, Harry's mind was much younger than his own, and his body only older by a scant few minutes, it didn't matter. Whenever Moyen whispered the word brother inside his heart, a strange, inexplicable sense of reliance stirred, which only made him more nervous, even frantic. Guilt coiled tightly around his chest. He knew why he hadn't sought Harry out all these years. He knew it was justified, wise, even necessary. By all rights, he shouldn't even remember those early days. And yet Moyen couldn't shake the feeling that he bore part of the blame for Harry's suffering, second only to the Dursleys, perhaps even worse than Dumbledore, because Moyen knew everything, and still let it happen. And now he was about to see Harry. They would be classmates, living side by side for 7 long years. What should he do when they met for the first time? "Hi, how are you?" Of course Harry wasn't fine, he'd just escaped a house full of neglect and cruelty. "You're Harry Potter? Did you know I'm your twin brother?" Except how could he possibly explain knowing that, after being separated at birth, there wasn't a shred of logic in it? Wow, Harry Potter, the boy who lived! Utterly idiotic. Hadn't Harry already had enough gawking today from half the wizarding world? And so, around him, people saw only a red-haired boy lost in his own store, now smiling dreamily, now grinding his teeth with fury, now dazed and unfocused, now furrowing his brows in thought, now clutching his head in despair. Then suddenly, the bricks at the entrance of Diagon Alley shifted and rattled, slowly opening into a widening archway. Moyen froze stiff. One glance and his heart clenched tight. Standing timidly nearby was a frail, undersized boy, looking no more than 7 or 8. His short black hair stuck out wildly in every direction, each strand seeming to insist on its own unruly will. To make matters worse, whoever had last cut it must have been some sort of genius, managing to carve out a completely lopsided, bizarrely isometrical style. Perched on his nose was a pair of round black, rimmed glasses so shabby they could hardly hold together. Layers of transparent tape bound the frame, evidence of countless past breakages, making them look all the more pitiful. Through the cracked lenses, Moyen saw a pair of large, bright green eyes. His face was small, pale, and narrow, the cheeks tapering quickly down to a pointed chin. The pallor of his skin, the kind that comes from rarely seeing sunlight, instantly reminded Moyen of the boy's life locked away inside that cramped cupboard. The boy wore an oversized shirt and baggy trousers, the shirt hanging past his knees, the trouser hems clumsily rolled up. On his feet was an old pair of white trainers, the faux leather peeling back to expose the dark padding inside. His mouth hung open in awe as he took in the unfamiliar world around him. Hagrid grinned broadly at him, and the two stepped together through the archway. Hagrid strode ahead, and the boy hurried to grab the hem of his coat, jogging to keep pace, breathless but wide-eyed as he darted glances at every shop and display they passed. His little head bobbed constantly, his dirt-smudged face glowing with wonder and delight. Moyen raised a hand to shield his eyes, terrified he might break down weeping in front of everyone. Then, his heart nearly stopped. Harry's head was turning in his direction. "Merlin, help me, what do I do?" Harry's perspective. "Aha, you'll be needin' a cauldron, but first we'd best get your money," Hagrid said cheerfully, while Harry stared transfixed at the stacks of cauldrons outside his shop. Harry wished he had 8 extra eyes, so he could take everything in at once. Every single thing was fascinating, even owls, which he'd seen before, now seemed cloaked in mystery. And if he could, he'd want 8 more years too, just to catch every word of conversation around him, though half of what people said made no sense at all. A plump witch called out loudly, "Lizard livers, 17 galleons an ounce." Nearby, a girl in black robes was pleading with the tall woman beside her, "Please, Mum, I really want a swift. Owls are far too ordinary." A group of boys had their noses pressed against a shop window. "Look, the new Nimbus 2000, one exclaimed. "It's the fastest broomstick in the world right now," another added breathlessly. A short wizard was loudly haggling, 7 galleons. "Seven's all I'll give you, not a nut more." "Gringotts is just up ahead, Harry," Hagrid said. But Harry wasn't listening. His attention was caught by a red-haired boy outside the ice cream shop. He looked about Harry's age, though taller, his figure already hinting at the lean lines of adolescence. His long red hair was tied back with a silver ribbon, save for 2 strands that framed his face. The color wasn't the blazing, fiery red Harry might have expected. It was softer, warmer, like sunlight distilled into something pure enough to make the heart tremble, or like fire smoothed into a gentle glow. Against his black clothing, his skin looked almost translucent, catching the morning light with a faint, ethereal shimmer, as though an angel sat there. He was reading a thick book, a graceful black cat perched on his shoulder, while the ice cream on the table before him melted into a forgotten puddle. Even sitting there casually, he drew the gaze of passers-by, stealing their breath. Around him, it felt as though even the dust dared not stir, the restless air itself calmed into serenity. It was as if the whole world had fallen under a silencing charm. All at once, Harry found himself jealous of the book that boy was studying so intently. "Why won't you look at me?" The thought slipped through him, leaving behind an inexplicable sting of grievance. As though he'd heard it, the red-haired boy slowly lifted his head, arched a brow, and met his gaze directly. Eyes of silver clear, lucid, fathomless, ethereal. Only the untouched snows on a mountain peak, or moonlight rippling over a winter stream could compare. Sunlight shimmered in those eyes like starlight rippling across a midnight sky, deep, serene, breathtaking. He simply looked at him, calm and unruffled, but beneath that composure flowed a tenderness so boundless it could drown you. Everything else, bustling streets, noisy crowds, strange and marvelous wares, faded into nothing but background. Only those impossibly beautiful eyes remained. Harry suddenly couldn't breathe. Even as Hagrid pulled him toward Gringotts, he craned his neck to keep looking, terrified that a single blink would break that gaze. When the stone walls finally cut off his view, a wild urge to bolt back out seized him. If Hagrid hadn't had such a firm grip on his hand, Harry was certain he would have. Chapter 8. The Wand. Moyen could hardly believe his own cowardice. He had looked away. At the very moment Harry's eyes found him, he fled. His gaze snapped to Hogwarts, a history with lightning speed, his heart pounding so violently it roared in his ears. Could anyone else hear it? Mortified, He glanced sideways and saw his ice cream had melted into a mess, chocolate and cream bleeding into abstract gray streaks. "Oh no," Moyen groaned inwardly. "As if I didn't look foolish enough already." Then, suddenly, something thrummed through him, a tremor on the strings of his heart. Strange, inexplicable. It told him he should look up. Before his mind could analyze the impulse, his body obeyed. Silver eyes met green. Like breathing itself, all the tension, panic, embarrassment, and unease ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving only calm and ease in their place. Just as it had been countless times before, back when he was still inside his mother's womb. Mo Yan kept watching until Hagrid pulled Harry through the doors of Gringotts. He exhaled softly and smiled. "Leia, did you see that? That's my brother. He's even thinner than I imagined. But that's all right. Hogwarts house elves will make sure he's well fed soon enough. You can tell he hasn't had an easy life these past years. Then again, neither have I. But all of that will pass, won't it? There's no need for me to dwell on suffering that's already behind us. Our eyes should be fixed on the present. And on the future. What does it matter whether we acknowledge each other? I know who he is, and I know he's right there. That's enough. If a bond rests only on blood, isn't it far too fragile? Leia, how about we take a look at the Peter Pan toy shop, and then we can go buy a wand. I wonder what kind of wand will choose me." Disturbed from her nap, Leia let out a low, dissatisfied rumble from her throat, but still hopped into Mo Yan's arms. She gave a tiny yawn, closed her eyes again, and nestled against him. "Sorry," Harry's voice carried from inside the shop. "What do you mean by curious?" Ah, so Harry had already received his wand? Mo Yan had put off coming here precisely to avoid taking Harry's wand by mistake. After all, that wand was no ordinary stick of wood. It was the one that would save Harry's life time and again in the years ahead, each time from the hand of its brother. "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. You see, the phoenix that gave the feather for this wand also gave just one other. Its brother wand, and it was that brother that gave you your scar." "So you're Harry Potter?" Mo Yan asked, hands shoved in his pockets, with Leia perched drowsily on his shoulder. "The so-called boy who lived?" Harry's face lit up in delight at seeing someone his own age, but confusion quickly followed. "I'm Harry Potter. What's your name? And what's all this about boy who lived?" "They didn't tell you?" Mo Yan's eyes flicked to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "You're the only one Voldemort ever failed to kill. That's why people call you the boy who lived. Oh, and I'm Mo Yan Evans. Pleased to meet you." At the sound of that name, Voldemort, both Hagrid and Ollivander flinched. Ollivander even drew in a sharp breath. "Oh, how dare you say it." "What, Voldemort?" Mo Yan repeated the name with deliberate malice, watching with satisfaction as both grown men paled even further. Then he turned to Harry. "See? Even now, people can't bring themselves to say his name. They tremble just hearing it, but he fell when he came after you. He vanished, defeated. For that, countless people revere you, Potter. They call you the savior of the wizarding world. Your name's in great wizarding events of the 20th century and a history of modern magic." "Really?" Harry looked utterly incredulous. "Of course, you're famous." "But," Harry muttered, brows furrowed as though forcing words into place, "everyone really does act like I'm special. In the Leaky Cauldron, they were all scrambling to shake my hand, even the goblins at Gringotts, but until today, I didn't even know I was a wizard. I don't understand a single thing about magic. No one's ever told me any of this. I don't even know why I'm famous. I mean, about the night my parents died, I don't remember a thing. I don't know what happened. It feels like all of this was stolen, like it doesn't belong to me. The words spilled out of him naturally, a stream of grievance directed at Moyen. He went on and on before he even realized what he was saying, his voice shrinking smaller and smaller until his chin nearly sank into his chest. "Harry, how can ye say that?" boomed Hagrid. "Listen, ye're just not used ter it yet, but at Hogwarts ye'll be famous all over again. Ye won't be thinking this way for long." "Yes, Mr. Potter." Ollivander's pale, bulbous eyes pinned the boy with unsettling intensity. "That man did many great things, terrible, yes, but great all the same. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. And since this wand has chosen you, you two are destined for something of great significance." Harry pressed his lips together, refusing to answer. Instead, he stared stubbornly at Moyen. "You just have to be yourself," Moyen said with a smile. "No one has the right to demand you pay the price for something you don't even remember. Your life belongs to you. Don't let anyone burden you with what isn't yours." Harry's face broke into a wide grin. Leia gave a sharp, disgruntled Amarar. Oh, clearly unhappy with the dim little shop. This was no place to be at midday when she should be basking in the sun. Just a little longer, Leia. I'll have my wand soon, Moyen soothed, patting her head before turning back to Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander? Hagrid made a subtle motion. It was time for Harry to go, but Harry begged to stay and watch Moyen's wand being chosen. Let me see. Ollivander's tone was cool, still nursing the sting of Moyen startling him earlier, but professionalism quickly overtook irritation, and the thin old man grew solemn. Which is your wand hand? Either, though I favor the right. Hold out your arm. Like this. At once, a grimy measuring tape leapt to life, darting across Moyen's body, shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, even the circumference of his head. Moyen grimaced at the filth on the tape, feeling more than a little disgusted. Meanwhile, Ollivander retrieved a dust-caked rectangular box from the shelves stacked high with hundreds like it. Try this one. Applewood, unicorn hair, 9.5 inches. Give it a wave. Moyen gave a casual flick. Half a dozen boxes exploded at once. No, not that one. Here, alder, dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Flames roared out, sweeping straight toward Ollivander, who barely doused them in time. His hair and eyebrows were scorched to nothing, leaving him looking even more ghastly yet. To Moyen's surprise, Ollivander's expression brightened with delight. Picky, aren't you? Let's see. Maple phoenix feather, 8.5 inches, nice and springy. Harry noticed it was one of the wands he had already tried earlier. With a loud bang, a wind chime hanging from the ceiling crashed to the floor. Elm, unicorn hair, 8 inches. A table promptly sank into what looked like a swamp. Harry couldn't help but feel a little envious. Whenever he tried a wand, most of the time nothing happened at all. But with Moyen, something happened every single time. Even though Ollivander always insisted the fit wasn't right, he only grew more excited, his eyes glittering at Moyen the way a miser might gaze at a pile of galleons. Moyen, on the other hand, felt as if his arm might fall off. Few times he even sensed warmth flooding from his fingertips through his whole body, and thought just for a moment that he had found the one. But Ollivander would always shake his head. Eventually, Moyen realized the truth. He could command those wands, but they weren't the perfect match for him. It had become a mutual choice. Leia was no longer annoyed. In fact, she now crouched eagerly on Moyen's shoulder, watching him all but tear Ollivander's shop apart. A troublesome customer, indeed. But not to worry, we'll find your match, Ollivander said cheerfully, bustling between the shelves. Nearly 100 wands lay scattered across the floor, with more piling up as he set them aside. Try this one, oak, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. The moment Moyen wrapped his fingers around it, a strange, soothing warmth surged through him, and his eyes slid shut of their own accord. What was that saying again? 36,000 pores, every single one at ease. He felt as if he had sunk into a hot spring, warmth seeping through his whole body, until his muscles melted into calm. When he opened his eyes, ready to give the wand the usual perfunctory wave, he realized everyone was staring at him in shock. What? He asked. Just now, Harry flailed his arms helplessly, unable to put it into words. Ollivander suddenly burst out, Yes, marvelous, extraordinary, I've never seen anything like it. Would someone please explain what happened? Moyen arched a brow, clearly irritated at being left in the dark. Harry finally managed to gasp out, When you held it, your whole body burst into red flames. It wrapped all of us inside, but it didn't hurt. It was warm, comfortable. The fire looked real, but it didn't burn a thing. Then this is the one, Moyen said evenly. How much? After he handed over 13 galleons, Ollivander bowed deeply and ushered them out of the shop. Come on, Harry. Time to take ye back to the Dursleys, Hagrid rumbled. Harry scuffed his foot against the floor, reluctant to leave. Then he turned to Moyen. Where are you going? I'll stay here. I don't want to go back to Spinner's Inn just yet. Horse, he meant never, but with Hagrid it was better to put things gently, otherwise the man might haul him off on the grounds that a minor couldn't live alone. I've already booked a room at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid, can I stay too? Harry pleaded. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. You know how they treat me. Don't worry, Harry. If ye have any trouble at the Dursleys, just send me a letter with your owl. She'll know where to find me. But you're still underage, ye can't live out here on your own. Hagrid's eyes suddenly sharpened as they fixed on Moyen. And you, lad, where'd you get all that money? Hogwarts funds wouldn't cover the things you're wearin'. I once helped someone, Moyen replied without hesitation, repeating the excuse he'd prepared long ago. When he died, he left me some money. Just pocket change compared to his fortune, but for an ordinary person it's a lot. Enough to pay for my studies and living at Hogwarts. Well then, Hagrid blinked, apparently satisfied. Still, I'd advise ye not to stay here too long. Children ought to be under an adult's care. Come along now, Harry. Harry cast Moyen a pitiful look. Moyen's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he held it back. People as straightforward as Hagrid were stubborn to the bone, persuading a half-giant to bend the rules was as good as impossible. And truthfully, this time Harry wouldn't suffer the worst of the Dursleys' cruelty. They'd ignore him, yes, hurtful enough but not unbearable. Even so, Moyen suddenly realized he really did need an owl. Harry Potter and the Guardian. Chapter 9. Letters. Dear Harry, how are you? When we last met, I felt your living situation wasn't the best, and I can't help but worry. Please write me back as soon as you get this, so I'll know how you're doing. Yours faithfully, Moyen Evans. Dear Moyen, I was so happy to get your letter. We can be friends, can't we? Oh wait, I think we already are. That was a silly question. Life at the Dursleys isn't much fun, but don't worry, they don't dare lock me in the cupboard anymore, and they've stopped yelling at me to do chores. These days, they're more scared of me than anything else, and they hate me even more for it. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon don't talk to me at all anymore. It's like I'm invisible, as if I don't exist. Dudley's reaction, though, is hilarious every time he sees me. He looks like he's about to faint, as if I might sprout him a pig's tail or a snout at any moment. If I so much as speak to him, he shrieks and bolts. It's actually fun to tease him, but I don't dare push it too far. I don't want to set Uncle Vernon off. There was one time I thought for sure he'd leap up and wallop me, but he only gave me one of his fiercest glares. I named my owl Hedwig. Nice name, don't you think? I found it in a history of magic. She likes flying in and out through the open window and sometimes drags in dead mice. I just hope Aunt Petunia never sees one, though luckily, she doesn't come into my room anymore. Honestly, it's a bit dull at the Dursleys right now, but reading those books is still exciting. I keep hoping I'll find a spell or two I can use to hex Dudley. But is it really true, what Hagrid said, that I can't use magic in the Muggle world, unless it's an emergency? Harry. P.S. If I don't send a reply, would you really come here? If so, I rather hope you don't get this letter. Dear Harry, I'm glad to hear you're all right. I was only trying to intimidate your aunt and uncle last time. I thought they might check your letters or even lock up your owl to stop her from delivering them. If they knew such actions might bring a wizard straight to their doorstep, they'd probably realize it's wiser to treat you better. But if my letters ever don't reach you, yes, I would come. Hedwig is a fine name. I imagine she must be a beautiful little lady, isn't she? My own Leia is the same. The owl delivering this letter is Raphael. He's a sturdy fellow. I've heard Hogwarts only allows one pet per student, so I hope Raphael can manage to fly there on his own. So you're reading ahead? That's good. Studying the textbooks early is never a bad thing, but it's not strictly necessary. Unless you can memorize every page, most of it will slip your mind before term begins. You grew up in a Muggle household, right? Then I think the most important thing now is for you to learn about the wizarding world and its customs. I recommend Hogwarts, a history of magic, which you are already reading, notable magical names of our time, and the marvelous magical world, a book written especially for Muggle-born wizards. Raphael will bring you the other three, since you already have a history of magic. As for spells, believe me, Harry, there aren't many useful ones in the first-year books, and even if there were, you couldn't use them to hex your cousin. Hagrid was right about that. Underage wizards aren't allowed to use magic outside of school. If you do, the Ministry of Magic will know immediately. In serious cases, Hogwarts could expel you, and you could even end up in Azkaban. See The Marvelous Magical World, page 235 for details. I look forward to meeting you at Hogwarts. Mo Yan. Dear Mo Yan, thank you for sending me those books. They're all so interesting. I think I've already fallen completely under the spell of the wizarding world. I really wish I could start school sooner. It's frustrating not being allowed to use magic outside school. I just hope Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia never find out about that, or they'd bully me just like before. Hogwarts sounds even more incredible than I ever imagined. I can hardly wait to go. But I'm also nervous. I don't know which house I'll end up in. I hope it won't be Slytherin. Hagrid said even Hufflepuff is better than Slytherin, because all the dark wizards come from there. But I met another boy who's starting school like us, and he said Puffs are all idiots. I'm scared I might be put there, since I don't know anything. What I worry about most, though, is what if Hogwarts sends me back after I get there? What if the professors suddenly realize I'm not actually capable of learning magic? I mean, my powers only ever come out when I'm really angry, but I can't go around Hogwarts being angry all the time, can I? Harry. P.S. Do you know what the sorting is based on? Maybe I could start preparing a bit early. Dear Harry. Don't worry, you won't be sent home from Hogwarts. No child who receives their letter gets turned away at the gates. The only ones who ever get expelled are those who have seriously broken school rules, and I don't think that will ever happen to you. Raphael will bring you a copy of A History of Modern Magic. Once you've read it, you'll understand the reputation you already have in the wizarding world. If Hogwarts refused to admit you or tried to expel you, Dumbledore would be buried under a mountain of howlers from furious witches and wizards. If there's one person allowed to be the exception to the rules, it's you, Harry. As for the sorting, every year the teachers and older students keep the details secret. I think they enjoy watching the new students worry and guess, but I don't believe it's based on knowledge or spells. That would be unfair to those from Muggle families. Children from wizarding families know more even without formal lessons. My guess is the sorting depends on two things: potential and character. Have you noticed what each of the Hogwarts founders valued? Slytherin prized ambition and pure blood, Gryffindor prized courage, Hufflepuff prized loyalty, and Ravenclaw prized wisdom. Think carefully about what sort of person you are, Harry, and then you'll know where you're going. From what I know, families usually end up in the same house. Every Potter has been a Gryffindor, so you carry Gryffindor blood in you. Yesterday I bought a book called Curses and Counter-Curses. I found 2 little spells in it that seemed fun, so I copied them for you. If the ban on magic outside school is what's depressing you, then go ahead and try them out. Maybe give Dudley a bit of payback. The restriction on underage magic doesn't actually take effect until you've started Hogwarts. That means right now, you can use magic but not once term begins. Make the most of the time you have left and have some fun. Moyan. Dear Moyan. I tried one of the spells you taught me yesterday, but I'm not sure if it worked. Dudley seemed normal yesterday, but today he's had diarrhea all day. Maybe he just ate something bad, I don't know. He really eats so much that even Aunt Petunia can't figure out which kind of food she ought to check. But luckily for me, that also means they haven't suspected a thing. In the meantime, Dudley's tail has been a real nuisance for him. Aunt Petunia said she'd take him to have the cute little thing cut off in a couple of days, and Dudley swore he couldn't possibly show up at Smeltings with it. I could only offer my condolences. At last, I've finished reading all the books. Over the past few days I tried out a few spells, and only Lumos and Reducio worked. I shrank one of Dudley's favorite toys down to the size of a fingernail, but no matter what I do, I can't get it back to normal. So today I've been practicing Engorgio non-stop. Thankfully, Dudley never remembers where he leaves his toys anyway. I also went back over Hogwarts, A History, and I think I'll probably be sorted into Gryffindor. Oh, and from that directory of contemporary wizards you gave me, I found a Potter listed. His name's Bruce Potter. I really wish I knew what relation he is to me. Harry. P.S. I'm planning to try my second curse tonight. Wish me luck. Dear Harry. We're leaving for Hogwarts tomorrow. Get some sleep early tonight, you don't want to oversleep in the morning. I've enclosed a set of clothes and a potion. Toss away that pile of rags the Dursleys call clothes. Also, about your scar, I think it might draw attention. To keep from standing out too much, you could tie on a headband or something similar. I doubt you'd enjoy being stared at as if you were some rare creature on display, right? The bottle contains an eye-clearing draught. Drink it, then take off your glasses. If you let those ugly frames block the most beautiful emeralds in the world, even Merlin would condemn me. Moyan. Harry Potter, the Guardian. Chapter 10, The Burrow. Moyan slipped the book he'd just finished back onto the shelf, rubbed his eyes, and glanced toward the door, only to realize night had already fallen. For the past month, he had spent nearly every waking hour holed up in Flourish and Blots, memorizing books at a pace of 1 every 15 minutes. In his previous life, Moyan's memory had already been remarkable. In this one, he had trained it since childhood, until now he could recall anything after a single read. Even so, forcing himself through such massive amounts of memorization for 30 straight days had left him exhausted. His head had been throbbing for 2 days straight. So while learning had been enjoyable, he was actually relieved that tomorrow's train to Hogwarts meant a break from study. Exhaling a long breath, Mo Yan massaged his sore neck, picked up the 2 books he'd selected, and walked to the counter. A brief theory of spatial magic? Potions of power? The shopkeeper, mister, then pushed his glasses higher on his nose and gave Mo Yan a stern look. Mo Yan, I admire your diligence, but Gringotts wasn't built in a day. There's nothing more frustrating than being stuck in a long line of cars when you're in a hurry. And so, he arrived 3 minutes late. By the time he pushed his trolley through platform 9 and 3/4, all he saw was the tail end of the Hogwarts Express disappearing into the distance. Do trains really still run that on time? Really? Mo Yan slumped against his trolley, head down, gloomily stringing together the words he would have to use in his letter to Professor McGonagall. Oh heavens, poor dear, you missed the train? A woman's startled voice cried out beside him. Mo Yan looked up, and a blaze of fiery red filled his eyes. It was a girl, a little younger than him, short, sharp-shinned, a bit thin, but not unattractive. Holding her hand was a plump, motherly woman, who gazed at Mo Yan with concern. In that instant, Mo Yan knew who they were. Straightening quickly, he answered politely, though tinged with regret. Yes, I ran into a traffic jam, and ended up missing the train. If memory served, Mrs. Weasley had been quite taken with Harry's good manners the first time they met. Middle-aged women always seem to have a soft spot for boys like that. And your family, dear? The plump woman asked, her voice warming. I'm an orphan, Madame. Mo Yan blinked. I have no parents. I came on my own. Oh, I'm so sorry, poor child. The woman's eyes immediately welled with sympathy. Don't worry, you can come with us. My husband, Arthur, can take you to Hogwarts. I'm Molly Weasley, and this is my daughter, Ginny Weasley. Hello, Ginny said. Good day, Mrs. Weasley. Good day, Miss Weasley. Mo Yan gave a slight bow. I'm Mo Yan Evans. I hope I'm not imposing. Of course not, dear. Mrs. Weasley beamed at him. Why don't you come home with us for some buttered rolls? Arthur is working late today, so he won't be back until evening. The Burrow was a fascinating place. To start with, its architecture was unlike anything most people could dream up. The bottom 2 floors were built of stone, but stacked above them were wooden rooms piled haphazardly, leaning this way and that, so that it was hard to tell how many stories the whole thing had. One room jutted halfway into the air as if it might topple at any moment. 4 or 5 chimneys stuck out from the red roof, and a crooked, lopsided sign by the door read the Burrow. Beside the house stood a ramshackle garage, its walls hung with all manner of Muggle items from car tires to yo-yos. Fluffy yellow chicks pecked about the yard. Mo Yan remembered there being a pigsty in the movie version of the Burrow, but no matter how he looked around, he couldn't spot one here. Inside, he saw the famous clock hanging on the living room wall. 9 hands, each marked with a Weasley family member's name, pointed to words around the edge. At school, on the road, Ministry of Magic, even mortal peril. At present, Mr. Weasley's hand pointed to Ministry of Magic, Ginny's and Mrs. Weasley's to home, Bill's to Gringotts, Africa, and Charlie's to injured. The rest all pointed to on the road. Ginny, seeing Mo Yan staring in wonder at the Burrow, flushed scarlet and bolted upstairs. Mr. Weasley, looking quite at ease, almost pleased, said, Not much to look at, eh? But it's home. No, it's wonderful, Mo Yan said with genuine admiration. It feels warm, cozy, almost like something out of a fairy tale. Oh, Mr. Evans, Mrs. Weasley chuckled, her eyes crinkling. Once you get to Hogwarts, you'll see this is nothing at all. Still, his praise clearly delighted her. With a flick of her wand, she set broom, rag, and knitting needles busily to work, all while asking what he'd like for lunch. Mrs. Weasley, that clock of yours is fascinating. Could you tell me why it works that way? Mo Yan asked casually, though he'd waited until her third burst of laughter, by which time she'd gone from calling him Mr. Evans to dear Mo Yan. You see, Muggles' clocks only tell time, and if you want an alarm, you have to set it yourself. This one seems different, like it changes with people's locations. How does it do that? Oh, it's just a kind of magic. Not especially rare, though not many people know the details, Mrs. Weasley began, but suddenly the kitchen echoed with voices shouting, Time to cook! Time to cook! There now, that's our alarm, she said, rising. I think you'll find the answer in a book somewhere. You don't mind reading, do you? Of course not. Reading is my greatest joy. So long as the books give me what I want, he added silently. That's good. Mrs. Weasley bustled upstairs and soon returned with a yellowed parchment notebook, handing it to him. These are notes I made back at Hogwarts. I'd almost forgotten them until you mentioned it. Notes on tracking and counter-tracking? Moyen murmured, glancing at the cover. This would have been a restricted section book, wouldn't it? Hogwarts. A history says students usually can't get in there. Did your professor sign off for you to borrow it? Oh, Moyen. Mrs. Weasley winked. I was a Gryffindor too, you know. Moyen smiled knowingly. The notebook wasn't thick. In 7 minutes he'd skimmed it cover to cover, committing every word to memory, then went back to study it more carefully. From it, he saw that the golden, brown-haired girl who once stole books from the restricted section had been clever and full of promise. Her notes were scattered with her own conjectures and theories, many of them promising, though rarely pursued deeply. Impulsive, he thought. Perhaps that was why Hogwarts had produced only a single Marauder's map. As he traced the graceful handwriting, he pictured the mischievous girl sneaking into the library at midnight, then compared her with the stout, wand-wielding matron bustling about the kitchen before him. Moyen sighed softly, uncertain whether he ought to feel wistful on her behalf. Hey, Evans, what are you reading? Your mum's old school notes, Moyen said with a smile, glancing at the red-headed girl who bent over, hand braced on her knee, trying to see the cover. He compared the shade of their hair. His leaned more toward a vivid crimson Chinese red, while Ginny's was a softer scarlet, almost vermilion. Only then did he relax. He had no desire to be mistaken for a Weasley. Huh? Ginny blinked at him, looking rather blank. Clearly, she had never imagined that her own mother had once gone to school just like her. Tracking and counter-tracking, Moyen said, handing her his notebook. I'm guessing that clock on the wall was made by Mrs. Weasley, wasn't it? I don't know about that. Ginny shrugged, flipping through a couple of pages before sighing in disappointment. I thought it would be about dragons, or maybe defense against the dark arts. Trust me, this is actually pretty interesting. Maybe, Ginny admitted, but Fred and George hate that clock. With it around, they can't sneak off to Nocturne Alley, because Mum always finds out right away. Charlie doesn't like it either. He works with dragons in Romania, so his hand is often stuck on mortal peril or injured. Every time that happens, Mum sends him a howler, scolding him to no end. Once, he even tried casting a Confundus charm on the clock, but Mum caught him and made him scrub the floors all day without magic. There, Moyen drew out his words. My brothers, Ginny said, a little gloomily. I have 6 of them, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, and Ron. They've all gone to Hogwarts already, except Ron. He's starting this year too. I'll be going next year, but everything I'll have will be second-hand, an old cauldron, old books, old quills. I don't expect to get an owl, but maybe, just maybe, since I'm the only girl, Mum will make me a new set of robes. Ron's robes this year were hand-me-downs from Bill. If mine are the same, I'll definitely get laughed at. Moyen tilted his head, studying the troubled little girl before him. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he suddenly felt a pang of envy. As dusk settled over the sky, Mr. Weasley finally returned home after a long day's work. He looked quite different from the Arthur Weasley Moyen remembered from the films. This man was thinner, with deep weariness etched into his face, heavy shadows under his eyes, as though he hadn't had proper rest in a very long time. He wore silver-rimmed glasses, and his hair was thinning on top, something Moyen had begun to suspect was a common ailment among older wizards. Strange, wasn't it? Couldn't magic or potions do something about baldness? Even muggles had countless remedies, though, admittedly, not very effective ones. Dear, how was your day? Mrs. Weasley rushed to meet him as soon as he stepped out of the fireplace, hugging him tightly despite the soot on his robes. They kissed each other on the cheek. Wonderful, Mr. Weasley said, slipping off his coat with a spark of excitement in his voice. We finally recovered all the missing items from the Fritsch family, and the follow-up paperwork's done as well, which means, starting tomorrow, I get a 3-day holiday. Oh, that's marvelous, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, planting another kiss on his cheek. Such a pity your break didn't come a day earlier, or you could have seen the children off to school. Well, we'll see them at Christmas all the same. And what's that delicious smell? Did you make onion soup? Mr. Weasley sniffed eagerly toward the table. Then, his gaze fell on Moyen, who stood nearby with a polite smile. Ah, and who might you be, young man? Good evening, Mr. Weasley. Moyen rose to his feet. I'm Moyen Evans. This poor boy made it all the way to the station by himself, but there was traffic on the road and he missed the Hogwarts Express, Mrs. Weasley explained, stroking his hair with motherly affection. Moyen gave her a shy smile in return. I thought perhaps you could take him to school. Of course, Molly. Mr. Weasley picked up the coat he'd just set on a chair. But you really should have told me sooner. I could have come back early. By now Ron's probably already on the boats. We can't have this lad missing the sorting. Rest a moment first, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley urged. Can't you just go straight through Steer's office fireplace? That should still give you time. Molly, Steer left last term, remember? Ill health, Mr. Weasley said helplessly. And you know how it is with that job. Defense against the dark arts never keeps a teacher more than a year. Whoever's taken it now will have rekeyed his flu. We can't go straight to Hogwarts anymore. That made Mrs. Weasley flustered. She snatched away the notes Moyen had been poring over. Dear, this sort of thing is much too advanced for you. Come along, take your things, we've no time to lose. She thrust his trunk into his hands, half steering, half shoving him toward the fireplace. It's a long way from Hogsmeade to the castle. Arthur! Arthur! What are you doing? Hurry! She called sharply. She pulled a flower pot from beneath the mantel, peered into it, then held it out to Moyen. His face went pale as he stared at the glittering silver flue powder, as if he were facing a fire-breathing dragon. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you hadn't used it before. Mistaking his expression, Mrs. Weasley pressed the pot into her husband's hands as he rushed back in, fully dressed. You'd better show him first, Arthur. Moyen watched Mr. Weasley vanish into the flames, swallowed hard, then, under Mrs. Weasley's watchful gaze, took a pinch of powder and tossed it into the grate. With a roar, the fire blazed emerald and shot up to fill the hearth. Setting his jaw as if walking to his doom, he stepped into the blaze and shouted, Hogsmeade! Quickly now, lad, this way. He'd barely stumbled out of the next fireplace before Mr. Weasley hauled him upright and strode off at a brisk pace, Moyen's trunk floating alongside. Evening had fallen on Hogsmeade, and the chill bit deep. The sudden shift from the burrow to this shadowed village made Moyen shiver. Under the night sky, the crooked silhouettes of the houses looked uncanny, almost sinister, broken only by the welcoming glow spilling from doorways along the lane. Here we are. Going through there straight ahead, through the front doors, Mr. Weasley said as they reached the castle gates. Strangely, the great doors stood ajar. Thank you so much, Mr. Weasley, Moyen said earnestly. And please thank Mrs. Weasley for me as well. I'm truly grateful for her kindness. I had a wonderful day at the Burrow. Think nothing of it, lad. Mr. Weasley gave him a gentle push. Go on now, hurry. It was only as Moyen crossed the threshold into Hogwarts that he felt the weight of Mr. Weasley's gaze lift from his back. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught sight of the man's stooped figure, weary from long years, and began to understand why Harry was so fond of that poor, often harried, but endlessly warm-hearted family. Moyen stood in the vast entrance hall, shrouded in a storm of frustration. Why didn't I add a waterproofing charm? Why didn't I add a waterproofing charm? Why didn't I add a waterproofing charm? He could hardly believe his rotten luck. Just a few steps away from shelter, the sky had opened up without warning, and a torrent of rain had drenched him to the skin in an instant. Now, with every step he took, he left behind a glistening trail of wet footprints leading straight toward the enormous oak doors. He raised a trembling hand to push, only to realize that it wasn't just his hand shaking, his heart was pounding wildly too. Deep breaths, Moyen, deep breaths. Nothing to panic about, just breathe, he muttered under his breath, forcing a shaky smile and telling himself his lips weren't quivering. Good. Steady. It's only a school, not the end of the world. Don't act like some terrified kid. With that, he gave his dripping robes a flick, tugged at the soaked fabric clinging to him, and ran his fingers through his hair to make himself look a little less bedraggled. Well, my dignity's already gone. Things can't get any worse. What's there to be afraid of? Drawing another deep breath, he pushed open the doors. Golden brilliance. That was the only phrase that came to mind as he laid eyes on the Hogwarts Great Hall. The ceiling stretched above like a velvet night sky, scattered with glittering stars, an illusion so flawlessly cast that it was almost breathtaking. Thousands of candles floated serenely in the air, bathing the hall in warm light. 4 long tables stretched the length of the chamber, laid out with shining plates and goblets, every one of them forged of pure gold. Yet even such grandeur paled before the true spectacle. Hundreds of faces turning toward him in perfect unison, the entire hall falling into sudden, absolute silence. Every student at the 4 house tables, every professor seated at the high table, Professor McGonagall clutching the sorting hat and her roll of parchment, and the silver-bearded headmaster rising with arms outstretched, all eyes fixed quietly on the boy who had just pushed open the doors. and under that crushing weight of attention, Mo Yan found a strange calm. He lifted his chin ever so slightly, lowered his lashes, and allowed a confident, unwavering smile to settle on his face. His gaze was cool, almost aristocratic. With his left hand he smoothed the front of his robes, his right hand pulling along his trunk. He walked forward with measured, elegant steps toward the small four-legged stool at the platform's center. If anyone had produced a ruler at that moment, they would have found each stride identical in length. The hall remained deathly silent, the hush so completed, even silenced Harry's gasp of surprise. Only the steady roll of Mo Yan's trunk and the crisp rhythm of his footsteps echoed in the vast chamber. Reaching the front, he stopped cleanly, heels together, toes angled slightly outward, his posture perfectly straight. His sharp gaze met the piercing blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. From the waist he bowed at a precise 30-degree angle, then straightened once more with a poised smile, looking Dumbledore directly in the eye. The entire sequence unfolded like a scene in slow motion, composed, deliberate, almost impossibly refined. "Professor, my name is Mo Yan Evans. On the way to King's Cross, I was caught in traffic and missed the Hogwarts Express. Fortunately, a kind wizard allowed me to travel by his fireplace to Hogsmeade, which is how I managed to get here. Unfortunately, I still arrived late. I truly apologize." "There's no need to apologize, my boy," Dumbledore replied warmly, his voice gentle and kind. "I'm certain none of this was your fault. Welcome to Hogwarts." His last words seemed to flip a switch. Suddenly the hall was buzzing with whispers from every direction. "Did you hear? He actually missed the train. What's a traffic jam? He got here straight from Hogsmeade without even passing the gates. That's brilliant. If I'd known, I'd have done the same. He came all the way from Hogsmeade to the castle on his own. Such gorgeous red hair. He's really handsome. I hope he's sorted into Ravenclaw. Is he a Weasley?" "His name's Evans." While the students murmured about him, Moyen quietly observed them in turn. With only a couple of glances, he had already committed everything around him to memory. It was a skill that had served him well in missions from his previous life, turning a fleeting look into long-term recall. For half an hour he could rattle off every distinct feature he'd seen. By the next day or two, it would fade almost completely. Dumbledore stood tall and thin, hair and beard both silver-white, the beard trailing all the way to his waist. Behind his half-moon spectacles shone a pair of piercing blue eyes, and yes, he really did have the odd habit of tying bows in his beard. Professor McGonagall was also tall and spare, her severe expression radiating authority. But her taste in color left much to be desired. That emerald-green robe. Professor Snape's hooked nose was enormous, his sallow skin looking as if he'd lived through a lifetime of suffering and toil, despite spending his days in the dungeons. His hair hung lank and greasy in separate strands. Moyen respected the man, but really if those fangirls from his past life ever crossed into this world, would they honestly fall for such an old, dour figure? Try as he might, Moyen couldn't see a single redeeming feature in his looks. Tiny Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, was utterly endearing. His appearance wasn't much to speak of either, but his stature alone more than compensated. Watching him perched awkwardly at the staff table, resting his little arms on the edge, he looked just like a doll, only this doll blinked, spoke, ate, and taught classes. As for Professor Quirrell, there was nothing much to note beyond that oversized purple turban. His constant twitching and shrinking back was enough to make Moyen's stomach turn. "Now then," Dumbledore's booming voice silenced the hall at once. "Bring forward the sorting hat, Evans. It will tell us which house you belong to. The house elves will see your luggage delivered to your dormitory." Moyen stepped onto the dais and sat on the four-legged stool. Professor McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. The moment it touched his hair, the hat spoke out loud, declaring to the hall which house he would join. Harry Potter, the Guardian. Chapter 12, Slytherin House. Slytherin. Mo Yan removed the hat, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, straightened his clothes that had been rumpled by sitting, and turned toward the table, erupting in the loudest cheers. "Hello, welcome to Slytherin." The greeting came just as he sat down. Mo Yan turned his head to see a sharp-featured boy leaning past someone to offer his hand. Plump boy between them had to lean awkwardly back to make room. The boy had striking platinum blonde hair and rare gray-blue eyes. Even as he extended his hand, his manner carried an air of condescension, as though he were bestowing a favor. "Ah, Mo Yan immediately thought of a name, the one who spent 7 years in the books as both clown and coward. My name is Draco Malfoy. As expected. Still, though he held no admiration for him, Mo Yan wasn't the sort to pick pointless fights. Hello. He reached out and brushed Draco's hand lightly before pulling back, then unable to resist after seeing Malfoy's arrogant expression added slowly, and welcome to Slytherin yourself. Malfoy's eyes widened in surprise, but Mo Yan simply turned away as if nothing had happened, the faintest smile tugging at the corner of his lips. A moment later, Draco clapped the plump boy on the shoulder, signaling him to switch seats, and slid into the spot beside Mo Yan. Your parents, are they kind? He asked, his tone casual, but his gaze sharp. Mo Yan couldn't quite figure out why the supposedly aloof Draco Malfoy was so persistent, pressing close even after Mo Yan had already shown no desire for further conversation. Then he noticed. Nearly everyone around them appeared to be minding their own business, but in truth, they were all listening, waiting for his answer. Ah, of course. Pure blood, that was the key to belonging in Slytherin. They were both wizards, or so I've been told. So you've been told? I'm an orphan. Mo Yan shot him a cool glance, irritation flashing in his eyes at Draco's relentless questioning. Oh, sorry. Malfoy's lazy drawl made it obvious it was nothing more than a token apology. Mo Yan dismissed him entirely after that. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had already carried off the sorting hat and stool, and even the trunk Mo Yan had left behind vanished without a trace. Professor Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming as he spread his arms wide. Mo Yan remembered he had struck the same pose when Mo Yan had barged in earlier, as though nothing in the world delighted him more than seeing the hall filled with students. Welcome, he said. Welcome to Hogwarts. Welcome to a new school year. Before the feast begins, I have just a few words. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Pweek. Thank you all. With that, he sat down again. The hall erupted in cheers and applause, though at the Slytherin table only a handful joined in, the rest wearing sneers of disdain. My father says he's a scene. I'll old fool, Malfoy drawled, smirking. I must admit, he's absolutely right. Mo Yan tilted his head. Why would Dumbledore put on such an act of foolishness? What purpose did it serve, other than making him seem mad? He didn't dwell on the thought for long, because suddenly the plates before them filled themselves with food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork, lamb, sausages, steak, stewed tomatoes, baked yams, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pears, carrots in thick broth, tomato ketchup, and heaps of hard mint candies. Mo Yan sampled a bit of everything and had to admit the house elf's cooking was superb. In the past, just the thought of boiled tomatoes or rare steak would have made him gag, but now even when he forced them down he didn't find them unbearable. Still, he ended up eating only a few sausages and roast potatoes. His stomach had long since been spoiled by the flavors of Chinese cuisine from his past life, and mealtimes in this one were a constant torment. He never lacked money for food, but his picky eating had punished his stomach cruelly. He would sooner starve than eat unseasoned vegetables or meat prepared too simply. Most of his meals had been nothing but plain bread, buttered rolls, stuffed buns, croissants. If he could only improve his diet now and then, life would be so much better. As he daydreamed about that, Mo Yan resolved to find the kitchens as soon as possible. Then he felt someone glaring at him. Looking up, he caught Harry staring from across the Ravenclaw table. The moment Harry realized he'd been seen, he whipped his head away and began talking to a red-haired boy beside him. Ah, the boy was sulking. Mo Yan shrugged. Children really couldn't be spoiled, and to think he fancied himself Harry's elder brother, throwing a tantrum over something so small. He had quite forgotten that Harry didn't actually know about their connection. He only thought the boy had grown unreasonably touchy after a single month without contact. Thanks to the potion, Harry was no longer wearing glasses. His green eyes were even larger than Mo Yan had imagined, framed by long lashes that fluttered adorably. Mo Yan's gaze shifted to the red-headed boy at his side, none other than Ron Weasley, the future third of Gryffindor's Golden Trio, the so-called friend who had twice abandoned Harry when he needed him most. True, Ron had always come to his senses in the end, but from Mo Yan's Harry-centered perspective, the boy was beneath contempt. Red hair, freckles, hand-me-down robes, scarfing down food with no manners at all. Though Harry was equally guilty of wolfing his meal, Mo Yan conveniently ignored it. Looking further down the table, Mo Yan spotted the thick mane of bushy brown curls. Of course know it. all Hermione Granger, the final member of the trio, and its brightest mind. With her wild hair and oversized teeth, who would guess this little girl would one day grow into a striking beauty? The way she lifted her small chin whenever she spoke, as if striving to look down on others, spoke volumes about her pride. In that, she resembled Malfoy, except hers was born of true confidence and conviction, while his was the product of family and upbringing. "What are you staring at?" Malfoy suddenly asked. Following Moyen's line of sight, he gave a little laugh. "Oh, it's the boy who lived. You know him then?" "I'm an orphan," Moyen said coldly, his tone sharp with disdain at Malfoy's way of speaking about Harry. "Not some clueless fool." Malfoy narrowed his eyes, drawing out each word. "Evans, if I were you, I'd be more careful. Don't be so ungrateful." "Thanks for the warning." Moyen gave him a thin, mocking smile. "Right back at you, Malfoy." The plump boy who had traded seats with Malfoy blurted out, "Draco, want me to rough him up?" "Shut up, Goyle," Malfoy snapped. He curled one corner of his mouth into a sneer, fixing his gaze on Moyen. "Moyen Evans, you'll pay for those words." "Same to you, Draco Malfoy." The two glared at each other, their expressions almost identical, brimming with hostility. It was as though sparks crackled in the air between them. The first years, seated nearby, shrank back, hardly daring to breathe. "Enough. Don't act like foolish Gryffindors." A firm voice broke through. It came from an older student sitting one seat away from Moyen, a gleaming silver badge marked with the letter P pinned to his chest. "I am Prefect Edmund Peveril," he said. "Welcome to Slytherin, both of you, Draco Malfoy, Moyen Evans." He shook hands with them in turn. "Well said. Welcome." The girl seated opposite Edmund leaned across to offer her hand as well. "I'm Prefect Wendy Penril." "A pleasure," Moyen and Malfoy said in unison, only to both snort and turn away immediately afterward. "As prefects, it's our duty to remind you of one thing," Edmund said gravely. "As Slytherins, you must never forget this." Though his words were directed mainly at Moyen and Malfoy, every first year straightened at once, eyes locked on him. Even some of the upper years set down their cutlery, leaving the long Slytherin table in expectant silence. The moment the Sorting Hat declared you Slytherin, you became one of us. Every success, every triumph, every failure, every point lost, it belongs to us all. We are one body. In this house, we share honor and disgrace alike. For as long as anyone can remember, the other three houses, Gryffindor most of all, have mocked us, doubted us, sneered at our achievements, and waited for us to stumble. They seize every chance to strike us when we're down. That is why we, Slytherins, will do whatever it takes, bear any burden, endure any hardship, support our friends, and stand against our enemies to secure victory. Always victory. No matter the cost. Even if it means bleeding on the Quidditch pitch, we must seize it. Without victory, there is no pride for Slytherin. And so, despite centuries of enmity and constant pressure, Slytherin still stands firm as stone. In fact, we have claimed the House Cup 6 years in a row. Moyen Evans, Draco Malfoy, both of you have already shown yourselves to be among the most promising of this year's first years. I expect you to put aside petty grudges and rivalries. Treat your housemates with loyalty, unite together, and Slytherin will be unstoppable. If divided, if you quarrel and pull in different directions, we will achieve nothing. In the hush that lingered over the long table, Moyen and Malfoy reluctantly extended their hands for a brief shake. "Pleasure to meet you, Moyen." "Likewise, Draco." "Excellent." A gaunt ghost drifted over and settled into the seat beside Moyen, and in that instant Moyen understood why 2 places had been conspicuously left open when he'd first arrived. The ghost wore a silver-white robe soaked through with bloodstains. His hollow, empty gaze needed no spectral chill to unsettle. Those eyes alone were enough to freeze the marrow. Moyen suddenly realized how much they resembled Professor Snape's. When the meal was finished, the leftovers vanished from the plates, leaving them spotless, and desserts appeared in their place. Towering heaps of ice cream, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate gâteau, jam donuts, strawberries, puddings, everything imaginable. Moyen's interest brightened a little. He sampled 2 strawberries and a spoonful of apple ice cream before feeling full, then nursed a glass of orange juice while quietly observing the hall. Most of the Slytherins were subdued, their conversations kept to a murmur. Their table manners were flawless, but the atmosphere at their table was dreary compared to the other 3, which buzzed with laughter and chatter. Gryffindor sighed the loudest of all. Moyen was pleased to spot Harry laughing along with them. Meanwhile, Edmund and Wendy kept a sharp eye on the table. Two pudgy first years, seated on Draco's side, were shoveling food with shocking lack of manners. Moyen guessed they were Crabbe and Goyle, though he couldn't tell which was which. In the books, they had amounted to little more than scenery dim-witted backdrops for the protagonist. Edmund and Wendy had already shot them several disapproving looks, though the boys remained oblivious. Draco, head lowered, was lost in thought and failed to warn them. Moyen caught the quick glance the prefects exchanged and chuckled inwardly, certain those two would be in for it later. Then, without warning, his chest gave a faint stab of pain. Looking up, he saw Harry clutching his scarred forehead, face contorted. Moyen's gaze turned icy as it locked on Professor Quirrell, who had just turned to murmur something to Snape. A derisive snort escaped him. "That's our head of house," Draco said suddenly. "Do you dislike him?" "Of course not." Moyen bit back the words half, blind just in time, reminded that the prefects were seated close by. Curling his lips in a sneer, he nodded toward Quirrell. "It's the one beside him. A disgrace of a professor." "Quite. Word is, he was frightened half to death by a Romanian vampire. Now he carries garlic everywhere, afraid it'll come after him. And he's our defense against the dark arts teacher this year. Then, it seems our lessons are bound to be unpleasant. I only hope to learn a spell or two that can change how things smell." "I know one," Draco said smoothly. "I'll teach you once we're back in the dorm." "All right, thanks." "Think nothing of it." Edmund and Wendy exchanged a knowing smile. They hadn't failed to notice the frost in the eyes of these two first years as they spoke. But nearly every accomplished Slytherin had once looked the same sharp-edged, ambitious, and ruthless. Growth through rivalry was the secret to Slytherin's 6-year reign over the other houses. Harry Potter, the Guardian, Chapter 13. Moyen and Draco. When the desserts vanished from the tables, Headmaster Dumbledore rose to his feet, and at once the hall fell silent. "Well, now that everyone is well, fed and content," he said warmly, "I'd like to say a few words. At the start of every school year, I must remind you of certain rules. First years, take note. The forest on the school grounds is strictly forbidden to all students. That goes for the older years as well, don't forget it." He paused, and Moyen, following the twinkle in his eyes, spotted two identical flaming red heads. They were putting on their best show of looking solemn, lively, well-behaved, and utterly innocent. "Also," Dumbledore continued, "Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you all that no magic is to be used in the corridors between classes. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested should give their name to Madame Hooch. And lastly, I must warn you, anyone who does not wish to meet with a gruesome and painful end this year would be well advised to stay away from the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor." A handful of students laughed. Harry was among them. "Idiot," Draco muttered with a cold sneer. Moyen rubbed his forehead helplessly. He didn't even have the energy to be angry. They had both grown up in harsh environments, so why was Harry still so naively pure? "Before bed, let us all sing the school song," Dumbledore announced cheerfully. Moyen noticed the other professor's smile stiffen at once. With a flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon unfurled, twisting like a serpent high above the staff table, arranging itself into lines of text. "Choose any tune you like," Dumbledore said, beaming. "Ready, sing." And so the entire school burst into song or shouting, in some cases. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Teach us all your knowledge." Whether we're balding old men or children with scraped knees, our minds are ready to receive a few things most amusing. For now our heads are stuffed with air, dead flies, and bits of fluff. Teach us something of worth. Give back what we have forgotten. Do your utmost, and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we are dust." Moyen had been rather eager to hear what lofty tune the proud Slytherins might sing, only to discover that nearly all of them mouthed the words quickly and silently to be done with it. Nearly all because Crabbe and Goyle were bellowing at the top of their lungs. A second year had joined them at first, but after a single frosty glare from Edmund, that boy promptly ducked his head in silence. Crabbe and Goyle, however, lacked such wit. Draco kicked the leg of the boy beside him in mounting frustration, but the latter only howled louder, casting pitiful looks at Draco's increasingly frantic winks, never once grasping his meaning until the last line had been shouted. Edmund let out a low, cold chuckle. Draco squeezed his eyes shut, despairing at the stupidity of his companions. Moyen nearly burst out laughing. "Adorable," he thought. Draco looked far more bearable this way than with that usual air of superiority. Moyen remembered how, later on, when Crabbe and Goyle had turned on Draco after the Malfoy family's fall, he had still tried to save their lives. At heart, the boy wasn't rotten, his temper and attitude were just dreadful. Strip away the wealth and pedigree, and who would put up with him if he always carried himself like that? Moyen smiled to himself at the thought. But Edmund's next words wiped the smile clean off his face. "You too," he said, his brows furrowed as the Weasley twins sang the school song to the dirge, like beat of a funeral march. He fixed his gaze on Moyen, trying not to laugh, and Draco, utterly defeated. "Before breakfast tomorrow, you will teach these two oafs the most basic table manners. A week from now, I don't want to see such stupidity in the hall again. And tomorrow no being late." Moyen and Draco both stared at Edmund's cold smirk as if a storm cloud had settled over their heads. The only difference was that, since Moyen had been dragged down with him, Draco found the tiniest shred of schadenfreude to dull his misery. "Chin up," when he said cheerfully. "People only grow through hardship." Twin black lines of exasperation practically slid down Moyen's and Draco's foreheads. "Ah, music," Dumbledore said, dabbing at his eyes once the last notes had faded, "greater than all we have here. And now, it is bedtime. Off to your dormitories." Edmund and Wendy rose together. "Upper years, take note, the new password is glory. First years, follow me." They left the great hall, turned twice, slipped through a hidden passage behind a suit of armor, and descended a stairway until they came to a bare, damp stone wall. Edmund stopped and turned to face them. "That was the shortest route from the hall to the common room," he said. "Remember it?" "Remembered," came the crisp chorus, except for one discordant note. One of the pudgy boys, still munching on an apple pie, blinked stupidly and asked, "What?" He looked so stuffed, he seemed to have lost the ability to think altogether. Edmund ignored him, his sharp gaze fixed on Moyen and Draco. The two boys could only give reluctant nods, sharing the unspoken sense of comrades in misfortune. "Glory," Edmund said to the stone wall. At once, a hidden door opened, and the group filed inside. Somehow, without anyone saying a word, the first years left the front spot for Moyen and Draco. The two exchanged a glance, weighed the situation for a moment, and then walked in shoulder to shoulder. Thankfully, they were both on the smaller side. If it had been boys like Crabbe and Goyle, the only options would have been either a brawl at the door or getting stuck in the passageway. The Slytherin common room stretched out like a long, slightly low-ceilinged dungeon. The walls and roof were made of solid stone. Chains hung round green lamps from above, clearly more decorative than useful, since they barely shed any light. Warmth came instead from hundreds of candles and a great semicircular fireplace. From there, the armchairs of Slytherin fanned outward. Dark green drapery decorated the walls, floors, and seats, all marked with silver stripes bearing the crest of their house. "Boys, with me," Edmund said, leading them down the corridor on the left. "Girls, this way," Wendy added, guiding them to the right. Draco and Moyen's dormitory was at the far end of the passage. Inside were 5 four-poster beds draped with dark green velvet curtains, each with a trunk placed neatly beside it. Sharing the room with them were Crabbe, Goyle, and Blaise Zabini. Moyen took out his pajamas, bathed, and changed. By the time he finished, Draco had just about done the same. They exchanged a look of mutual disgust, then, without a word, each kicked one of the squat, snoring boys off the beds. "What are you doing, Draco?" one mumbled, rubbing his eyes. The other sat dazed on the floor, wavering between wakefulness and sleep as if it were agony to stay upright. "What am I doing?" Draco laughed in exasperation, his anger sharp. "You cost me my very first night's rest at Hogwarts. What do you think I want to do to you?" Moyen said quietly, "Maybe we should find a way to wake them properly." The two boys shivered, opening their eyes fully to see the cold sneers looming above them. For a moment, they wished they could faint on the spot. The next morning, the Slytherin table was full of whispers. To everyone's surprise, Crabbe and Goyle were sitting quietly at breakfast. No noise, no shouting, no mindless stuffing of food into their mouths. Their manners were still far from polished, but compared to yesterday, the difference was like night and day. In stark contrast, Moyen and Draco wore heavy dark circles under their eyes, their faces tight with a simmering irritation so obvious that every first year who passed them instinctively detoured around their seats. Edmund, curious, asked Blaise Zabini about it. Blaise shivered, shaking his head quickly. I fell asleep last night." "With those panda eyes? Only a fool would believe that." Mo Yan and Draco rolled their eyes in perfect unison. Edmund chuckled and let it drop. After all, from the accidental rhythm between the two boys, it seemed his goal had already been achieved. True Slytherin never wasted time prying into trivial details. There, look, he's coming this way. Next to the tall one with red hair. Do you see his scar? No, he's got a band tied round his head, you can't see it. All at once, a ripple of whispers broke out along the Slytherin tables. Some dropped their cutlery and rushed toward the doors, some craned their necks on tiptoe, and others clustered together to get a better look at the Gryffindor table. Behold, the boy who lived, Draco drawled in his trademark voice. How illustrious. If you stripped down and ran a lap around the hall, you'd be just as famous. No need to use that sour grapes tone when you're just jealous, Moyen replied. Draco snapped his head around, eyes narrowed, his voice low and sharp. Moyen Evans, my patience has limits. I've been holding back only because I don't want the older years laughing at us. Don't make me lose my temper, you won't like it. Relax. I can't be bothered with you, Moyen said coolly, unless you pick at me first. When have I ever started it? Every time, it's you suddenly provoking me for no reason, Draco growled under his breath. Moyen snorted. Draco thought back over their handful of spats and realized that every time their trading of barbs began, it was always, "You like Harry Potter?" Draco's eyes went wide. He leaned forward, voice thick with mockery. Don't tell me Moyen Evans is a worshipper of the Golden Boy too? Imagine what Edmund and the rest would think of that, still calling you Slytherin's rising star. A Slytherin who admires Potter. Has your brain been rotted through by Bubituber pus? First, Moyen said, calm and deliberate, I befriended Harry in Diagon Alley. Second, even if you dislike him, you do well to at least pretend otherwise while half the school treats him like a young hero. Otherwise, you're only making your father's Death Eater reputation and your family's foolishness weigh heavier on your own shoulders. He pushed aside his empty plate at last and fixed Draco with a level look. There, believe me, no one fits that insult you just threw better than your two brainless sidekicks. Though, to be honest, you yourself are starting to match it nicely. With that, Moyen rose and strode out of the hall. The morning sun blazed directly onto his face, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly, the light dimmed, a shadow had fallen across him. Harry Potter, the Guardian. Chapter 14. A little extra. Draco and Harry. Moyen looked up and couldn't help but smile. A brown owl was circling above his head, wings strong and swift, its beak hooked like iron, talons glinting in the sunlight. Raphael. Moyen stretched out his arm, and the owl landed neatly on his forearm. Tilting its head, it gave a soft coo of greeting before preening its ruffled feathers with its beak. Raphael loved cleanliness and order, one of the many reasons Moyen was fond of him. You're so much better than Leia, Raphael, Moyen said, thinking of the cat still curled up in bed after sleeping through the entire night. He could only sigh at his pet's laziness. Back then, he had only noticed Leia's quiet elegance, never realizing it masked such indolence. Raphael, I have to head to class now. Could you take a letter to Harry for me? He'll give you something to eat afterwards. Moyen looked into the bird's bright black eyes. You can stay in the owlery or my dormitory afterward, whichever you prefer. You'll know the way? Raphael pecked his hand lightly in reply. Moyen pulled out parchment and quill, leaned against the wall, and wrote. Dear Harry. If you're free at 2 this afternoon, let's meet by the lake. Moyen. He rolled up the note and tied it to Raphael's leg. Go on then, and if Harry forgets to feed you, just peck the redhead sitting next to him. With a sweep of wings, Raphael soared into the great hall. By the time Moyen reached the greenhouse doors, the owl was already back with Harry's reply. All right, see you then. Moyen's mood lifted instantly. He looked forward to the afternoon so much that even short, round Professor Sprout, bustling around the herb beds, struck him as rather endearing. Later, Moyen stifled a yawn, shoved a history of magic into his bag, and trudged toward the doorway. He simply couldn't understand how Professor Binns managed it, how he could take such a turbulent, thrilling history of magic and transform it into nothing but a perfect lullaby. The droning buzz of his voice was worse than bees in a hive. Moyen couldn't even manage to sneak in some outside reading. His eyelids insisted on meeting, and his nerves slackened against his will. Dang! He rubbed at the tears gathering in the corner of his eyes. He had just smacked headfirst into the doorframe. A ripple of snickers rose behind him. First your intellect regresses, now even your motor skills are back at infant level, Evans? Draco's voice drawled from behind. As long as I'm not at your level, I'll be perfectly content, Moyen replied carelessly. Some of the Ravenclaw first years couldn't help but snicker, though the Slytherins with a bit of sense kept straight faces. Draco whipped around and glared at them, eyes flashing. Laughing at a Malfoy, are you? Watching the little eagles shrink back, trembling under Malfoy's glare, Moyen drawled lazily, so that's the great Malfoy legacy, bullying the weak. Remarkable, really? Evans, Draco snarled, yanking out his wand and aiming it straight at him. Go on, curse me then, Malfoy. Moyen yawned again, utterly at ease. Maybe then I'd actually respect you a little. Draco's perspective. Draco watched helplessly as Moyen walked down the stairs, and in the end, with more bluster than courage, shoved his wand back into his robes. The Draco Goyle stammered. Today's business, Draco said, his eyes red as he swept a look over the gathered Slytherin and Ravenclaw students. No one breathes a word, or else. Heads bobbed furiously. Moyen might dare cross Draco, but none of them would. After the warning, Draco's gaze darted again to where Moyen had gone. His teeth sank so hard into his lower lip, he tasted iron. He couldn't tell if the heat in his chest was more anger or something closer to sorrow. He thought he'd never forget that moment, the boy stepping through the door for the first time. A cascade of crimson hair that gleamed like flowing water, silver eyes, shining with a brilliance colder than ice, softer than moonlight. For a heartbeat, Draco had thought another ghost had entered the hall. Then, blinking, he had wondered if it was one of the legendary moon elves come to life. He'd never imagined a human could look like that, carry themselves like that. Rain still clung to his lashes and cheeks, his robes spattered with mud and coal dust, dragging behind him a trunk caked with filthy water. And yet, even in that bedraggled state, he shone like a diamond fresh from the grindstone, dazzling, breathtaking. Composed, unflinching, graceful, noble, proud, aloof, assured, unshakable. The very embodiment of Slytherin, a born aristocrat. And that smile, part deep, part shallow, part arrogant, part careless, beautiful, entrancing. Slytherin. Thank you, Merlin, thank you. At that moment, Draco almost wanted to kiss the filthy Sorting Hat. But when he finally gathered the nerve to reach out, he was met with a pair of silver eyes, cold and distant, not even bothering to conceal their indifference. Nerves always tied his tongue in knots, and this time was no different. He fell back on the same old tactics he used against others' threats, intimidation, boasting of his family name and his father's reputation. And every time the words slipped out, he wished he could bite off his own tongue. Once, those same mistakes had cost him Harry Potter's possible friendship. And now from those silver eyes he could see it again, disdain, sharp and unmistakable. Since childhood, his father had taught him that as a Malfoy, it was acceptable not to read history, not to study literature, not even to practice magic too diligently. What mattered was always knowing the Ministry's latest moves, keeping up with fashion and taste, and mastering the proper ways to command others. Draco had always believed this, until now. Never before had he hated his own incompetence so bitterly. Moyen didn't release his grip on his wand until he had rounded the corner. He knew perfectly well that someone as cowardly as Draco would never dare curse him outright. After last night's lesson with Goyle and Crabbe, Malfoy understood his strength well enough. True, Draco had the advantage of growing up surrounded by magic and knew more in breadth and depth. But in speed, precision, and the mastery of spellwork, Moyen left him far behind. Draco treated magic as instinct and schoolwork. Moyen had trained from the beginning as a warrior. The difference in strength was obvious. What surprised him, however, was Draco's ability to endure such humiliation. In Moyen's place, even knowing he would lose, he would have fought to the bitter end rather than back down. That was why he himself had always been a warrior, not a leader. It was why, in the end, he had died so easily at the hands of his own. But Draco possessed that very quality Moyen lacked. The ability to swallow pride, to retreat when the odds were stacked against him, to bear scorn and mockery if necessary. Moyen had no idea Draco had just threatened another classmate again. It was terrifying. If not for his personal flaws and shortcomings, and Harry's sudden rise to change the balance, the Malfoys might have taken their place on the wrong side of history, but Draco himself could have been another Hans in. Even so, Moyen couldn't dismiss him. The sword that comes at you head on, he had always ignored, but the arrow loosed from behind, that could topple even the bravest of men. Especially when the archer never ceased watching from the shadows, unyielding, patient, waiting for the chance to strike again. No wonder, despite playing the fool time and again, despite suffering loss after loss against Harry, Draco always bounced back, ready with fresh energy to make trouble. Each failure, each setback, only seemed to harden his resolve. And every time Mo Yan thought of the trouble and humiliation Draco would one day bring Harry, he couldn't resist the urge to needle him. Only now did he realize how childish and reckless that was. Mo Yan sighed. For the first time, he truly regretted it. Harry's perspective. By the time Harry finally managed to shake off the endless line of classmates crowding around the classroom door, and escape the students who stalked him down the corridors just to gawk at his scar, it was already 3:25. He hurried to the lakeside, sneaking glances over his shoulder, and at last spotted Mo Yan under a fig tree already fast asleep while waiting. He sat curled up, arms wrapped around his bent right leg, head resting on his knee. His red hair spilled down his back and over his arms like the finest silk. Now and then his long lashes fluttered, casting faint shadows on his cheeks. Harry walked over and sat beside him, mimicking his posture, knees drawn up, arms around them, cheek tilted against his knee, waiting for him to wake. He had never known a moment of such quiet happiness. He remembered how frantic he had been on the Hogwarts Express, searching every compartment and not finding Moyen anywhere. By the time he hurried back, the train had already left the station. How could he have forgotten? Moyen, like him, came from the Muggle world. Yes, he had lived in Diagon Alley for a while. Yes, he always acted like he knew everything, but he was still just an 11-year-old first year raised among Muggles. What if he had never figured out how to reach platform 9 and 3/4? Not everyone got lucky enough to bump into someone like Mrs. Weasley. What if Moyen had been left stranded at the station? Or worse, what if he'd never even made it that far? What if some dark witch had snatched him up in Diagon Alley? Harry's childhood stories had all painted witches as wicked, after all. What if he'd fallen ill? What if? Every terrible possibility made Harry panic all over again. Not even Ron's endless chatter about Quidditch could distract him. No one had ever cared for him the way Moyen did, noticed his needs, read his moods, understood his life. After those endless days of stares, whispers and questions, Harry felt that truth more deeply than ever. Everyone wanted the boy who lived. They asked again and again about the night he lost his parents. They demanded again and again to see his scar. They looked at him like he was some rare creature in a cage. Even Ron, even Hermione, who also came from the Muggle world, couldn't help themselves. Only Moyen had never once treated him like anything other than Harry Potter. Not the boy who defeated you-know-who. Not the boy who lived. Just Harry. And when Moyen sent him books, clothes, and that bottle of precious eye-bright potion, something Harry later learned from Ron was rare and costly, he had given it as naturally as Harry had accepted it. If anyone else had done such a thing after only a brief meeting, Harry would have bristled, felt insulted, maybe even suspected their motives once he learned who he really was. But with Moyen, he could believe it was nothing more than genuine care. He knew that, in Moyen's place, he would have done the same. From the very first moment they met, Harry had felt it like they'd already known each other for a long, long time, as though they had always been meant to be together. Moyen's things were his, and his things were Moyen's. There was no difference. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry had sat there hoping Moyen would appear in the doorway at any moment. But as Ron rambled on from Quidditch to his bedroom, from his bedroom to his family, and from his family to his 5 brothers with a string of complaints, Harry finally couldn't take it anymore. He used Neville's missing toad as an excuse to leave the compartment with Hermione, but really, he had wanted to look for Moyen. But again, nothing. No Moyen. Instead, someone caught sight of his scar. Soon he was surrounded, gawked at, and then Draco Malfoy. When Draco mocked Ron, Harry poured all his pent-up frustration onto the pale-haired boy. Before he knew it, he and Ron were grappling with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle in a rolling scuffle, even Scabbers the rat joining in while Hermione nearly cried on the sidelines and a crowd gathered to cheer and jeer. In the end, only Ron's brother Percy broke it up before it could get any worse. And then, at the sorting ceremony, when Professor McGonagall called Moyen Evans twice and no one answered, Harry felt his last hope crumble. Even when Dumbledore motioned her to continue reading down the list, Harry could barely sit still. He wanted to run out of Hogwarts that very moment to look for Moyen. Even if it got him expelled, he didn't care. Then, just as Professor McGonagall rolled up the scroll, after calling Blaise Zabini's name for Slytherin, the great doors banged open. And there he was. The red-haired, silver-eyed boy stood in the doorway. Harry nearly collapsed back into his chair. "Thank you, Merlin." Over and over in his heart, only that single prayer remained. The very next moment, he began cursing Merlin. Impossible! How could Moyan be a Slytherin? He was so good, so kind, how could someone like him belong to Slytherin? And then Harry grew even angrier. Moyan didn't so much as glance at him as he headed straight for the Slytherin table, and even shook hands with Draco Malfoy. Outrageous! So when Moyan finally looked his way, Harry deliberately turned his head to chat with Ron, refusing to acknowledge the person he had been secretly staring at all along. Suddenly, Moyan's lashes fluttered, and then he opened his eyes. "Hi, Harry." "Humpies." Harry turned away, still sulking over Moyan being placed in Slytherin. True, he knew it wasn't Moyan's fault, but since he himself had managed to negotiate his way into Gryffindor, he couldn't help feeling strangely let down by how readily Moyan had accepted Slytherin. Moyan rubbed his stiff neck, but didn't bother coaxing Harry. Instead, he pulled out the book he'd been reading earlier, Magical Drafts and Potions, carefully studying the reasoning behind its ingredient combinations. They were both the same, worrying themselves sick whenever the other might be in danger, but once together, bickering over the smallest of things. Quarrels didn't matter. As long as the other was there, everything was fine. Harry Potter, The Guardian. Chapter 15. A Hogwarts Diary. A week had gone by in a flash, yet to Moyan, Hogwarts was still shrouded in mystery. The castle held 142 staircases, some broad and gleaming, others narrow and prone to swaying. Some changed their destination every Friday, others hid vanishing steps that forced you to jump to continue upward. Certain doors wouldn't open unless you asked politely or scratched them just right, and some weren't doors at all, but solid walls disguised as such. Exploring the castle's secrets became Moyan's greatest passion. Learning that the entrance to the Slytherin common room was concealed within a stone wall only fueled his urge to knock on every inch of Hogwarts himself. He examined each statue, every wall carving, and every corridor and classroom with meticulous attention. If anyone knew the castle best, it was surely the ghosts that roamed its halls. In the original story, over 20 ghosts appeared during their first introduction, though aside from the 4 house ghosts, only Moaning Myrtle and Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, were given any focus. Peeves, after all, wasn't truly a ghost but a mischievous poltergeist who could never be destroyed. After speaking with every ghost he came across, Moyan realized there was a reason their stories were written down. A ghost's time in the mortal world was not limitless. The longer they lingered, the weaker their souls grew, until they faded altogether. Fear of moving on to death eventually led to dissolution itself. The 4 house ghosts were unusually strong. Moaning Myrtle's spirit remained fairly intact only because her death had been so recent. Most others, though, either carried themselves with dignity or kindness, and none save Peeves busied themselves with mischief. With food, entertainment, and even sleep forever beyond them, their days were desperately dull. That was why, in truth, most ghosts were glad to help students, no matter the house or the person, even the Bloody Baron, though few dared approach him. When talk turned to Professor Binns, however, they were unanimous in scorn. Binns and Peeves were the only two. Moyan hadn't bothered to speak with Peeves, because he wouldn't give a straight answer anyway, and Binns, because there was little point. The ghosts railed against him, calling his teaching an insult to the sacred subject of history. They listed his countless mistakes and failures, swearing that having Binns as a professor was a tragedy for every Hogwarts student. Moyan agreed wholeheartedly, yet he could tell their outrage masked something else, envy. For Binns, at least, had lectures to give, essays to mark, exams to set. In a ghost's barren existence, that kind of purpose was rare treasure. Most of the castle's other spirits had long since wasted away to little more than outlines. Some so far gone their thoughts had dissolved into confusion. One named Kenro, for example, would forget everything within minutes. Every 5 minutes Moyan had to answer the same question. "Hi, I'm Kenro. What's your name?" The only thing the poor fellow still remembered clearly was himself. Another, Charles, had been the castle's caretaker at its founding, a squib with only a wisp of magic. He had watched Hogwarts rise from empty ground stone by stone, even helping in its construction. His love for the place ran deeper than anyone's. At his death, he had begged Godric Gryffindor to let him stay on as a ghost, though his meager magic made that nearly impossible. Gryffindor had granted his plea, allowing him to remain bound to the land he adored. "I have never once regretted it," Charles said, smiling peacefully as the sunset lit him through. "I don't know what lies beyond death, but I know there will be no Hogwarts there. No children like these." "Maybe there is," Moyen suggested. "Maybe the young witches and wizards who passed too soon, or those who loved Hogwarts as much as you built another Hogwarts in the afterlife." "No," Charles answered softly. "It would never be the same." He was frailer than any ghost Moyen had seen, so transparent he was barely more than a shimmer. Only the strength of Gryffindor's magic, and the fact that Charles had never left Hogwarts grounds, kept his mind intact. Moyen had stumbled upon him at dawn while watching the sunrise from the astronomy tower, noticing a ripple in the air. Charles' voice was barely more than a whisper. Moyen had to charm his ears to hear him at all. "I've been like this for over 200 years, Charles said, drifting lightly in the air. "Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year I'll vanish forever. I'm not afraid of ending. I only fear never seeing Hogwarts again." "If you can hold on another 10 years, Moyen replied. "Godric was powerful, but I'm no weakling either. I'll find a way to help you. Just give me a little time." Charles didn't quite believe him, but the promise pleased him all the same. With Charles' guidance, Moyen's exploration of Hogwarts soared forward like a firebolt in flight. Still, the castle was alive, ever shifting, so there remained secret rooms and hidden passages Charles himself didn't know. Even so, he led Moyen to the original bedchambers of the four founders. They weren't treasure vaults, just simple rooms for rest, but to Moyen, even that felt like a discovery worth keeping. Some of the spellbooks he found were filled with enchantments so complex and obscure that modern wizards had already replaced them with simpler alternatives, and most of the magical theories inside were long outdated. Yet among them, Moyen discovered a handful of rare, ancient incantations, several bizarre potion recipes, and most exciting of all, a diary belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Within it, she had recorded her speculations and research on the soul. Moyen hoped these notes might hold the key to removing the shard of soul lodged inside Harry, so he carefully copied everything down. Charles had brought him to this place, but forbade him from taking anything away. After much persuasion, Moyen finally convinced him to at least allow the use of Slytherin's invisibility cloak within the bounds of Hogwarts. The fact that each of the four founders had owned an invisibility cloak suggested they must, at some point, have hunted down and slain a number of demigods together. Harry's three treasures were well known: the invisibility cloak, the firebolt, and the Marauder's map. Moyen had coveted them ever since he first read about them. His original plan had even been to track down that house self-named Winky during the Quidditch World Cup and get hold of Barty Crouch's cloak. But now, even with a cloak in his possession, Moyen did not abandon his study of disillusionment, charms, and concealment spells. After all, a garment was never as convenient as magic one could cast at will, and he couldn't very well carry the cloak everywhere just in case. On the very night he obtained the cloak, Moyen slipped into the restricted section of the library and unearthed a copy of Tracking and Counter-Tracking. When he found a scribbled note inside signed prongs, he silently rejoiced at his luck. Another feature of the castle that could be seen everywhere was the portraits. Moyen had always wondered, why could the figures inside portraits talk, think, and even wander into other paintings, while those in photographs could only repeat simple motions without independent thought? A flamboyantly dressed young man named Miffet, who proclaimed himself the greatest painter who had ever lived, gave him an explanation. During the process of painting, a fragment of the artist's magic was infused into the work. Most portraits, once complete, were also enchanted by the subject with a charm that allowed the painted figure to share a portion of their memory and wisdom. This, Miffet claimed, was entirely harmless to the wizard. He added that, over time, the same spell had been twisted into a dark art, splitting the soul in pursuit of immortality. Moyen suspected he meant Horcruxes. The intimacy between the artist and subject determined how much of that memory and wisdom could be preserved, and some wizards even used their own blood to strengthen the link. Photographs, on the other hand, were merely moving images animated with magic, lacking any true consciousness. Though his explanation sounded reasonable, Moyen withheld judgment. The youth was gaudy to the point of absurdity, and could not go more than a few minutes without loudly boasting of his past triumphs, admiring his own attire, or sneering at Moyen as though his standard Hogwarts uniform were little better than rags scavenged from a rubbish heap. The resemblance to Gilderoy Lockhart, the pompous fraud who would one day teach them defense against the dark arts, was uncanny. Moyen most enjoyed speaking with the portraits hanging in the classrooms. These figures were often celebrated scholars in their fields or teachers who had once contributed greatly to Hogwarts. They were always eager to answer his questions and often offered thoughtful elaborations, though some were prone to rambling far beyond the point. There were so many portraits in Hogwarts that Mo Yan decided to give himself 3 full years to properly acquaint himself with them, though he had no shortage of other tasks to occupy his time. Every afternoon, he and Harry spent an hour in the library working on assignments. Mo Yan never needed more than an hour to finish his work, while Harry, to his great frustration, required at least 2 hours, and most of his essays were a hodgepodge of half-baked ideas. That left Mo Yan with little choice but to spend another hour walking Harry through the summaries and key points of their lessons. Eventually, this became their routine. Mo Yan would first tutor him, and then the two of them would sit down to write. "How do you do it?" Harry asked, flipping through one of Mo Yan's polished essays in awe. "Memorize every book you need," Mo Yan replied matter-of-factly. "Once you've done that, the words flow like a fountain." Harry stuck out his tongue, thoroughly intimidated. When Edmund and Wendy discovered Mo Yan's closeness with Harry and tried in vain to dissuade him, they gave up surprisingly quickly. "Even if you're friends now, you're bound to fall out one day." Edmund's tone was loaded with meaning when Mo Yan shot him a puzzled look. Since Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, no friendship between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin has ever lasted. "We just don't want you to get hurt, Mo Yan." Wendy leaned down slightly, her eyes soft. "You care about that golden boy far more than he cares about you. If anyone ends up wounded in the end, it'll be you." Mo Yan only smiled faintly, unbothered. How could he and Harry be compared to anyone else? These people had no idea what truly bound them together. He and Harry had been inseparable since the very moment they entered this world. But Harry himself was troubled by it all. Ron's been pairing with Seamus these past few days. He ruffled his hair, pushing it from messy into something closer to catastrophic. "Only Neville still sits with me, no one else wants to. Hardly anyone talks to me anymore. I overheard someone call me a Gryffindor traitor." "Those Gryffindors?" "The same ones who jeered at him in first year when he lost points. Who branded him the heir of Slytherin in second. Who refused to believe he hadn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire in fourth, save Hermione alone. Who, in fifth year, swallowed the Daily Prophet's lies and called the classmate they'd lived alongside every day a fraud. The same lot who only smiled at him when they needed him to win Quidditch matches or fight their battles." Aside from Hermione Granger, Mo Yan had nothing but contempt for those Gryffindors. Since that clash after History of Magic, Draco hadn't tried provoking him again. He still made no secret of sneering at Harry whenever he pleased, but Mo Yan always walked past without reaction, partly because he kept his guard up, partly because he'd realized it was useless trying to muzzle Malfoy. Denying him his words would be as pointless as damming a river. Still, because everyone knew how close he was to Harry, few dared echo Draco's insults when Mo Yan was around. Yet Mo Yan knew full well, all of Slytherin was watching and waiting for the day he and Harry broke apart. What unsettled him most was the absence of malice in Draco's eyes. There was no venomous curse aimed at him, no poisonous spider or scorpion slipped into his bed. The lack of hostility only made Mo Yan more cautious. He even went so far as to ask the kitchens for a house elf to tend exclusively to Leia and Raphael's meals. True to their nature, the elf was overwhelmed with joy at being allowed to serve, and when Mo Yan expressed his gratitude, the little creature was so moved it nearly burst into tears. Harry Potter and the Guardian. Chapter 16. The First Potions Lesson. Mo Yan found himself wishing Friday wouldn't come so quickly. That day's potions lesson would ignite the animosity between Harry and Snape, and Mo Yan already knew too well both what Snape had sacrificed for Harry and what further sacrifices lay ahead. He admired Snape, yet he didn't think Harry was wrong either. Watching the two inevitably collide left Mo Yan feeling torn, uneasy and helpless. The potions classroom lay deep in one of the castle's vast dungeons, chilling and eerie. Shelves lined the stone walls, crowded with jars of pickled animals, some of which still writhed faintly, making Mo Yan's skin crawl. In the corners, grotesque stone faces gushed icy water into dark pools. He arrived early, but Snape was earlier still. The professor was already preparing ingredients for the lesson, while a piece of chalk floated at the blackboard, scrawling instructions for brewing a boil-curing potion. "Professor, may I help you with that?" Mo Yan asked as he saw Snape slicing porcupine quills and stepped closer. Snape glanced at him. "Handling ingredients is a serious discipline. It's not nearly as simple as it looks." His voice was low and silky, yet even in such mild words there lingered the sting of mockery. "I'd like to try, Professor." Mo-Yan was taken aback by Snape's unusually gentle tone. He remembered him as a man with a razor-sharp tongue. Was it because he was a Slytherin himself? "Still," he answered quickly, and with a hint of pride, "until you've seen my skill, please don't be so quick to judge." Snape gave him a long, searching look, then passed him the knife. Mo-Yan had never handled blades before, nor studied the specialized art of ingredient preparation, but his eye was sharp and his hands steady. The quills he cut all came out exactly 2 inches in length. Aside from a few clumsy cuts at the beginning, the rest were precise, so precise in fact, that they surpassed Snape's own work. Snape folded his arms, watching silently from behind. After a while, he instructed Mo-Yan to finish the rest, then move on to dividing the ground snake fangs into dozens of small portions. Mo-Yan's enthusiasm only lasted through the first trial cuts. Soon enough, he found the work dull. Each porcupine quill had to be cut one by one, and no magic could be used without spoiling the potion's properties. Thankfully, the class required only a modest supply of materials. Otherwise, Mo-Yan would have cursed his own curiosity while clutching an aching, swollen arm. Professor Snape began their first lesson with roll call. When he reached Harry's name, he stopped and delivered a cutting sneer. Mo-Yan began to understand why Harry hated Snape so much. His gaze was nothing less than open ridicule, contempt, disdain, and unfiltered glare of raw loathing. Mo-Yan frowned. Originally, his thoughts about Snape were simple. Snape was a spy. He disliked Harry because of their father. He constantly deducted points from Gryffindor, especially Harry, for no reason. He enjoyed tormenting Harry, yet all the while secretly protected him. But now he realized he was wrong. This wasn't a matter of displaced resentment. Snape's hatred was real, palpable, sharp enough to cut. It was the kind of animosity that made anyone uncomfortable. A glare like that could wound far more deeply than words. If Mo-Yan hadn't known the story in advance, his first instinct upon meeting such a gaze would have been to eliminate this man at once before a sudden Avada Kedavra might come flying his way. Mo-Yan sighed softly, rubbing his temple. "You are here." Snape's voice slid through the air like a whisper, yet every word rang clear, "to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. Since there is no foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic at all. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the delicate simmering of cauldrons that shimmer with white vapors, or the gentle aromas that ensnare the senses, nor to understand the power of liquids that slip through the veins, stirring the mind and beguiling the will. But I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop death, if you are not the usual pack of dunderheads I am forced to endure." "Potter," he barked suddenly, "if I were to add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, what result would I obtain?" Mo-Yan sighed, then asked the question anyway. The afternoon before, he'd handed Harry a list of 36 questions and made him memorize them all. Harry had been baffled. "Why should I memorize these? I haven't even had potions yet." Professor Snape always starts the first lesson with questions, and he singles out Gryffindors. Mo-Yan's tone was firm. It was the plain truth. "With your reputation, you'll be the first target." "Why these questions, though? 1,000 magical herbs and fungi has loads more content." Harry clearly wanted to get away with doing less. "Because these are the ones Snape asks most often," Mo-Yan said. "I checked with the portraits in the potions classroom." That much was true, but after he asked, he'd slipped in 3 more of his own. "All right," Harry sighed in defeat. "And that's not all." Mo-Yan cut him off before he could protest further. "Later, we're going to practice brewing tomorrow's potion. Non-negotiable. Unless you'd rather crash and burn in class." Harry nearly jumped out of his seat when Snape suddenly called on him. The question left him startled, but then he glanced at Mo-Yan, remembered, and answered. "It produces a sleeping draught, sir, commonly known as the draught of living death." "Well then," Snape's voice all but ground between his teeth, "if I asked you for a bezoar, where would you find one?" "In the stomach of a goat. A bezoar is the antidote to many poisons." "I did not ask for its properties, Potter. For your presumption, Gryffindor loses 1 point." "That's not fair," Ron shouted. "Last question," Snape drawled. "What is the difference between monkshade and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one, sir. They're the same plant, also called." Harry suddenly remembered the last deduction of points and faltered. "Or maybe the spelling?" The Gryffindors burst out laughing. "Sit down, Potter," Snape snapped. "For your insolence, another point from Gryffindor. And why aren't any of you writing this down?" You as well, Potter. Or did you think memorizing it once was enough to stop studying altogether? Harry slammed into his seat, scowling, and yanked out a quill and parchment. Afterward, Snape ordered them to work in pairs brewing a boil cure potion. He walked through the dungeon with a face like thunder, picking apart every mistake he could spot. No one escaped his scorn except Draco, Moyen, and Harry. Harry's potion was flawless, not a single fault for Snape to seize on thanks to Moyen forcing him through 3 painstaking practice runs the night before. Snape hovered near Harry the entire time, eyes like knives, but still found no excuse to take points. At last, disaster struck. Cauldron Killer Neville Longbottom managed to melt Seamus Finnegan's cauldron clean through, spilling potion across the floor and scalding his own arms and legs. "Idiot!" Snape roared, sweeping his wand to vanish the spilled potion from the floor. "Did you throw the porcupine quills in before taking the cauldron off the fire?" he snarled. Neville burst into tears, sobbing miserably. After ordering Seamus to escort Neville to the infirmary, Snape fixed his gaze on Harry. "You Potter!" "Professor!" Snape whirled, eyes flashing at the audacity of someone daring to interrupt him. It was Moyen. "What is it?" Snape's expression softened, just a fraction, though he still looked as menacing as ever. "Professor, I don't understand. Why do we add pine needles when brewing this potion?" Moyen asked. If you had read your textbook carefully, Snape stared at him for a long moment before finally answering, his tone still sharp, but not venomous, you would know they are used to temper the reactions of the ingredients. "But if it's to moderate the reaction, wouldn't the leaves of the California pitcher plant work better?" Moyen asked earnestly. "The main active ingredients here are nettle, porcupine quills, and snake fangs. Nettle thrives in the shade, snakes prefer damp and dark places, and porcupines are nocturnal, meaning they all lean toward the cold. Pines, however, are sun-loving and thrive in warmth. If pine needles are used to temper them, wouldn't that risk weakening the potency of the primary ingredients?" In truth, this was nothing more than the yin-yang concept in traditional medicine. Moyen didn't really understand it deeply, but he had read enough wuxia novels to talk about it convincingly. The problem was he couldn't exactly start explaining yin and yang and the 5 elements to these foreigners, so he resorted to a simpler way of putting it. Snape studied him with a long, penetrating look. Moyen met it calmly, wearing a steady smile. At last, Snape gave a small nod. "There's some sense in that. This afternoon you may practice brewing here provided today's potion is flawless." "Yes, Professor." Moyen knew Snape had lost the chance to circle back and dock Harry's points, so he answered cheerfully. Harry glanced at Moyen with gratitude, slipping in a pitiful look as well. Moyen's lips curved slightly in response. For the rest of the lesson, Snape stalked the classroom in even fiercer temper, his scolding sharper and harsher than before. Yet every time he tried to twist the lesson into another excuse to target Harry, Moyen would raise a new question. With Harry managing to brew his potion successfully, Snape never got the chance to deduct points from him again that day. By the end of class, it was obvious to everyone, Snape went out of his way to torment Harry, and Moyen did everything he could to block it. Since Snape had failed to take points from Harry, the others suffered instead. Even Malfoy lost a point, and strangely enough, Snape tolerated Moyen's interruptions every time. When the bell rang, Harry still looked downcast, his mood clearly heavy. "Harry!" Moyen stepped up beside him. "I just don't get it. Why does Snape hate me so much? First lesson in, and he's already docked me 2 points. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more I'd have lost. Maybe Merlin thought you had too many admirers already, so he sent you the opposite for balance?" Moyen teased. "Harry, you're popular enough as it is. I'm jealous myself." Harry laughed. "You're not, and you know I don't even want that sort of thing." Just then Ron came over to Harry and muttered to Moyen, You're all right. I mean, you're not like the other Slytherins." Moyen didn't bother answering. He could see how much it pleased Harry to have Ron back at his side, so he just waved and said, "I'll head off. See you in the library, Harry." Chapter 17. Flying Lessons. At breakfast, more than 100 owls swooped through the doors of the Great Hall, twice as many as usual. Draco received an enormous parcel of sweets. He tipped them onto the Slytherin table with a dramatic flourish, and Crabbe and Goyle's eyes stuck to the pile at once. "Help yourselves," Draco said loftily, but Crabbe and Goyle were already lunging for the stash before he finished. "Hem." Moyen gave a polite little cough. Both boys froze as if they'd been hit with a petrificus totalis, then dropped back into their seats with a thud. Each reached out a dainty finger to pluck a single sweet, stuffed it in their mouth, and chewed furiously, clutching their jaws as if Moyen might leap across the table and steal the candy right out of their mouths. Moyen ignored them. His attention was on the Gryffindor table, where Neville had just received a Rememberall. The little ball was glowing red in his hand before Draco snatched it away. Moyen's eyes flicked to Draco's place at the Slytherin table, which of course was empty, sweets still scattered all over. Crabbe and Goyle seized the opportunity to cram their pockets full before bolting after him. "When did he get over there?" Moyen asked, pointing at Draco pulling faces with the Rememberall. He directed the question to the Bloody Baron, who, since sorting night, had often taken a seat by him much to the relief of the other Slytherins. "Just now," the Baron replied shortly, though there was the faintest flicker of mockery in his hollow gaze. Moyen was left speechless. Something about this day nagged at him though. He had the oddest feeling that Neville receiving the Rememberall wasn't the only thing that had happened. "Am I forgetting something?" he muttered to himself. "You forgot to check the common room notice board," Edmund answered. "This afternoon's flying lesson is for both Slytherin and Gryffindor first years." Of course, Moyen remembered now. Draco boasting at breakfast about his daring escape from a Muggle helicopter on a broom should have been the clue. He glanced at Harry, who stood there both nervous and thrilled, and couldn't help but smile with genuine delight. Lately, Harry had been downcast for days because of the rift between him and Ron. After much pleading, Harry had finally persuaded Moyen to agree to study with Ron in the library, only for Ron to stubbornly refuse. Surely, after today's flying lesson, Harry would be overjoyed again. Truth be told, Moyen was looking forward to flying too. In his past life, whenever he felt low, he would sometimes go skydiving or bungee jumping, but none of that could compare to the feeling of controlling one's own direction in the sky. "Put it back, Malfoy!" Harry shouted furiously. The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the brewing conflict. About half of them instinctively turned to Moyen, but he only stood off to the side, utterly unconcerned, watching with an easy, relaxed air. Malfoy, smirking, mounted his broom with the Rememberall in hand and soared into the air. Sure enough, Harry ignored Hermione's frantic pleas and shot after him. "Why didn't you stop them?" Hermione rounded on Moyen, her voice sharp with anger. "Why should I? Look at how beautifully Harry's flying," Moyen said admiringly. In truth, Harry's posture on the broom wasn't perfect, but he and that battered broomstick seemed as though they were one, his movements flowing with the natural grace of a bird born to the sky. "Why should you stop them?" Hermione trembled with fury. "Harry and Malfoy could both be expelled if they don't break their necks first. Madame Hooch told us to stay right here." "Hermione!" Moyen cut her off. "You're 11 years old now. Stop clinging to every word a teacher says like you're 3. Sometimes breaking the rules just a little feels wonderful." Hermione stared at him, speechless, whether shocked that he had used her name so casually or stunned by his outrageous suggestion. Even she couldn't tell. Though he said that, Moyen actually found her worry rather comforting. It was far better than the shrieking girls or the loud boys cheering wildly. Not one of them seemed concerned for Harry, who had never flown before. They only cared that he had managed to put Malfoy in his place. "Huh, St. Potter's getting expelled," Draco sneered gleefully as Harry trudged away, head down, escorted by Professor McGonagall. Crabbe and Goyle laughed boorishly at his side. Every Gryffindor glared daggers at them. "He won't be, Draco," Moyen said lazily. "Why not?" Draco shot back. Madame Hooch clearly said. "Stay put or be expelled." "Yes," Moyen finished for him, realizing with some annoyance that Draco had repeated Hermione's exact words. Madame Hooch might have said that, but everyone knows it's just a threat. At most, flying without permission means detention or point loss. And didn't you notice how spectacularly Harry caught the Rememberall? Professor McGonagall saw it too. So what? Since Charlie Weasley graduated, Gryffindor hasn't won the Quidditch Cup. If they found themselves a good seeker, everything could change. "Harry's going to be a seeker?" Ron burst out in astonishment, forgetting entirely that he was speaking to Moyen. "This is impossible!" Draco shrieked, furious. "Why impossible?" Moyen countered. "First years can't play Quidditch." "It's not that they can't," Moyen corrected calmly. "It's that no first year has in 100 years. But there were exceptions before. If Professor McGonagall wants the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup badly enough, she'll persuade Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Dumbledore almost always can be persuaded to make an exception." Draco's face went ashen. Moyan, seeing the blow had already landed, relented a little. Actually, there's good news too. What? To Draco, nothing could possibly qualify as good news if it meant his sworn rival had just been made Seeker. If Gryffindor gets an exception, then Slytherin can as well. Moyan smiled. Which means you've now got a chance to play Quidditch yourself. Moyan. Harry crept up beside him, snatched the book from his hands and hissed, "Come with me. I've got something to tell you." With a resigned sigh, Moyan tucked away his notes, borrowed the book properly from Madame Pince, and finally trailed after Harry down to the lake so unhurriedly that Harry was practically hopping in frustration. "All right then," Moyan said, settling onto the grass with a smile. "What's your excuse for skiving off this time?" "I'm not skiving off," Harry glared, green eyes blazing. "This time it's serious." "So, you admit all the other times you really were just skiving?" Harry choked on words, then threatened, "Keep that up and I won't tell you anything." Fine, I'm all ears." Moyan hid his grin behind a hand. Harry shot him one last glare, but the urge to share a secret won out. Draco, still smarting, had gone to provoke Harry again, ending with a challenge to a midnight duel. Predictably, he'd tipped off Filch instead. In their frantic escape, the Gryffindor trio plus Neville had stumbled straight into the path of a three-headed dog. 3 heads this big. Harry swung his arms in a huge circle. "Eyes this big." He shook a fist. Teeth 2 feet long, all yellow. He stretched his hands apart to show the length. And finally, and it reeked. He thought a moment, then added, "Terrifying," though the sparkle in his eyes betrayed how much he actually wanted to see it again. He went on. Hermione had noticed the 3-headed dog was guarding a trapdoor. On his birthday, Hagrid had taken him to fetch something from a vault, and that very day, Gringotts, Vault 713 was found emptied after an attempted robbery. Putting it all together, Harry and Ron concluded, whatever the thieves wanted had been taken out of Gringotts and hidden at Hogwarts. It was about this big, maybe 2 inches long. Hagrid kept it wrapped up tight, so I couldn't really see. Harry gestured excitedly. "Ron and I reckon it's either incredibly valuable, incredibly dangerous, or both. Either way, someone's after it." "And then?" Moyan prompted. "It's no use," Harry slumped, sounding deflated. "We can't figure out what it is. We don't have any more clues." "So what if you did, Harry?" Moyan asked lightly. "Would you really go charging in to steal it for a look?" "Of course not." Harry's eyes went wide. "Then, why waste your thoughts on it? If the professors won't tell us what's hidden there and even set a 3-headed dog to guard it, they must have their reasons. Your real task right now is studying. Instead of guessing what the dog is guarding, you'd be better off revising potions. You lost 5 points this morning, points you didn't have to lose. When you practiced beforehand, your potion was nearly perfect." "What's the point?" Harry muttered, pouting. "No matter how well I do, Snape's never going to give me points. He hates me." "Even so, you shouldn't make it easy for him to scold you," Moyan encouraged. "If nothing else, study just to see the look on Professor Snape's face when he wants to deduct points but can't." "Fine," Harry replied half-heartedly, then added, "Moyan, sometimes you sound just like Hermione." "Hermione's a good girl, Harry," Moyan said, trying to soothe him. "She can be a bit self-absorbed at times, but she works hard to win points for Gryffindor, always puts the house's honor first, and she's constantly trying to help you. It's just that her tone rubs people the wrong way, so it comes off as showing off." "She is showing off, Moyan," Harry argued. "She's bossy, stuck up, and pretends to know everything. You're way better than her, but you don't go parading it around like she does." "That's only because I'm too lazy to answer questions," Moyan said with a shrug. "Harry, when you flew into the sky that day, did you realize Hermione was the only one who worried about you?" "You didn't worry about me?" Harry shot back, missing the point entirely. "Of course I did," Moyan answered, catching the shadow in Harry's eyes. He continued gently, "But I knew that if you really fell, I could catch you. That's why if you want to fly, I'll never hold you back." "How would you catch me on a broom?" Harry asked, once again sidestepping the heart of the matter. "No, with the levitation charm. They'll teach it in about a month. It can lift objects, even people. If you want, I could show you early." "No thanks," Harry sighed miserably. "I've got no time for fun anymore. I'm buried in essays, and now there's Quidditch practice on top of it." Even so, at the mention of Quidditch, though his face stayed scrunched, his eyes lit up with a grin. Moyan laughed and shook his head. Boys Harry's age always loathed studying, even when it was magical spells. "Anyway, try to get along with Hermione," Moyan urged, steering the conversation back. You'll see she's actually a very good friend. All right, Harry muttered. And if you could manage to get along with Professor Snape as well, that would be even better. Harry shuddered. Mo-Yan, don't scare me. Their laughter rang out together by the lake. A pair of blue eyes peered at the two of them from behind crescent-shaped glasses. Keep an eye on him, won't you, Severus? See what his purpose is in getting close to Harry. Chapter 18. The First Halloween. Halloween finally arrived. From early morning, the corridors were filled with the sweet, heavy scent of pumpkins. By afternoon, on the way to the Great Hall, students were buzzing with talk of the upcoming feast. Even Draco had set aside his endless Quidditch chatter, though only for the moment. He was the sole first year in Slytherin to pass the newly added Quidditch trials. Mo-Yan hadn't taken part, earning the spot of reserve seeker. From then on, his conversations had been confined almost exclusively to broom techniques and the golden snitch. Mo-Yan, are you all right? Blaise asked as he fell into step beside him. The two were often paired in class and had grown familiar with each other. You've been miles away all day. Oh, I'm fine. Mo-Yan forced a smile. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. I was up late too, Blaise said brightly. But can you blame me? It's our very first Halloween at Hogwarts. I've heard the decorations are spectacular. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Mo-Yan gave a wry smile. Normally, he would have been excited about this Western Ghost Festival too, but knowing the story as he did, he couldn't share in the other's simple anticipation. For some reason, Harry always seemed cursed when it came to Halloween. Something thrilling and dangerous always happened. Tonight, 3 Gryffindor first years would be facing down a mountain troll, a creature many grown wizards could barely handle. How could Mo-Yan not worry? He kept wavering, should he intervene, or let things unfold as they had in the original tale. According to the story, not only did the 3 escape unharmed, but the incident became the foundation of their deep friendship. Was it right for him to interfere? What troubled him even more was Professor Snape's constant, half-concealed presence nearby, as if shadowing him. Sometimes Mo-Yan could almost feel a pair of blue eyes studying him from afar. Dumbledore's attention was clearly on him now. Why? Perhaps because he had been doing far too much lately, studying the Marauder's map and disillusionment charms, constantly seeking out the castle's ghosts and portraits, sneaking into the restricted section more times than he could count, always returning the books once he finished, magically copying the Marauder's old borrowing records for research, practicing potion making with Harry. The list was endless. There was so much he couldn't possibly cover up. In the end, he had no choice but to put almost everything on hold, keeping only his study sessions with Harry unchanged. When Mo-Yan broke into a run toward the girls' bathroom, he couldn't help but give a bitter laugh at himself. He had hesitated so long over whether to step in, but the moment he saw Harry and Ron sneak away from the Gryffindor line, his mind hadn't even caught up before his body was already moving on its own. A terrified scream rang out in the distance. Mo-Yan pushed himself faster. Hold him off, Harry's voice. Oi, you thickhead, Ron shouted. Hermione, run, quick, run, Harry cried anxiously. Faster. He had to be faster. Mo-Yan forced his strength, but suddenly staggered, a coppery taste rising in his throat as his chest tightened painfully. A dreadful howl split the air. Something heavy was being battered, the blows echoing thud, thud. Expelliarmus. Wingardium Leviosa. Everything seemed to slow, as though the world had slipped into a strange, dragging rhythm. The troll's massive club flew from its hands, floated upward, then slowly swung back down and with a bone-cracking bang, smashed into its own head. The troll swayed drunkenly, stumbling in circles. Harry clung desperately to its neck, his wand jabbing forward by accident. The troll gave its head a shake, as though momentarily roused. Wingardium Leviosa, Mo-Yan shouted again, wrenching the club into the air. With a savage crash, he drove it down onto the troll's skull once more. The beast toppled face first to the floor with a quake that rattled the entire room. Harry scrambled down from its neck, trembling all over but still managing to stay composed. Relief broke through his fear. Mo-Yan, thank goodness you came. But his words died the moment he looked up. Mo-Yan's face was so dark, so terrifying, that Harry suddenly wished he could be standing before an enraged Snape instead. How dare you? How dare you? Mo-Yan roared, seizing Harry by the shoulders. His grip was so tight it hurt, but Harry didn't dare make a sound. Do you have any idea? If I'd come even a little later, you'd be dead. Do you even know that troll was twice your height and 500 times your weight? That one swing of its club could kill an elephant? You knew nothing and you still charged in. Who do you think you are?" When Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the bathroom, drawn by the shouting, they saw a chaotic scene. Hermione kneeling on the floor, sobbing, Ron pale and collapsed against the wall, Mo-Yan gripping Harry furiously, hurling words like knives. The troll sprawled unconscious with a wand sticking out of its nose. Quirrell gave a strangled sob, and dropped onto a toilet seat, clutching his chest. Snape's eyes flicked over the students, cold and calculating, while McGonagall struggled to take in what had happened. "Mr. Evans." "Shut up," Mo-Yan snapped, without even looking back. He shoved Harry against the wall. The impact jolted through Harry's back, sharp and painful. But it was the storm of silver fire in Mo-Yan's eyes that froze him utterly, scaring the very sound from his throat. "You actually dared to jump on its back. You dared to climb on it. What, was dying not fast enough for you? If that troll had so much as smashed its head against the wall, you'd have been a pancake. Do you understand that?" Hermione, Harry stammered, trying to explain why he had no choice but to be there, but Moyen wasn't listening in the slightest. Hermione disappears, and you don't think to find a professor? Or do you imagine your abilities outmatch theirs, so you can take matters into your own hands? If one troll can get in, what's to stop a second? Quirrell's lost his nerve. Dumbledore must have lost his mind. Sending students back to their dorms, couldn't you use yours for once? "Steady, Evans." A pair of large hands gripped his shoulders. Moyen caught the familiar, sharp scent of potions. That was the first time Snape had ever called him Evans. Normally it was all curt you this, you that, or plain orders. His thoughts wandered absurdly, but by the time he reeled them back, Moyen had managed to steady his breathing and gently let go of a thoroughly frightened Harry. "What on earth is going on here?" Professor McGonagall's furious voice cut through the hall, her lips pressed white with anger. "Professor McGonagall, please." Hermione's trembling voice rose from the corner. Moyen closed his eyes. He didn't bother listening to the clumsy lie Hermione began spinning so poor that even a half-wit wouldn't believe it. He focused instead on calming the ragged rush of his own breathing. When he had burst in and seen Harry dangling from the troll's neck, being swung about like a rag doll, his heart had nearly stopped. Knowing was one thing, but seeing it was something else entirely. To witness Harry, not daring to breathe, clinging desperately to the brute's throat while Hermione, the one friend Moyen had most expected to stand firm at his side, could do nothing but gape like an idiot in the corner, and Ron, wand in hand, the only one still capable of fighting, reduced to trembling so badly he couldn't even aim. Ron was even more useless than Moyen had imagined. How had he forgotten? It wasn't Harry who shone in this episode, but Ron. And this red-headed Weasley, what could anyone possibly rely on him for? Taking care of himself was already an achievement. Thank Merlin, Moyen had arrived in time. Suddenly, Harry threw his arms around him. "Don't worry, Moyen. I'm fine. Really, I'm not hurt at all." The boy's clear voice carried a strange, steadying strength. "Idiot. Fool. Stupid Gryffindor. Wait, what?" Mo-Yan pulled Harry into an embrace, shut his eyes, and drew 2 deep breaths. When he opened them again, the silver glow in his gaze had settled back into its usual calm composure. "Mr. Evans, how did you end up here?" Professor McGonagall asked after listening to Hermione's account, and confirming it with Ron. Mo-Yan let go of Harry. Harry, still shaken, cast a wary glance at Snape's stormy expression, then shuffled over to yank his wand from the troll's nose. The sight of it coated in sticky snot made him gag, and he hastily scrubbed it over and over on the troll's trousers. "I saw Harry and Weasley leave the Gryffindor line," Mo-Yan explained, "so I followed." "Then why didn't you fetch a professor, Snape's low voice cut in. "Or did you assume that since Potter had acted recklessly, you could handle a fully grown mountain troll on your own?" The 3 Gryffindors stared at him in disbelief. In all these weeks, Mo-Yan had interrupted Snape countless times, shielded Harry without hesitation, and never once had Snape spoken to him in such a warning, dangerous tone. His indulgence toward Mo-Yan was so baffling it had earned the title of Hogwarts' greatest miracle. The Weasley twins had even started a betting pool on the real reason behind Snape's strange leniency. "It was reckless of me, Professor," Mo-Yan admitted. For a moment, Snape faltered, unprepared for Mo-Yan's first show of deference. After a pause, he finally said, "For your poor judgment, I'll have to dock 5 points from my own house." The 3 Gryffindors nearly keeled over. This is Snape, the same biased Snape. I do not wish to see this happen again. Mo Yan's face paled. Snape had taken points from his own house? Even he found it hard to believe, and yet, it was brutally effective. He couldn't bear the thought of stripping away one of the few sources of pride these students still held. Even if Gryffindor's chances at the House Cup were slim with Harry around, Mo Yan wanted to fight for it, especially when he noticed blood slowly seeping beneath Snape's boots, yet, the man still stood tall, unyielding. Yes, Professor. Snape faltered once more, unsettled by Mo Yan's sudden obedience. He was used to the boy's stubborn arguments, his relentless questions, even the way he came to the dungeons outside of class to discuss his theories and tweaks to potions. Submission was unlike him. Professor McGonagall then deducted 5 points from Hermione, awarded 5 each to Harry and Ron, and gave Mo Yan 10. It balanced out, and she dismissed them all. Mo Yan. Ron's voice broke the silence, hesitant. Mo Yan didn't want to respond, but Harry's pleading eyes made him relent. Ron. He gave a small nod, then patted Harry's shoulder. I'm sorry. My attitude just now was out of line. It's all right. I know you were only worried about me, Harry said. Mo Yan, that levitation charm you mentioned before, was that the spell you just cast? The 3 Gryffindors, too shocked by the chaos, hadn't caught every incantation Mo Yan had shouted. They only remembered hearing the familiar Wingardium Leviosa, and that was what they repeated back to Professor McGonagall. Yes, that's the one, Mo Yan replied. Planned to tell Harry the truth privately, and convince him to study real combat spells. So could you teach us? Mo Yan. Harry looked at him with hopeful eyes. Fine. Chapter 19. The Mad Chair. Wrapped in a thick scarf of silver and green, his favorite thing about Slytherin was that its colors matched both his and Harry's eyes. Mo Yan stood at the top of a tall tower, leaning over the edge, to watch Snape limp off to go bother Harry again. He frowned in puzzlement. He'd already gone to Madame Pomfrey for a salve that healed 3-headed dog bites, and had even sent it along to Professor Snape through Raphael more than 10 days ago. So why wasn't his leg better? Did it not work? Mo Yan suddenly felt as if his goodwill had been trampled on. Thinking about Snape's office, furnished like some ascetic monk's cell, he wondered if perhaps the man actually had a taste for self-punishment. He gave a cold snort and turned back down the stairs. The weekend brought the long-awaited Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Mo Yan arrived early, climbing all the way to the very top of the stands. He cast Farsight on himself and fixed his gaze on the teacher's podium, while Leia perched lazily on his shoulder. In recent days the house elf's pampering had turned her once sleek body into the shape of a plump little cylinder, and Mo Yan had been forced to keep her by his side, making her eat only healthy, low-calorie foods. That included boiled tomatoes, which he hated himself, yet every day he made her swallow a spoonful. Leia's tastes had grown spoiled by now, and each mealtime, she wailed as if enduring torture. Today Quirrell would try to curse Harry's broom. Mo Yan didn't know why the man, while on a mission to bring his master back to life, would waste time on such foolishness, but that didn't stop him from eliminating the threat beforehand. Ever since the troll incident at Halloween, Mo Yan had realized he couldn't simply rely on memories of Harry's victories, or on the hope that help would arrive in time, or that Harry would suddenly rise to impossible heights of heroism. If Mo Yan was here, then he had to do what he could do. Depending on others would only trap him in dangerous passivity. His plan had been simple: set a snare along the path Quirrell would take, and trigger it as he passed. But the stairways around the teacher's stand were too broad. Quirrell could come up from anywhere. So Mo Yan adjusted his strategy. He laced traps under every single seat of the professor's platform, all linked to a trigger he could activate remotely. Now he only had to wait, and once the teachers were seated, he would know exactly where Quirrell was. You could hit the wrong one, Charles pointed out. It's fine, Mo Yan said dismissively. At worst they'll only end up in the hospital wing for 2 days. Madame Pomfrey's skill is unmatched. They could break their necks. Charles had been trying to talk sense into this cold-blooded boy since last night. He'd gone from long-winded speeches to short, pointed arguments, but Mo Yan's resolve never wavered. As long as their spells haven't all been returned to Merlin, they won't, Mo Yan replied. Charles could only sigh and give up. He cherished every member of Hogwarts like his own children. Yes, he too wanted to purge the evil spirit lurking here, but he couldn't bear to harm anyone, not even Quirrell, whom he regarded with the pity of a priest watching over a lost lamb. But when the professors had all taken their seats, Mo Yan suddenly cursed under his breath. Shit. Snape was seated directly in front of Quirrell. The traps beneath their chairs were numbered close together, and now Mo Yan couldn't remember which was which. Was Quirrell's chair rigged with 101 or 110? He should never have been so careless during the installation. He couldn't trigger both, and he couldn't risk a blind guess with only 50% chance of hitting the right one. Charles hadn't been exaggerating. Someone could actually break their neck. "Please, Charles." Mo Yan's voice was tight as he turned to the ghost beside him. The ghost chuckled softly and drifted away. Mo Yan fixed his eyes on the pitch. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. Angelina Johnson scored. Harry dove for the golden snitch, only to be blocked by Marcus Flint. That bastard! He nearly knocked Harry clean off his broom. Professor McGonagall scolded Lee Jordan for his commentary. Harry's broom shuddered violently and began to spiral out of control. "Hurry, Charles!" Mo Yan's fingers hovered over two small, rectangular buttons. The broom bucked harder, tossing Harry up and down. With a grim set to his jaw, Mo Yan prepared to press both. "Mo Yan, it's 110. Mo Yan slammed his forefinger down. In the next instant, chaos erupted on the teacher's stand. Quirrell's seat detonated with a deafening bang. Stammering Death Eater gave a yelp as his chair suddenly launched him skyward with a loud whoosh. At the same time, a thick cloud of black smoke burst from beneath the chair, engulfing several people nearby. But the professors had no time to worry about that because Professor Quirrell had just been hurled 30 feet into the air. His chair twisted slowly upside down, and with a shriek Quirrell tumbled headfirst toward the ground, his ridiculous purple turban still firmly clamped to his head. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Professor McGonagall whipped out her wand and shouted the spell. At the same moment, Snape swept his wand sharply, and every chair in the area floated up into the air. Few professors, who had fallen flat when their seats suddenly vanished, were about to erupt in fury until they glanced upward. Their words died instantly. Beneath each chair was a ring, the same color as the wood, but clearly something that hadn't been there before. The traps, in truth, were nothing more than spring devices Moyen had cobbled together from magic and a bit of Muggle-inspired ingenuity. A single rubber band held each spring in check. Pressing his trigger burned through the band with a tiny spark, releasing the spring to hurl its unfortunate passenger skyward. Moyen had charmed both spring and band to ensure strength and precision. The black smoke was pure theatrics, a contingency to block Quirrell's sightline if Moyen had somehow misremembered the seating. But in his confidence, Moyen hadn't even considered double-checking the seat number. Meanwhile, on the opposite stand, Hermione was whisper-shouting to Ron, "It's Professor Snape." I saw him muttering, watching Harry's broom. "He's the one making it go haywire." The rest had nothing to do with Moyen. He sat back, chest swelling with pride as Harry steadied his broom, then dove in a flawless swoop to snatch the golden snitch, holding it high for the crowd to see. Still, even though he'd taken great care to erase every trace of his involvement, there was no guarantee Dumbledore and Snape wouldn't spot a clue or two. Better to stay cautious. Never underestimate anyone's intelligence, especially not when one is a wizard who all but leads the magical world, and the other a master double agent. Moyen pressed every trigger at once. The floating chairs exploded outward in a thunderous boom, shooting in all directions. Smoke billowed thick over the teacher's stand, sending the professors into chaos. Through the haze, a pair of deep, hollow black eyes fixed on the Slytherin stands. By December the weather had grown bitterly cold, though the library was still warmer than the Slytherin common room. Moyen now spent nearly all his free time there. His work on the Marauders map had stalled. The prototype he'd created only tracked people he personally marked on the parchment. He'd already combed through most of the books his father and his friends had once borrowed, but with little progress. At present he sat with ancient and forgotten spells and enchantments open in his hands, though he hadn't turned a page in half an hour. His mood had been foul for days, and that morning Draco had become his lightning rod again. "I pity you," Draco sneered at Harry during potions. Ever since Slytherin had lost the last match before he even had a chance to play, all the students stuck here over Christmas abandoned by their families. As Harry calmly measured out lionfish spine powder, ignoring Draco, Goyle and Crabbe's snickers, Moyen suddenly slammed a fist straight into Draco's face, knocking him flat. Before Snape could even react, Moyen slung his bag over his shoulder and stormed out without a backward glance, leaving the entire class stunned into silence. Chapter 20. Elder Brother. On Christmas morning, Moyan woke to find a mountain of gift-wrapped parcels piled beside his bed. For a moment, he just stared in surprise. Pulling on his dressing gown, he sat cross-legged on the floor to unwrap them. After all, he was the only one left in the dormitory. It turned out that not only had Edmund, Wendy, Blaze, and the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione sent him gifts, almost every Slytherin first year had as well. Even Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Since the punch and potions, whatever shaky truce he'd had with Draco had slid straight back into Cold War. So when Moyan came to their packages, he kept a very safe distance and prodded them open with a long stick he'd transfigured from a quill. No tricks at all? Draco had given him a very fine enchanted music box, filled with little figures who twirled and sang. When he lifted the lid, they all turned to him and chirped, "Merry Christmas." Goyle's gift was a winking, smiling doll, sweat-inducing. Crabbe's was a toy dog that wouldn't stop bouncing. He'd seen all of these in the Pixies' toy shop in Diagon Alley, expensive pieces, and there was no doubt in his mind Goyle and Crabbe's choices had been Draco's doing. Growing increasingly wary, Moyan checked every gift except Harry's, a pair of silver and green gloves again and again for curses or charms. After repeated tests, he had to admit, Draco had really just given him presents. And then he found the letter tucked into Draco's parcel. The wording was awkward, stiff, and embarrassingly roundabout, but unmistakably, it was an apology. An apology? Draco Malfoy, apologizing? After he'd been the one punched in the face? Moyan bit his lower lip hard, mind turning over the strangeness of it all. The Christmas feast was magnificent. 100 roast turkeys, mountains of roast potatoes, platters of fat sausages, peas swimming in butter, gravy boats brimming with rich sauces and cranberry relish, and of course, the magical crackers. These exploded with a loud bang and a puff of blue smoke when pulled, spilling out curious little surprises. At first, Moyan joined in eagerly, snapping 2 crackers in quick succession. One released a pair of red balloons, the other a handful of white mice. Leia pounced on them with delight, batting them under her paws. For the first time in days, Moyan burst out laughing. Raphael tilted his head, watching him for a beat, then swooped forward to peck open several crackers in a row, tossing their contents to Leia, until Moyan was laughing so hard his sides hurt. And then he saw Harry. Harry was wearing a bright green sweater exactly like the ones the Weasley twins had on. He came running in, jostling and roughhousing with the brothers. Moyan's face went deathly pale. But almost at once, he forced his expression back to normal, because Harry had spotted him and came dashing over, shouting with excitement. "Moyan, thanks for the broomstick repair kit, it's brilliant." "As long as you like it." Moyan realized his voice had dropped lower than usual and quickly adjusted it. "By the way, where did you get that sweater? The knitting is excellent." That gave Harry the perfect chance to start introducing the Weasley family. Moyan listened quietly, nodding and smiling at the right moments. Harry, delighted to see his usually gloomy brother finally looking normal again, grew even more animated as he talked, speaking with warmth and detail, unaware of the faint discomfort tugging at the edges of his heart. In truth, Moyan hadn't taken in a word. He only needed Harry to keep talking, to cover the roar of jealousy and rage boiling inside him. "Damn it, I'm his family, not them. Those shameless Weasleys, how dare they try to steal Harry from me? The Weasleys' 7th son?" Just imagining Harry being called that in the future made his fury nearly uncontrollable. His nails dug deep into his palms, carving bloody crescents that seeped into his skin. Warm trickles ran across his hands, which he quietly wiped onto the folds of his black robes. Harry laughing with Fred as they set off firecrackers. Harry and George chasing each other with a squealing white mouse. Harry doubled over at Percy cracking a tooth on a galleon. Harry and Ron arranging a wizard chess match for later. Harry swapping hats with Dumbledore. Harry's wide-eyed shock at McGonagall being kissed on the cheek by Hagrid. And there sat the lone Slytherin on the opposite side of the hall, cutting his steak with impeccable grace. From time to time, he smiled toward Harry, so lively amidst his friends, or chuckled politely at one of Flitwick's jokes. The roaring Gryffindor merriment seemed not to touch him at all. Even as scarlet fireworks whizzed past his face, he didn't so much as blink. Watching the quiet, refined, outwardly gentle yet inwardly proud boy smiling pleasantly as he ate his steak, though his hands trembled ever so slightly, Dumbledore sighed in secret, then tipped a ridiculous tall green polka-dotted hat onto his head. After so much observation, he knew well enough, Mo Yan never ate steak. The one time he had, by mistake, he'd nearly retched right there at the table, covering his mouth as he discreetly spat it out. In the end, Mo Yan turned down Harry's invitation to join the snowball fight, saying he wasn't fond of the cold. Instead, he returned alone to the Slytherin common room. And then he found he didn't even have the strength to make it to his dormitory. He collapsed to his knees, retching violently. His hand gripping the sofa throbbed with piercing pain, and when he finally looked, both his palms were raw and bloodied. Back in the great hall, he had nearly lost control, nearly screamed at Harry, "I am your brother. I am your brother. We are family. Why are you with them?" If not for the sharp awareness that told him Dumbledore and Snape's eyes were fixed on him, that thin thread of reason he was clinging to, he would have cried out, "Jeej, Jeej." The words slipped from Moyen's lips in Chinese, soft and broken, as tears streamed down his face. In his last life, he'd been abandoned at an orphanage while still an infant. Back then, he didn't have memories like he did in this life. He didn't know whether he had family somewhere, or if anyone might come for him. The orphanage itself was in poor condition, surviving only on pitiful scraps of donations. The director, Mama, loved them, but the weight of raising more than 20 parentless children had worn her thin. She was strict, stern, always exhausted. Moyen, as a child, had resented her for it, resented how harsh she seemed. All the children, though, adored Brother Iwan. He was an orphan too, the only one who still returned after leaving. Though juggling work and graduate studies left him with little money to give, he would bring his old textbooks to teach the children, and he would take them hiking or swimming whenever he could. To them, he was a real elder brother, indulgent, caring, always scheming ways to drag them out of their boredom within the orphanage walls. The director scolded him constantly for spoiling the pack of wild little terrors, but she always relented in the end. Later, Iwan went on to graduate school. By then Moyen had been accepted into his sect and given his name, Moyen, courtesy name Kingyuan. When he returned to the orphanage, it had already been converted into a mountain resort. The sect was small, just his master, mistress, and 4 disciples. From childhood, Moyen was raised by his eldest senior brother, Malin. They'd shared a bed as boys. All his martial skills were taught by him. Malin was a gentle soul, with a tenderness rare in men. Perhaps that was why he was the only one who could rein in Moyen's monkey-like mischief. When Moyen made mistakes, Malin never punished him. Instead, he would kneel for hours before the ancestral tablets in Moyen's place. When Moyen's training went wrong, Malin would spend sleepless nights holding him, pouring his own inner energy into Moyen to unblock his channels. When Moyen grew greedy, Malin would cook his favorite dishes himself. When inexplicable sadness struck, Malin would sit silently by his side, listening as Moyen turned petty grievances into shaking tragedies. The second brother was careless and scatterbrained. He forgot things constantly, more than once locking Moyen in by accident, causing him to miss school so often he gained a reputation for truancy. He loved football too, roaring at the national team's failures before downing mugs of beer, though one was enough to topple him. He'd get drunk off a single bottle, collapse, then wake the next day, head pounding, only to repeat the cycle with the same fiery enthusiasm. The third brother was only 4 years older than Moyen, 11 when Moyen joined the sect, yet already had the air of an old man. Silent, unsmiling, always fiddling with an abacus. At first it was schoolwork, later he naturally ended up managing the sect's accounts. From then on, every time second brother wanted to buy alcohol, he had to endure at least half an hour of nagging, and mistress couldn't go grocery shopping without providing receipts. Moyen, meanwhile, suddenly found himself with 50 cents in pocket money each day. First he thought third brother was pocketing funds to buy himself snacks and roping Moyen in as an accomplice, but eventually realized he alone received this perk, while third brother quietly chewed on cold steamed buns for lunch. Their master held no authority at all. He loved cartoons and soap operas, weeping buckets over their contrived plots. Impatient with lessons, he always shoved the teaching onto Malin, preferring to curl up in his room with the tea or a nap. He delighted in his wife's cooking and in teasing Moyen to the point of tears. Whenever he pushed too far, the sect united against him. Malin's silent reproach, second brother's accusing glares, third brother's threats to withhold the tea, and mistress dragging him by the ear to force an apology. Mistress herself was plump, looking like any ordinary middle-aged woman one might see on the street, but she always carried a gentle, cheerful smile. Except for the times when she bellowed at master like a lioness, she was endlessly kind. Her cooking outshone any restaurant, and it was her meals that spoiled Moyen's appetite for life. Later, Mo Yan's master's wife sold an antique vase and heirloom passed down through their sect to pay for his tuition at the capital university. There, Mo Yan met an upperclassman who eventually led him into an underground organization. His exceptional martial arts skills and his barely concealed ambition quickly earned him recognition from the higher-ups, and within 2 years he had risen to become the organization's number 3, firmly embedded in its core. It was then that he discovered how much darkness and filth lurked beneath the polished surface of the world, how much blood and cruelty were hidden behind its veneer of peace. At the time, he firmly believed he was carrying out heaven's will, upholding justice, eliminating evil for the sake of the people. Until the day, an innocent girl was caught in the crossfire of one of his battles and lost her sight. Racked with guilt, he began visiting her every day at the hospital, reading her favorite novel to her again and again at her request. He lingered there too often, and the girl's identity was not as ordinary as he thought. Eventually, the government took notice, uncovered his true identity, none other than the infamous gun god of the underworld, Night Sting. Fearing his deadly marksmanship, they called upon a reclusive master. And so, the senior brother, who loved him most, raised his weapon, sorrow filling his eyes, and fired. He said, "Farewell, Night Sting." Mo Yan never hated his senior brother for killing him, but what tore his heart apart was that in that final moment, his brother had not called him by his name. "I am Mo Yan, Mo Yan." Chapter 21. The Birth of Xiao Long. "Mo Yan, do you know Nicholas Flamel?" Harry suddenly asked one day at the start of the new term, his head buried in library books. Mo Yan's heart leapt, and even his tone carried delight. "Of course I do." "Really?" The trio stared at him in shock, mouths hanging open. "Don't you remember? On Dumbledore's chocolate frog card it says, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as one of the greatest wizards of modern times, known for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his contributions to magical research in partnership with Nicholas Flamel." Looking at their gaping expressions, Mo Yan smirked with pride as if to say, "If you'd asked me earlier, you wouldn't have wasted so much time searching." His mood was so good he even tossed in an extra tidbit. Nicholas Flamel also happens to be the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The 3 Gryffindors exchanged a glance. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical substance of immense power. It can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can also brew the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel celebrated his 665th birthday just last year. His wife is already 658. A small, delighted smile tugged at Mo Yan's lips. "No wonder," Harry began, but Hermione's warning look cut him off. None of them noticed that the book in Mo Yan's hands had suddenly crumpled beneath his grip. He forced his voice not to shake. "Harry, why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing," Hermione jumped in quickly. "Hagrid mentioned it the other day, and we got curious, that's all." "Hagrid? Gamekeeper?" Mo Yan's gaze locked onto Harry. "Why would he bring up Nicholas Flamel?" "Oh, that." Hermione strove for casualness. "Flamel is Professor Dumbledore's friend. We were talking about Dumbledore, and Hagrid just mentioned him." But Mo Yan's eyes stayed fixed on Harry, who buried his face in the book as if it could swallow him whole, his messy black hair almost plastered against the page. Mo Yan's expression chilled. "Harry, don't hold the book so close to your face. Do you really want to ruin your eyesight again?" Harry's head snapped up at once. He let out a sigh of relief, flashing Mo Yan a placating smile. But Mo Yan had already turned his gaze back to the textbook. At the end of their time together, Mo Yan still couldn't stop himself from asking Harry, "Is there really nothing you want to tell me?" He didn't even realize that his tone carried a trace of pleading. "Huh?" Harry had long forgotten the earlier conversation. His mind was still tangled up in Mo Yan's lecture on the key details for tomorrow's potions class. "Oh, there is. There's so much stuff, I'll never memorize it all. Do I really have to? What if I just write it all down on parchment and keep it by me during class? Then I can just look whenever I need to." The Slytherins couldn't help but notice Mo Yan had been in a foul mood. His spirits had been low since the end of last term, and though everyone thought the long holiday might restore him, if anything, the gloom had only deepened. Mo Yan was never especially close with the other Slytherins, but the truth was everyone considered him and Draco the natural leaders of their year. Draco's family background and connections spoke for themselves, and his own performance was improving steadily. But when it came to strength, the kind that made others yield without protest, it was Moyen they all acknowledged. Barely 2 weeks into the school year, when every new student was still despairing over the trick staircases and temperamental doors, Moyen had produced a hand-drawn guide to navigating Hogwarts. It detailed the shifting staircases, the quirks of doors, and the locations and layouts of classrooms. Not just first years, even older students found it useful. Of course, once Gryffindors somehow got their hands on copies, and soon the whole school had them, Slytherins were sour about it. Why should something we slaved over get stolen and shared around like free candy? But once it became clear the guide had originated from Moyen, no one dared complain. In truth, it was Slytherin who'd had the advantage. Moyen had made the guide in the first place to help Harry find his way around. Knowing Harry's temperament, Moyen suspected he would inevitably share it with Ron and the others. If Slytherins discovered it only after Gryffindors had it, things could get messy. So Moyen had simply made extra copies, and distributed them openly to his housemates. In regular classes, everyone knew that Moyen always learned fastest and best. Though he disliked being disturbed, he would patiently answer anyone who asked for help. In truth, Moyen was far more popular than even he realized. But lately a low-pressure cloud seemed to hang over him constantly. If someone dared to ask a question, he would answer in a dry, clipped tone. Page 389 of A History of Magic. Pages 78 to 82 of Dark Forces, a Self-Defense Guide. Gone were the expressions of reluctant tolerance that once softened interruptions. Now he kept his head buried in his book, giving off a clear strangers, stay away, friends, keep your distance vibe. What had happened to Moyen? First-year students didn't dare ask. Once, Blease was pushed forward by the others, and when he asked his question, Moyen gave a faint smile. "What can I do? I'm fine," he said. Still, as Blease stared into those silver eyes, a chill ran through him. For a moment, it felt as if he were staring into the gaze of blood. Barrow himself. He scrambled away, practically crawling. Not even Draco, who spent 2 hours in the common room bad-mouthing Harry, could lift Moyen's spirits. Even Edmund noticed. Moyen. He tried to place a hand on Moyen's shoulder to get his attention, but Moyen's shoulder dipped, avoiding the touch. "Edmund, can I be alone for a while?" "All right," Edmund said after a pause, standing beside him for a few moments before walking away. Outside the house, however, Moyen behaved normally. During potions, he deliberately delayed Snape, keeping him from harassing Harry. In the library, he still spent the whole day reading, taking turns with Hermione to give Harry and Ron extra lessons, and on Thursday afternoons, helping Harry get ahead in potions. Everything seemed the same as before, but Harry could still sense something had changed. "Moyen, did I do something recently to upset you?" His large green eyes were full of urgency. The silver eyes looked into the green, lingering for a long time. "No, Harry, nothing. If you think hiding the truth and distrust don't matter, even if I told you, what difference would it make?" Now Moyen found Ron somewhat useful, because Ron could talk endlessly, which helped ease the tension for Moyen, who was one careless word away from losing his temper. Ron always eagerly analyzed everything in front of him, layering his observations with what he thought were brilliant insights. "Snape is going to be the referee for the Gryffindor. Hufflepuff match, they're doomed. Neville should stand up to the arrogant Malfoy, they have no reason to submit." Less than 5 minutes in, Harry catches the golden snitch, and you should see Snape's face. Hermione keeps shooting him glances here. Moyen listened quietly, saying nothing. That Wednesday afternoon, the weather was fine, and Moyen, having finally found a lead in his research on the Marauders' map, spent more and more time buried in the library. The book in his hands now was The Power of Names. Moyen remembered how Voldemort had once cursed his own name so that any Death Eater would instantly know the location of whoever dared to speak it, and could apparate there at once. Barty Crouch Jr. had used Polyjuice Potion. Peter Pettigrew had hidden in animagus form, yet the Marauders' map still revealed their true names. Clearly, a wizard's name carried innate magic. It wasn't just a label, it had a real, binding connection to its owner. Wizards often overlooked this truth, or perhaps it was simply that very few, if any, spells could obscure that link. But what troubled Moyen was this: which name truly held magical weight? The one bestowed at birth by his parents, or the one he himself chose to acknowledge? For most wizards, the question never arose. But Moyen was different. The name he recognized, and had always used, was Moyen. Yet the name given to him at birth was Hugh Potter. So on the Marauder's map now in the twins' possession, which name would appear? The only other person with a similar case was Voldemort, but Voldemort had never been spied on by the map, so there was no precedent to consult. Unless he had a copy of the Marauder's map himself. Moyen tapped his fingers slowly against the table, weighing when he might slip into the restricted section one evening to take a look. Moyen! Moyen! Harry burst into the library, shouting at the top of his lungs. Madame Pince stormed in after him, brandishing her feather duster and screeching, "No shouting in the library! No running!" Before her duster could swat him, Harry had already grabbed Moyen's arm and dragged him out. Behind them her shrill shriek echoed, "You dreadful boy! You are never allowed back in this library, never!" Moyen clutched the power of names in one hand, while Harry yanked him along with the other. They tore through the corridors at breakneck speed, until Moyen finally shouted over the pounding of his feet, "Harry, what's going on? I haven't even packed my bag yet." "Come on, Moyen," Harry cried. "We'll miss it if we're late." They skidded to a stop outside the wooden hut at the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry pounded on the door, eyes alight with excitement. "Moyen, how many wizards in their whole lives ever get to see a real dragon hatch out of an egg?" Moyen leaned against the wall, panting hard, and rolled his eyes inwardly. "A dragon? More like a giant lizard. Compared to the celestial dragons of China, this ugly thing can't even make it onto the stage." Since entering the wizarding world, Moyen had instinctively concealed his martial arts and forced himself to live and think as a wizard. In Wuxia tales, martial experts who had relied on internal energy all their lives sometimes collapsed when dosed with a dispersing poison. Their bodies, accustomed to surging Kai, became weaker than ordinary men once deprived of it. Moyen was the same. Even a short sprint left him breathless, though in truth his body was stronger than anyone's. Luckily, Hogwarts had no physical education lessons, otherwise he'd be dead last every time. Hagrid poked his head out, glancing around. His eyes paused for a beat on Moyen, but since Hermione and Ron had likely already mentioned him, he didn't seem surprised. "Quick, get in. Hermione and Ron came 5 minutes ago. It's about to happen." The egg lay on the table, a deep crack running down its shell. Something inside was stirring, making strange, muffled tapping sounds. They all dragged chairs to the table, sitting tensely as they watched. Hagrid kept wringing his hands in anxiety, and even Moyen felt a flicker of curiosity. Suddenly, a series of faint, chaotic noises came from the egg, and the shell cracked open. With a plop, the baby dragon fell onto the table. It looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Its tiny wings seemed oversized compared to its skinny body. Its nostrils were wide, a pair of knobby little horns jutted from its forehead, and its bulging eyes glowed orange. "This ugly?" Moyen was stunned. Then his ears twitched slightly. He caught a soft sound coming from the window. Chapter 22. The Noble Incident. "Who's there?" Hagrid shouted, his face going pale, a rare sight indeed. But before Hagrid could leap to the window, Moyen had already dashed outside. A figure with platinum blonde hair was sprinting away. "Draco!" Moyen yelled. Figure froze. Moyen pushed off and ran toward him. "Harry, did Moyen tell Malfoy about this?" Ron asked suspiciously. Harry saw Hagrid's doubtful look and immediately jumped up. "Of course not. I hadn't even had a chance to tell Moyen before we came in." "Moyen didn't even know. How could he have told Draco?" "Maybe he saw you dragging Moyen along and followed you," Ron continued, speculating. "You were way too obvious. Why don't you just admit he came with you and Hermione?" Harry snapped. "Weren't you the ones rushing over?" Ron's face flushed as he shouted, "We..." "Quiet!" Hermione screamed, cutting off the boys' escalating argument. Then she said, "Don't you remember? At lunch when we were talking, Malfoy was standing not far away listening. I bet that's when he found out." The boys huffed and fell silent. "What are they saying?" Hagrid asked, peering out the window. Harry and the others crowded to the doorway and saw Moyen standing with his arms crossed, staring icily at Draco. Draco glared back, just as stubborn. Harry had never seen that expression on Moyen's face before. It sent a shiver down his spine. At length, Moyen gave a nod. Both boys drew their wands. Harry thought they were about to duel and leapt forward, wand in hand, only to be yanked back hard by Ron and Hermione. But instead of casting curses, the tips of their wands touched, and a streak of red light shot out, sinking into them both. "What are they doing?" Harry asked once he'd calmed down. "They're casting a spell," Hermione whispered. "An oath, binding charm. If either of them breaks it, the punishment is supposed to be terrible." I read about it once. A moment later, Moyen and Draco walked together toward Hagrid's hut. Draco won't tell anyone about Hagrid's dragon, Moyen said, but in return, he wants to help look after it. That's, Ron began, but Hermione cut across him loudly. Fine. Hermione, are you mad? Ron stared at her, scandalized. This is the sensible choice. Hermione tossed her head, brown curls flying into Ron's face. Would you rather see Hagrid sent to Azkaban? As long as Draco helps us take care of the dragon, he won't have reason to betray us. Moyen let out a snort of laughter. Everyone turned to look at him. Ahem. He tried to smother his grin. Hermione, didn't you notice Draco's name? In light of what you just said, it's rather funny. Draco looking after little Draco. Draco means dragon in Latin. The room burst into laughter. Draco and Ron still looked sour, but the others ignored it. Once everyone was inside, Hagrid hurriedly shut the door and went back to the table. The little creature, ignored too long, had scorched Hagrid's table full of blackened pits. The rest of the time passed in surprising good spirits. Perhaps because of his name, Draco knew a fair bit about dragons, and was soon deep in animated discussion with Hagrid, whose practical experience matched Draco's knowledge well. Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened with fascination. Moyen, however, sat in quiet frustration. He despised the ugly beast more than anyone, yet it seemed most drawn to him. Hagrid had named it Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback, and it kept wriggling toward Moyen no matter where he moved. He spent the whole time fending it off, wary of having his robes set alight. Hagrid's beard had already fallen victim to the dragon's enthusiasm. How is it now? As Moyen spoke, he set a cup of mandrake juice on the table. Draco quickly plunged his fingers into it, already swollen twice their size in just a few minutes. His face relaxed with relief at last. Much better. You really should go to Madame Pomfrey. She could fix this in under a minute. And then she figured out it was actually a bite from a Norwegian ridgeback. Father told me that Madame Pomfrey's skill in healing is just as sharp as her eyes. There's no way we could have hidden it from her. And her medical ethics are just as good. She wouldn't go around talking about her patients, Edmund added as he stepped forward. He glanced at Draco's mangled hand, astonished. Draco, what bit you? Some creature from the Forbidden Forest, Draco replied. Edmund, what brings you here? I heard you were joining Quidditch practice today, so I came to check on you, Edmund said. We have a match against Ravenclaw next week. Do you want to play? Draco leapt up with excitement, nearly knocking over a jar of mandrake juice. Flustered, he steadied it and asked with a bright smile, I can? Marcus. Marcus forgot his responsibilities in the Gryffindor match, and so did Delancey. They're both reflecting on it now, Edmund said with a smile. Marcus told me you fly really well. It wasn't wise to place you in the reserves just because of your age. If your hand heals in time, we can test you this Saturday to see who makes the official team. Do you want to join? Of course, Draco shouted. After Edmund left, Draco stared at Moyen without blinking. Moyen could only say, congratulations. Draco's smile grew even brighter. Moyen didn't quite understand him. He found their current dynamic extremely strange. They swung constantly between cold wars and cooperation. Draco's nerves were like a cockroach. Every setback was forgotten almost immediately, and he would bounce back with energy that was impossible not to admire. And though they were technically at odds, Draco always maintained a facade of peace and unity in front of others, which subtly eased the cold atmosphere between them. How's Noble doing? Moyen shifted the topic awkwardly. Ever since the first destructive little dragon showed its dependence on him, he had avoided looking at that ugly creature. He's doubled in size again, Draco said, looking a little troubled. Hagrid won't let him be released. He's afraid he'll die outside. Harry suggested sending him to Charlie Weasley in Romania, where he studies dragons, and Hagrid agreed. That's great, Moyen said, puzzled. Why are you worried? Draco let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. After a while, he said gloomily, I can't bear to let him go. Moyen shivered. I've wanted to raise a dragon for a long time, but Father never agreed, and I can't just buy a dragon egg and bring it home like Hagrid does. Now finally, I have the chance, and in less than a month, I have to send him away. You could wait until graduation to study dragons properly, Moyen suggested. Impossible. Draco immediately glared at him. What kind of Malfoy would do that? Moyen rolled his eyes, silently scolding himself for overstepping. On Saturday afternoon, Draco dragged Moyen out of the Slytherin common room, and the 3 Gryffindors were waiting for them in the entrance hall. "Harry, I told you I don't like Norbert. I don't want to see him," Moyen said wearily. "But Norbert likes you," Harry replied. "Tonight we have to send him away. Hagrid wants you to see him one last time so he won't be too sad when he leaves." "I only saw him when he hatched. He's probably forgotten me by now," Moyen tried to convince Harry not to bother. Norwegian Ridgebacks aren't exactly known for their intelligence. "If he really has forgotten, you can leave early," Hermione reassured him. "We just need to get you there." Moyen had misjudged. Norbert remembered him. As soon as Norbert saw Moyen, he leapt forward excitedly, snorting happy flames from his nostrils, mouth wide with sharp fangs, tail whipping around, breaking 3 chair legs, smashing 1 table leg, and letting out a pitiful squeal. Petrificus totalis. Moyen cast the spell when they were only 3 steps apart. Thud. Norbert collapsed on the floor. Hagrid roared in anger, and Hermione quickly released the spell. "Oh, Norbert. Norbert, come to Mum," Hagrid said, eyes full of tears. Norbert puffed a little flame at him, then hopped over to the frowning Moyen, nudging his legs with his head repeatedly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Moyen could no longer throw the dragon away, so he added a protective armor charm around himself. That night, sending Norbert off was full of excitement and danger. Harry took out his invisibility cloak and explained its history. Moyen also revealed Salazar Slytherin's own cloak, which a ghost had helped him find in a hidden room. Everyone envied his luck. Aware of how well Moyen got along with the castle's ghosts, even bloody Baron Barrow sat next to him daily. On the way, they encountered Madame Norris, whom Moyen suspected had been attracted by the mouse Hagrid had put in a box. He tossed her a dried fish, something he always carried during night outings, because the invisibility cloak couldn't fool her keen nose. On the way back from the tower, they ran into Filch, but this time, thanks to Moyen's reminder, they remembered the cloak and slipped by safely. Finally, while hastily avoiding another patrolling Madame Norris, Harry and the others, cloaked in invisibility, bumped into Professor Snape. Harry fumed. Why doesn't he use Lumos flicker while patrolling? Everyone was caught. Moyen and Draco could have avoided it, but Snape twitched his big nose and instantly detected them. He'd caught the scent of Draco's hair gel. By the time a still pajama-clad Professor McGonagall arrived, the 3 Gryffindors were already pale and wobbling under Snape's scathing words. Moyen had mustered the courage to speak once, but one look from Snape shut him up immediately. His eyes, as always, were deep and vacant, yet now they carried a trace of disappointment, along with some indistinct, restless emotion. Moyen lowered his head, feeling as if every word Draco spoke in scolding Harry and the others struck his heart like a hammer. An angry Professor McGonagall still docked 50 points from each student. Gryffindor instantly lost a total of 150 points, while Slytherin lost 100. Moyen didn't dare meet Professor Snape's gaze. "Tomorrow we'll officially be the Academy's enemies. What do we do?" Draco asked nervously on the way back to the Slytherin common room. "What else can we do?" Moyen shrugged. "We have to own up to what we did." Early the next morning, Edmund woke to find 2 first-year students standing side by side outside his door, heads bowed, looking exhausted. "When did you get here? Why didn't you knock?" Edmund asked, quickly moving to let them in, but they refused. "Edmund, we need to tell you something," Moyen said. "What is it?" "Yesterday we got caught sneaking around at night." "By who?" "Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. And Gryffindors Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley," Draco suddenly added. "All right then," Edmund said, arms crossed as he leaned against the doorframe. "Tell me, how many points did each of you lose?" 50, Moyen murmured, ashamed. 50? Did the 3 Gryffindors also lose that much? Edmund pressed. "Yes." "So Gryffindor lost a total of 150 points. A short-haired brown boy peeked his head out and laughed. "After the last Quidditch match we were trailing them by over 30 points. Now we're ahead. Still behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, though," Wendy said, walking over. "I saw the scoring funnels in the Great Hall. Slytherin is second to last. Is this because of you two?" Blushing, Moyen explained everything again. Several students from nearby dorms came out upon hearing the news. Being surrounded by a group of people at least a foot taller than you was not exactly comfortable. "Moyen, that's one thing, but Draco, lately you've been seen walking with those Gryffindors. I even saw you go to the groundskeeper's hut. What's that about?" a sharp-voiced, pale, yellow-haired boy asked. He was Greeter Mark March, a 6th year. Sorry, can't say. Draco shook his head, his face pale to the point of looking about to faint. Silence fell over the group. Edmund paused for a moment before saying, "Here's the deal. Because of your reckless behavior, Slytherin House has suffered shame. As punishment, you must earn 100 points within 7 days, and within a month, ensure that Slytherin occupies first place in the house standings. If you succeed, this incident and your dealings with Gryffindor will be overlooked. Understand?" 7 days? Draco's lips had lost all color. "No problem," Moyen said, standing tall and looking Edmund squarely in the eye. He had planned to take on the challenge anyway. Edmund nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and went off to the Great Hall for lunch. One by one, the others patted them on the shoulders too, and the brown-haired boy shouted, "Good luck, Moyen, Draco." 100 points in 7 days? Moyen Draco stared at him in fear. "One class is worth 10 points. It's actually not that hard," Moyen said with a smile. "You just need to know which direction to focus your efforts. Hermione does it all the time." Chapter 23. The Aftermath of the Nighttime Detention. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had just finished giving the instructions when Moyen and Draco simultaneously transformed their wands into cups. Draco created a tall, transparent crystal goblet, while Moyen made an oval, shallow, flat-handled celadon cup. Professor McGonagall came over to inspect. 10 points to Slytherin. In Potions class, Moyen and Draco submitted their potions both a perfect bright green. 20 points to Slytherin. From Snape's look, Moyen could tell he was already aware of Edmund's punishment. In Charms, Moyen and Draco almost simultaneously arranged the sesame seeds on their desks into a W. 5 points each, Professor Flitwick said happily. In Herbology, Professor Sprout asked, "Who can tell me the name of this plant?" Draco raised his hand, startling a group of Hufflepuff students. "Round-leafed mimosa, Professor." 2 points to Slytherin. "And its uses?" Draco raised his hand again. "The petals of the round-leafed mimosa are used in some love potions, and the leaves can make remedies for colds, gastritis, enteritis, and malaria. It's also used in hair loss potions and a few poisons." 5 points to Slytherin. "Mr. Evans, do you have something to contribute?" "I'd like to add something," Moyen said. "The sensitive plant, Mimosa pudica, primarily grows in the tropical regions of South America. It prefers warm, humid conditions, isn't picky about soil, enjoys sunlight, but can tolerate partial shade. Because its leaves are delicate and close instantly when touched, it's called the sensitive plant, or sometimes the touch-me-not. This responsiveness makes it capable of predicting earthquakes. Several hours before a strong quake, its leaves, highly sensitive to external stimuli, suddenly curl and wither. Normally, the leaves open during the day and close at night, so if they close in the daytime and open at night, it's an unusual behavior that can signal an impending earthquake." Slytherin gains 10 points. Moyen had already mastered all the material taught in defense against the dark arts before even starting school, so this posed no difficulty. What was even more remarkable was that Moyen could earn points in history of magic, even from the elderly Professor Binns. "Professor, I have some of my own thoughts on this topic. May I share them?" Moyen raised his hand, interrupting Professor Binns' monotone drone over the history of the Goblin uprisings. What?" Professor Binns took a long moment to respond, mumbling awkwardly, "Oh, very well, go ahead. In 1612, there was the Goblin Rebellion. During this uprising, they used the small taverns of Hogsmeade as their command posts. I wonder, what role did Hogwarts play in this rebellion? Why would the goblins choose Hogsmeade, so close to Hogwarts, as their base? Furthermore, Professor Fosco Wright, the headmaster at the time, mentioned around the 16th century, there was a great wizard named Anris Yadil, who in 1624, since Mungo Bonham established St. Mungo's Hospital, we can't ignore the hospital's critical role during conflicts. Summarizing, the key points can be outlined as follows." Moyen spoke fluently for nearly half an hour, eventually finishing with a tone that was both humble and confident. "Professor, do you think my reasoning is correct?" Professor Binns, equally stunned, stammered, "Ah yes, very correct, very correct. This student has clearly thought through the matter very carefully, you are." It wasn't that he didn't recognize Moyen. This was only the second time all year that Moyen had stepped into a history of magic classroom. Yet Mo Yan still wore an expression of mock hurt and added, "Mo Yan Evans, Professor. Oh, Slytherin gains 30 points. Amazing! In just 3 days, you've earned back all the lost points. If this keeps up, we'll be solidly in first place within a week." "Mo Yan, Draco, you two are incredible," Blaze said, plopping down beside them with a book, admiration shining in his eyes. Draco pointed to his dark, heavy circles and asked, "You really think this counts as incredible?" Blaze quickly shook his head. Draco had never looked so miserable. His clothes were wrinkled, and his blonde hair hung limply, since he hadn't had time for gel. If anyone stared at him for more than 10 seconds these past few days, Draco would angrily assume they were mocking him. "Mo Yan, the points are all back. Why aren't you happy?" Mo Yan rubbed his forehead and said, "I'm worried about Harry. He hasn't been doing well lately." Blaze and Draco exchanged a look and both fell silent. No matter how many points Harry and Hermione earned in class, or how brilliantly Harry had won his 2 Quidditch matches, it wasn't enough to lessen the anger of the other students. The one hit hardest, of course, was Harry, who had always been Gryffindor's pride. Almost overnight, Harry went from being one of the most admired and beloved figures in the school to its most hated. Even Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs attacked him. Wherever he went, people pointed, sneered, and humiliated him without hesitation. Mo Yan, on the other hand, found his reputation in Slytherin soaring after the recent points drive, so much so that he could openly shut down first years who spoke against Harry, and even the older students held back out of respect for him. Among Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's younger students, Mo Yan's cold glare was often enough to silence them. But when it came to the Gryffindor Lions, he was powerless. If he intervened in how Gryffindors treated Harry, it would only make things worse for him there. The best Mo Yan could do was help Harry keep up with his lessons. But since he himself had promised to win back the house points quickly, Harry's classroom achievements no longer stood out as much. As for Mo Yan deliberately letting points slip, that was impossible. Even if it weren't for the Slytherin standing behind him, Snape's piercing look in that moment had stripped him of even the thought of slacking off. What was he supposed to do? He was at a loss. The Slytherins thought his constant exhaustion was from studying ahead, but only Draco knew the truth. None of those lessons were really difficult for Mo Yan. What weighed on him was Harry's situation. "Wood won't let me quit the Quidditch team," Harry said, his eyes brimming with tears. "He said if we can't even win matches, how are we supposed to earn back the points? But the rest of the team won't talk to me. When they have to, they won't call me by my name. They just call me." He bit his lip, choking up. The Great Seeker. Tears began to fall, splattering on the floor. Only in front of Mo Yan did Harry let out the pain and misery he'd been bottling up. Mo Yan pulled him into a hug, feeling his shoulders slowly dampen, and ground his teeth in fury. "Would too?" Harry nodded. "The Weasley twins as well?" Harry nodded again. Mo Yan had actually liked those three when reading about them. Wood, with his unshakable passion for Quidditch, always burning with energy for the game, and the Weasley twins, characters no reader could help but enjoy. To think they were capable of this now. Bloody Gryffindors. Mo Yan. Harry tugged at his robes. "What? I'm a Gryffindor too." Chapter 24. The Forbidden Forest Trip. Mo Yan pinched his nose at the stench of Crabbe and Goyle still gorging themselves, frowned and got up to leave. Draco said in disgust, "You two take your food outside. Don't come back until Madame Pomfrey has removed that smell from you." Crabbe shot him a timid glance, grabbed his armful of food and dragged Goyle along out the door. "How did those two even get sorted into Slytherin?" Blaze scoffed. "Family genes, probably," Wendy laughed. Just a moment ago, Crabbe and Goyle had sat right next to her and nearly suffocated her. "Edmund, what are you looking at?" "Gryffindor." As Mo Yan passed the Slytherin long table, he hid his fingers in his sleeves and flicked several small, colorless spheres into a few Gryffindor plates. Those little spheres had originally been meant as a lesson for the Weasley twins, but now they became a preemptive counter-attack fully justified, in his view. When researching and experimenting with potions, Mo Yan inevitably produced some byproducts, many of which were highly toxic, corrosive, or explosive. During one period of difficulty, on a whim, he had decided to make some prank items as well, many inspired by the Weasley twins' own creations, though of course, from the future. This was true tit for tat. Among the Weasley twins' products, the ones that had impressed him most aside from the fireworks used against Umbridge were the canary creams. But today, he was using something else. The moment Moyen stepped out the door, a commotion erupted behind him. He smirked. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor long table, the Weasley twins, Oliver Wood and Lee Jordan, stared in horror as their tongues shot out rapidly, elongating until they hung down to their chests, a shocking pink spectacle. With the drool spilling from their forced-open mouths, the scene was absurdly comical. Long-tongued Toffee Fred once scattered it on the ground, tricked Dudley into eating it, and his tongue grew outrageously long. Ha-ha! Laughter erupted at the Slytherin table. 4 of them clutched their tongues and dashed toward the infirmary in a panic. As Moyen stepped out the main doors, a flock of owls flew past, and he ducked aside, but one swooped directly at him. "Your punishment begins tonight at 11. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall." "Oh, the Forbidden Forest, a unicorn, and Voldemort." Moyen squinted, rubbing the few remaining pills in his hand, thinking about which special gift he should send to that fool, Quirrell, who had dared lay a hand on Harry. At 11 that night, they all gathered in the entrance hall, where Filch was already waiting with a lantern. "It's a shame they got rid of the old punishments. You all should have been tied up and left hanging for a few days," Filch muttered as he led the way, his sinister tone dripping with malice. "I still have those chains in my office well oiled and ready, just waiting for the right time to use them." "You'll have to live as long as nearly headless Nick before that happens," Filch, Moyen teased. To everyone's surprise, Filch didn't get angry. He just cast a glance at Moyen and said, "I suppose you think such punishments are powerless and you're planning to break the rules even further, right? Let me tell you, Moyen, this punishment isn't as simple as detention. I bet hanging from those chains would seem merciful compared to what you're about to face. At least then, your arms and legs would still be intact." "Oh, how so?" Moyen yawned, feeling a little drowsy. "You're going with that big oaf." Harry and the others realized he meant Hagrid and relaxed slightly. "Don't get cocky, little ones. You're going into the Forbidden Forest." Ron went pale as paper. Draco froze in place. "The Forbidden Forest?" His voice trembled. "We can't go there at night. There are all sorts of strange things in there. Werewolves, I've heard." Filch cackled. "Don't want to go? I don't think that's up to you." At that moment, Hagrid strode out of the shadows. After greeting each other, Filch turned and left, but before he went, he handed a small round object to Moyen. "Take this," he said. "Next time you're about to cause trouble, remember the werewolves. Come on, children." "Ron, Draco, are you two all right?" The boys' faces were ghostly pale. "Hagrid," Ron trembled all over. "Filch said we're going into the Forbidden Forest. He's lying, right? He's always trying to scare students." "No, he isn't," Hagrid said. "Filch is right. You're going into the forest to help me with something. This is your punishment for what you did." "But students shouldn't do this," Draco shrieked. "We should just be writing essays or doing detention. This is too dangerous. If my father knew—" "Unless your father wants you expelled, you have to go." Hagrid roared at the mention of Lucius Malfoy, then calmed himself. After all, he and Draco got along fairly well, and said in a rougher but steadier voice, "It's true this is dangerous, but I won't let anything bad happen. As long as you stay with me and Fang, nothing in the forest will harm you." Draco glared reluctantly, about to protest, then seemed to remember something and lowered his head. Ron couldn't even speak, his teeth chattering so violently that only Harry holding him allowed him to keep moving. Harry leaned over to Moyen and asked curiously, "Moyen, what did Filch give you?" Moyen glanced at it and said, "It's something that can create a magical barrier in dangerous situations. I think Filch carried it just in case." "Wow!" Harry's eyes went wide in surprise. "How can he be so nice to you?" Moyen smiled mysteriously. "Because I gave him a gift at Christmas." In reality, Moyen had taken that failed version of the Marauders map and tweaked it so it would only display at night, covering all the names in the common rooms. Then he gave it to Filch, claiming it was a magical map that showed everyone roaming the castle after dark. On one hand, he found it amusing that this old, practically powerless caretaker could seem so omnipresent around Hogwarts. On the other hand, he hoped that with the map, Filch would stay in his office all night, rather than cross paths with him. Moyen had marked most of the Gryffindors and a few students from other houses. After Hagrid explained that their mission was to find an injured unicorn, the group split into 2 teams, Moyen, Draco, and Yaya on one team. Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and Harry on the other. They headed in different directions. "I have to tell my dad that Hogwarts actually lets us do this," Draco muttered nervously, holding the lantern carefully as every rustle of leaves made him jump. "There's nothing more dangerous than letting that old lunatic run Hogwarts. Stupid caretaker, I thought he had some brains. My dad won't let this slide." Moyan was trying to focus on tracking the unicorn's traces, but Draco's incessant grumbling was grating. If this continued, Moyan feared he might still be wandering here even after Harry encountered Voldemort. When Draco mentioned his father for the 5th time, Moyan finally snapped. "Enough, Draco," Moyan roared. Your dad, always your dad. Don't you have any pride of your own?" Draco froze for a long moment before blankly replying, "I'm good at Quidditch and potions." "That's enough. What's the point of taking someone else's glory as your own pride?" "But Harry's so much better than me at both," Draco suddenly whined, feeling wronged. "And you're always helping him. No matter how hard I try, I can't beat him." "What are you even competing with him for?" Moyan started, then paused mid-sentence, narrowing his eyes at Draco. The glare made Draco shiver. Moyan's mind flashed back to a time in his previous life when Zaoya begged him to read some fan fiction. After reading 2 stories, he realized they were all fiction. A grown man in a hospital full of nurse girls couldn't be seen reading such image-ruining material. He refused, no matter how much Zaoya cried. Later, Zaoya lamented endlessly, "Such a shame. It was so cute, wise Tilda." Each Draco and Harry. Could it be that Draco had been interested in Harry ever since their first encounter? No wonder he always showed unusual attention to Harry and repeatedly provoked him for no apparent gain. He had been trying to get Harry's attention all along. Could it be that his current obsession with surpassing Harry was just a way to approach him in a flawless manner, or even worse, to assert dominance? Absolutely not. Allowed. Moyan flew into a furious rage. He hurled the lantern aside, grabbed Draco by the collar, and slammed him against a tree. Draco's eyes widened in terror as he saw Moyan's normally beautiful, gentle face twist into something almost unrecognizably savage. "What are you trying to do with Harry, hum?" Moyan's voice dropped to an unexpectedly soft, low timbre, chillingly reminiscent of the brooding potions master. Draco trembled. "Don't tell me you've got designs on Harry, Malfoy. I'm warning you, and you'd better remember this clearly. Stay far away from him. Even if your father, Dumbledore, and Voldemort himself were standing behind you, I would still make you regret ever being born. Forever, never ever test whether I mean what I say. Do you understand?" His words were whispered, but paired with his pale, stormy expression, they were utterly terrifying. Draco nodded frantically. Moyan released his collar. "Stay here. I'll go check it out myself. If you value your life, don't wander off." He retrieved the lantern he had thrown, commanded Fang to stay put, and followed the faint trail of traces through the undergrowth. Behind him, Draco sat frozen for a long moment, only gradually realizing the true weight of Moyan's words. A strange mix of amusement and fear bubbled inside him, and he forced a bizarre expression onto his face before slumping against the tree trunk. Moyan crouched repeatedly to inspect the marks on bark and leaves, ears straining. Soon enough, he heard a low gasp and the stir of movement at a spot he had just passed. A triumphant smile curved his lips as he activated his light-footed technique and followed the trail quickly. A unicorn lay on the ground, already dead. Its silver-tinged blood pooled slowly around it, its pearlescent mane shimmering faintly, and its long, slender legs frozen in an odd, fallen pose. Just looking at it evoked both beauty and sorrow. Moyan crouched in the fork of a tree and slowly knocked an arrow, its tip coated in a dark potion that blended seamlessly with the night. Soon, a masked shadow slinked out of the forest shadows, approaching the unicorn. It bent down and began drinking its blood. Moyan aimed for its head, released the arrow, and it cut through the air without a sound. He quickly drew another, fired again, and without waiting to see the result, slid down from the tree and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 25. Confronting Voldemort. "Teach, Professor?" Moyan's eyes went wide as he saw Professor Snape trapped and immobile in a sticky web. Startled, he rushed over to help untangle the strands wrapped around him. The web had been purchased in Nocturnally, produced by a spider native to the Amazon rainforest. It was largely impervious to most magic. Moyan had combined the spider silk with some stinging nettle ropes to form a net, then enchanted the ropes so that if someone stepped on them, they would spring up automatically, tangling the victim, especially their hands and mouth, preventing them from using magic. Moyan thought wizards were far too fragile. Their dependence on magic made them practically powerless without it. The moment they entered the forbidden forest, Moyen had sensed someone following them. The net got its first chance to prove useful, but he never imagined that this time, the useful target would be Professor Snape himself. Immediately, Moyen realized that in a dangerous situation like this, Dumbledore wouldn't risk Harry's life just to let him uncover Voldemort's plan to seize the Philosopher's Stone. There had to be protective measures beyond Hagrid, the careless half-giant. Clearly, Snape was shadowing their group, while Dumbledore was following Harry. "What the hell is this thing?" Snape growled, scowling at the soft, pale yellow web dangling from his hands as he freed himself. Moyen pretended to be curious, leaning closer. "Seems like a net," he said seriously. Snape glared at him silently, saying nothing. "How strange. Professor, how did it even manage to trap you? But wait, what are you doing here?" Moyen asked, genuinely puzzled. "Don't you have an explanation to give?" Snape's voice carried a chilling edge. "Mr. Evans?" "Explanation? About what?" Moyen feigned innocence, then his expression dropped as understanding hit him. He lowered his head in shame. "Sorry, Professor. I thought I could find the injured unicorn on my own, but after only a short distance, I lost its trail, and the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. I got scared and turned back. I shouldn't have been so arrogant." He stole a quick glance at Snape's increasingly sour expression, and sheepishly added, "All my courage clearly still needs training." "Enough," Snape bellowed. "Mr. Evans, do you take me for a fool to believe such nonsense?" "Professor thinks I'm lying." Moyen's face fell, and then stubbornly, he turned his head away. "If you don't believe me, then there's nothing more to say." Silence. After a long moment, Snape suddenly spun around and strode back, and Moyen hurried to follow, his black robes rolling dramatically as he kept pace. He shrugged subtly, thinking, what's the harm in not believing? They were already keeping watch anyway. It didn't matter if he kept secrets, as long as they didn't know what exactly he was hiding. If they were monitoring and still couldn't figure it out, that was their failing, not his. Harry, of course, had learned that Voldemort was roaming the forest. Ever since returning from the Forbidden Forest, he had been restless, constantly pressing his hand against his scar with a pained expression, sometimes jumping in alarm at the lightest touch. More than once, he nervously crept to the third floor, pressing his ear to the door just to hear the thrum of the three-headed dog snore before he could relax for a moment. Seeing Harry so anxious pained Moyen deeply, but he didn't know how to comfort him. Harry still hadn't mentioned the Sorcerer's Stone, and Moyen had stopped trying to hint at it. Now he couldn't exactly stroll up and say, "Don't worry, this time guarding the stone was easy, Voldemort couldn't touch you anyway." All he could do was help Harry with his schoolwork. Draco, too, had grown quiet since returning from the forest, even managing to blow up 2 cauldrons in potions class. Moyen didn't mind heartbreak, especially when one had to convince oneself of it before even having a proper romance, was bound to leave someone moody for a while. Better this than him trying to hurt Harry. Professor Quirrell still appeared in class, much to Moyen's disappointment. He knew that with Quirrell's skill, those 2 arrows would have hit him no matter what. It must have been Voldemort acting. Still, Moyen could see a faint reddish mark on Quirrell's forehead, and whenever the lingering smell of garlic around him reached Moyen, he could detect a hidden scent of violets. Subtle but there. Moyen smiled smugly. His goal had been achieved, and he didn't need to pursue anything extra. During this time, Moyen and the Weasley twins clashed several times. He once turned their hair Draco blonde. The twins, disgusted with themselves, shaved it off, once made smoke pour from their ears for 2 days. The twins' attempts backfired. Once, it made Goyle suddenly become infatuated with Blaise in public. Only once did Moyen fall victim, spewing tiny lavender cherry blossoms from his mouth every time he spoke. Annoyed, he launched a full-scale spell assault across the Gryffindor long table. At lunch that day, over half of Gryffindor Weasleys included turned into massive, awkward canaries while eating. Others grew ridiculously long tongues. Their hair appeared to catch fire only visually, or sprouted pig snouts or donkey ears. Hermione got rabbit ears. A dozen or so babbled incoherently, unable to express themselves, Harry included. Though it lasted under 3 minutes, it was hilarious. The Weasley twins struck back swiftly. At dinner, Goyle suddenly vomited dozens of toads across the table. The filthy creatures hopped everywhere, bursting with foul juices. Edmund and Wendy quickly cleaned up with their wands, but the entire Slytherin table lost their appetites. As Hogwarts waited to see what would happen next, both sides went quiet. Mo Yan, having been scolded for endangering Harry and his friends, lost the energy to retaliate, and the twins stopped as well. The semester quickly drew to a close. In the sweltering heat, all exams were completed, leaving a full week to await results. After the last history of magic exam, students erupted in cheers, tossing quills and parchment everywhere. During the fully relaxed week, there was one Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. And of course, Harry versus Voldemort. Mo Yan, how did you answer question 13? I just realized I might have missed a key point. Hermione spotted him sitting by the lake from afar and hurried over. Oh, come on, Hermione, Ron groaned. Can you just stop? We finally finished the exams. I don't want to relive that pain in my head. Moyen glanced at Harry, who was still rubbing his forehead, and asked, What's wrong, Harry? Does your head hurt? I wish I knew what it means, Harry yelled in frustration. My forehead keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never this frequently. Before? When? Moyen pressed. Oh, can't remember, Harry mumbled vaguely. Moyen felt irritation rising, but seeing Harry clutch his head drained it away. He sighed, pulled Harry closer, and massaged a few acupoints on his forehead. Feeling any better? Yeah, much better. Harry, drowsy, rested his head on Moyen's lap and closed his eyes. Yet his brow remained furrowed, and beneath his eyelids his eyes darted about, clearly still troubled by something. Ron and Hermione lay down on the grass as well. Ron quickly drifted towards sleep, but Hermione muttered to herself, It must have been 1863 earlier organized it in Hogsmeade. Harry suddenly shouted, leaping to his feet and smacking his forehead hard against Moyen's chin. Sorry, Moyen, Harry exclaimed, clutching his head, then called out to the others. Hermione, Ron, come on. Where are you going? Ron asked groggily, but Harry had already dashed off. Ron had no choice but to haul the still absorbed Hermione to chase after him. Moyen pressed a hand to his mouth, and a streak of fresh red showed between his fingers. Slowly, his expression hardened. You're really going alone, Moyen? Charles paced anxiously around him. Yes. Moyen roughly yanked the invisibility cloak from his trunk and answered in a muffled voice. It's too dangerous, Charles fretted. You should go to a professor. That evil soul is powerful. No, first, you're like you can handle it. It's fine, Moyen said, licking the bloodstain on his lip as he strapped a crossbow to his arm. Harry can handle it. I just need to watch just to see. Are you really going to just watch? Charles asked, heart aching at the blood trickling again from Moyen's lip. Moyen said nothing. He summoned his internal energy, slipped on the invisibility cloak, and walked out of the dormitory. He had thought about ignoring it, letting things play out, but he couldn't. He could not allow Harry to face Voldemort alone. Seeing him in danger, helpless, even once, that was already too much. Silently, Mo Yan leapt down from the trapdoor, landing on the now devil's snare, and followed the door that Harry and the others had opened. During the chess game, he had stood quietly behind a worried and flustered Hermione. He had felt a faint respect for Ron when the boy had sacrificed himself. In the potions challenge, while Harry and Hermione were still examining the room, Mo Yan had discreetly taken 3 drops from the smallest vial, letting them melt on his tongue, and then followed Harry into the final room. He had thought he could hold himself back, knowing Harry hadn't truly been harmed. He didn't want to act, especially when Harry stood before the mirror of Arized, lying, and Mo Yan sensed the purple flames twist slightly as an invisible figure entered. But when Harry cleverly used the protection of his mother's love to seize Quirrell's face, Mo Yan's heart twisted as though it were caught in a blender. He was already in agony, but how much more must Harry have suffered? Harry had already fainted from the pain. Quirrell freed his hand, yet the invisible figure still made no move. Suddenly, Mo Yan understood. That person had clearly noticed him at some point as well. Both of them were simply waiting for the other to make the first move, trying to gain a relative advantage. Quirrell raised his wand toward Harry, and the sharp, chilling voice urged him to kill. Damn it. That person could watch calmly, but how could Mo Yan? He yanked off his invisibility cloak. Raising his left arm, he triggered a mechanism, sending a poisoned wrist dart flying straight into Quirrell's snarling face. A translucent shadow shrieked as it ripped from Quirrell's body, shooting straight for the ceiling. Mo Yan, furious, refused to let it escape so easily. He waved his wand, summoning a silver spear in his hand, leaping into the air. The spear's tip struck the fleeing shadow, slicing through the air with a high, sharp whistle. Mo Yan refused to believe it. Even if the spells, he knew, couldn't completely destroy Voldemort's half-dead soul, a soul was still just a form of energy. If it couldn't be wiped out in one strike, surely it could be scattered and weakened. His spear, though far from the legendary level said to shatter the void, could slice even the invisible air into sharp streams. Even rock, caught in its arc, would shatter. As long as his speed was fast enough, his force strong enough. With a piercing, agonized scream, the shadow now more than twice as visible was driven through the ceiling. Mo Yan collapsed to his knees. His right hand was torn, the capillaries along his entire arm quivering as blood poured. He forced himself to endure, until he saw a silver-haired figure with a bow-tied beard. Only then did he finally allow himself to faint in relief. That old fox. Chapter 26. Breakdown. He opened his eyes, and was immediately blinded by a flicker of golden light. Annoying. Mo Yan muttered, burrowed further under the covers, and pulled the sheet over his head to continue sleeping. A muffled chuckle reached his ears. Someone? In a flash Mo Yan sprang from the bed. Before fully opening his eyes, his hand had already gripped a warm neck. A strong pulse throbbed beneath his fingers, sending a faint sting through his injured hand. Then he saw an old man with a waist-length white beard, smiling warmly at him, seemingly unaware that his neck was under someone else's control. Mo Yan glanced at the gentle blue behind the half-moon glasses, snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and buried himself deeper in the blankets. Then he noticed he was lying in the infirmary. The bed covered in white sheets, and a few books and some candies were arranged on the bedside table. "Oh, those were gifts from your friends," Dumbledore said, noticing Mo Yan's gaze. "Fred and George once wanted to give you a jar of sweets, but Poppy thought there might be some harmful ingredients, so she checked it. Then they tried to give Harry a toilet ring, thinking he'd be interested, but Poppy confiscated that too. After that, the two of them were sent out." Mo Yan covered his head again with the blanket, unwilling to deal with this old fox who had orchestrated Harry's dangerous adventures, and who had even used Harry's life to test him. He knew that if he didn't intervene, Dumbledore would ultimately save Harry, but still, he felt anger, and a touch of jealousy. Why was he the one risking everything to save someone, while this old man could sit back, calm, and wait for others to reveal their weaknesses? "Oh, I used to hide under the covers when I was a child," Dumbledore said, moving a little closer. It seemed like there were so many interesting things waiting to be discovered in the dark. "But it does feel a bit stifling. Do you find it comfortable?" Mo Yan yanked the blanket down suddenly. "Not at all." Hiss. He had intended to sound fierce and imposing, but his bitten tongue mercilessly sabotaged his words. Speaking too forcefully also made the pain in his tongue much worse than before, filling his mouth with the metallic taste of blood. "Oh, your tongue is injured too." Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of seriousness, but Mo Yan couldn't shake the feeling that he was secretly enjoying this. What did he mean, your tongue is injured too? Did he think Mo Yan had nervously bitten it during a fight? How humiliating. Dumbledore called for Madame Pomfrey. She examined Mo Yan's tongue and gasped sharply. "What happened? Is it serious?" Dumbledore asked. "Serious doesn't even begin to cover it. It's almost bitten in two," Madame Pomfrey snapped angrily, though it was unclear at whom her anger was directed. "Luckily, it's only the tip. Any deeper and he could have bled to death by now." She stormed out like a gust of wind and soon returned carrying a cup of thick, dark green liquid. "Drink this, child. Don't swallow it and don't spit it out. Just hold it in your mouth." Seeing Mo Yan grimace as if he might gag, Madame Pomfrey shouted urgently to stop him. Mo Yan's face twisted in pain. Madame Pomfrey's potion was far worse than he had imagined. He felt as though he were holding a mouthful of water that had soaked a rotten shoe. Don't think like that, he's going to vomit." He knew he had to obey Madame Pomfrey if he wanted to be able to speak again soon. Pressing a hand to his mouth, he forced his sensitive taste buds to endure the queasy churning in his stomach. Only then did he notice the bandages still wrapped around his hands. "Albus, it seems this young man won't be able to speak for now. Let him rest first," Madame Pomfrey said. "Don't worry, Pomfrey. I'll only speak with him briefly," Dumbledore replied. "I believe one side's words will be enough for our conversation." "Very well, but remember, don't let him talk," she conceded. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't, Mo Yan thought gloomily. Why hadn't his tongue been healed while he was unconscious? How much easier everything would be now. Instead, fully aware, he felt as though 10,000 ants were crawling over his tongue, itching, burning, and unbearably painful. Although the viscous potion quickly thinned to a light coating on his tongue, the nauseating sensation lingered. He was certain that if he tried to speak, every meal from the past 2 days would come rushing back up. "All right, no talking today. Take another dose tonight, and you'll be fine by tomorrow morning," Madame Pomfrey instructed. "Another dose?" Hearing this, Mo Yan stared at her in horror, wishing desperately that it were only a threat. But just like that, Madame Pomfrey said goodbye and left. Mo Yan collapsed back onto the bed, a deep sense of desolation settling in. "So I suppose you're eager to know about Harry, aren't you?" Dumbledore said, pulling up a chair beside the bed. Mo Yan snorted. Of course he knew Harry was fine now. Did Dumbledore really need to tell him? Indeed, indeed. "I'm sure your clever mind has already guessed that they're all safe," Dumbledore continued. "Harry will, however, need to stay in the infirmary for another 2 days. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley returned safely to the dormitory this morning." Dumbledore paused. Seeing that Mo Yan did not ask further, he added, "I imagine, perhaps there is something you wish to tell me." Mo Yan raised an eyebrow, silently questioning him. "For instance," Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with quiet understanding. "The chair's gone mad during the Quidditch match? And those remarkable skills of yours that can even harm the soul? Or perhaps, those prank products you used against the Weasley twins? The rope set bound Professor Snape? And finally, the arrow you shot at Professor Quirrell? And the potion on that arrow?" Mo Yan touched his arm and found that his crossbow bolts were still there. Only 3 sleeves of bolts, 2 were missing. One had been spent on Voldemort, and the other had naturally been taken by Dumbledore. He curled his lips in annoyance. "You're already doing your own research, and you still ask?" "I think perhaps we should set a time to talk," Dumbledore said, his tone polite but decisive. "How about tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon?" Mo Yan despised this kind of unilateral decision-making. He sneered, shook his head, and refused. "Not convenient tomorrow?" Dumbledore continued. "How about the day after? Though with the banquet coming up and all the packing you'll have to do, time will be short." Mo Yan drew his wand and wrote in the air, "I don't think there's anything to discuss." Dumbledore stared at the words for a long moment before turning to look at him. Very well, he said. "If you're unwilling, then so be it. Perhaps I can wait until the time comes when you do want to speak to me. My door is always open for you, child." Mo Yan rolled his eyes and lay back down, closing his eyes again. The next morning, when Mo Yan returned to the Slytherin common room, the lingering scent of alcohol still hung in the air. Edmund was seated on a sofa, waiting for him. "Everyone stayed up all night celebrating, but you weren't there." "It's much less lively without you," Edmund said. He poured Mo Yan a glass of orange-yellow liquid, releasing a rich aroma. "Try it, Madame Rosmita's butterbeer. I'm guessing you've never had it before." "Thanks, Edmund, but I'll pass." Mo Yan sat down on the sofa beside him. "My tongue is injured. I'm afraid I can't drink alcohol." "Oh, that's unfortunate," Edmund said, raising an eyebrow. Then he asked, "So, the rumors outside, are they true? Did you really do all that?" "What do you mean?" Mo Yan asked, puzzled. Hermione and Ron shouldn't know what he'd done. Has Dumbledore become a gossip too? Edmund recounted the rumors, that out of concern for Harry and the others, Mo Yan had followed them when they entered the 3rd-floor corridor, arriving just in time to intercept the wand used to expel Voldemort as Harry fell. Except for some minor discrepancies in timing, the rest was accurate. It was clear the story had been sanctioned by Dumbledore. The rumors made no mention of Mo Yan's martial skills, only that a fierce battle had taken place. "Basically, that's it," Mo Yan said. "Honestly, Mo Yan, I suspect your body carries a Gryffindor streak," Edmund said. "That was reckless. Even ignoring the difference in strength, just because you're a Slytherin doesn't mean you should involve yourself in this. Many in Slytherin still have parents who were loyal followers of the Dark Lord. You've put yourself at serious risk within your own house. Should I just stand by and watch Harry die?" "Forgive me for being blunt, Mo Yan. You treat Harry Potter as if he were your life and death comrade, but does he see you the same way? In this matter, why do we say you followed him inside, instead of fighting side by side as equals with the great savior?" Mo Yan's expression immediately darkened. Edmund sighed and patted his shoulder. "Be careful around the school these next couple of days. Tomorrow we'll go together to the end-of-term feast." "To be honest, the celebration is a bit premature," Mo Yan said, stepping into the great hall. He took in the green and silver decorations and the house flag with the coiled serpent at the Slytherin table. "Our points are the highest, Mo Yan," Edmund said. "The house cup is definitely ours." Don't forget what Harry has done these past 2 days that's being talked about across the whole school, Mo Yan reminded him. Dumbledore will surely award extra points for that. Edmund's face immediately changed. When Harry entered the hall, Mo Yan knew right away. The hall fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted even louder than before. He knew Harry was looking at him, but he glanced at the ceiling, the floor, and even at Edmund and Beryl Draco, anything but Mo Yan. Once the danger passed, the hidden pain claimed his entire mind. Another year has passed, Dumbledore said, brimming with energy. But before you indulge in these wonderful foods, allow an old man to trouble you with a little lecture. What a delightful year it has been. I hope you've discovered that your minds are a little richer than before, and you have an entire summer to make them both beautiful and empty. Now, as far as I know, the House Cup will be awarded here. The scores are as follows. Gryffindor 312 points, 4th place. Hufflepuff 352 points, 3rd. Ravenclaw 426 points, 2nd. Slytherin 472 points, 1st place. After Dumbledore spoke, the other 3 houses stared in surprise as the Slytherin table remained perfectly quiet. Everyone waited for his next words. Sure enough, Dumbledore then awarded 50 points each to Mo Yan, Hermione, and Ron, 100 points to Harry and 20 to Neville. While the other 3 houses erupted in cheers, the Slytherin table remained silent, but this time, their quiet had shifted from doubt and anticipation to anger. Mo Yan, this will be the shame of my life, Edmund said, his face pale as he stared at the now Gryffindor, lion-turned house flag. Mo Yan said nothing. The same shame and deep regret churned inside him, making him unable to meet the eyes of a single Slytherin. He knew that if he had truly tried to earn honor for his house, Slytherin could have led Gryffindor by far more than just 160 points. Mo Yan, Mo Yan, Harry called loudly, running to catch up with him as he was about to leave the Great Hall. What's the matter? Mo Yan asked calmly. Mo Yan, Harry looked at his face, nervously. Mo Yan, I'm sorry. Mo Yan tilted his head. Sorry for what? I know I shouldn't have kept things from you. Harry stammered, unable to find the words. Just what? Just that you think I'm not trustworthy? Mo Yan restrained the anger surging in his chest, forcing his voice to stay unnervingly calm. No, of course not. It's just Ron and Hermione said. Harry trailed off, uncertain. Ron and Hermione? Mo Yan's eyes reddened. Those Weasleys who took away the only family I had. The red-haired pauper and the mud-blood told you I'm not trustworthy? Mo Yan, don't speak about my friends like that, Harry shouted. They're your friends, does that mean I'm not? Mo Yan abandoned all restraint, his voice booming. They're not worthy of that. But you're in Slytherin, Harry blurted out, almost instinctively. But you're in Slytherin. But you're in Slytherin. But you're in Slytherin. The words echoed in Mo Yan's mind like a relentless drumbeat, nearly making him laugh out loud. Slytherin. Just because I'm in an unpopular house, you stick a badge on me that says untrustworthy? What about everything I've done for you? Every day we've spent together? I can risk my life for you, yet you push me away simply because of my house? Mo Yan had once carefully plotted ways for them to recognize and trust each other again, even if it meant going to the Dursleys, but now that hope felt like morning dew, evaporated without a trace. If Harry excludes me from his inner circle just because of my house, if he only trusts me when he knows we're like twin brothers, then what about my soul? Brother. Mo Yan stared for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft smile. Forget it, he said in Chinese. Then he turned and walked away. In truth, Harry regretted the moment he spoke that one sentence. What he had meant to say was that Mo Yan was a Slytherin, that Snape was their head of house, and had always treated him well, and that he had assumed Snape was the one involved with the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, it was all a misunderstanding. He had only wanted to spare him the pain of seeing a respected elder disappointed. Yet in his thoughtless words all he managed to say was that single line. And then, he watched helplessly as Mo Yan's face instantly drained of all color, becoming so translucent, it seemed as if it could drift away with the wind at any moment. The gentle, serene smile that always lit his eyes vanished, leaving them as lifeless as glass. Then he spoke 2 words Harry could not understand, and walked away, his posture still straight but somehow fragile, as if it could shatter into pieces at any second. Harry's heart suddenly throbbed with a sharp, unbearable pain, screaming at him to run after Mo Yan and retract every hurtful word, but his body felt petrified, frozen in place. Chapter 27 Summer Vacation. Mo Yan sat on a roughly cleaned stone, turning a ring over in his hand. It was a large ring, forged from gold, big enough for him to easily slip 3 fingers through. In the center was a deep black stone. Slytherin family ring, the very Horcrux that had even baffled Dumbledore. One of Voldemort's soul fragments. Behind him stood a house whose roof tiles had mostly crumbled away. Exposed beams peeked through in places, moss covered the walls, and thick dust coated the tiny windows. Around the building, stinging nettles grew as high as half a person, evidence that no one had been here for many years. Trees crowded the perimeter, casting shadows that blocked both the sunlight and the distant valley beyond. But Mo Yan knew that if he walked through the forest, he would reach a small village called Little Hangleton. Nestled between 2 steep hills, the village had a modest church and a small cemetery. On the slope of one hill stood a grand estate, once the largest and most magnificent building for miles, but long neglect had reduced it to damp, crumbling ruins. Some windows were boarded up, others broken beyond repair. Roof tiles were missing, and ivy crawled across the front, giving it the desolate air of a haunted house. That was the Riddle estate. After searching for 2 days in the ruins of the Gaunt house, and failing to find the ring, Mo Yan had once broken into the Riddle estate. He had knocked out the gardener, Frank Bryce, locked him in a woodshed, and turned the estate upside down. Though he knew the ring lay in the Gaunt ruins, a sudden irritation had drained his interest in digging through piles of stone and rubble. Searching a large, ghostly mansion, however, was far more entertaining. Inside, Mo Yan uncovered antiques, jewelry, paintings, old diaries, outdated toys, ornate clothing, and worm-eaten books. The more he searched, the more intrigued he became, lingering for a full week. Frank Bryce, now over 70, was almost completely deaf, and had a crippled leg, yet each day he plotted escape with surprising energy, causing Mo Yan considerable trouble. The old man's sharp mind offered advice and arguments against the thief's motives, and if Mo Yan had truly come for something important, he might have been persuaded. Unfortunately, Mo Yan was merely using the search through Riddle Estate as a diversion, a way to vent his restless energy elsewhere. On the 8th day, in the early hours, after a long stretch of treasure hunting that had kept his mood relatively light, Mo Yan finally stopped, reluctantly putting an end to the search. He leaned against the woodshed door and knocked. Inside, he heard a rustle, knowing the old gardener had awakened. "Hey, I'm leaving now. Don't open the door for another half hour and don't call for help. And if possible, get out of here as quickly as you can. If you stay any longer, your life won't be safe." With that, Mo Yan felt that whether he survived or not was entirely up to fate. He strode down the hillside with purpose, resuming his work like a diligent groundhog. Finally, on the 15th day, Mo Yan located the ring and successfully bypassed the surrounding protective spells using a hook chain woven from his magically immune spiderweb, securing the Horcrux. By now, Mo Yan looked utterly disheveled. His normally neat and even when messy, elegantly intentional red hair was matted with dirt and leaves. His face was streaked with black and white grime, his clothes filthy, crumpled, and emanating a distinct stench. After so many days of searching this ruined place, Mo Yan hadn't even had time to tidy himself, let alone wash his clothes. Yet, he paid no attention to his ruined appearance, entirely consumed by exhilaration. He had acquired the first Horcrux, and another could be claimed with little effort. The Ravenclaw diadem in the Room of Requirement rested atop of a spotted wizard statue. Last year, he had refrained from taking that Horcrux, because he didn't think he could find a hiding place more secure than one Voldemort himself had approved. That Horcrux had remained concealed until the final battle, discovered only by Harry. If Mo Yan had taken it prematurely without a reliable method to destroy it, its loss could have been catastrophic. But now, it was different. Mo Yan had just created his first spatial ring. From the moment he entered Diagon Alley, Mo Yan had been working on crafting a spatial ring. Spatial magic was already well studied in the wizarding world, with applications ranging from the Room of Requirement and secret castle passages to magical tents, Mr. Weasley's expanded train compartments, and Alastor Moody's trunk. Yet no wizard had thought to turn rings or bracelets into spatial magic items. Mo Yan, inspired by the cultivation novels he'd read that described rings capable of containing mountains and rivers, had long wanted to make one for himself. At the start of summer, he scoured Nocturne Alley for rare potion ingredients, spent a fortune on a tent for experiments, and more recently discovered a magically potent piece of obsidian in the ruins of the Gaunt house. With all materials ready, 2 days ago, he successfully turned the obsidian into a spatial object. Its interior wasn't huge, just over 5 cubic meters, but enough to hold a Horcrux, and even if someone discovered it was a storage ring, they couldn't know or access its contents without Moyen's permission. Moyen checked the calendar. Tomorrow was Harry's birthday. And his own. Harry. Moyen's smile froze, slowly fading into an expressionless mask. But you're in Slytherin. Every time he recalled those words, he felt as if he couldn't breathe. Clutching his chest, Moyen took deep, steady breaths, gradually easing the ache caused by the emotional turmoil. The encounter with Voldemort had seemed to awaken the martial part of him, setting his long-suppressed internal energy flowing. But the intense emotional surge from his argument with Harry stirred that already active energy into chaos, racing through his meridians and causing significant disruption. Despite careful cultivation over the past month, over 70% of his meridians remained blocked, and he could control less than 20% of his former power. Moyen estimated it would take him at least another 6 months to fully recover. Consequently, many of his carefully laid plans had to be postponed. Given all that, one thought crystallized in his mind. Then it's time to go see it for myself. Moyen whispered to himself, a faint but lingering sadness settling over him. People came and went across the small square, casting curious glances at the boy staring at the war memorial in its center. The boy's hair and eyes were rare, his hair a red unlike most people had seen, pure, warm, almost glowing. His eyes were silver white, so unusual that they seemed less a part of a human body than 2 pearls made of pure silver. Yet the profound sorrow and longing within those eyes were unmistakable. "Mom, what's wrong with that boy?" a little girl in a red lace-trimmed dress asked, tugging at the young woman beside her. "Oh darling, he's remembering the heroes who died in the war," her mother replied, affectionately stroking her daughter's hair. "Why is he so sad?" the girl asked. Her mother sighed softly. Perhaps his family was lost in that war. Moyen didn't hear the other people's murmurs. He only stared blankly at the 4 statues that had replaced the original obelisk etched with names. A man with messy hair and glasses, a long-haired woman, kind and graceful, and 2 baby boys cradled in their arms, one chubby and unscarred, healthy, the other with a sharp, delicate face, seeming fragile. Moyen leaned closer, studying those 2 faces, both familiar yet strange. When they had been alive, always hiding from Voldemort, he had only glimpsed them a few times, quick visits, hurried departures. It was Godfather Sirius who had come more often. In the slightly blurred memories he had, his mother always seemed to cry when she saw him, beautiful green eyes brimming with tears. His father would frown, sighing repeatedly, eyes filled with pain and anger. He had never seen them like this, happy, smiling, serene. Together they formed a small, perfect world, a warm and joyful world. No suffering, no sorrow, no killing or responsibility, no deception or harm. They were a family. If only I could grow up like this, how wonderful it would be. He couldn't help reaching out, gently touching the stone carving of himself laughing in his mother's arms, but all he felt was the cold, hard stone beneath his fingers. A surge of resentment toward fate rose in Moyen's chest. Why had heaven given him a second life, only to ruthlessly take his family away? Was this mercy or cruelty? A sharp pain struck him, and he covered his mouth, bending over in violent coughs. Little bursts of crimson bloomed in the soil beneath his feet, striking and mournful. By evening, the church's stained glass bathed the square in jewel-toned, radiant light. Moyen finally began to move, legs stiff from standing so long, barely able to take full steps. After walking a few paces, he looked back. All that remained was the war memorial, engraved with names he would never know, recording stories that would never touch him. Yet, in that moment, he felt a deep, inexplicable closeness to the deceptive stone obelisk. As he approached the church, he heard the priests chanting inside. "I weep for these things. My eyes are full of tears. For those who could have comforted me, who could have saved my life, are far from me. My children suffer alone, because the enemy has prevailed. Zion raises her hands, and no one comforts. Jehovah has spoken concerning Jacob, making those around him his foes. Jerusalem stands among them defiled. The Lord is righteous. He treats me this way because I have defied his commands. People, hear my words and witness my suffering. My virgins and young men have been taken captive. I call to those I hold dear, yet they mock me. My priests and elders seek food, When attempting to save lives, they perish in the city. O Lord, look upon me, for I am in distress. My heart is troubled, it turns within me, for I have greatly transgressed. Outside, swords take children from their parents. At home, it is as if death itself dwells. The priest's voice, low and filled with sorrow, echoed through the hall, but Moyen let out a cold, bitter laugh. If the suffering and desolation of Jerusalem are truly the result of the sins of the Israelites, if the people's disobedience provoked God's wrath, then where is God when those who revere him struggle through misery? Where is he when pure souls are defiled? Where is he amid the ongoing slaughter and plunder? If a deity punishes and inflicts suffering, how is he different from a demon? God is meant to be merciful, compassionate, just, a symbol of righteousness and hope, not one who causes anguish and then extends a hand to the suffering merely so they will worship him, depend on him, and praise him. Moyen pushed open the half-closed wooden door. With a faint creak, he stepped into the graveyard. Chapter 28. Family Legacy. The village of Godric's Hollow in southwest England is the most famous semi-magical settlement in the world. Many magical families have lived here for generations, occasionally assisting nearby muggles in a spirit of tolerance. It is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, and here the magical artisan Brown Wright forged the first golden snitch. Within the modest-looking graveyard, many tombstones bore the names of ancient magical lineages. Behind the tombstones of Albus Dumbledore's father and sister Kendra Dumbledore and Ariana Dumbledore, Moyen found his target. A white marble headstone engraved with James Potter. Born 27 March 1960. Died 31 October 1981. Lily Potter. Born 30 January 1960. Died 31 October 1981. The final enemy to be defeated is death. Moyen sat on the ground, knees hugged to his chest, and read the last line over and over. The final enemy to be defeated is death. He couldn't help but think that his parents lay beneath this cold gravestone, and the damp, chilling earth, slowly decaying. Perhaps only their bones remained, perhaps they had long since turned to soil. Moyen did not know how long it takes for a human body to return to dust, and he didn't want to know. All he knew was that they had slept here for 11 years, never able to realize that their son sat so close, silently watching the last traces they left in the world. They would never know that he wept here in silence, reciting in his heart the names of those gone and those still alive yet far away. Death is never only the misfortune of the dead, more often it is the torment and suffering of the living. When the moon reached its zenith, Moyen left the cemetery, passed through the narrow gate, walked past the noisy little taverns, and exited the village. Following a street bathed in a faintly blue moonlight, he finally arrived at a wide stretch of ruins. This had once been his home. A home he had visited only once. Wild grass had grown tall, and the long-neglected fences were overrun with branches in chaotic patterns. Most of the house still stood, though ivy had claimed much of it. The top floor on the right had been destroyed, and the rubble and broken walls remained unchanged from the day he left 11 years ago, though time's passage, rain, and sun had left their marks. As Moyen approached the front door, a wooden plaque emerged from the tangled weeds. In golden letters, it read, "Here, on the night of October 31, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. One son, whose became a sacrifice to the Dark Lord by evil forces. The other son, Harry, became the only wizard to escape the killing curse. This muggle, invisible house remains a ruin, as a monument to the Potters and whose, and as a warning of the violence that tore their family apart." Around these tidy words, wizards who had come to witness the miracle left by the boy who survived scribbled their own messages. Some simply wrote their names in indelible ink, some carved initials into the wood, others left brief notes, whether etched recently or faded from 11 years ago, all conveyed the same sentiment. "Good luck, Harry, wherever you are. When you read this, Harry, we are all behind you. Long live Harry Potter." Moyen pushed the door open. Inside, everything remained as it had been. The cupboard that had nearly fallen on Harry, later thrown out by Hagrid and almost smashed against the wall. The table and tiny cradle damaged by falling debris when spells struck the house. Milk bottles overturned on the floor. A crib with only 3 legs, curtains swaying in the wind, now ash black. He remembered that day with crystal clarity, for it was the first time he had left St. Mungo's, and the first time he had seen Harry. It had once been the happiest day of his life. He remembered how, to welcome him home for the first time, his parents had magically transformed the entire room. The ceiling glittered with countless tiny, colorful stars that seemed to wink and speak. Soft, fragrant, multicolored clouds floated around the room. 2 giant pumpkins served as the sun and moon. The room was piled high with sweets and toys. Harry flew around on a toy broom, still unsteady on his feet, yet somehow dodged clouds and pumpkins with ease. His father cheered loudly for him, while his mother, wand at the ready, hovered protectively in case of mishap. Moyen's slender arms and legs scrambled onto one of the clouds. He licked it was sweet, but his mother immediately panicked, snatching him away, worried that such treats might harm him. His father stuck funny notes and glittering stickers on his own face, pulling all sorts of silly faces to amuse him. Seeing a grown man contort like that was utterly hilarious, and Moyen had giggled until he nearly ran out of breath. His mother, exasperated, shooed the playful father aside to guard Harry. As Moyen recalled all this, he laughed and cried at the same time, grief and longing spilling from him like a fountain. Up until the moment Voldemort broke in, he had been that happy, so happy that he had barely noticed the decorations, barely realized it was Halloween. The happiest and yet the saddest day of his life. The first time the family had been together, celebrating joyfully. Then his parents were killed, his godfather falsely imprisoned in Azkaban, Harry sent by Dumbledore to the Dursleys' house, filled with nothing but abuse, and Moyen left to grow up in an orphanage. Everything fell apart. The world collapsed. Nothing more, nothing less. Moyen knew he couldn't leave too many traces, yet he couldn't resist rifling through the remnants in the room. A sticker his father had once worn, now ordinary, its magic long spent. A tiny pair of white wings he had worn, feathers mostly fallen. His mother's comb, thick with dust, which he vowed never to clean. A torn book with scribbled notes, messy but clearly his father's handwriting. Harry's toy broom broken in 2. A silver spoon and a toy wand capped with a small bear mitten. After surveying the entire room, Moyen reluctantly realized his space ring could no longer hold everything. He looked at the worn quill in his hand, and the little porcelain cup painted with a blonde doll, and decided he couldn't give those up. One by one, he pulled the items he had already stored back out, painfully weighing what could be sacrificed. Then a question struck him. Why was there not a single truly valuable thing in this house? Moyen recalled that when Harry had gone to Gringotts, the vault left by his parents contained heaps of galleons, a layer of sickles, and nuts, copper nuts even. Moyen couldn't understand why his parents would bother storing copper nuts there. But more importantly, where were all the other treasures? The Potter family descended from Ignatus Peverell, one of the legendary 3 brothers, and was one of the oldest pure blood wizarding families. How could such an ancient line have left no valuable magical artifacts or books? Had Dumbledore taken them all? No, that didn't feel right. Moyen realized that if his parents had put even a small heap of worthless copper nuts in Gringotts, there was no way they would have left the truly precious items at home for someone to steal. And even if thieves had taken away the valuable treasures, what about the things that were worthless to others but priceless to him? Family photographs, keepsakes. His parents' diaries, notes, the contemporary novels they had read, old textbooks, and so on. These things weren't particularly valuable as collectibles, but there was no reason not to give them to Harry. In truth, though, none of it actually existed. The photo album Hagrid had given Harry had originally been collected from letters sent to his parents, friends under Dumbledore's orders. So, was it Professor Snape? No, that didn't fit either. If Snape had taken Lily's things, there would be no reason for James's belongings to be missing too. In fact, if he hadn't added extra interference, he would have been in a better mood. Besides, if he had those photos, he wouldn't have needed to tear Lily's out to take them. Then where had those things gone? Moyen racked his brain, and suddenly, a scene from the past struck his mind like lightning. Hash, hash, hash. James Potter set up the camera, and, seeing Harry flying in circles on his little broom, shouted, "Harry, Harry, go over to your mum." Harry squeaked and twisted the broom, circling around his mother. James nodded in satisfaction and walked over to Lily Potter, making a funny face at little Who's in her arms. Who's giggled in delight, and James stood beside Lily, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Harry, come over here." James snapped his fingers, and with a pop of white smoke, the magical camera came to life. Holding the photo pulled from the camera, James muttered, "I hope what Sirius told me is true. This thing really lets you see the picture right after taking it. Otherwise, I'll turn him into a photo and hang him on the wall." Lily carefully placed Who's on a cloud, guarding him so he wouldn't fall, and chuckled softly. "If the photo's ruined, we can just take another one. Why blame Sirius for that?" "Another one?" James's eyes went wide as if she'd said something impossible. "How can that be? This is our first family photo. If we take it again, how can it still be the first? The first is the first." He muttered under his breath, "Besides, my expression just now was perfect. Another try won't match it." Lily laughed so hard she bent over. All right, fine. You're always right. So, is the photo ready yet?" "Wait, how do you even get this thing out?" Here it is." James's voice was full of excitement. "Look at this, Lily. Don't I look handsome?" "In my eyes, you'll always be the most handsome." Lily's laughter slipped out despite herself. "Of course. I'm going to treasure this forever. When Harry and Who's grow up, we can show them, so that wrinkles won't ruin my heroic image in my son's eyes." Mo Yan watched as James happily carried the photo to another corner of the room. After a moment, he called out softly, "Lily, come look." "What is this?" "But—" Moyen tapped his head, carefully recalling the scene he had seen that day. Confident in his eidetic memory, he was certain that the corner of the room had no decorations or furniture at all. He glanced toward that corner. Sure enough, there was nothing. No cabinets, no paintings, no wall sconces, nothing. Just a few shallow scratches on the floor where stones had scraped. Unfortunately, at the time his mother had placed him on a cloud, and from that angle, he hadn't seen how James had preserved the photographs. Moyen first tried a few detection spells, but found no trace of magic. He then approached the corner, inching along from the lowest point James might have reached, focusing all his attention in his fingertips. Suddenly, he felt a faint warmth under his fingers. It was a tiny change in temperature, but Moyen, with his intensely honed senses, immediately noticed it. He marked the spot, then searched the rest of the area, finding nothing else, and returned to the same position. Judging by the temperature shift, it seemed to be a circular object, perfectly embedded in the wall. Aside from radiating heat slightly slower than the surrounding stone, it revealed no other differences. At the center of the circle was a shallow, oval-shaped indentation. Moyen pressed, rubbed, but nothing happened. He thought for a moment, bit his finger, and smeared a drop of blood onto the indentation before pressing again. The circular object shivered slightly, slowly sliding out into Moyen's hand. It was a slender cylinder, no more than 3 inches long, with wooden grain patterns along its surface. Moyen watched in awe as his blood seemed to come alive, climbing the grooves and forming a vivid red rose. The cylinder shifted section by section, blossoming into a 3-dimensional rose with 7 well-defined, layered petals. He experimented, twisting the first layer of petals. Instantly, the cylinder leapt from his hand, and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a tall bookshelf filled with hundreds of books. Along the edge was inscribed, "Books are mankind's greatest treasure." Moyen noticed his mother's name on the far edge, Lily Evans Potter. Pulling out the book, he saw on the flyleaf her gentle smile. Besides her name, it listed, "Spatial Magic, Charms, Magical History Studies." The few pages inside contained only titles, but as Moyen's finger hovered over a title, the book transformed, revealing the exact copy his mother had read, complete with her notes and annotations. Next, he found his father's books. The inscriptions read, "Transfiguration, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quidditch, 108 Steps to Winning a Girl's Heart." Moyen chuckled. Surely those 108 steps weren't all the blood and tears his father had endured to woo his mother? Rotating the second layer of petals revealed shelves of ancient, but useful magical supplies, meticulously labeled. Some held multiple items, others only one. One shelf labeled Invisibility Cloak was empty. The third layer contained the personal collections of Potter ancestors, everything from clothing and jewelry to potion recipes, from stones and metals to antique trinkets, from wands and containers to rare seeds. Most peculiar of all, one ancestor had collected the eyes of countless bizarre creatures. The fourth layer housed individual personal effects of the Potters. Some could be opened, some could not, presumably items the deceased wished to keep hidden or protected, yet not buried with them. In the cabinet labeled James Potter, Moyen finally discovered the photo album he had been seeking for so long. The 5th level was marked. Time and space within are already frozen. Do not take anything unless absolutely necessary. The cabinets there contained items prone to spoilage, mostly potions or potion ingredients. On the 6th level, a cabinet bore the words, "What is your most precious possession? Place it inside." Mo Yan opened it, only to find a single empty slot completely bare. On the inner wall was another sentence, "Is what you placed here still your most precious, child?" The 7th level cabinet, however, wouldn't open. Its inscription read, "This cabinet can only be opened once you understand the distinctions between life and death, love and hate, right and wrong, black and white." Mo Yan restored the cabinet to a rose, watching it automatically transform into a cylindrical shape. But now, to open it, he only needed to input magic, no blood sacrifice required. He grinned as he noticed this rose cylinder didn't reject items from another space. He easily stored it in his own storage ring. His predecessors really were clever and formidable people. Mo Yan thought proudly. Chapter 29. Lihan Bookstore. Now that he had a wand, Mo Yan felt he could perhaps try using magic outside of school. How did the Ministry of Magic monitor underage wizards for unauthorized spell use? First, they tracked the location of every young wizard. If unusual magical activity occurred in that location, it could be detected immediately. For example, when Dobby used magic, and it was blamed on Harry, it was purely a positional factor. But that alone couldn't explain why some children from wizarding families never used magic. Didn't their parents act as shields? Mo Yan speculated there was likely a second layer of monitoring. Every wizard's wand is unique, and unless necessary, few would use another's wand. Using the wrong wand drastically weakens a wizard's power. Harry, when first using Limu's wand, couldn't even perform the simplest reducio properly. With their own wand, no wizard would choose another's. Mo Yan guessed Ollivander probably wouldn't sell a wand to the same wizard twice, unless the wand was damaged or the buyer had previously bought an ill-fitting second-hand wand to save money. So when a wizard purchased a wand, that wand effectively marked them. Now Mo Yan had several wands collected from his predecessors, and being naturally compatible with many wands, he experienced only minimal rejection or weakening when casting spells. He decided to try a simple spell. If the ministry truly monitored by location and wand, his actions wouldn't be detected. If not, at worst he'd get a single warning, not outright expulsion. He cast a Lumos flicker. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Mo Yan brushed dirt from his clothes, stretched, and let a wicked smile curl across his lips. Since he could use magic, he could now do something he had been contemplating for a long time. August 13th, 2:00 am. Little Hangleton Village, the Riddle Manor, the cemetery. The tombstone read Tom Riddle. The boy waved his wand, and the earth seemed to lift as if cradled by a giant hand, hovering in midair. The coffin followed, floating upward as well. Inside the black coffin, there was only a fine layer of dust. A small whirlwind then stirred within the coffin, lifting every speck of dust and sending it swirling outward across the fields, into the gardens, onto rooftops, scattering in every direction. No one could ever restore even a single particle to its original place. Nearby, an older grave, once containing the remains of Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, underwent the same treatment. The difference was that the dust from this coffin was drawn into the first one, mixing evenly with the pale, earthy powder already there. Once the process was complete, the entire cemetery appeared untouched, as if no one had ever disturbed it. The boy carefully erased all traces of his presence, leaving under the cover of night. Once the red hair vanished into the darkness, everything returned to its earlier tranquility. "Hey Ben, don't you have any good books?" Mo Yan asked, idly flipping through the bookshelf. After spending a year in the Hogwarts library and later gaining access to the books and notes collected by generations of the Potter family, most of the books in Lihan Bookstore no longer held any appeal. The few unfamiliar titles were mostly trashy works like Traveling with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Ben puffed out his cheeks and glared, snatching Vacation with the Banshee from Mo Yan's hands. "Go on, don't sully your delicate fingers with these worthless books." "Oh, why so serious?" Mo Yan laughed. "But I've got to say, you're right, Lockhart's books are trash. Still, I'm going to buy them anyway. Come to think of it, most of the books at Hogwarts this year are by Gilderoy Lockhart. Do you think you might even have a Lockhart worshipper as your dark arts teacher?" "Who knows? Maybe even Lockhart himself," Mo Yan replied with a grin. "Siege, Lockhart's busy every day writing, adventuring. How could he possibly find time to teach you?" Ben scoffed at the suggestion. "We'll see, Ben," Mo Yan said, smirking at Lockhart's illustrated, winking portrait on the book page. I think only someone as flamboyant and self-absorbed as him could pull this off. Tomorrow, you'll see how ridiculous that idea is. Gilderoy Lockhart is coming here for a book signing. We can ask him ourselves. I hear he's incredibly approachable in person. Tomorrow? Moyen smiled. It was actually 2 days earlier than he had expected. The second floor of Lihen bookstore was cleverly designed. The builder had arranged several bookshelves and railings in such a way that, from below, people couldn't see anything, only piles of stacked books were visible. Meanwhile, those upstairs could observe the lower floor freely. Mo Yan had once speculated that the original architect of Lihen bookstore must have been either a voyeur or a sociologist. When Harry and the Weasleys struggled to squeeze inside, Mo Yan spotted them immediately, first a flash of red hair, and then, after some effort, the lone patch of black hair. Harry had grown quickly during his first year at Hogwarts, now only slightly shorter than Mo Yan, but Ron had obviously shot up faster. His robes, bought last year, now exposed half of his calves. Hermione had begun to take a little more care with her appearance. Her waterfall-like brown hair was pinned with a cute little bow-shaped hairclip, but expecting Harry and Ron so oblivious they often forgot a girl's gender to notice was hopeless. It had only been a month, and actually, Harry had stayed at the Weasleys for just a week, yet the thinness on his face was obvious at a glance. The baby fat he had finally developed at Hogwarts was gone. His hair remained as messy as ever, the pale gray headband still across his forehead, though now streaked with some soot. His face and robes were a little dirty, as if he had just rolled on the ground. Struggling against the crowd of plump middle-aged women, Harry barely kept his balance as he edged toward the seats of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley fidgeted nervously with her hair. Ginny, whom he hadn't seen in a year, tidied her clothes. Harry stumbled as he approached but was quickly stabilized by the surrounding throng. Hermione, meanwhile, kept readjusting the hairclips at her temples, dissatisfied with every position. A short wizard relentlessly snapped photos. Purple smoke puffed from the flash each time, oblivious to the angry glares from the crowd. Suddenly, Gilderoy Lockhart looked up. First, he noticed Ron yelling after being stepped on by the photographer, then his gaze landed on Harry beside him. He stared for a moment before leaping up joyfully. "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd immediately parted, buzzing with excitement. Lockhart pushed through toward Harry. Just then, out of nowhere, a large, foul-smelling object hit him squarely in the face. The greenish, stinking mass stuck to him and black ink splashed onto his blue magical robes. Leaning against a bookshelf, Mo Yan twirled his poplar wand in his hand, smirking at Lockhart performing the helpless celebrity routine that made everyone else envious. Mo Yan suspected Lockhart might actually be enjoying the performance, eloquently ready for this moment all along, waiting for the chance to shine. "Mo Yan?" A familiar voice called from behind. Mo Yan turned. "Draco? You did this?" Draco glanced down at the tearful Gilderoy Lockhart, especially at the disgusting lump on his face. "Do you think so?" Mo Yan countered. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Aren't students forbidden from using magic outside school? How did you slip past the ministry's monitoring?" "Don't use your own wand," Mo Yan replied, "and don't do it in your own place." Draco nodded. The two of them stood side by side in silence. The cold distance that had grown between them since last semester in the Forbidden Forest lingered all the way to the end of term. On the last day, during the Slytherin Common Room elections for the greeter of each year, Moyen announced his voluntary withdrawal just before giving his speech. Naturally, Draco became the second-year greeter. However, Draco himself felt the result wasn't entirely fair and tried to refuse the position, but Edmund would not allow it. "Since the speeches have already been given, you must be prepared to take responsibility. Don't lose confidence just because someone else steps aside." Even on the Hogwarts Express, despite Moyen locking his compartment door, he knew that Draco had once come looking for him, though he had been stopped outside. Sometimes Moyen wondered why so many in Slytherin tolerated him. Professor Snape endured his countless interruptions and his blatant favoritism toward Harry. Moyen didn't even know how similar he was to his mother until he saw her photograph. Oddly, though, as twins, he and Harry didn't resemble each other at all. Harry took after their father, only inheriting their mother's eyes, while Moyen looked like their mother, though whether he had inherited his father's eye color was uncertain. After all, the natural color of his eyes had been altered before he was even born. Edmund tolerated Moyen's lack of attention to his own house. Moyen, after all, should have placed house honor above all else. Despite knowing Moyen could earn more points for Slytherin, Edmund simply watched him lounge lazily in class, eyes closed, or skip Professor Binns' lessons entirely and never once rebuked him. Most of Slytherin was like this. If he lost 50 points, no one glared or insulted him. If he shielded Harry, no one ostracized him. In fact, Slytherin students rarely provoked Harry in the first place. Moyen knew he commanded some respect among the first years, but not enough to make upperclassmen yield to a Gryffindor. Even when he helped Harry face Voldemort, many students from Death Eater families or those devoted to pureblood ideals said nothing. Edmund had warned him to be careful, yet in truth, no one acted against him. Perhaps his estrangement from Harry played a part, but it wasn't the whole story. Even Draco the proud, vindictive boy repeatedly tolerated Moyen's provocations and insults, never retaliating with harsh words or calling Harry into a fight against him. Why was all this? "I don't like Harry Potter, and I have no interest in the so-called Golden Boy," Draco said suddenly. "If you don't believe me, I can make a blood oath." "No need," Moyen said, offering him a genuine smile for the first time. "I believe you." Chapter 30. A fragment of Dumbledore, side story. The headmaster's office. "Please sit, Severus," Dumbledore said to Snape as he entered. "Would you like some pumpkin juice?" "No thank you." Snape sat down, his expression cold. "What is it you need from me, headmaster?" "I suspect you've been spending so much time in the dungeons that you may have lost track of it, so I thought a reminder would be wise," Dumbledore said. "Tomorrow, Harry will arrive at Hogwarts." Snape blinked slowly, as if the mention of this unfamiliar name confused him. Then recognition dawned, twisting his expression. "Potter's son? Also the child Lily sacrificed her life to protect," Dumbledore said calmly. Snape's face twitched slightly, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke, each word measured and hesitant. "Dumbledore, the other child, is it possible?" "I do not know," Dumbledore sighed. "No one knows. All we can do is pray." The headmaster's office. "I don't understand, Professor Dumbledore. Why give Harry to that kind of muddle to raise?" Hagrid shifted uncomfortably in his chair, unused to questioning Dumbledore's decisions. "They treat him terribly. Harry's as thin as a malnourished little monkey. They are all he has left of family. And this way, Harry won't be spoiled by a fame he is too young to comprehend," Dumbledore said. "All went smoothly, Hagrid?" "Yes." Hagrid smiled, then hesitated. "But there's something, Professor." "What is it?" "I took another child along with Harry." "Yes." His guardian seemed unfriendly. "That old fellow keeps a whole bunch of children, and it doesn't seem like an honest business he's running." Hagrid took an uneasy gulp of pumpkin juice. "I was a few days late picking up the child. I misremembered the date." "That's no great problem," Dumbledore said kindly. "No, Professor. I mean," Hagrid hesitated, "that child, he's strange." "Is he?" "When I first saw him he was just a clever, steady boy, and I liked him well enough. The second time, he had a new robe and a black cat with him, and I felt—" Hagrid's massive frame shivered slightly. He lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. "Exactly the way I felt when I first saw that person." A faint glint reflected off the half-moon glasses. "What's his name, Hagrid?" "Moyen Evans." Great Hall. The oak doors swung open, and a small boy stood in the doorway. His hair flowed like fire, his eyes were like snow-capped peaks. Rain and mud had left him disheveled, but no one noticed that everyone's attention was instantly captured by his presence and bearing. Calm, elegant, detached though he looked up at everyone, he gave the impression of looking down on them. He bowed, yet his gaze carried unhidden challenge and pride. "Professor, I'm Moyen Evans. On my way to King's Cross, I was delayed by a traffic jam and missed the Hogwarts Express. Fortunately, a kind wizard transported me via his fireplace to Hogsmeade, allowing me to arrive here. Unfortunately, I am still late. I am deeply sorry." "No need to apologize, child," Dumbledore said kindly. "I trust none of this is your fault. Welcome to Hogwarts." He sighed inwardly. Hagrid, even the young Tom Riddle, could not compare to this child. Headmaster's office. "He's interacting with every ghost," Nick said, straightening his head. "Even Barrow has taken a liking to him. I saw Barrow seek out Peeves for his sake. That red-haired boy is enticing portraits throughout the castle," Phineas Nigellus said, stretching and yawning lazily. "Sir Cadogan has pledged loyalty to him. Melf shared all of his research, though the boy seems wary of him. Melf had told him about the Horcrux? Dumbledore asked, frowning. No, just a few mentions. Phineas squinted, his tone betraying admiration. But this little Slytherin is very clever. He seems to have realized something. And, Phineas added suddenly, as if recalling something, Barnabas says he discovered the Room of Requirement. Yes, Mr. Evans has visited before, the house elf said, bowing deeply to show respect to the most powerful human wizard. He is merciful, noble, kind, just, approachable, and even cooks delicious meals. We all admire him. Lala had the honor of caring for his pets. Well, that boy does often roam the castle at night, Filch admitted begrudgingly. But what of it? Every Gryffindor seems to have that habit. A few even broke into the fourth floor restricted section just the other day. That red-haired Slytherin? Maureen Evans? Mrs. Foley refused the pile of cockroaches Dumbledore offered. He somehow got his hands on an invisibility cloak, though the library's enchantments can still reveal him. He's practically gone through every book in the restricted section. His approach to learning is undeniably reckless. Snape paced back and forth before Dumbledore. A genius among geniuses. Extremely intelligent. Almost nothing can stump him, able to master unconventional techniques after seeing them only once. Every portrait in the classroom has guided him at some point. His thinking is profoundly analytical, and he often innovates, with results that succeed every team, yet utterly devoted to Potter. He couldn't care less about clashing with his head of house over it. The red-haired boy sat by the lake reading, while the black-haired boy lay beside him. They were laughing heartily over something, clearly amused. Dumbledore picked up a newspaper and opened it. Keep an eye on him, Severus. See what his intentions are in approaching Harry. Incredible, Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall clutched her chest, seemingly struggling to catch her breath. A first-year child solved the fully grown troll using only a levitation charm. If he hadn't arrived in time, Harry might already have been dead. Even the simplest magic can carry powerful effects, if applied in the right place at the right time, Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. How is the boy? He must be terrified. Yes, but not by the troll, by Harry. Seeing Harry nearly die at the troll's hands nearly drove him mad, McGonagall said, a trace of a smile flickering. And because you had all the students follow the prefects back to their dormitories, in his eyes, you became a completely brainless fool. London prison. I raised him painstakingly, and he just sold me out in the end. Even under the influence of Veritaserum, Neil spoke through clenched teeth, dazed but furious. Before I took him in, he seems to have been in an orphanage. He ran away from there. I think it was called the Mackinson Orphanage. Mackinson Orphanage. Oh, Maureen Evans? Let me see, Mrs. Mackinson, wearing her reading glasses, eagerly sifted through old records, encouraged by a £100 note. Here. It is February 5th, 1983. Maureen Evans was admitted to the orphanage. His foster parents, Parham and Elizabeth Evans, perished in a car accident. Dumbledore's office. A single chair sat atop Dumbledore's desk. Very clever. Yes, exquisite workmanship, Dumbledore murmured in admiration. What can you discern from it? Snape asked, his face dark. Nothing at all, Dumbledore replied with a smile, leaning back in his chair. And that, of course, is what makes it clever, isn't it? He did this, Snape said quietly. At this school, only he could have done it. I never doubted it, Dumbledore said with a faint, appreciative sigh. It seems our little boy has already noticed Quirrell's problem. He even guessed what Quirrell intended to do. Dumbledore, should I? No, Severus. Do not alert him, Dumbledore interrupted. To act without understanding the other's purpose is foolish. Dumbledore, do you think he could be? Snape suddenly turned at the doorway. Who? No, it's impossible, Snape quickly dismissed his own thought. He would suffocate after 2 hours without his medication. How could he still be alive? Indeed, his appearance is likely just coincidence. As for his surname, his adoptive parents' last name is Evans. Though Dumbledore confirmed his words, Snape's face grew even paler, filled with despair. Great Hall. For once, the red-haired boy displayed a rare childish joy, playing happily with his 2 pets. Though the acceptance letter clearly allowed only one, he had clearly ignored the rule, and those who knew simply tolerated it. Harry and the Weasley twins ran in laughing and shouting. For a brief moment, the red-haired boy's face went pale as marble, utterly still, but only for a moment before regaining composure. The quiet, gentle yet supremely proud boy smiled contentedly as he ate his steak, though his hand trembled slightly. A drop of blood fell from his palm onto the plate, quickly wiped away unseen. Dumbledore sighed softly. Observing him for so long, he knew the boy was a picky eater and steak was one of the foods he most despised. Perhaps the boy's goals weren't as complicated as everyone had been speculating? After all, if an 11-year-old could perform with such skill and maintain it constantly, that would be terrifying. Headmaster's office. A pale yellow net lay spread across the desk. "I don't know what he did afterward, Dumbledore," Snape said, his face dark. "He caught me. On the way, he set a trap and used this thing to ensnare me." "We all know this child seems unusually gifted in invention and creation," Dumbledore said, eyeing the web. "The choice of materials is ingenious. No one ever thought an Amazon blackback spider's web could function this way." "How long was he out of your sight?" "Not more than 20 minutes. Given the speed, encountering that person would have been barely possible." "Barely," Dumbledore mused, "but by no means impossible." The hall. "Harry has already gone, hasn't he?" Seeing Weasley and Granger wobbling toward him on broomsticks, Dumbledore rushed to the 3rd floor, but as he passed through the Fiendfire, he noticed another invisible presence. Apart from Harry, only one person had an invisibility cloak. So Dumbledore chose to wait, confident he could intervene at the last moment if Harry faced mortal danger. Just as he thought the red-haired boy would stand by while Harry died and prepared to cast a spell, the boy yanked off the cloak. A faintly glowing, blue short arrow shot silently and struck Quirrell's swollen, twisted face. Purple, black veins spread instantly. A translucent shadow shrieked as it tore from Quirrell's body and shot straight toward the ceiling. The red-haired boy waved his wand. A silver spear appeared in his hand. He leapt, flicking his wrist in a series of rapid movements, the spear slicing the air with a clear, sharp whistle. It was a technique Dumbledore had never seen before. At that moment, the very space around them seemed to warp. Dumbledore's pupils contracted sharply. With a piercing, agonized scream, Voldemort's remaining soul tore through the ceiling. The boy's eyes, just before he fainted, told Dumbledore that he had known all along that Dumbledore was right there. Infirmary. Snape carefully removed a short arrow from the unconscious red-haired boy's arm. He sniffed it, and his expression changed drastically. Absolutely, lethal, terrifying. At the same time, Dumbledore noticed that the boy's left hand was twitching involuntarily, though it was his right hand that had been injured. "How are you feeling?" Madame Pomfrey asked the newly awakened Harry. Chapter 31. The Classmates' Fathers. "Your father?" Morven asked, looking down at the pale-faced man with long platinum blonde hair. "Yeah, that's him," Draco said cheerfully. "I'll introduce you to him in a moment. My father has always wanted to meet you, and he has quite a..." Draco abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "No need," Morven said, watching Harry and the others sneak past Lockhart to buy books and then squeeze their way out, heading straight toward Lucius Malfoy. "Eh?" Draco looked down in surprise. "It seems Potter has found himself a girlfriend and she's a Weasley." "Just a romantic who idolizes heroes," Morven said coldly, glancing at Ginny peeking at Harry. Her clumsy, awkward gestures were completely different from the clever, nimble girl he had seen in the old house. If anyone else were the boy who lived, she'd probably make the same face. Arthur Weasley and the twins pushed through the crowd to reach Harry, only to come face to face with Lucius Malfoy. The latter wore a mocking sneer, while Arthur's face was turning the color of his hair. "Looks like they're about to fight," Morven remarked, watching Mr. Weasley nearly steaming at the top of his head. "To be precise, it seems Ron's father is about to hit your father. Aren't you going to check it out?" "They meet at the Ministry every day. Fighting is nothing new, we're used to it," Draco said casually. "Besides, that poor Weasley has been doing surprise inspections lately. We've had to sell several collections cheaply to that greedy Bawkins fellow. My father is furious." "Surprise inspections? Can't the Malfoys avoid them?" Draco was silent for a moment. Actually, ever since the Dark Lord disappeared, the Malfoy family hasn't been as prominent. Most of what you see now is just for appearances. If illegal dark magic items were discovered, they wouldn't end up in Azkaban, but it would certainly cost a fortune. Suddenly, Ginny's cauldron flew out with a whoosh, followed by a loud metallic bang. Mr. Weasley lunged at Lucius Malfoy, pushing him into a bookshelf. Dozens of thick magical tomes toppled over with a crash, scattering across their heads. Fred and George shouted excitedly, "Dad, hit him!" "Mrs. Weasley," screamed Arthur, "no, don't hit him!" The crowd scattered in all directions, knocking over several more bookshelves. "Gentlemen, please stop," an assistant shouted, then in a high-pitched voice added, "Break it, over there, gentlemen, yes, break." "Your father's the strange one," Morven remarked suddenly, observing the chaos below. "Huh?" Draco looked puzzled, wary was Morven about to intervene. "Using both hands is far more effective than one," Morven said, pointing at Lucius. "He's still holding Ginny's textbook, which makes fighting awkward. Why didn't he just drop it?" "Maybe," Draco glanced around, "perhaps he just forgot. I should go check. There are quite a few Weasleys." "Mo Yan." Draco stopped at the doorway, then turned back to him. "You'll still be here later, right?" "Yeah, of course," Mo Yan replied casually. He noticed Hagrid heading toward the two who were still fiercely battling. With ease, Hagrid separated them, and Lucius Malfoy tossed a black notebook and Ginny's guide to beginner transfiguration back into her cauldron. "That must be Tom Riddle's diary." Mo Yan frowned, hesitating over his decision. He needed Harry to discover his Parseltongue ability to open the Chamber of Secrets. Nothing was better for destroying a Horcrux than a basilisk fang. Cursed fire was powerful, yes, but difficult to control, and this kind of dark magic he had no way to learn, and even if he did, he couldn't openly use it. But even though in the original story nobody died when the chamber opened, would it follow the same course with his involvement? Perhaps a girl reached for the mirror 2 seconds later, or a boy wandered into the path of the basilisk, or just adding one person created countless variations in behavior. Especially since Harry liked to follow sounds, he heard his chances of being spotted by the basilisk were far higher than the average student's. What should he do? "Father, this is Mo Yan." Mo Yan turned and saw Draco leading Mr. Malfoy at the top of the stairs. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," Mo Yan said with a slight bow. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mo Yan Evans." "I hear you're an orphan?" Mr. Malfoy lifted his chin, looking down at Mo Yan with a cold, calculating gaze. "And where does your surname come from?" Mo Yan raised an eyebrow. "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Malfoy, you aren't a Ministry of Magic census official, are you? So, this shouldn't concern you, should it?" Mr. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Ignoring his son tugging at his sleeve, he said icily, "Very well. I hope your pride survives at Hogwarts this year. You should start praying you were born pure blood or else." "Or else what?" Mo Yan sneered. "Unless Hogwarts has become a private garden of the Malfoy family, then." He cast a disdainful glance at Lucius Malfoy. "You seem hardly in a position to say that to me." Malfoy's expression darkened further. Draco looked on helplessly as their sharp glares clashed like blades. "Let's go, Draco." Mr. Malfoy yanked his son away from the ground. "People like this are not worthy of being your friend." Mo Yan had been annoyed by Lucius Malfoy's arrogance, but the last remark left him amused in spite of himself. How exactly had this man determined he was ungrateful? If such an attitude counted as good, then there couldn't be much bad left in the world. Could it be that Mr. Malfoy's usual polite demeanor was always at this level? No wonder he and Professor Snape were friends. Their thinking and speech shared the same bizarre, exacting patterns. During the last stretch of his time in Diagon Alley, Morven led a rather leisurely life. For magical research, being born into a wizarding family made an almost insurmountable difference. Before he inherited his family's legacy, simply creating a storage ring required him to consult countless books and even purchase a tent to conduct experiments, yet the end result was only barely satisfactory. Now, with the research of many predecessors at his disposal, looking back at his own early attempts felt like comparing fine craftsmanship to low-quality trinkets. Whatever branch of magic he wanted to study, he could find guidance in some ancestor's writings. Because of this, Morven didn't feel rushed to conduct his own research. He allowed himself free time each day to stroll through Diagon Alley, sometimes helping Ben tend the shop for a while. During these quiet moments, he often pondered questions he had previously ignored, reflecting on the meaning and direction of his life, examining what parts of his future plans still needed refinement. Lost in thought, he would occasionally fall into a strange melancholy, or experience the disorienting sensation of Yuangzi dreams of a butterfly, or a butterfly dreams of Yuangzi. One day, as Morven lay across a table contemplating the contrast between reality and illusion, the harshness of the real versus the dreamlike ideal, a soft voice suddenly came from above. Excuse me, how much are these books? The prices are on the back. Calculate it yourself. Leave the money in the drawer over there. Thank you, Morvan mumbled, still half asleep. The other person snorted softly, then laughed. Mr. Evans, aren't you worried someone might just take the books without paying? Morvan looked up and saw a girl with black hair and dark eyes standing in front of him. Her skin was as delicate and fair as fine jade, her black eyes rippled like autumn waters, and she stood gracefully, a faint smile playing on her lips. A stunningly beautiful Chinese girl. Yang Qiu? Morvan instinctively called out in Chinese. You know me? Wait, did you just speak in Chinese? Yang Qiu said, pleasantly surprised. Yes, Morvan admitted, a shiver running through him, silently cursing himself. I once knew an elder from China and learned a few phrases. Your Mandarin is very standard, not something you pick up from just a few phrases, said a tall, handsome Chinese man approaching them. Though striking, he carried an air of distance, only softening when looking at Yang Qiu. Dad, Yang Qiu said happily, this is Morvan I told you about. He's quite famous at our school. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Morvan Evans. It's a pleasure to meet you, Morvan said, bowing slightly, inwardly irritated as he recalled having said almost the same words a few days earlier. Hello, Mr. Evans. My daughter often mentions you and Harry Potter. I feel as if I already know quite a bit about you, Zhang replied. The honor is mine, Morvan forced a smile, noticing Mr. Yang examining him with interest. He quickly took the book from Zhang Qiu's hands. That'll be 11 galleons and 5 sickles, thank you, she said. Mr. Yang placed the money on the table, took the book, and left, casting Morvan a glance loaded with unspoken meaning as he went. Morvan swept the coins into the drawer and frowned even more. Perhaps he had some sort of conflict with the word father. Lair rubbed lightly against Mo Yan's neck in annoyance, urging him to move. They'd already been standing there for 10 minutes. King's Cross Station buzzed with people. It wasn't overly crowded. Apart from the Hogwarts Express, there were no trains leaving at 11, so the platforms felt relatively open. If you wanted to pick someone out of the crowd, it wasn't too difficult. Mo Yan now found himself in exactly that situation just a short distance to his left. A father and son were staring at him as if trying to read every detail of his face. He had no choice but to lean against the railing, feigning boredom, silently hoping that these persistently staring strangers would get distracted by something else. Why had Harry been so unlucky to have his view blocked back then? With less than a quarter of an hour until 11, the Weasleys and Harry could appear at any moment. Mo Yan didn't want to see Harry happily interacting with them, nor did he want to risk Harry being cornered by Dobby and forced into an impromptu, chaotic broom ride. But the father and son continued to stare unrelentingly. Wait, father and son? Mo Yan suddenly realized he might have encountered another parent of a Hogwarts student. He pushed his trolley closer to them. The pair quickly turned their heads, as if trying to hide something. Excuse me, why have you been staring at me? Mo Yan's voice carried a faint edge of irritation. Ah, sorry, well, the boy scratched his messy hair, a little reminiscent of Harry, and Mo Yan's expression softened slightly. Platform 9 and 3, orders. I don't know, the boy gestured vaguely with his thin arms. His father interjected. Excuse me, do you know how to find platform 9 and 3/4? Oh, a Hogwarts first year? Mo Yan looked at the small boy, then at his plump father, wondering what kind of upbringing had shaped this child. Don't know how to reach the platform, right? Yes, the boy nodded quickly, and his father exhaled in relief. Follow me then. By the way, you're a Muggle, right? Mo Yan asked, noticing the father trying to follow along. A Muggle? Both of them froze. Someone who can't do magic. Muggles can't enter platform 9 and 3/4, Mo Yan explained. The father and son then shared a brief, affectionate farewell. Mo Yan realized the father hadn't abused the boy for being different. Their relationship seemed quite warm. Oh, by the way, I'm Colin Creevy. What's your name? Mo Yan withdrew his gaze from the distant group where red hair had appeared and looked deeply at the boy in front of him. Mo Yan Evans. Chapter 32. The Hogwarts Express. The platform was as chaotic as ever. Morvan dragged his trunk to the very end and found an empty compartment, sitting down to read a brief overview of magical theory. Hi, mind if we sit? Suddenly, the compartment door slid open. Morvan groaned he had forgotten to lock it. Two identical red heads poked inside. Both parties froze for a moment. No. Before Morvan could finish, the twins pushed their trunk in and barged inside, as if they owned the place. "Hey Morvan, why so stingy?" one of them said. "After all, we're all classmates," added the other. Morvan knew arguing now would be pointless. He pursed his lips, keeping a cold expression, as the twins shoved his trunk aside and set down their own bundles. "Hi, I'm Fred." "No, I'm Fred, he's George." "I don't have time for your guess who I am game," Morvan snapped impatiently. Yet even in passing, he noticed that the one claiming to be Fred had slightly longer eyebrows. Morvan felt a surge of indignation. Both are twins, yet they could be so uncannily alike while he and Harry didn't share even the faintest resemblance. "Oh, poor Morvan," Fred sighed dramatically. "Did your sense of humor just drift away into the clouds over one summer?" George added. "Or worse, burn to ashes, leaving nothing but dust?" "I still remember how creative your inventions were back then," Fred continued. "And today we're here to read their obituary," George added solemnly. "When everyone else is drinking and laughing at the joy they brought. They met a tragic end, leaving tear marks on the bright red carpet. We mourn them profoundly here, but words cannot express our grief." "Enough," Morvan snapped, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Perhaps you'd like to relive the experience of turning into a canary." "Mo Yan." George came to stand opposite him, his expression serious. "We can be disappointed in some people, but we mustn't despair of society or the world. Our bodies may vanish, but our spirits must not falter," Fred added solemnly. "So for the sake of a greater prank, let's cheer up," the twins shouted together. Mo Yan's lips twitched as he reached for his wand. George suddenly turned to Fred. "Maybe to show our willingness to cooperate, we should do something?" Fred stroked his chin. "What if we replaced Harry's wand with a fake one that can only turn into underwear? Do you think that would please you, Mo Yan?" Mo Yan laughed bitterly. "Replace Harry's wand?" "Exactly, and it turns into girls' underwear. What do you think, Mo Yan?" "Fine. Pleasure doing business with you," Mo Yan said lightly, extending his hand to shake both Fred and George. The twins exchanged a glance. Fred began, "Mo Yan, those things you used at the end of last term." But he suddenly froze mid-sentence, stiff as a stone. George was the same, their eyes the only part of them still rolling. "Petrifying powder. Enjoy it," Mo Yan said with a sly fake smile, finally able to return to his book in peace. But his brief moment of serenity didn't last. "Mo Yan, what are those two doing here? And what happened to them?" Draco asked as he pushed the door open. "Don't worry about them," Mo Yan said. "Just a little lesson." Draco carefully sidestepped George's outstretched arms. Mo Yan watched as he raised an eyebrow, silently mocking the twins, whose faces had already turned a deep purplish red. "Mo Yan, Potter, and the Weasleys didn't board the train. I just saw that blood looking for them everywhere." "Are they coming this way?" Mo Yan asked. "No, someone just called her back." "Why aren't you worried?" Draco asked in surprise. "Why should I be?" Mo Yan blinked innocently, feigning confusion. "Potter didn't board the train," Draco stressed. "You already said that," Mo Yan reminded him. Harry Potter didn't get on the train," Draco repeated slowly and deliberately. "I'm telling the truth." "I don't doubt you, Draco. I know Potter didn't board. Maybe he just missed the train. If you're really worried, why not go look for him yourself?" "I'm not worried," Draco hurriedly protested, then caught himself, noticing something. "Did you just call him Potter?" "Yeah, that's right," Morvan continued to feign innocence. "Morvan Evans." Draco finally lost patience and shouted. "Draco, Potter didn't get on the train. What do you want me to do? Fly back on my broom to find him?" Morvan finally dropped the act, closing his book to look at him. "Besides, he's right. I'm in Slytherin, he's in Gryffindor." Draco was silent for a moment, then unexpectedly smiled. "That's fine too." He looked at Morvan, then suddenly changed the subject. "That day my father was unpleasant." "Don't take it to heart. He's always like that." "It's fine," Morvan shrugged nonchalantly. "I wasn't exactly polite either. You are who you are, he is who he is. If you don't get angry about my attitude, I won't get mad about his." At that moment, a sales clerk with dimples at the corners of her mouth pushed open their compartment door. "Children looking to buy some treats?" Morvan and Draco both got up, picking out a bunch of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, ice pops, chocolate frogs, and the like. I've never tried these before. Draco, what flavor do you think this is?" Morvan held up a brown bean. Probably chocolate, I guess. Draco leaned over to inspect it. Though I once got one that tasted like clay, it was this color. I sincerely hope it's the former, Morven muttered, carefully nibbling. Aha! Dark chocolate ice cream pie flavor. Then Morven sampled every flavor: air, strawberry, chili, wool, and even the taste of the wrapper. Draco would always try to guess first, coming up with disgusting possibilities like booger, worm, zebra saliva, or slug, but thankfully, he was always wrong. Morven even let 2 chocolate frogs loose in the compartment, watching them hop around with glee and betting Draco on how long they'd jump. As night fell, the mountains and forests outside the window blurred, and Morven felt sleepy, stifling a yawn. A voice echoed through the compartment. "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the compartment. Staff will deliver it to the school in batches." Draco stood first to leave. As the second-year greeter, he had to help the prefect maintain order among second-year students, mainly just guiding the usually scatterbrained golfers and Crabbe to their spots and reminding or threatening them about the new term's rules. Feeling satisfied now, Morven looked at the twins, frozen stiff for hours, and grinned. "Don't make me deal with you again," he warned, bending slightly toward them, "or it won't be just a few hours of petrification next time." He split the remaining beans evenly, fed them along with the antidote to the twins, then turned and left the compartment. The Hogwarts platform was small, dark, and cold, the wind biting, a dim lamp swinging above the students. Morven couldn't understand why, when Hogwarts could support such a massive castle, they would make the platform so pitiful. Was it to create a stark contrast between the tiny, frigid station and the towering castle for the first years? First-year students. All first years over here. A booming voice called out. Mo Yan heard new students exclaiming in awe, "Wow, he's so tall." He watched the first years follow Hagrid's towering figure with a mix of excitement and fear, feeling a twinge of regret himself. He'd never know what it felt like to glide across the lake in one of the small boats and watch the grand castle on the cliff slowly draw closer. Mo Yan followed the other students in a different direction, stepping onto a muddy path. Ahead, at least 100 carriages waited, with strange, fearsome creatures standing between their axles. They looked somewhat like horses, but with reptilian features, thin and emaciated, their skins stretched tightly over knobby bones. Each joint was clearly visible, and on either side sprouted wings that seemed made of black leather. Their small white eyes glimmered in the darkness. Mo Yan suddenly felt a pang of worry. Did his own eyes look like that too? Despite their terrifying appearance, the creatures were quiet and docile. If a student approached or reached out to grab something seemingly from nowhere, they would silently step aside. Maybe it was their eye color, but Mo Yan felt he could see a faint sadness reflected in them. "What are you looking at, Mo Yan?" Draco stepped beside him, following his gaze, but naturally he saw nothing. "Nothing," Mo Yan said. "Greeter finished with her work?" "Mo Yan, don't laugh at me for this," Draco rubbed his forehead. "I really want to ask the Sorting Hat how it decided to put Goyle and Crabbe in Slytherin. They should have gone to Hufflepuff. Slytherin isn't Ravenclaw. It doesn't sort by intelligence." "Then what? Family? That's the only thing they have to show off," Draco sneered. "Aren't they your friends?" Mo Yan asked. "Why speak of them like that?" "Friends? Them? Ha," Draco said disdainfully. "They're just followers." Mo Yan fell silent. Suddenly he realized that the reason Wormtail betrayed his father might have been because James Potter had treated him the same way, indifferent, dismissive, unconcerned, present when needed, gone when not. Of course, neither Draco nor James truly ignored their companions. Draco often helped Goyle and Crabbe with homework, shared sweets, and other things. James trusted Peter Pettigrew with the lives of his entire family, but their casual indifference in daily interactions made friendship feel like a cheap, one-sided illusion. Still, the fact remained, Peter had destroyed entire families. If it had happened to someone else, Mo Yan might have even excused him. But in this world, there are no ifs. Peter killed his parents, falsely condemned Sirius to Azkaban, and set in motion all the misfortune that followed for him and Harry. If Mo Yan, knowing the truth, allowed the traitor to escape, like Harry did, forcing the Godfather, after finally fleeing Azkaban, to remain trapped in a house he loathed, mocked by enemies and children alike, he would never forgive himself. Mo Yan pressed the storage ring on his finger, where he had recreated a marauder's map with his father's notes. Although Ron's pet rat spent all day in the dormitory, and he hadn't seen it all of last year, with the map's help he believed he could find the right moment to catch it when it ventured outside. I will never let you go, Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 33. The beginning of term. The carriages passed through a grand, intricately wrought iron gate, flanked on either side by stone pillars, topped with winged golden pigs. The castle towers gradually drew closer into view before the carriages swayed to a stop. Morvan and Draco stepped down together. The crowd moved through the massive oak doors and into the cavernous entrance hall. Orange-yellow torches lit the space brilliantly, and a majestic marble staircase stretched up to the next level, leading finally into the great hall. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, and 4 long tables awaited the student seats. Several professors were already seated at the staff table, but Morvan noticed that Professor Snape was absent. In his place, Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in a garish bright green robe, sat next to the towering Hagrid, flashing a perfect smile revealing 8 teeth. Morvan was about to sit in his usual seat when Draco suddenly tugged him aside. Realizing they were now second-year students, he instead took his place at the second-year table. Golden, gleaming tableware was laid out, though the plates remained empty. After a short wait, the diminutive Professor Flitwick led the first years into the hall. The new students looked small, shivering from both cold and nerves. Whispering among themselves, they cautiously surveyed their new school, and, under the gaze of the much taller upperclassmen, hesitantly made their way to the raised platform at the front. "Look at these first years," Draco scoffed. "We were definitely better than them back in our year." "Oh, I must have been far worse than them," Morvan thought gloomily. When he had arrived, he'd just come through the flu network and a downpour, covered in soot, mud, and rain, looking like a drowned rat. Hardly in a position to mock these new students. "At least they're clean and tidy," Morvan muttered, though Draco sitting beside him didn't hear. On the high platform, Professor Flitwick placed a small 4-legged stool and an extremely filthy worn pointed hat. The first year's eyes were glued to it, as were everyone else's. Then, the sorting hat split open a slit, and a rasping, broken jar-like voice echoed. "Since over 1,000 years ago." "Shut your ears," Morvan whispered, casting a spell over himself to block the sound. If there had been one blessing in missing the sorting ceremony back then, it was definitely not having to hear that dreadful song. He lifted the spell only when he saw a student step forward to wear the hat. Colleen Creevey, whom he had seen at the station, was indeed sorted into Gryffindor. Absent-minded Luna Lovegood repeated Neville's mistake forgetting to remove the hat while descending the platform, her gaze clearly elsewhere during sorting. Ginny's signature red hair immediately made her recognizable to her older brother's peers, who had long been familiar with her. As soon as she entered the hall, Morvan overheard the nearby whispers. "Another Weasley. They say she's the youngest girl. From the family of failures among the pureblood nobility." Draco studied Ginny for a long moment, then suddenly turned to Moyan. "Where do you think she got that robe from one of her brothers?" Moyan glanced at Ginny. Her robe had several patches. The stitching was skillful, but the differing colors made them easy to spot. The girl fidgeted, trying to cover 1 or 2 patches with her hands, but it was clear she wasn't succeeding. "I don't expect to get an owl, but I hoped Mom would at least make me a new robe, since I'm a girl." The troubled voice from memory surfaced, soft and childlike, the tone of a 10-year-old girl. "Draco, mocking someone else's family isn't something to be proud of," Moyan said. "Poverty isn't exactly a treasure, but it isn't a shame either." Gryffindor. As expected, the sorting hat called out Ginny's house. The red-haired girl's face lit up with joy. Trembling slightly, she walked toward the Gryffindor table, greeted by an unusually loud cheer. The twins each gave their little sister a hug in turn. Moyan then noticed Professor Snape entering through a side door. He spoke briefly to Professor McGonagall before both left. Professor Lockhart, having overheard them, looked guilty as he whispered something to Hagrid, who seemed visibly annoyed. Moyan guessed that Lockhart probably wasn't assuming that Harry's dramatic late entrance was some testament to his own charm. He licked his lips and lowered his head, suddenly captivated by the food on his plate, ignoring the remainder of the sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's speech. It wasn't until a pile of food nearly reached his nose, a roasted chicken leg in particular, that he jumped and looked up again. "Hey, where did Dumbledore go?" Blaise suddenly asked. Moyan turned to see Dumbledore disappearing quickly through the side door. "Let's eat," he said, picking up his knife and fork, though he had no appetite. "Your appetite last year you ate like a quail, this year like a sparrow," a cold voice remarked beside him. "Blaise?" Moyan looked at him in surprise. "Are you joking?" "Fact," Blaise replied. Mo Yan saw him glance sharply, which made him flinch. Then he noticed Draco sliding over one seat to make room for Blaze. Oddly, several seats to Draco's left remained empty, as did those opposite. It seemed there were far fewer Slytherin first years this year than expected, while the Gryffindor table was more crowded than ever. Did all the first years end up in Gryffindor? Mo Yan frowned. About a third, Blaze said. The story of the boy who survived disaster and defeated the Dark Lord again has inspired a wave of new students to flock to Gryffindor. The quality of first years isn't very good this year either. Draco leaned over, speaking in a low voice. Edmund is worried. He seemed uncomfortable speaking across Blaze and sat back down immediately after. Because of Blaze, Mo Yan couldn't read Edmund's expression clearly. Across the table, Wendy frowned as she watched several first years devour their food. There were clearly quite a few goyles and crabs this year. During dessert, several professors gradually returned. After the last strawberry pudding disappeared from the plates, Dumbledore suggested singing the school song, and then told everyone it was time to go to bed. They passed through a hidden door in the wall and returned to the dormitory, where each door bore a nameplate with second year written beneath their names. After a long day, most of the students fell asleep the moment their heads touched the pillows, but Morven lay in bed, staring up at the silver and green drapes above him, lost in thought for a long while. When hundreds of owls swooped into the great hall, Morven was reluctantly eating a bowl of weak porridge. The smell of pickled fish and smoked meat on the table made it hard to swallow, so he simply handed everything over to Raphael. Draco's mother had sent him another large bag of sweets, and almost every first year received parcels from home. Goyle got a packet of slimming potion, which he tossed to Crabbe, who passed it to Blaze, who handed it to Morvan only for Draco to snatch it back and toss it to Goyle again. "Drink it yourself," Draco barked. Goyle grimaced. "Draco, this potion makes you lose all appetite. I don't want to drink it." "Can't eat anything at all?" Draco asked. Goyle nodded emphatically. Yes, if I take even a sip, I throw up." Draco thought for a moment. "Then next time you eat, find your own spot. Don't sit with us." Goyle stared blankly at him, looking utterly dumbfounded. Crabbe quickly shoved the potion into his hand. "If they expel you for stealing a car, I wouldn't be surprised at all." Suddenly, an enraged voice rang out from the Gryffindor table, shaking the ceiling and sending dust fluttering down. Raphael jumped in fright, knocking over a cup of pumpkin juice, which angrily flapped its wings, unable to tolerate the sticky mess on itself, and flew away. "If I catch you, you'll regret it. You've never thought about how your parents would worry if they found the car gone." Mrs. Weasley's voice, amplified at least 100-fold, shrieking through the hall. Plates and spoons on the table bounced up and down, the echo against the stone walls deafening. Morven watched the fork on his plate, catching the metallic clang-clang sounds, and for the first time directly felt the power of the River East Lion's roar, compared to which the occasional scolding from the housemistress was a gentle breeze. Lowering his head, Morven sincerely felt deep sympathy for Mr. Weasley. "Last night I received a letter from Dumbledore, and I think your father would die of shame. We never taught you to behave this way. You and Harry were supposed to get yourselves killed. An absolute disgrace to the family. Your father is suspended at work for questioning, and this is all your fault. If you step out of line again, we'll take you straight home." At the Gryffindor table, Harry pressed his hands tightly over his ears, pretending not to hear the shattering voice. Ron slumped in his chair, curling up into a ball, leaving only a small patch of his red forehead exposed. After Mrs. Weasley's roar died down, the red envelope spontaneously burst into flames and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Mo Yan rubbed his ears, feeling the buzz in his head. A few people laughed and the hall instantly erupted with chatter. "Potter and the Weasleys actually drove here themselves yesterday. He must think his fame isn't big enough yet and needs to keep people constantly intrigued," Draco mocked. Goyle and Crabbe glanced at Mo Yan. Seeing no displeasure on his face, they joined in the laughter. "Mr. Weasley's father seems to work at the Office for the Regulation of Muggle Artifacts, specializing in confiscations," Blaze said. "But he himself is the biggest abuser of Muggle objects. Looks like the Weasley family is in for some trouble." "Exactly," Draco sneered at a blushing Ron. "And this summer, with all that surprise inspections, he should have arrested himself first." Their first class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. Mo Yan was the first to transform a beetle into a hexagram-shaped jade cufflink. Professor McGonagall awarded Slytherin 10 points. "You're a bit different today," Draco remarked after class. "You never finish until the last minute before, right? If we can't rely on the first years this year, we'll have to do the work ourselves," Mo Yan said. "What, is it strange that I'm earning points for Slytherin?" "A little," Draco admitted honestly. "But it's good anyway. Where are you going?" "Second year history of magic is this way." Mo Yan waved his hand in farewell. "Nah, what's the point of Professor Bin's class?" "I'm heading to the library." "Tell me the homework later." "All right then." Chapter 34. Quidditch Tryouts. Mo Yan had been reading in the library so long that he completely lost track of time. It wasn't until Draco came looking for him that he remembered it was mealtime. As they approached the entrance hall, a pleading voice rang out. "Could your friend help take a picture? I'll stand next to you, and then you can sign it." "Signed photo? You're giving out signed photos, Potter?" Draco immediately sneered loudly as soon as he realized the boy was addressing Harry. "Everyone line up. Harry Potter is handing out his signed photos." "No, I'm not." Harry clenched his fists in anger. "Shut up, Malfoy." Mo Yan lazily watched the farce unfold on the wall. Colleen Creevey was doing his utmost to defend Harry, but every attempt only made him look more embarrassed. Ron waved his poorly wrapped wand, shouting in frustration that he would make Draco eat slug slime. "What are you doing? What's going on?" Gilderoy Lockhart strode over, his emerald robes billowing behind him. "Who's handing out signed photos?" Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the peacock-like display, Morven discreetly drew his wand and cast a small spell on Harry, grinning with satisfaction. "Should have known it was you. We meet again, Harry." Lockhart reached out to drape a hand over Harry's shoulder, eagerly preparing to take a two-person photo for Colleen Creevey. Morven slipped his wand back into his robes and led Draco off to get something to eat. "By the way, Morvan, you didn't check the notice in the common room again this morning, did you?" Draco asked unexpectedly as they headed back to the dormitory. "Nope. Why?" "There's a Quidditch try-out this afternoon. Are you going to participate?" "Quidditch?" Morven paused, then laughed. His father had been an excellent seeker. He wondered if he'd inherited any of that talent. But Draco was already Slytherin's seeker. Competing for that position would inevitably put him in conflict with Draco. Better to try something else. Perhaps keeper? He had played as a keeper in university. While it was a different position, at least it counted as some experience. The afternoon weather was pleasant, with gentle sunshine and a light breeze. By the time they reached the pitch, the enormous Quidditch field was already packed with Slytherin students, nearly every year from 1st to 7th. Many first years had never even had a flying lesson, yet they nervously clutched borrowed broomsticks along the edges of the field. As Morven passed, he overheard a blond boy ask a chubby, light brown-haired boy nearby, "Can you go over the flying technique again? I think I forgot it." "Can these first years even manage?" Morvan said to Draco, incredulous. "Why is Flint so impatient? Many of them haven't even touched a broom before." "There's no choice." Edmund joined them. "Gryffindor has Potter, whose skill is among the best I've ever seen. With some formal training, he could easily join any national team when he's older. If we want to win the Quidditch Cup, we need extra practice." "But isn't this rushing things?" Morvan pointed behind him. A girl looked at her broom in fear as though it might suddenly leap up and bite her. She trembled as she said, "Can this broom really fly? It won't throw me off, will it? I mean, we haven't learned much magic yet, right? Didn't they ever ride broomsticks at home? Draco, you've been flying since you were little, haven't you?" Draco coughed awkwardly. Edmund laughed. "Morvan, they're just bluffing. Back home, we rarely got to ride broomsticks either. The skies are dangerous, and children can't control the direction properly. It's easy to get thrown off a temperamental broom. Most young witches and wizards only rode toy brooms, or maybe once or twice a year under supervision. Besides, with flu powder around, flying isn't usually necessary outside of Quidditch." "So that story about escaping from a helicopter was false too?" Morven teased, seeing a pink flush spread across Draco's face, and shook his head with a smile. "These first years can barely control direction in the air, let alone play properly," Blaze said from behind Morvan. Goyle and Crabbe followed. Draco now spent nearly all his time with Morvan, leaving the rest in the pitiful position of trailing far behind them. "So in the meantime, we'll just have to let them fly a lap first and see what potential they actually have," Edmund said, frowning. Since the end of last term, his brow had been almost permanently furrowed, and a deep cross had formed between his eyebrows. Flint must have hoped to find a genius like Potter, but it looks like that's impossible. As expected, the first round was a general tryout for all the new students. Among them, 2 couldn't get their brooms off the ground even after shouting for over 10 minutes. Only about a third managed to lift 10 feet into the air, wobbling precariously. 2 of those panicked and fell headfirst to the ground, while one shot straight upward and was thrown off his broom, but luckily, Edmund cast a quick levitation charm in time. Only 2 students flew decently, and even then, decent only meant they'd had some experience practicing at home. Flint shouted and cursed loudly the entire time, his voice eventually hoarse. Not a single first year was selected. He clutched his head in frustration, beating his chest. Most second years and above had already been through the tryouts, so choosing again now was simply a matter of picking the tallest among the shorter ones. This year, 2 spots were open on the Slytherin Quidditch team, a chaser and a seeker, but all positions were recruiting new members. Ever since the first years were re-evaluated last year, the responsibility for Quidditch tryouts had shifted to the team captains. This year's tryouts were especially chaotic, with more participants than ever. Flint finally remembered to add a loud-voiced charm for himself after shouting himself hoarse. The first selection was for chasers. Flint let out a despairing sigh as soon as the first candidates appeared. They were mostly large, muscular students. One boy was twice the size of Goyle, and the broom he was riding trembled violently. He tried to accelerate, but the brand new broom veered sharply to the left. After being eliminated, he loudly complained that the broom was defective, claiming his father had bought a counterfeit, but everyone else knew it was his own weight that made the poor broom incapable of performing properly. Selecting the beaters was even more of a disaster. The bludgers went wildly out of control 4 times, injuring several students. 17 people were knocked off their brooms and rushed to the infirmary, 6 with broken arms, 3 with broken legs, 1 with a fractured nose. Flint himself had 2 teeth shattered, but he was oddly pleased the bludger that hit him had been smashed by a third-year boy with impressive force. This boy, worn-eyed, wasn't especially skilled, but excelled at cheating. He could skillfully use his body as a bludger to hit others in ways that were nearly undetectable. More than half the injuries on the field were directly caused by him. The Seeker trials were the longest, lasting over 2 hours. Mo Yan and Draco even left for dinner midway, barely squeezing back in afterward. Finally, as night fell, it was time to select the keeper. The crowd on the pitch had reached its peak. No one went to do homework or hang out in the common room. Everyone endured the cold to witness the final tryout. Mo Yan had only decided on a whim to try out for Quidditch, so he hadn't brought a broom. Draco lent him his Firebolt 2000. Up until now, Mo Yan had only ridden the school's common-use brooms during flying lessons, old, rickety things that should have been in a museum, shaking fearfully whenever airborne. Draco had suggested familiarizing himself with it first, but the pitch was crowded with tryouts, and Mo Yan felt it would be silly to practice elsewhere, so he refused. At Flint's whistle, a dozen or so keeper candidates rose into the air. With only 2 goals, they were split into 2 groups. Mo Yan was last in the second group, giving him ample time to circle the pitch. As he mounted the broom, he felt, for the first time, a wild, unrestrained voice roaring through his veins. The night wind tousled his hair, his robes flapped like wings, and a penetrating chill seeped through his skin to his bones. He felt completely merged with the darkness. Pulling on the broom's handle, he soared higher than anyone else before finally stopping. Below, the crowd had blurred into obscurity. He was at least 100 feet above them. The stars overhead seemed within reach, yet Mo Yan felt no fear. He felt the darkness was him, the sky was him. He was the wind, he was a fish, he was the drifting cloud in the air, he was the bird born to fly. The first time he was reborn into this world, he truly felt the freedom of body, the freedom of mind. For the first time, he fully experienced himself. Voldemort? Dumbledore? Horcruxes? War. So what? Back when Harry knew nothing, he defeated all his enemies. There was no reason for Morvan, who knew everything and possessed far more than Harry ever did, to suffer a crushing defeat. High above, where no one could see, Morvan's lips curved into a smile that could hardly be called benevolent, his silver eyes glittering against the night sky. Defiant, proud, reckless. Morvan Evans! Flint's voice called up from below. Morvan Dove, coming to a stop right in front of the left goal hoop, and with a single kick sent a bludger Adriath had thrown flying off course. Focus, Adriath! Haven't you eaten? He laughed heartily. Chapter 35. those who say no first. Ever since Morvan had stunned everyone during the Quidditch tryouts, every time he ran into someone from Slytherin in the corridors, he would be patted on the shoulder or forced to smile politely while hearing words of encouragement because the speakers were usually upperclassmen, and refusal wasn't an option. "Come on, Morvan, beat Gryffindor." Everyone said it. By the end of the day, Morvan grimly complained to Draco, "My shoulders are swollen." Gryffindor trained 3 nights a week, so Slytherin's schedule was set to 4 nights, with an extra full morning session on Saturdays. When Morvan saw the training roster, he thoroughly regretted it. He had only wanted to feel the thrill of flying and reminisce about his university days, not bury every bit of his weekly free time under it. "How can it be a whole week's time? Look, don't you still have 3 nights off in a week?" Flint held up Mo-Yan's schedule for him to see. "And the entire weekend is free. You only train for 1 morning, so you still have 1 morning plus 2 each in the afternoon, evening, and midday. There's plenty of time." "Am I not supposed to do homework?" Mo-Yan tried to argue. "Mo-Yan, your homework only takes half an hour to an hour each time, right? You just need a little time after dinner." Draco Mo-Yan ground his teeth. Only 3 Gryffindors had ever done homework with him and Draco. It was obvious who had betrayed him. So all week, poor Draco trudged around with 2 dark, permanent-looking circles under his eyes, too exhausted even to bother the Gryffindors. Meanwhile, Mo-Yan spent 4 evenings each week, time he could have spent in the library or common room reading, hanging in the cold, dark air, desperately intercepting every rogue quaffle that tried to pass him. He felt zero sympathy for Draco's wrecked image. Friday arrived quickly. It was the day they had potions class with the Gryffindors. Mo-Yan arrived early as usual, quietly preparing the ingredients Professor Snape would use for the lesson. By now he could handle some of the more advanced materials, but his patience still wavered. Sometimes he'd only prepare half and leave the rest, or he'd suddenly lose interest after most of the work was done. In those cases, Snape would take over and finish the task. Only rarely would Mo-Yan work through everything if he found it sufficiently interesting. For disgusting things like slug slime or rem saliva, he would practice a little, then set it aside and always wash his hands thoroughly several times afterward. Mo-Yan had long known that Snape tolerated and cared for him in many ways, but he had never paid it much attention. He disliked the way Snape looked at Harry, and because of that, had begun to dislike the man himself. While he recognized that Snape's final actions had been heroic, his day-to-day behavior left much to be desired. Actions like punishing an enemy's child for grudges held against the parent only deepened Mo-Yan's scorn. Though he occasionally felt a fleeting impulse to approach Snape after recalling that final, "Look at me," he usually ignored him. But now, after realizing how strikingly he resembled his mother, Mo-Yan suddenly wanted to know what exactly did Snape see when he looked at him. Could it be some sort of transference because of his mother? Mo-Yan shuddered at the thought. If this greasy old bat dared to look at him that way because of the resemblance, he would make sure it became a lesson he'd never forget. So, while slicing apple leaves, Mo-Yan stole a glance at Snape. And then he froze. Snape still looked as cold and severe as ever, but there was none of the usual keep your distance aura. Instead, he radiated. Mo-Yan tilted his head, struggling for the right word. Calm. It wasn't the kind of deep, turbulent calm you feel in the ocean, nor the vast distant serenity of the sky. It was more like air. Yes, like air, unseen, untouchable, colorless, tasteless, embracing everything. Morvan blinked, feeling a deep shame at his earlier thoughts, a soft flush creeping up to the tips of his ears. Harry squinted as he walked in, accidentally bumping a chair, producing a loud clang. Morvan frowned. Spell seemed much stronger than when he had tested it himself. Was it because Harry was nearsighted to begin with? Even the pairing in potions class left the uninitiated stunned. Harry Potter standing with Hermione Granger, while Ron Weasley partnered with Neville Longbottom. Everyone knew that, although Snape constantly found ways to pick on Harry in potions, Harry's skill in the subject was among the very best in Gryffindor, matched only by the so-called Miss Know-It-all, Granger. Hence Harry had always been paired with the less talented Weasley, while Granger partnered with the Cauldron Killer Longbottom to minimize potential point deductions. Now, Granger with Potter, Weasley with Longbottom. Had Gryffindor's hourglass finally cracked under the weight of their rubies? And yet everyone was even more shocked to see that the magically gifted Harry Potter required Hermione's reminders for every single step, and even then often made mistakes. He could mix up lizard skin and apple leaves, twice stirring outside the cauldron. The situation was so shocking that even the usually sharp Snape was momentarily dumbfounded, missing several prime opportunities to deduct points. Miss Granger, speaking in class without permission, 5 points from Gryffindor. As Hermione once again reminded Harry to stir, Snape's robe billowed as he stalked over, standing before their desk to inspect their potion. Harry glared at Snape, his focus off, and carefully inserted the stirrer, just touching the liquid surface, moving it clockwise. Potter, without reminders, can you not even perform the most basic tasks? 2 points from Gryffindor. Snape stood before him, arms crossed, lips clicking in scorn. Last year's grades made me think perhaps you had not inherited your father's clumsiness and stupidity in this area. Clearly I was wrong. How did someone capable of such elementary mistakes achieve the results you did in my class last year? Harry bit his lip, silent, hands trembling, slowly following each step to brew the potion. He didn't look at the board once. Clearly he had memorized every step. Morven had long insisted on this, but Harry always found reasons to avoid it. He hated tedious, flavorless study, and memorization especially, and if it involved potions, that hatred doubled. By all appearances, he was doing everything correctly, yet bizarre mistakes kept happening. Measuring twice as much as needed, nearly putting his hand in the flames when igniting, spilling half the ingredients outside the cauldrons. Snape stood over him, mocking each error, tusking in disdain, and ruthlessly deducting points from Gryffindor. Hermione risked point deductions twice to remind him, costing them a total of 20 points. Harry's face flushed bright red, his lips almost bleeding from biting them, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Moyan's expression darkened as he tore the lizard's skin in half. Draco glanced at him and decided it was better not to remind him that it should have been finely chopped. Finally, just as Harry was about to toss the wrong ingredient into the cauldron again, a cold hand gripped his wrist. "Damn it, what's wrong with you?" Moyan's voice carried a restrained anger. Of course, Moyan knew exactly what was wrong with Harry's eyes. They were the result of a spell he had cast himself. But his anger was real too. He was angry at himself for not thinking the spell through carefully. "Moyan." Hearing that familiar voice, Harry called out in surprise, forgetting for a moment that they were in class, tears nearly spilling. Over the summer, he had written dozens of letters trying to explain himself. Even at school, he had arranged to meet Moyan several times, but Moyan ignored him each time. He had almost given up, and now hope flared again. In that moment, he even found himself thankful for the sudden disaster that had brought this moment. Harry looked at Moyan with excitement. His face was blurred, but that blur of red so vivid was unmistakably Moyan's, entirely different from Ron's and the others. Then all of Harry's frustration, worry, fear, and sadness surged at once. "Moyan, I'm going blind." Seeing those tear-filled, slightly unfocused green eyes before him, Moyan sighed, and his tone softened without him even realizing it. "Sir, may I take him to the infirmary?" he asked, but his gaze told Snape, "If you don't allow it, I will take him anyway." Snape pursed his lips and glared at him fiercely for a moment, before reluctantly nodding. Moyan packed his bag, noticing Harry nearly knock over his cauldron while gathering his things, so he had to tidy Harry's bag as well before leading him out. He didn't notice that the classroom had fallen completely silent from the moment he grabbed Harry's wrist. Draco stared at them in anger, and Snape's gaze was unusually dark. He didn't notice the orderly, quiet gasps when he held Harry's hand, or the tense silence as they left. In the corridor, Harry swung his bag onto his shoulder, and grabbed Moyan. "Moyan, we don't need to go to the infirmary. I was there a couple of days ago. Madame Pomfrey didn't know what was wrong. My eyes seem to have returned to how they were before I took the potion you gave me." "Do you want me to make you another bottle?" Moyan asked, feigning casualness. He knew Harry would refuse if he had called Potter. Harry froze. "Moyan, what did you just call me?" "Isn't it obvious?" "Potter." Immediately, Harry's face showed hurt. "Moyan, you still won't forgive me?" "I really was just." "You spoke without thinking." "You said the wrong thing, I know," Morven said coldly. "I received your letter, and I understand why you said it, but I've always believed that the words people blurt out in the heat of emotion are often the most hidden, truest expressions of the darkness within them." "I'm not." "And," Morvan raised his voice, cutting off Harry's attempt at protest, "I think you were right. I am Slytherin, you are Gryffindor. We each have our own houses, our own friends. From the moment we entered Hogwarts, our houses became our families. I cannot abandon my true family for the sake of just one person, especially when they have tolerated my mistakes, even endured shame and lost pride because of me." Harry's lips trembled, words failing him. Hair glimmered in his green eyes. Morven looked at him, steeling himself, and delivered his final, icy words. "You have your life, I have my path. We were never meant to be friends. It was my fault for trying to force it before. From now on, we are no longer connected." Harry froze completely. Morven turned and saw the two other housemates, who had already finished class, standing there in stunned silence. "Go back to your friends," he said, pressing the hand that clutched his shoulder tightly, feeling the resistance and trembling. He caught the boy's pulse and effortlessly released him. "Why did you have to be so absolute? You left him no room at all," Draco said. Morven glanced at Draco, who was trying to look concerned but practically had his mouth stretched ear to ear in a forced expression, and said nothing. Harry, I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you. I'm just scared. I just wanted to protect myself. I cannot imagine being rejected and despised again, so this time I refused first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Chapter 36. Quidditch Field Dispute. Raphael. Mo-Yan stretched out his arm. A brown owl descended, flapping its wings gently and ruffling the hair on Mo-Yan's shoulder. Mo-Yan handed Raphael the glasses he had prepared in advance. "Raphael, take this to Harry and leave it by his pillow. Go in the middle of the night, and make sure no one sees you, not even Harry. Understood?" Raphael took the glasses, spread his wings, and flew off. Mo-Yan leaned against the windowsill, watching Raphael shrink into a tiny black dot, and couldn't quite put his feelings into words. The Slytherin common room was strange built beneath the lake. It was usually dark and damp, yet outside their windows stretched the endless sky, giving the impression they were high above the ground. Even when owls flew in and out, it felt no different than on the tallest towers. Mo-Yan had often lamented to himself how little he truly knew. The next day was the first weekend since school had started. Mo-Yan had planned to sleep in, as usual, but Draco dragged him out of bed at the crack of dawn. "What's the matter, Draco?" Mo-Yan mumbled through a yawn. "You'll see when we get to the hall," Draco said mysteriously. The great hall was nearly empty, only a few students were eating breakfast. Everyone else seemed to be sleeping in, but Mo-Yan noticed that the entire Slytherin Quidditch team was already there, looking a bit confused. Only Flint beamed with excitement. "Since everyone's up, we might as well start training early." A few days ago, when Flint had gone to see Madame Hooch, he found that Gryffindor had already booked the pitch, so Slytherin had to move their training to Sunday. But now, with the early hour, the lazy Gryffindors were surely still asleep, giving Slytherin a chance to get a head start. "Oh no!" the team groaned in unison, collapsing onto the tables. In the past 5 days, aside from selecting the goalkeeper on the first night, they had trained every evening. By now, the word training was enough to make them wince. Peter Derek, feigning menace, growled at Draco. "Draco, you better have a good reason, or else." He cracked his knuckles in a sinister way. Draco blinked calmly. "Just wait a bit longer. The owls will be here soon." When a long line of owls flew in carrying long rectangular packages, everyone's mouths fell open in surprise, their complaints instantly forgotten. "These are..." Flint's eyes went wide. "This can't be." Beater Bowl stumbled over his words. A fella fell flying. Brooms. Even the usually sinister Chid, known for his cunning, stuttered, unable to finish the word. 7 brooms in total. 7 official team members: goalkeeper Mo-Yan, seeker Draco, chasers Flint, Warrington, Monta, and beaters Derek. Bowl with Mo-Yan and Monta newly recruited this year, and Chid as a substitute due to skill issues stood and caught the parcels dropped by the owls. Mo-Yan unwrapped the brown paper to reveal gleaming new brooms. Golden letters on the tail read Firebolt 2001. "Oh my, the latest Firebolt 2001. Exclamations of awe erupted. Chid, jealous, reached to touch Bowl's broom, but Bowl yanked it away. Even students at the nearby tables turned to stare enviously. "Hey, what are we waiting for? Let's go fly," Warrington suggested. Exactly, Chid echoed loudly, thrilled at the chance to ride a new broom. "Let's start training now." "But hasn't the pitch already been booked by Gryffindor?" Bowl frowned. The long table fell silent. For these fervent Quidditch fans, having top-notch broomsticks but not being allowed to show off their skills was pure torture. But there was one exception. Morvan yawned. Since we can't train, I guess everyone can disperse. I'll go back and get some more sleep first. Wait, Flint called after him. Everyone else turned to look at Morvan as if he were some alien species. Flint hesitated, then bit his lip. I'll go ask Professor Snape to give us a special permit. Morvan, you're coming with me. Morvan frowned. Why do I have to go? Can't you just speak for yourself? Draco tugged him up. It'll only work if you go. Come on, go. Who says? Professor Snape is always biased toward us. Anyone could ask, and he'd approve. Morvan turned to Draco to argue, hoping for a marathon debate, but Flint grabbed him by the back of his robe and pulled him along. Hurry up, or by the time the Gryffindors get to the pitch, it'll be hard to get them off. There might even be some conflicts, and we'd lose training time. Oh, special permission for Slytherin to train on the Quidditch pitch? And what's the excuse? Professor Snape set down the papers he had been grading, fingers steepled as he looked at them, bluntly demanding an explanation. We just got 7 new Sky. Will 2001s, does that count? Morvan asked irritably. Flint quickly added, training a new keeper, Morvan Evans, Professor. Morvan frowned deeper. He remembered there had been some incident during the pitch struggle, but the details escaped him. Daily minutiae like this hadn't been life or death. Not everything deserved his precious mental energy. Still, he had never intended to personally escalate the conflict. 7 new Sky. Will 2001s? Snape asked, apparently ignoring Flint's explanation. Where did they come from? Malfoy's family bought them, Flint replied hurriedly. My pupil seems always to focus more on external things. Snape raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Morvan cursed Draco silently. This one had been a constant source of trouble lately. Flint, unsure if Snape's remark carried any disapproval, quickly bowed his head, more respectful than ever, afraid that displeasing Snape would mean no permit. After his brief critique of his pupil, Snape tore a piece of parchment and quickly wrote. I, Professor Snape, in view of the need to train new team members, the Keeper, hereby permit the Slytherin team to practice on the Quidditch pitch today. Go, he added. I do not wish to rely on Potter staying off the field this year to win the Quidditch Cup. He gave them a small, encouraging smile, though such expressions clearly did not come easily. The tension in his muscles made it look more like a grimace. Although they arrived at the Quidditch pitch early, the Gryffindor team was already training. Morvan saw the small figure of Colin Creevey hurrying from the stands, camera in hand. The moment the Slytherins approached, the Gryffindor players shot down the pitch like arrows. Wood landed slightly unsteady from a fast descent, but ignored it, shouting at Flint, Flint, this is our training time. I booked the pitch 3 days ago. We're running a special session, no spectators. Harry, Fred, and George trailed behind him, hair messy, faces smudged, clearly awakened even earlier than the Slytherins. Despite the bags under their eyes, they glared fiercely at the Slytherin team. Harry had already put on his new glasses. Morvan wondered what he had thought when he found them on his bedside table. Perhaps he guessed it was him, though more likely he assumed it was Dumbledore's concern. It was a shame that Angelina Johnson, such a pretty girl, somehow looked a bit like a middle-aged woman. But Gryffindor seemed to have a natural talent for ignoring the gender and appearance of the girls around them. Mo-Yan listened absent-mindedly as the two teams began to argue. Slytherin proudly displayed their new brooms, while the Gryffindors' faces went pale with irritation. In a way, the argument had been sparked by him, but Mo-Yan lazily leaned against Draco, pretending not to hear a thing. Suddenly, he heard a click nearby. A cold smile crossed his face. He drew his wand, pointed, and bang! Colin's camera exploded, leaving his small face covered in soot and ash. The quarrel instantly fell silent. Mo-Yan. Colin's expression shifted from joy to shock to anger, finally freezing in complete bewilderment when he saw Mo-Yan's wand. Mo-Yan looked at him coldly. Since you don't understand what it means to respect someone's image and privacy, I'll teach you a lesson. Remember it well, little one. Wah! Colin wailed, clutching his precious camera as he ran away. That's outrageous! Apologize. How could you blow up his camera? The Gryffindors lunged at him in anger, but the Slytherins drew their wands ready. Mo-Yan, I can't believe you would do something like this, Hermione and Ron shouted as they rushed over, having witnessed the whole scene. The brown-haired girl stared at Mo-Yan in shock, deeply hurt. This isn't your place to speak, Mudblood, Draco sneered. How dare you say that? The Gryffindors charged forward. The Slytherins didn't hesitate. Spells flew, light streaked across the field, and 2 Gryffindors were knocked down. A deafening boom echoed. The rebellious wand backfired, hitting Ron in the stomach. He toppled backward, landing hard on the grass. Everyone rushed over. Fred drew his wand and freed Angelina and George from petrification. "Ron! Ron, are you okay?" Hermione screamed. Ron tried to speak but couldn't utter a word. He coughed forcefully, and several strands of snot fell onto his lap. "Ha ha ha." The Slytherin team erupted in laughter. Flint bent over his new broom like a bow. Bull clutched his stomach, rocking back and forth. Draco pounded the grass with both hands while lying on the ground. Shid's high-pitched, ear-splitting laughter rang out. Even Mo Yan couldn't help but grin. Ron's predicament was pure comedy. Finally, Harry and Hermione took Ron to the infirmary. The remaining Gryffindors, demoralized by Snape's reprimand and the sheer comedy of the scene, left after exchanging a few harsh words. Ah, so this was the infamous Ron Snot incident. As Mo Yan floated into the air, he finally remembered what had happened that Saturday morning, albeit a little late. It seemed that from now on, seeing Ron in the Great Hall would be too disgusting to bear. Best to head to the kitchen instead. Mo Yan floated leisurely upward, thinking through the plans for his future life. Chapter 37. Halloween Feast. Ron's snot slug problem persisted far longer than anyone expected. Even over a month later, 1 or 2 of the slimy little creatures would occasionally emerge from his mouth. At the start, it had been almost constant slimy bits landing on his clothes, his desk, even his plate. Morven couldn't understand how the Gryffindors adapted so quickly. After the first day of disgust, everyone simply ignored it. Hermione and Harry even continued sitting beside him, bravely swapping plates multiple times during meals, yet somehow still eating as much as ever. By now, Slytherin had assigned special scouts to avoid Ron. They would either wait until he had finished eating before entering the Great Hall or grab some bread and leave immediately upon spotting the red-haired figure. Fred and George quickly caught on they would have little ones feign that they had already eaten, leaving and returning only when the Slytherin scouts were occupied. True to form, before being noticed, Ron would spit a couple of snot slugs onto his plate, leaving the Slytherins who witnessed it looking pale. If there had been any joy in Ron's snot slug ordeal, this was undoubtedly it. He reveled in it. Everything had been going well, Slytherins ridiculing the Weasleys whenever possible, the Weasleys conducting guerrilla-style operations with Gryffindor's help, until one day, bored of the noisy kitchen and unwilling to cook, Morven ventured into the Great Hall, encouraged by the scout system. The moment he spotted the red-haired figure casually eating ice cream at the Slytherin table, Fred's instincts screamed danger. He rushed forward intending to pull George and smuggle Ron out, but they were too late. There was simply no atmosphere like eating in the Great Hall. Morven took a bite of chocolate-orange ice cream, squinting thoughtfully. When he opened his eyes, he saw the dense circle of Gryffindors parting, revealing Ron inside. Morven's face immediately went pale. Even though Ron hadn't yet spat out any snot slugs, the memory alone was enough to churn Morven's stomach, especially noticing the faint, shiny streaks on him. He had to suppress his reaction with controlled breathing. If he vomited at the Slytherin table, he'd never be able to eat there again. Yet seeing Ron devouring his food with such smug satisfaction ignited a fierce anger in him. "Very well, Ron Weasley." Morven wiped the corner of his mouth, forcing himself calm, and stood to leave. As he passed the Gryffindor table, the twins leapt to their feet, their stomachs still growling, yet they refused to touch any of the food in protest. Over the next few days, Ron's condition worsened. One slug after another emerged from his mouth and even his nose. Eating was impossible, speaking was difficult, he had to be confined to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. She reassured him though, it was for his own good. The spell's energy would be drained in just a few days, and then the snot slugs would cease. No other treatments were given. Ron simply had to endure the tough few days in bed. With Quidditch training 4 or 5 times a week, increasing homework, and countless experiments squeezed into stolen moments, Halloween gradually approached. A string of rainy days left everyone soaked and muddy after training, yet the success of the invisibility charm kept Morven's spirits high. He had even impulsively agreed to Nick's Halloween feast. By the time he realized what he had agreed to, it was too late. Nick, excited, dashed off to collect a letter from the Headless Hunt. Morven trudged through the corridor, feeling deflated. Since the last Quidditch pitch conflict, Harry hadn't spoken to him or tried to explain anything. Initially, Morven had wanted this distance, but now that it was real, he felt a pang of sadness. Rounding a corner, he heard a shout from behind, full of excitement. "Filthy ghost! Don't run this time, I've got you!" Morvan then noticed a trail of muddy footprints behind him. A flushed Filch ran happily toward him, with Madame Norris following briskly. The moment they saw Morvan, both master and pet immediately wilted in defeat. "Ah, sorry, Filch," Mo Yan said, drawing his wand to erase the stains on the floor. "It's all right," Filch replied, his heavy nasal tone tinged with envy as he eyed Mo Yan's wand. "A few days ago, some third years smeared frog brains on the ceiling near classroom 5. I spent the entire morning cleaning it up. I thought those little brats were up to mischief again." "Really?" Mo Yan asked. "You could have just asked the house elves to clean it. By the way, are you sick?" Filch was draped in a half-worn blanket, a piece of plaid cloth wrapped around his head, his nose swollen and purple. "Yes, exactly. This damn weather," he said, blowing his nose into a scrap of paper. "You should take better care of yourself." Mo Yan frowned at the sound of Filch's miserable sniffles, then pulled a ring from around his neck. He had discovered that wearing it on his hand drew too much attention and made wand use or potion making inconvenient, so he now hung it on a cord around his neck. From it, he drew a vial of cold, healing potion he had brewed a few days ago under Professor Snape's guidance, which worked better than what the infirmary used, and handed it to Filch. "Thank you." Filch sneezed his gratitude as Mo Yan quickly took his leave. "Mo Yan, why are you wearing so many layers?" Draco asked, watching him pile on clothes. "Going to a party," Mo Yan muttered. "Mo Yan, Dumbledore only invited a skeleton dance troupe to perform, not a bunch of ghosts to dance with us. It's not that cold." Blaise laughed. "I know," Mo Yan replied sharply. Of course he knew. He also knew the hall had been decorated with live bats, and Hagrid's giant pumpkins were big enough for 3 people to sit in, all turned into lanterns, but what good did it do him? Knowing only made him angrier. "Mo Yan, you're going to the Halloween feast, right? Aren't you?" Draco asked suddenly. Mo Yan noted he was getting sharper by the day. "Of course not." Mo Yan opened his locker and stuffed all the candy inside. "I promised Sir Nicholas I'd attend his death day party." "Sir Nicholas? The Gryffindor ghost? You're insane. You're going to a ghost's party?" Blaise and Draco shouted in unison. Even Crabbe and Goyle, struggling to find their collars to tie their boaties, looked over in surprise. "Mo Yan, this can't be real. You accepted an invitation from a Gryffindor ghost? A death day party? Why would a ghost celebrate the day he died?" "Mo Yan, ghosts are freezing," Goyle interjected. "I know that," Mo Yan said, raising an eyebrow with disgust. "I regret it too, okay? Can you all just be quiet and get your stuff ready?" Finally, everyone fell silent, as he had demanded, but it didn't improve Mo Yan's mood. Angrily, he slammed his locker shut, grabbed his wand and strode out, slamming the door behind him. Bang! 4 boys flinched in unison. "Why's he so angry?" Goyle whispered. He had only stated a fact. "Seems it's not because of us," Blaise said, stroking his chin as he offered his guess. "Draco," Crabbe suddenly called. "What is it?" Draco asked impatiently. "Sir Nicholas is a Gryffindor ghost." "I know." Filch might have been invited too. Draco's face darkened instantly. Stepping out of the dormitory, Morvan rubbed his face, letting the deliberately feigned anger fade away. He had noticed that the Slytherins had been increasingly eager to track his movements and meddle in his affairs. He decided it was time to create some distance, to reclaim a bit of personal space and time. The timing wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. He couldn't endure days spent constantly under surveillance. Then he saw Barrow, the bloody man, drifting past and quickly called out, "Barrow." Barrow turned toward him, his gaze still empty. "You're going to Nick's Halloween feast, right?" Morvan asked. "I am too. Let's go together. I'm not really sure of the way." "You should attend the school's Halloween banquet," Barrow said. "The living shouldn't go to a ghostly feast." "But I already promised. Although I must admit, I regret it now." "Then go back," Barrow said coldly. "I'll tell Sir Nicholas it's my decision to keep you from coming." "No, Barrow. I promised Nick I'd come." Morvan's eyes roamed the long, narrow, pitch-black candles along the walls. Their strange blue flames flickered oddly. "Barrow, are these candles made by ghosts?" "No. It will be cold." Morvan paused, realizing Barrow meant that the Halloween feast itself would be cold, and indeed, the lower they went, the colder it became. That's fine. Look at all the layers I'm wearing. No food. I brought candy. The music is played with chainsaws. Living ears can't handle it. Morven could already hear it, a sound like thousands of nails scratching across a massive blackboard. Oh, would it be rude to use clo? Seer, listen at the feast. My dear friends, welcome, Dick said from the doorway, his black and purple drapes framing him. He removed his feathered hat, bowed, and gestured for them to enter. Inside, hundreds of pale, translucent figures floated above the dance floor, waltzing to horrifying, bone-chilling music. On a platform beneath a black curtain, an orchestra furiously operated 30 chainsaws. Chandeliers, shaped like branches, cast eerie blue light. Every breath turned to mist, as if they had stepped into a giant freezer. At the other end of the room stood a long table draped in purple, black cloth. A huge, rotting fish lay on a silver platter. Burnt coal, like cakes, sat on trays, alongside a slab of decaying animal liver, green, fuzzy cheese crawling with worms, and a massive tombstone-shaped gray cake. On it, written in tar, Mr. Nicholas Demies, Popington, died October 31, 1492. Dying on Halloween? Morven mused wryly. Fate or irony? Then he remembered his own parents had also passed away on this day. The thought didn't feel whimsical or clever. It felt nothing at all. Chapter 38. Being with Ghosts. Mo-Yan patted his slightly chilly cheeks and said helplessly to Barrow beside him, "It's fine, Barrow. I really can manage on my own. You don't have to stick with me like this." Barrow gave him a cold look but said nothing. Mo-Yan could only sigh loudly. Although the ghosts' music was grating and their food completely inedible, Mo-Yan was genuinely interested in talking with them. Each ghost had a long story behind them, and more importantly, they came from all over the country. Some wandered through the places they had once lived, making them quite worldly. The fact that these ghosts even knew Sir Nicholas, who had been dead for 500 years and rarely left Hogwarts, already proved their strength in the ghostly realm. Each had their own unique way of maintaining their soul or conserving energy, and Mo-Yan was eager to learn from them. After all, Charles didn't have much time left. The last time Mo-Yan went to talk with him, one of Charles' hands had completely vanished. He knew Charles wouldn't wait 10 more years, and although Charles faced this calmly, Mo-Yan still felt sad and wanted to help. But Mo-Yan glanced at Barrow beside him and sighed again. Here he had a rare chance to meet so many ghosts, yet because Barrow wouldn't leave his side, not a single ghost dared to approach him. Even Nick only hurried over to nod politely and then left. Seeing Mo-Yan sighing dramatically, Helena, the Ravenclaw ghost, floated over to explain, "Mo-Yan, not every ghost is as friendly as the Hogwarts ghosts. Many resent the living. Nick was reckless to invite you children here. If a few ghosts pass through your body a couple of times, you could be sick for a long while." Helena, usually called Madame Greengrass, was a long-haired beauty whose hair reached her waist, exuding an air of pride. When Barrow saw Helena approaching, he immediately floated back a few steps, turning his face away. "You all?" Mo-Yan repeated Helena's words, then asked, "Who else is here?" Could it be that Harry and the others had already arrived? "Harry Potter and his friends," said the plump Puff Friar who had appeared. "Madame Greengrass, I've already told Peeves to keep an eye on the children, though I suspect they wouldn't want that." "Hi, I'm Kenro. What's your name?" Kenro suddenly popped up from the side. "Mo-Yan Evans," Mo-Yan replied, then asked the plump friar, "Why is everyone coming over? With Barrow here, I'll be fine. You could send 1 or 2 to check on Harry and the others instead." "Don't worry, Mo-Yan. With Peeves around, no one dares approach them," the friar said. "Of course, we also trust Barrow's ability. It's just that many of the ghosts outside are rude, ill-mannered, and full of malice. Being near them makes us uncomfortable. It's much better to stay with you." "Huh? You don't like being around ghosts?" Mo-Yan found that interesting. "Yes. The evil in their souls affects us, making us irritable. Ghosts cannot control themselves as easily as the living can." "Hi, I'm Kenro. What's your name?" "Mo-Yan Evans. Does Sir Nicholas not know this?" "He used to be a count," Helena said. "He always reminisces about the glory of his life and wants to seize any chance to enjoy a lively gathering. That's why he does these thoughtless things." Just then, a mournful wailing rose from near the long table, and the entire hall was filled with the sound. Mo-Yan looked over and saw Peeves tossing peanuts at Myrtle while shouting, "Filthy ghost! Filthy ghost! Heaves! Mo Yan yelled. Heaves immediately dropped the peanuts and vanished with a whoosh. He had once tried to prank Mo Yan, only to be turned on and overwhelmed instead, and later, the blooded Barrow had also found him. So in Peeves' eyes, Mo Yan was nearly as terrifying as Barrow himself. Myrtle came floating over, sobbing, to tell Morvan all about how Hermione and the others had spoken badly of her, and how annoying Peeves had been. Morvan could only groan in his head, regretting ever deciding to communicate with such a ghost. Luckily, Nick arrived by Harry and the others, which allowed Morvan to relax a little after seeing Peeves irresponsibly run off, and he patiently spoke with Myrtle. Some things, though he already knew them, still needed to be asked, for example, how she had died. Suddenly, the orchestra stopped, and the hunting horns blared. Every ghost fell silent, their faces alight with excitement. 12 spectral steeds charged into the hall, each ridden by a headless horseman. Everyone clapped wildly. Morvan watched as the leading ghost, tall and imposing, used his own head as a kind of spectacle, making an unfunny joke about Nick's head still perched on his shoulder. He incredulously asked Barrow, "For ghosts, is losing your head something to be proud of?" "Of course, when bored, you can use it as a ball," Barrow replied coldly, dripping with sarcasm. Morvan gaped. Myrtle finally noticed Barrow standing next to Morvan, screamed, and floated away. "Barrow, are you joking?" the fat friar yelled at him. Barrow's face stiffened, but Morvan imagined that if he had color, his cheeks would be bright red. "They're just foolish little clowns," Helena said, eyeing Barrow curiously as well. "Harry Potter and his friends have left. I'll take you back," Barrow said, ignoring them, looking down at Morvan. Morvan hesitated. "Morvan, you're very interested in these ghosts," Barrow stated bluntly. Morvan sighed. "Charles, you know about him, right?" Barrow and Helena nodded, while the fat friar said, "I only saw him right after becoming a ghost." "Didn't he fade away?" "No, he's still here, but even ghosts can't see him." "Hi, I'm Kenro. What's your name?" "Morvan Evans. I think he's about to fade completely, so I want to find a way to help him. These ghosts have wandered outside for years, maybe they've heard of him." "That's impossible, Morvan. Their minds have long since returned to Merlin. I must be crazy to have invited these people." Nick floated over, sighing sadly, but the others ignored him. "Morvan, they won't know. Long, lonely years have evaporated all their wisdom," Helena said. "Charles used to hold me when I was little. I also want to help him, but it's too difficult." "Too difficult?" Morvan perked up. "So there is still a way. Tell me." "My mother once studied the soul, and even more after I became a ghost," Helena said. "As far as I know, there is only one thing that can help a ghost stabilize their soul: the legendary Tear of Annales." "The Tear of Annales?" Morvan had never heard of it. Annales was once a mermaid princess who fell in love with a human. She even asked a great wizard to help turn her tail into legs, but her mermaid appearance was too hideous, and she was rejected. Heartbroken, Annales threw herself into the sea. Without her tail, she couldn't survive in the water, and eventually drowned. Helena recounted the touching legend in a flat, matter-of-fact tone. This story is even told in the Muggle world. "Ah, the Little Mermaid." Morvan understood. "But what exactly is the Tear of Annales?" "The tear she shed before dying, containing all a mermaid's love, hate, sorrow, and magic," Helena said. "My mother once helped the merfolk greatly, and obtained the last Tear of Annales from them. It was already used on me." "Nothing else? Not a single one?" Mo Yan couldn't bear the disappointment after just catching a glimmer of hope. "Merlin once took 3 from the mermaids," Helena replied. "I don't know if any have survived." Mo Yan felt a flicker of excitement. "Then, what does the Tear of Annales look like?" "Hi, I'm Kenro. What's your name?" "Mo Yan Evans." "Why is he only asking me?" "Probably because you're the only one who would answer him," Helena said with a gentle smile. "The Tear of Annales looks like a single blue teardrop, and inside is a tiny, crying mermaid." "Let's go back," Mo Yan Barrow urged again. Whenever Helena was near, his whole body stiffened, a curious sight for a ghost who usually drifted freely. As they reached the upper levels, they saw the crowd beginning to disperse, everyone whispering excitedly. "They say there's a hidden chamber in Slytherin. I'll borrow Hogwarts, a history tomorrow, it should mention it. They say there's a monster in the chamber. Harry Potter. Madame Norris being like this is so satisfying. Why didn't she die?" Even from the fragments of conversation, Mo Yan knew he was near Slytherin. After speaking the password honor, Mo Yan entered the Slytherin common room. Barrow had vanished through the walls earlier, and it was as bustling as a market. Mo Yan instinctively wanted to ask Draco a question, but saw him deep in discussion with Edmund, Wendy, and Slytherins from all years, with no one else around. Ah, a prefect meeting. Shrugging, Mo Yan grabbed Goyle, who happened to be passing by. What's going on? Goyle was slow to react. After a moment he answered, I don't know. Mo Yan, hoping to hear some juicy news he had anticipated, rolled his eyes at that. What happened? After a long breath, Goyle continued, Madame Norris was hanging on the wall. Filch says Potter killed her. Dumbledore says she was petrified. There was writing on the wall saying the chamber's been opened. The heir of the enemy should beware. Draco says the next target is Granger. And they all went to Professor Lockhart's office. Though Goyle spoke in a jumble, Mo Yan understood perfectly. It was basically the same as what he already knew. And there's a ghost, black and smoky. What? Mo Yan exclaimed. Goyle looked at him oddly but went on, a ghost. Something called the Weeping Peach. Peach. The Weeping Myrtle? Yeah, you know her, Mo Yan? Mo Yan smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected Myrtle to be petrified. Well, the basilisk did enter and exit through her doorway, so it wasn't entirely surprising she got attacked. But the problem was, she shouldn't have been involved in this part. He must have altered things somehow. Changed what exactly? Originally, Peeves would mock Myrtle, she'd run away crying, and then she sat on the toilet contemplating suicide, only to remember she was already dead. She had no idea what had happened at her doorway. Now, comforted by Mo Yan, she was in good spirits, just a little startled by Barrow, and naturally curious about the commotion. Mo Yan shook his head, quietly relieved that Myrtle had already died. Chapter 39. Defense against the Dark Arts class. In the following days, the whole school buzzed about the Halloween attack. Everyone was both tense and excited over the mysterious petrification incident. In the Slytherin common room, meetings were held almost daily between prefects and greeters of all years. Few days in, Morva noticed that no Slytherins were moving alone whatever they were doing, even going to the bathroom. They were always in groups of 3 or 4. Why does it have to be like this? I don't even have any private space, Morvan finally snapped at Draco, who had followed him again while he went to fetch a book. Several people around him groaned and rubbed their foreheads. Morvan, you forgot to check the notice in the common room again, Bryce said. Huh? Morvan raised an eyebrow in question. After the Halloween incident, Edmund began an investigation within Slytherin. Most people were in the Great Hall that day, except 13. You went to attend nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party, which Barrow has confirmed, and you were always with him. Then there's 3rd year Agatha Moon and Tony Irel claiming to have been on a date, though no one could verify that. Likewise, 5th year's Harold Paff, Della Ebel, and Duffy Pollock. 6th year Nettie Mand, 7th year Matt Okami. 2 others were in the infirmary, and 3 claimed to be in the dorms reading, though none had witnesses. So Edmund suspects the heir of Slytherin is among them? Morvan asked. Edmund had acted fast enough that even Dumbledore might not have thought of it at the time. Perhaps the white-bearded headmaster didn't want to sow suspicion among students, or maybe it was a way to train Harry. Very likely. So Edmund requires that all Slytherin students now move collectively and never stray from others' sight for too long. What if the heir stops acting because of constant surveillance? Morvan asked, spreading out his homework to see what else he had left. Rather than being followed step by step, he preferred sitting with everyone else to do his work. It at least didn't feel like he was being watched. That's impossible, Draco said firmly. If he is the heir, he will open the chamber again. It is his duty to purge those of unworthy blood who cannot study magic. He won't stop just because classmates follow him. What if he targets the people following him? Morvan asked. That can't happen, right? Crabbe seemed genuinely startled by the thought. Slytherins shouldn't become his target, Bryce said. But there are half-bloods in Slytherin too, Morvan said, suddenly realizing that he himself might be considered a half-blood. Everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Morvan, even if impure blood sneaks in, it's still unworthy of noble Slytherin. Being purged is deserved, Draco said. Even if it's your classmate you spend every day with? Morvan's pen froze on the parchment. Draco, what if I'm a half-blood? That's impossible. Draco shouted, jumping from his seat. Madame Hooch's sharp gaze swept over them, and a few distant students looked over, curious. Draco quickly sat back down, whispering urgently, "You said both your parents are wizards." He looked like he wished he could shove those words back into Morvan's mouth. "I did say, supposedly." Morvan stared into his eyes. "Besides, even if both parents are wizards, does that make someone pure blood? What if both parents were Muggle-born wizards?" Morvan. Draco bit his lip. "Do you know something about your heritage?" The other three sat frozen, afraid to even breathe. "I don't know, but isn't it very possible?" Morvan said coldly. "There are so many Muggle-born wizards now. It wouldn't be surprising if my parents were that type, or at least one of them." The last thing he added seemed to ease Draco considerably. "Both are unlikely at most, only one." "That still counts as pure blood." "That counts?" Moyan was surprised. "But didn't you say Potter is a half-blood? Aren't both of his parents wizards? And his father comes from a rather ancient pure-blood family, right?" Draco suddenly looked a little awkward. Blaze quietly explained from the side, "Actually, Potter can be considered pure blood too. But the wizarding world doesn't have a unified standard for pure blood or half-blood, so either way isn't wrong. Besides, Moyan continued when he saw Blaze hesitate awkwardly, "you still need a target if you plan to attack him, right?" "Ha ha! Ha ha!" A few of them chuckled awkwardly, and that was the end of the topic. Moyan didn't ask Draco, the questions rattling in his mind. What if I really am a half-blood? What if I was born a Muggle? Since he couldn't change his own birth, why test their already fragile friendship with something impossible? The other four didn't even dare consider the possibility that Moyan might not be pure blood at all. The Chamber of Secrets incident had left many students on edge, especially as the number of Muggle-born students had been steadily rising in recent years. Yet one person remained energetic and optimistic, seemingly unfazed by anything. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. During their first class with him, Blaze had whispered with evident disdain, "I heard he once brought the Cornish pixies he thought were the most vicious, terrifying creatures in the world into the classroom. The worst part? After they caused utter chaos, he had no choice but to be thrown out." "I told you so," Draco sneered, crossing his legs. "He's a complete waste." "You didn't say that," Blaze corrected sternly. Perhaps startled by the disastrous pixie incident himself, Lockhart didn't bring any terrifyingly vicious creatures to Slytherin's first defense against the dark arts class. Instead, he handed out a survey about their personal hobbies, annoying but harmless. Moyan and the others filled in random answers and still scored high. After years of self-promotion, Lockhart seemed to finally realize that charming middle-aged women alone couldn't motivate students, so lately he preferred performing skits in class. Slytherin students, openly disdainful, watched him with barely concealed contempt, so he often recruited Ravenclaw girls to play roles. Those girls would blush, eyes sparkling, amazed by Lockhart's theatrics. But today, for the first time, his request was flatly refused. "I refuse, Professor," the girl said coldly. "I'm here to learn defense against the dark arts, not to listen to made-up stories or perform boring, low-grade skits." Lockhart looked momentarily startled by her bluntness, but within 2 seconds, he adjusted his expression perfectly. Moyan guessed he must have faced this many times before, accumulating the experience that made even his performances impressively professional. "Aha! I know you children raised in school don't believe how dangerous the outside world is, but worry not. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd Year Merlin Award recipient, honorary member of the Dark Wizard Defense League, 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, will give you a proper understanding." He theatrically flicked his hair, proudly smiling as low murmurs of breath swept through the room. "Of course, children, don't be afraid. I won't reveal too many terrifying dangers, we'll just have a little insight." He winked. Yet the girl remained cold, her gaze fixed on a book in her hands. Moyan had never seen it before. The spine was covered in mysterious, silver patterns twisting and curling together. "She's Aelin Sparrow," Blaze whispered to Moyan, noticing his gaze fixed on the girl. Blaze always had the latest information. Sometimes Moyan half suspected he had an antenna in his ear to pick up gossip. "They say she's extremely cold and hard to approach." Indeed, she was cold and aloof. Despite having spent over a year in defense against the dark arts with Slytherin, Morvan realized it was the first time he had noticed someone like her. "Oh, she's from the Sparrow family?" Draco, who had been eavesdropping, leaned closer. Is the Sparrow family famous? Morvan asked. Though he had given Harry a copy of contemporary wizards of note, he rarely bothered with such reference books himself, preferring to read about spells or potion making. The Sparrows, they're special, Bryce said after a moment's thought, struggling to find the right word. Their family has been Ravenclaws for generations. That's rare. You know, a family might be all reckless and end up in Gryffindor, or all noble and go to Slytherin, but a pure multi-generational Ravenclaw family is unusual. It's difficult to maintain that level of intelligence in every generation. Just that makes them well known in the wizarding world. And it's said that more than 30% of the most famous discoveries and inventions today involve members of the Sparrow family. But they're low-key, often crediting others. Their hidden strength is considerable. Even during the Dark Lord's rule, the Sparrows stayed untouchable. Before I came here, my father warned me never to provoke certain families. The Sparrows were one of them, Bryce continued, then shifted tone, slinging an arm over Morvan's shoulder with a grin. So don't go after her, Morvan. This Ravenclaw isn't someone you want to mess with. Who said I was going after her? Morvan shot him a sharp glance. I just wanted to know where she got that book. I haven't seen it anywhere, not even in the restricted section of the library. Probably from the Ravenclaw library, Draco interjected. Ravenclaw has its own library, supposedly even bigger than the school's, with ancestors' notes and unfinished research. If that's the case, shouldn't Ravenclaws be the top students? Morvan asked curiously. They don't seem to stand out much. Smart people tend to be timid, Morvan, Draco said, a hint of disdain in his voice. With Slytherins like us and muscle-headed Gryffindors around, how could a Ravenclaw dare steal the spotlight? Only the Sparrows can afford to be a little arrogant. Otherwise, they're just as low-key. Morvan nodded thoughtfully, but what he was really thinking about was the Ravenclaw library. If he wanted to go, it shouldn't be too difficult. He remembered that the Ravenclaw common room door had no handle or keyhole, just a large, weathered wooden panel and an old bronze eagle-shaped knocker. And to enter, no password was required. Answering the riddle correctly was enough. The bell rang, and Lockhart began to leave. Homework is to write a poem about how I defeated a banshee. The best one will receive a signed copy of Magical Me. As the class packed up to leave, Morvan smelled a faint hint of roses while organizing his bag. The Sparrow girl approached. Her skin was pale, her black hair cascading like a waterfall in a thick, long braid over her right shoulder. She had striking, pale blue eyes framed by long, dark lashes, and her gaze was icy. Shallow minds breed arrogance, ignorance breeds fearlessness, she said coldly. For us Ravenclaws, learning and exploring the mysteries of the world are what truly matter, not so-called cowardice. Remember that. Of course, she added as she walked away, we never bother explaining ourselves to fools who measure intelligence by rigid grades. See? I told you the Sparrows are arrogant, Draco said after a stunned pause. Morvan was left speechless. Chapter 40. Quidditch Match. When another Saturday arrived, a tense atmosphere hung over the entire Slytherin long table. Most students had given up sleeping in and were seated at their places. Conversation was minimal, but all eyes were glued to the Slytherin team members, leaving Mo Yan completely unappetized. He mechanically shoved food into his mouth, unable even to distinguish pumpkin juice from orange juice. Today was the first Quidditch match of the semester, and Mo Yan's first time participating. Their opponents were Gryffindor. Although each Slytherin player had the latest flying broom, Gryffindor's skill level was unmatched. Whether it was Harry's natural talent for flying, Wood's flawless goalkeeping, or the seamless coordination of the twins, the pressure on them was immense. Even Gryffindor's least impressive three chasers were on par with Slytherin's best. Warrington. Flint repeatedly lectured them on cheating techniques, even though he had already gone over them countless times before. Everyone listened in painful silence, wishing they could bury their ears in pumpkin juice. Eat a bit more, Mo Yan, so you won't be weak when you're on the field, Wendy added, placing another chestnut cake on his plate. Wendy, I should be taking antacids, not stuffing my stomach even more, Mo Yan muttered, staring at the towering pile of food in front of him. By nearly 11, the team set out for the pitch. As he walked past the Slytherin long table, Mo Yan felt a surge of hatred for the seating arrangement like never before. Passing by, only the first-year freshmen watched them with awe and envy. Everyone else 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th years had the authority to lecture him and Draco, the second-year juniors. As a first-time player, Mo Yan received several times more attention than Draco. Good luck, Mo Yan. Don't be nervous, Mo Yan. We're all behind you, Mo Yan. Mo Yan pressed his lips together and walked on, his face carefully neutral. Everyone assumed he was nervous, but in truth, he was restraining himself from casting spells on these noisy fools, especially since they emphasized their encouragement with gestures. By the time they finally reached the pitch, his shoulders were already tense. The day was oppressively hot, with occasional rumbles of thunder. Rain could fall at any moment. Excellent. Flint rallied the team in the locker room. Without a doubt, Gryffindor's crummy brooms will be at a huge disadvantage. Ours are far superior, and we've endured grueling practice sessions. So this time, he stretched out his hand. We will win. We will win. The others stacked their hands on his, shouting in unison. All right, let's go. Flint always says this before every match, Draco whispered to Mo Yan as they left. He always finds a reason why we're bound to win. As they took the field, Gryffindor's players were met with jeers and mocking whistles, while only Slytherin cheered loudly. The other two houses mostly remained silent. When Gryffindor's team entered, they were greeted by a thunderous roar. Don't mind them, Flint waved a hand. They'll pay dearly in their own matches. At Madame Hooch's whistle, both teams shot into the sky. Mo Yan hovered near Slytherin's 3 hoops and saw 2 bludgers springing from their box, heading straight for Harry. He fixed his gaze on one bludger and whispered, Immobilis. Fortunately, the spell worked on bludgers as it did on house elves. The bludger froze in midair, hovering for a moment before lunging toward the nearest Fred. Mo Yan wobbled on his broom. Without a wand, he had only attempted a few simple spells, and the energy required over that distance was far greater than he had expected. There was still one more. Morvan looked up at Harry, who narrowly dodged a bludger, his hair even messier than before. The bludger curved and came hurtling toward him again. Immobilis. Morvan wobbled, nearly losing his grip and almost tumbling off his broom. His face darkened at the thought. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he actually fell. Hey, did you hear? The new Slytherin keeper, the one who made Flint step back to chaser, fainted right at the start of the match. Just imagining it made Morvan's face flush with a mix of pale and red panic. Though it hadn't happened, he decided to pin the blame on Dobby anyway. Suddenly, a gust of wind whooshed past his ears. The Slytherin keeper was completely shocked by Johnson's rush. Gryffindor scores. Lee Jordan's voice drifted up from below. Morvan, what are you doing? Flint shouted as he swept past. Regaining stamina, Morvan said silently, but missing the first bludger already made him flush with embarrassment. He clenched his weary hands, looked up at Harry, still searching cluelessly for the golden snitch, and reluctantly began to hover in front of the goal, circling slowly. Johnson controls the quaffle. Oh, she's hit by a bludger. Katie Bell has the quaffle. She flies forward, dodges a bludger. Slytherin keeper Evans deflects it. Luck's on his side this time. Slytherin controls the quaffle. Flint's bumped by Fred or George Weasley. The ball's back with Gryffindor. Their chaser is amazing. Audro bumped by Derek, but keeps going. Scoring opportunity right ahead. Quick, Audro. Oh no, Evans caught the ball. He passes to Monta. Before long, Slytherin was leading. Even though Gryffindor had more attacking opportunities, Slytherin had already scored 7 goals, while Morvan blocked every Gryffindor attempt after the first. The Slytherin players soon recovered from the initial slip, and with the help of their light will 2001, their attacks became sharper and more precise. Rain began to fall, large droplets hitting Morvan's face. The icy water alleviated some of his fatigue. Though he caught every ball, it was far from easy. Fortunately, as time passed, his stamina gradually returned, making each save progressively smoother. Slytherin leads, 80-10, Lee Jordan announced. Suddenly, Morvan heard a brief buzzing near his ear. He stiffened, lightning fast, and snatched the small flying object midair. Hesitating only a second, he quickly popped it into his mouth. Even a 70-point lead wasn't enough to satisfy him. 90. 100. 150. Soon Slytherin led by 120 points, and Morvan had only let 2 balls slip past. Wood called for a timeout. When they landed, Flint was all smiles. You all did incredibly well, especially you, Morvan. Though you didn't react at first, your performance afterward was brilliant. Morvan, what's wrong? Flint's question drew everyone's attention to Morvan, who kept his mouth tightly shut, his expression pained. Draco quickly grabbed his arm. Morvan, are you hurt? Morvan shook his head and motioned for everyone to gather around. Though puzzled, the Slytherin players obeyed. Morvan covered his mouth and produced a small, shimmering golden object. "Oh my gosh!" Draco shrieked, then quickly lowered his voice. "The golden snitch? How did you do that?" Flint asked. Watching the 6 shocked faces, Mo Yan smiled triumphantly. "Now, the match is under our control. We can lead by however many points we want. We can end it whenever we choose." "My goodness, hiding the golden snitch after catching it," Derek said, trembling. That's never happened before." His expression, however, showed more joy than surprise. Ball was the only one who managed to stay calm. "Flint, is this legal? If anyone notices, could the points we scored earlier be nullified?" The others, caught up in Mo Yan's description of the scenario, shot him a sharp glare. "It's fine," Flint said excitedly, rubbing his hands and spinning on the spot. "Only the seeker who catches the golden snitch counts for ending the match. If anyone else grabs it, it doesn't matter. From now on, our goal is simple. Score, and keep widening the gap so this Quidditch match ends ahead of schedule." All the Slytherin players let out sinister, triumphant laughs. "But letting Draco openly take the snitch from Mo Yan would be too obvious," Flint continued. "Mo Yan, you'd better hand it over to Draco." As Draco reached for the snitch, Mo Yan quickly withdrew his hand. He smiled sheepishly, drew his wand, and used a pure water as spring charm to clean the snitch before passing it to Draco. Draco grinned and casually popped it into his mouth. The rain intensified and both teams took to the skies again. Gryffindor's morale soared, but the assured Slytherins controlled the match's rhythm with deliberate ease. With no troublemakers to distract him and a brief rest on the ground, Mo Yan performed even better. Except for one time when Katie Bell collided with him along with the quaffle which he dodged, he didn't miss a single shot. When Gryffindor's Johnson attempted his usual trick, Derek barreled into him, sending him off his broom. Johnson's size alone intimidated Mo Yan, but the towering Derek could charge through every Quidditch player on the field. No one could have predicted that just as Slytherin led by 170 points, a bludger struck Draco hard in the stomach right as he was locking eyes with Harry. A flash of golden light suddenly appeared in the rain, speeding downward. All the players froze, watching the 2 seekers chase the golden snitch as it plummeted. Draco's broom was fast, but with one hand clutching his stomach, his speed was severely compromised. Harry's fingers drew closer 2 feet, 1 foot, 8 inches, 5 inches. Suddenly, a hand shot out, gripping the snitch tightly, and the following gust nearly swept him off his broom. A silver-green figure curled into a ball, rolling toward the ground. Mo Yan. Though no one heard a sound, the thump of his landing seemed to echo in their ears. Mo Yan sprang to his feet and shouted, "Draco!" Draco dove down, landing hastily beside him, and seized the snitch from Mo Yan, lifting it together with him. Between their interlaced fingers, a pair of golden wings flapped. Instantly, the Slytherin stands erupted in a roar like a tidal wave. Mo Yan slumped gently against Draco. "Draco, I think my right leg's broken." Chapter 41. Realization. Draco froze for a moment when he heard Morvan, clearly not understanding what he meant. Then his next reaction left Morvan both exasperated and amused. His very first instinct was to let go of him and fling his arms out to block the approaching Slytherin teammates who were rushing in for a hug. "Don't touch him, he's hurt, his leg's broken," Draco shouted in a panic. "Idiot, can't we see for ourselves? Move aside." Edmund charged forward and yanked him away. Draco stumbled and only then saw that without support, Morvan had already fallen, sitting up on the ground with a wry smile. At that moment, Draco wished he could bury his head in the earth. Morvan felt the unexpected fall had twisted his bones even more. Though he had adjusted his landing, his reaction was still too slow. Edmund rushed over, seemingly wanting to help him up but unsure how. When his hand accidentally touched Morvan's leg, the pain made Morvan grit his teeth, almost screaming. Rain soaked him relentlessly, and he let out a miserable sigh. Despite having heroically blocked countless Gryffindor goals, this landing had ruined all his image. He had never looked so pathetic in public. A broken leg, sitting in the mud, drenched in rain, with dozens of people crowding around to stare. Suddenly, the crowd in front of him parted, and a row of sparkling white teeth came into view. "Don't worry, Morvan, a simple little spell can fix your leg," Lockhart said, pointing his wand at Morvan's leg. "It'll only take a few seconds." Morvan was quicker. He drew his wand, aimed at the tip of Lockhart's, and gave a sharp flick. Lockhart, who had almost finished the incantation, trembled violently from fingertip to heel and then shot off like a ping-pong ball struck hard. "I'd have to be an idiot to let you heal me," Morvan muttered under his breath as he returned his wand to his side. "The bones in my leg growing back will hurt way more than an arm." Lockhart's airborne flight finally calmed the surrounding Slytherins. Edmund said to Flint, "I'll carry him to the infirmary, you help steady him." "What's happening? Who attacked Professor Lockhart?" Madame Hooch suddenly appeared, supporting the dazed Lockhart, pushing through the crowd with eagle, sharp eyes sweeping over the Slytherins. When she saw Morvan's injured leg, her gaze softened slightly. "Professor, sorry." Morvan leaned on Edmund, nearly fainting, sweat mixing with rain, looking pitiful. "Professor Lockhart said it would be simple, and I remembered a healing spell I'd learned, so I tried it. I didn't expect to hit his wand." "You foolish boy," Madame Hooch scolded sharply. "How could you experiment with magic after being injured?" "Sorry, I thought the most important thing right now was that my student broke his leg during the match, not an accident that didn't even scratch a hair on anyone," a low, silky voice suddenly said from the edge of the crowd. The Slytherin students immediately parted, creating a path. Professor Snape strode forward, ignoring the embarrassed Madame Hooch, and Lockhart, bent down, lifted Morvan in his arms, and strode toward the infirmary. Finally, someone competent. Morvan exhaled in relief, but as soon as he relaxed, the pain in his leg intensified, and he couldn't help but groan. "Gryffindor recklessness, and here I am thinking I'm in Slytherin," Morvan muttered internally. If Snape knew this, he was still lucid enough to doubt, but clearly not fully, Morvan thought. Even a blind person could see it. If Morvan hadn't jumped, Gryffindor could have easily closed the 20-point gap. He jumped, and the total advantage skyrocketed 170 plus 150, a difference of 320 points. This Quidditch match was essentially over. The remaining points were just a formality. The House Cup was essentially guaranteed for Slytherin, and yet, this man was still dissatisfied. "I thought you were Slytherin's head of house," Morvan said sarcastically. "After all, if you're Slytherin's head, you'd normally award a hero like him a massive special commendation, not sneer coldly." Professor Snape paused, then slowly lowered his gaze toward Mo Yan. Mo Yan looked into the faintly burning anger in the man's eyes. Though Snape's expression was intimidating, he didn't hesitate. In fact, he approached with a hint of defiance. Deep down, he was still afraid Snape might throw him down, even though he knew it was impossible. The sharp pain in his leg probably gave him a mild fear of being dropped. Then Snape strode forward, carrying Mo Yan. Some spell or charm seemed to scatter the raindrops around them. What had been gently falling now shot past, as if propelled by a powerful force. Once Snape set Mo Yan down in the infirmary, he immediately left. Madame Pomfrey checked him over, used her wand to realign the dislocated bones, and then handed him a potion that burned like drinking chilly water. Mo Yan grimaced but swallowed, enduring the fiery sensation in his throat. After Snape left, the Slytherin students swarmed around to check on him. Each of them enthusiastically praised his final leap and his earlier impressive goalkeeping. Draco, mortified at losing the golden snitch, kept apologizing to Mo Yan over and over, until everyone else grew exasperated. Derek finally raised his voice. "Draco, if I'd been hit in the stomach by a bludger, I'd have spat out the snitch too. But the part where you actually dropped Mo Yan, that was pure stupidity." Wendy laughed, flipping her long golden hair. "Mo Yan, did you happen to annoy Draco at some point? Otherwise, why would he take this chance for revenge?" I didn't. Mo Yan, how could I possibly not have dropped you?" "No, how could I?" No, Draco shook his head frantically, babbling a clumsy defense, and Mo Yan, like the others, burst into laughter. Mo Yan's leg would take 5 hours to fully heal, meaning it would be late at night. He would stay in the infirmary tonight and return to the Slytherin common room tomorrow. Edmund sent Ide and a few younger students to fetch food, seemingly ready to stay by his bedside until curfew. Mo Yan finally persuaded them to celebrate Slytherin's early Quidditch Cup victory back in the common room, though Ide still brought enough food for him to last 5 days. In the middle of the night, Mo Yan woke suddenly and heard hurried footsteps approaching the door. The door burst open with a thud, and Professors Dumbledore and Snape carried something stiff into the room, placing it on a bed. Mo Yan opened his eyes slightly and saw Dumbledore in a long woolen robe and sleep cap, while Snape remained in his usual black robes. Then Professor McGonagall, sweating heavily in a thick woolen robe, rushed in, followed by Madame Pomfrey putting on her cardigan. "What happened?" she gasped, leaning over the stiff figure. Mo Yan perked up to catch their conversation. He recalled that Colin Creevey had apparently been attacked while trying to see Harry, and that his camera had saved him from death. This time, Harry was unharmed and Colleen had no reason to sneak out. More importantly, without a camera, would the attacked person have died? "Another attack," Dumbledore said. "Snape discovered him in front of the armor on the 3rd floor. Tonight he was on patrol with Snape." Mo Yan heard Madame Pomfrey emit a soft, almost purring sob. "Poor man," she said. Eager to know who had been attacked and whether they were dead, Mo Yan carefully propped himself up and looked toward the bed. It was Professor Lockhart. He was only petrified. Thinking back to Dumbledore's words, Mo Yan could easily imagine the scene. Narcissistic Gilderoy Lockhart, strolling down the corridor, sees an armor stand and naturally goes to check his hairstyle or handsome face, only to lock eyes with the basilisk through the armor. Mo Yan nearly laughed aloud. Who knew that such vanity could actually save a life? But then, the smile vanished. He needed Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club to uncover Harry's Parseltongue, and now Lockhart was petrified. Who was left to run a dueling club? Morvan collapsed onto his bed in defeat. Plans never survive contact with change. This was, as always, an eternal truth. When the light finally brightened slightly that day, Morvan had successfully created 2 dark circles around his eyes. Yet suddenly, he began pounding the bed and laughing hysterically. Fearing that Madame Pomfrey might hear him, he covered his mouth with his hands, trembling with laughter. Morvan suddenly realized just how foolish he had been. In his previous life, he had read Harry Potter countless times. He knew every plot point, could recall even minute details 12 years later, and of course, his constant recollections since discovering this world had only strengthened that memory. He knew who would say what and when, and he knew Harry would eventually win. Because of this, he had always felt trapped by the story. Subconsciously, he believed he should follow the plot, that acting according to it could never be wrong, and sometimes even unintentionally he nudged events toward the normal storyline. But Morvan had forgotten. Since he arrived in this world 12 years ago, everything had changed. Even if he did nothing, the butterfly effect would alter countless events. So why not act freely? Why must he wait for Gilderoy Lockhart to run a dueling club to discover Harry's Parseltongue? If he simply placed a snake in the corridor, what were the chances the clueless Harry wouldn't speak to it? Why hadn't he thought about the fatal effect a rooster's crow would have on a basilisk? So foolish, Morvan. He said it to himself. Then Morvan looked at Lockhart, frozen mid-hair flip, and realized that if it weren't for this key plot character's fate, he might never have woken up to the truth. So, thank you, Professor. For the first time, Morvan sincerely addressed Lockhart as Professor. Then he quickly added, and of course that doesn't change the fact that I still look down on you. He lay back down, finally feeling at ease, and soon fell asleep. Of course, he still had to figure out the practicalities. How to make a jumping snake appear convincingly before Harry, how to lure Harry into speaking with it, how to bring a rooster into the Chamber of Secrets, and how to explain everything to Dumbledore the Sly Fox, but at least the direction was clear. For now, sleep could wait. Chapter 42. The Room of Requirement. When Morvan woke, the room was still dim. Had he really slept all day? Then he realized the curtains had been carefully drawn, blocking the winter sunlight. He jumped up and yanked them open. A flood of sunlight poured in like water over a dam, so brilliant that he had to close his eyes. Too careless. A familiar voice echoed suddenly in his mind, his left eye's criticism from his previous life. If this had been his old life, he probably would have died countless times in that instant. Morvan drew in a slow breath and let it out, feeling pure joy fill him. Though this world would descend into war 3 years from now, for Morvan it was far more comfortable and far happier to live here than in the peaceful world of his previous life. The future might hold war, fear, even death, but everything was within his control. He was the master of his prophecy, not its prisoner. He believed he could do far better than before. In that case, it was time to act decisively, Morvan. He gave himself a vigorous punch in the air, a gesture of encouragement, his face bright with determination only to have it instantly twist into embarrassment. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled. Mo Yan awkwardly rubbed his belly, stealing a quick glance around. Seeing no one, he let out a long sigh of relief, opened the window, and let the icy winter air cool the flush rising in his face. Then he noticed a large spread of fresh food on the table by his bed, his favorites, along with 2 full glasses of orange juice and apple juice. Everyone knew Mo Yan loved juice. Wendy often teased him for it, saying he was like a child, but he simply couldn't tolerate the thick, cloying taste of pumpkin juice. After quickly changing into pajamas and washing up, Mo Yan sat on the edge of the bed, eating and drinking while pulling out the Marauder's map to search carefully. Dumbledore hadn't moved from his office. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Draco, the Slytherin greeters, had gathered again. Peter Pettigrew, still in Harry's dorm Ravenclaw house. There were actually quite a few people in the common room. They hadn't gone out for the weekend, so sneaking in to read seemed hopeless. 5th floor corridor, good, no one there. Mo Yan folded the map, downed the last of his apple juice, tidied up, and headed out. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. He paced the corridor 3 times, passing between the tapestry depicting Benaba training dwarfs to dance ballet and the life-sized vases, repeating that single thought over and over. When he opened his eyes again, a peachwood door carved with crepe myrtle flowers appeared on the wall. He opened it and stepped inside, eyes widening in shock. He stood in a room as large as a cathedral. Tall windows sent arrow-like beams of light across the shattered space. Thousands of books lay scattered on the floor. Winged slingshots and laboriously removed fireworks were strewn about, alongside countless potions, jewels, hats, cloaks, and objects resembling fragments of dragon eggs with sparkling corked bottles inside. Rusted swords and a heavy, blood-stained axe completed the chaotic collection. Suddenly, Mo Yan realized that searching for a single Horcrux here would be absurdly foolish. He also realized he would need to find more free time to come to the room of requirement and organize these items. The Slytherin's attempts to find an heir now only caused him massive headaches. Though it had always been a headache, he had never found the system so frustrating. At first, he had even admired Edmund for it. How short-sighted he had been. Mo Yan sighed and bent down, beginning a meticulous search. Frown! 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 Suddenly he stopped. He had no real idea what the crown looked like, and he'd just discovered that there were many crown-like objects here. If he collected them all, he wasn't sure he could identify the real one, and it would take forever. He carefully reviewed every detail he could remember about the crown, an effort that took over an hour, then shifted his focus to a new target. An ugly, pockmarked half-bust of an old wizard, sitting atop a chest in plain view. He walked along the narrow paths between the forbidden items, his eyes scanning every decoration he could see. Finally, on the 3rd path, he spotted his target. The crown was nearby. His heart raced. He felt an unusual tension, took several deep breaths, and calmed himself slightly. The last time he searched for a ring in the ruins of the Gaunt house, he had been equally anxious and excited, and after fruitless searching, he had ended up running amok at the Riddle estate before finally calming down. After a long search, finding the ring eventually felt inevitable, and his emotions settled. This time, he had prepared for a long struggle, yet upon entering, he was already close to his goal. Mo Yan couldn't shake the sense of unreality, as if some hidden scheme was at play. My patience is terrible. He scolded himself inwardly, then began searching carefully around the half-bust. Not long after, he discovered a dull, faded crown. Morven picked up the crown, examined it, then placed it atop the bust to compare. Deep down he knew this was the item, but he still couldn't quite believe it. Such a worn, tattered thing, this was supposed to be Lady Ravenclaw's crown? In the end, he had to admit that Voldemort's illusion was beyond the perception of a small wizard like him. Eventually, he stored the crown in his ring. To be safe, he deliberately kept the Slytherin ring and Ravenclaw crown far apart. Morven thoroughly searched the entire room of requirement and found no second bust or crown, finally leaving with some reluctance. Morvan, where have you been? Draco frowned as Morvan stepped back into the common room. Only then did Morvan realize he was covered in grime from head to toe. Visited Hogwarts garbage heap, Morvan replied, half joking. Then he noticed something odd. Draco, why are you alone? Where are Blaise and the others? And he glanced around. Most Slytherin students had reverted to their usual independent routines. Groups of 4 or 5 were almost entirely gone. The heir of Slytherin isn't in the Slytherin common room, Draco said, noticing Morven wasn't going to elaborate. He rubbed his forehead. Another attack happened last night, but all Slytherin students were under surveillance. No one acted alone, so all suspicions are cleared. Timely news. Morvan nodded. It was exactly what he needed, like having a pillow tucked under his head, just as he was about to fall asleep. After a long pause, Draco muttered, "What a disgrace." "Why?" Morvan asked in confusion. "Edmund conducted checks on the house for caution's sake. Even if they didn't find anything, it's hardly disgraceful, right?" Draco glared. "Morvan, the heir of Slytherin, isn't even in Slytherin house. What could be more disgraceful? Just thinking it might be a cowardly Ravenclaw or a foolish Hufflepuff makes me sick." "You could imagine it's a Gryffindor," Morvan offered kindly, "if thinking of someone brave makes you feel better." Draco glared at him with pure hatred, lips pressed tight as though a torrent of curses would pour out if he spoke. Finally, he sighed. "Morvan, don't ever say that to anyone else." He closed his eyes, sinking wearily into the sofa. Morvan touched his nose and decided to keep his distance from these pure Slytherins. He'd go take a shower instead. In truth, Draco's reaction was relatively calm. Many Slytherins sat pale faced on the common room sofas, either silent or downing bottle after bottle of alcohol, filling the room with a heavy scent of liquor. Most were born into pureblood families. Half-blood students stayed hidden in the library or dormitories, only venturing out cautiously. Yesterday's joy, pride, and unity from the Quidditch match had vanished. The leftover food and drink had become outlets for frustration. The room was a mess, and house elves couldn't clean because the students had been there since the previous afternoon. Morvan suddenly realized that if his earlier joke had been overheard, no matter how many points he had earned in Quidditch, he would almost certainly be ostracized. For the first time, Morvan fully understood how out of place he was among these Slytherins, raised on pureblood ideology. By Monday morning, news of Lockhart's attack had spread across Hogwarts. Countless girls brought cards and blessings to the infirmary, crying as they did so, until Madame Pomfrey had to lock the doors and bar anyone but patients from entering. As a result, accidents in potions class spiked, and Professor Snape grew increasingly irritable and harsh. After classes, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff girls often left supporting one another, crying. Rumors and suspicion had thickened the air. First years now moved in groups to avoid attacks. Meanwhile, behind the teachers' backs, charms, protective amulets, and other talismans were being bought and sold fervently. Edmund caught a first year secretly wearing a purple crystal, punishing him with 100 repetitions of the Slytherin section in Hogwarts, a history, and forcing him to stand at the common room entrance for a week, loudly admitting his misdeeds to anyone who entered. Morvan spent his days, early and late, sorting through the centuries of ideas and items in the room of requirement, mostly expired, mischievous, or dangerous, but still offering useful references. Time didn't allow him to study everything in depth. Books, however, never expired. Most were extremely dangerous, yet undeniably powerful. Morvan even found references to Horcruxes and dark magic like cursed fire. Valuable items were few, but impressive in their potency. Christmas approached. As usual, Professor Snape collected the list of students staying over the holidays. Morvan signed it, and strangely, Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe also chose to stay. He didn't ask why. After their last conversation, he instinctively kept his distance from them, and they seemed to do the same. Chapter 43. Firecrackers and Parseltongue. The final potions class of the term was dedicated to making swelling solutions. 20 cauldrons were lined up on a wooden table, alongside brass rulers and jars of ingredients. The room was filled with a faint haze. Snape paced the classroom, arms crossed, sneering at Gryffindor students. His criticism of Harry was no harsher than usual, though not any less sharp, yet the sheer malice and disgust in his gaze made Morvan's skin crawl. He frowned as Snape stopped to ridicule the clumsiness of Harry's swelling potion, then turned with relish to humiliate Neville Longbottom. Morvan squinted. Normally, when Snape mocked Harry, he would either glare at him with hatred or stir his potion with exaggerated force, as if his stirring rod were Snape himself. But today, Morvan didn't react at all. His mind was elsewhere. Then, the moment Snape turned away, Harry sprang into action. Hermione gave him a subtle signal. He nodded. Behind his cauldron, he bent low and fished out a firework from his pocket, struggling to pull it free, then quickly lit it with his wand. Firecracker hissed and popped. He stood up and hurled it toward Draco's cauldron. Draco's potion exploded, splattering swelling solution across the classroom. Screams erupted. The affected parts of each student swelled rapidly. Draco's nose ballooned, Goyle staggered, covering his eyes, Neville's face puffed into a gourd-like shape, Blaze's arm swelled thicker than his waist, and Seamus Finnegan's lips obscured half his face. In the chaos, Hermione quietly slipped out the back. Harry couldn't help but be amused at Draco's misfortune. Though he didn't laugh out loud, his green eyes sparkled behind his thin spectacles. "Quiet, quiet," Snape roared. "All those splashed, come here for treatment. If I find out who did this..." Most of the class surged to the front to collect antidotes and anti-swelling potions. Hermione slipped back in. Morva noticed Snape's face darken as he saw her sneaking around. The three Gryffindors exchanged glances, silently celebrating their victory. Morva exhaled softly. Even he, who prided himself on meticulous planning, wouldn't dare underestimate Snape's observational skills. How could these three reckless children be so confident? If Snape truly wanted to expel Harry, there would be no room for such freedom. Snape picked up the blackened remnants of the firecracker from Draco's cauldron, threatening expulsion for whoever had done it. His gaze remained locked on Harry. Harry, astonishingly, looked utterly confused. Morvan felt powerless. By his usual standards, Harry's expression should be a mix of satisfaction, carefully restrained glee, and the anger of nearly being framed by Snape. Instead, his "it's nothing to do with me, really nothing" expression would have any reasonable person fooled. Only a fool would believe it. 10 minutes later the bell rang. Morvan handed in his potion and was about to leave when Draco blocked his path. "Morvan, who did it?" Draco asked, staring intently into his eyes. Morvan's gaze flickered. "How should I know?" Inside, one voice screamed, "This is your chance!" Another yelled in opposition, "No, you're not ready." "You know, I know you know." Draco's eyes hardened, carrying a hint of finality. "You were always at the back. You must have seen it." The three Gryffindors quickly packed up, doing their best to appear uninvolved as they headed for the door. Snape remained at the podium, sorting through the potions submitted. Fewer students had submitted their brews today because of the incident, yet he seemed unable to finish, picking up one here, glancing at another there. "Now's the chance!" But wait, how should this be handled afterward? Is there a better opportunity than this? He doesn't necessarily have to use that one. Opportunity won't wait. Miss this, and next time are you going to go on your own? Mo Yan's mind wrestled violently with the thought, yet his face remained calm and unreadable. Finally, just as Harry stepped through the door, his gaze fell on him. Draco understood instantly. Fury surged through him and he spun around, drawing his wand in a flash. "Harry Potter! Watch out, Harry!" Ron, at the rear, drew his wand and pointed it at Draco. A loud bang followed, and a green light struck Dean Thomas beside him. Dean was flung backward, crashing heavily into two Slytherin students. "Dinsajayo!" Draco shouted. "Harry!" Hermione shoved Harry aside in time, only to be hit by a spell herself. "Hermione!" Harry roared, fury igniting, raising his wand toward Draco. "Incendio!" Draco doubled over in pain as the spell hit his stomach, his face quickly turning crimson. He fell to the floor, pointing his wand at Harry's legs, forcing out the words, "Tarantallegra." Harry's legs immediately spun uncontrollably. Neville rushed forward to grab him, and Harry's voice quavered, Ogog whirling. The spell flew over Draco's head and struck Goyle, who collapsed to the floor, laughing uncontrollably, barely able to hold his wand. "Finite incantatum." Professor Snape finally arrived sluggishly. Harry stopped dancing, Goyle stopped laughing, Dean Thomas groaned on the floor. Draco was helped up by Blaze, covering his face, but the pockmarks on his skin were still visible. "What's going on?" Snape sneered maliciously. "The golden boy of Gryffindor attacking classmates in class? Gryffindor loses 50 points. No, he attacked us first. His spell hit Hermione first." Ron yelled, trying to pull Hermione from behind the door. Hermione covered her face, quietly sobbing, her elongated teeth dangling down to her chest. The surrounding Slytherins erupted in laughter. Snape cast a cold glance at Hermione. "I see no difference." Hermione whimpered and ran out, several girls chasing after her. Ron angrily reached for his wand, but Simon Pagani grabbed him. In the struggle, there was a sharp snap. Ron's wand, already cracked, broke completely into two pieces. He froze, stunned. Mo Yan watched coldly. The situation had completely deviated from what he had expected. He had been far too reckless. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Why wasn't Harry reacting? He turned and saw Harry staring at him with pure hatred. Mo Yan froze, then felt a sharp pang in his chest. Draco glared at Harry, burning with resentment. He wanted to immediately tell everyone about Harry throwing the fireworks into his cauldron, but he knew that if he did, Mo Yan would never back him up. Getting Mo Yan to point out Potter was already the limit. If he wanted to drive Potter out of Hogwarts, Mo Yan would certainly not support him. Just one look at his expression told him that. What Draco didn't know was that Mo Yan pointing out Harry wasn't due to Draco's pressure, but for his own plans. Right now, Mo Yan only wanted to punish Harry Potter severely, but he had few high-powered spells at his disposal. Suddenly, Draco remembered the spell Mo Yan had asked Blaze about a few days ago. Though he still couldn't wield it perfectly, the professor was nearby. Oh, his godfather would definitely back him. Without thinking further, hatred consumed him completely. Draco raised his wand and shouted, "Serpentsortia!" The tip of his wand exploded, and a 5 or 6 meter long black snake shot out, crashing onto the floor. It lifted its head, ready to strike. Harry froze in fear. The crowd quickly backed away, some screaming. Mo Yan's breath caught. "Calm down, Malfoy," Professor Snape said lazily. "Don't be impulsive. Stay still, Potter. I'll handle this." Chapter 43 Firecrackers and Parseltongue continued. Though he said nothing, Morven could tell Snape was clearly enjoying the sight of the panicked Gryffindors. The Slytherins, though frightened themselves, managed to appear composed, knowing Snape's presence allowed them to mock Gryffindor safely. For the Gryffindors, that sense of security didn't exist. If Snape refrained from cursing them, it was already an act of great mercy in their eyes. Suddenly, Harry pushed past Neville and stepped in front of the snake, letting out a loud hiss. The snake froze, seemingly terrified. It slumped to the ground, its long body coiled limply as it stared at Harry with fear. The classroom fell silent. Neville, who had been ready to assist, paled and stepped back 2 paces, while the other Gryffindors quietly retreated. Ron stopped staring sorrowfully at his wand and looked at Harry in surprise. Snape waved his wand twice, and the snake vanished in a swirl of black smoke. He stared at Harry, feigning surprise. A low murmur began to ripple through the crowd. Harry looked around, confusion and a hint of fear on his face. He stepped back quietly, unaware that even this slight movement left the students behind him weak-kneed with fright. Morven felt helpless. He knew the book he had sent Harry must have been skimmed like a novel. Harry didn't even realize that speaking to a snake was Salazar Slytherin's most famous skill. He still hadn't understood that what he had just said wasn't human language. Luckily, Ron finally reacted. He gently tugged on Harry's sleeve and guided him out of the room. A chorus of hissing and whispers followed them. Parseltongue. The heir of Slytherin. Morven slung his backpack over his shoulder, ignoring the fearful murmurs behind him, and left the classroom. These Gryffindors. He walked down the corridor, planning to sit by the lake for a while. He needed a quiet place to think. He had acted impulsively. By tomorrow morning, the fact that Harry spoke Parseltongue would be known throughout the school, and everyone would assume he was the heir of Slytherin. There would be no way to undo it. Should he wait for Hermione to be attacked next? No. Last time, Colleen Creevey, who might have been petrified, ended up being replaced by Professor Lockhart instead. There was no guarantee Hermione would be targeted. Morven didn't gamble on mere probability. Then, it was time to accelerate the discovery of the Chamber of Secrets. If Harry personally defeated the Basilisk, the glory-seeking, forgetful Gryffindors would naturally revere him as a hero again. What crucial clues were still missing for the discovery to happen? The mandrake, the spider, the voices inside the walls. Harry probably wouldn't mention any of these, and the roost. Morven's gaze drifted toward Hagrid's hut. A few feathers floated in the air, and Hagrid was standing there with a stiff rooster in hand, cursing loudly. Fortunately, this part of the plan was still proceeding normally. Tonight, he would steal one for protection. The chamber's opening would require it, so he couldn't rush in recklessly. Morven lay beneath the willow, exhausted, lost in thought. Chapter 44 Another Attack. The last few days of the term were miserable for Harry. Every student seemed to watch him and whisper behind his back. Yet whenever he turned or walked past, the crowd scattered like startled birds. Possessing power on par with Professor Snape clearly caused him great suffering, and his irritation grew by the day. Harry Potter got into a huge fight with a Muggle born in the Gryffindor common room, Blaise reported. Mo Yan couldn't understand how Blaise even knew about something that happened in the Gryffindor common room. That Muggle born was terrified and is now hiding in the Hufflepuff common room. Could it be that Harry Potter is really the heir of Slytherin? This is unbelievable. A Slytherin bloodline surviving in a house that's been Gryffindor for generations? Wendy approached them, holding a book in one hand and snatching a pudding from Goyle's plate with the other. Did you all hear that? Harry Potter can speak Parseltongue? Mo Yan, you are usually so observant. Have you noticed anything unusual? I don't think Potter is the heir of Slytherin, Draco quickly interjected. Look at the friends he keeps, traitors to pureblood families, the penniless Weasleys and Muggle-borns. He has no proper wizardly values at all. Exactly. If Potter were really the heir of Slytherin and had opened the Chamber of Secrets, he wouldn't associate with those people. Edmund, accompanied by a boy carrying a huge stack of books, walked over. The boy with the glasses spoke. He wore thin black-rimmed spectacles and looked scholarly. Mark March, a seventh-year greeter. Hi Mark, how's the revision going? Wendy greeted cheerfully. Terrible, March shook his head. Goyle and Crabbe quickly moved their sofas aside to give him space, and he pulled up a chair next to them. Thanks, too much has happened lately. I can't even focus on preparing for the NWTS. Why can't Potter be the heir of Slytherin? Blaise asked. He has a mysterious bloodline and special powers. That's why he defeated the Dark Lord as a baby. Silencio! March quickly drew his wand and pointed it at Blaise, but Edmund stepped forward first. Mark, put your wand down, Edmund said firmly. Mark glared at him, his delicate features twisting into a fierce expression. After 2 minutes of tense standoff, he finally lowered his wand, returning to his usual harmless demeanor. Mo Yan suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. The Dark Lord is unconquerable, he whispered. One day, he will return. Of course, Edmund nodded. It's just that he's been gone so long that these later-born children don't understand his greatness. Mark March nodded and extended his hand toward Mo Yan. Mark March, seventh-year greeter. Pleased to meet you. Mo Yan felt puzzled but shook his hand anyway. I know you, senior. I'm Mo Yan Evans. You're talented. I hope we can have more opportunities to interact in the future, Mark said meaningfully, then turned and walked away. Edmund, why did you bring this lunatic here? What did he mean by that last sentence? Wendy asked, frowning once Mark's figure disappeared. Mo Yan recalled Wendy's bright expression when she saw Mark earlier and realized that this usually bratty prefect had a hidden depth. Draco, however, looked unfazed, clearly used to such encounters. Edmund looked at Mo Yan seriously. He knows I'm closer to you, so he requested to meet you, Mo Yan. Meet Mo Yan? Draco immediately grew alert. What's he after? Maybe to gauge your talent or your attitude toward the Dark Lord, Edmund explained. March has always been a loyal follower of the Dark Lord. Ever since he first heard the stories as a child, he's been devoted. His family were once under the Dark Lord's command but weren't deemed worthy of the Dark Mark. Later, his family claimed they were controlled by the Cruciatus curse. Draco shifted uncomfortably on the sofa and escaped judgment. They've kept a low profile since, but March has become even more fanatical. Last year, after you and Potter stopped Voldemort's resurrection, I warned you to be careful, mainly about March. At that time, he was recovering from food poisoning and spent the end of the term in the infirmary. Later, likely at the urging of his family, he kept a low profile this year. But March became even more convinced that Voldemort would return, and if that day ever comes, he'll be the first to kneel before him. What does that have to do with Morvan? Wendy asked. Of course it's related, Edmund said. Morvan is exceptionally talented, yet has no family connections or influence. His strength matches or even surpasses any peer, and even many older students. Naturally, March would be interested in recruiting him for Voldemort. Wasn't Voldemort's resurrection stopped? Draco asked incredulously. March is already preparing, even though no one knows when he'll return? Yes. Even if Voldemort doesn't come back, March would almost certainly become a Death Eater after graduation, though the others might not officially acknowledge him, Edmund said, looking troubled. Edmund, untie Blaise's spell first. Morvan finally spoke, closing his book. I need to check something in the library. Don't worry about March, I can handle him myself. He stood and left. The weather had been bitterly cold for days, and a snowstorm had struck the night before. The hallway outside the common room was icy. Morvan shivered. Going to the library was just an excuse. He had no desire to stay with the other students. Although they cared about him, they were all pure-blood Slytherins, proud and idealistic in the way only pure-blood nobility could be. When Edmund had announced the requirement for group travel, Draco had loudly declared in the dormitory that he wanted to help the heir of Slytherin purge the school of impure-blooded students, and the others had agreed. They couldn't accept the idea that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. If they knew it was actually Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasleys, who had opened the chamber, Morvan imagined their expressions would be priceless. He smirked coldly, then realized there was really nothing to be happy about, and let his shoulders drop. He decided to head to the kitchen to see what he could find to eat. As he turned a corner, a red-haired figure suddenly collided with him. Morvan caught her and realized it was Ginny. He was about to greet her, but she didn't even glance at him before spinning away and running off. Morvan narrowed his eyes, watching her hurried, petite form, and plucked a tiny white feather from her. He patted his clothes, nothing else. Then he noticed a line of spiders scuttling along the corner of the wall. Had the basilisk been nearby? Attack! 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 Heave's shrill voice rang out from afar, echoing through the castle. Potter! Potter! Silly Potter has turned to stone. Morvan froze instantly, as if a bucket of ice, cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. He couldn't move. The quiet hallway erupted into chaos. People poured in from both sides, running in confusion. The corridor became packed in an instant, a cacophony of screams and cries. A fifth-year Ravenclaw collided with him, knocking him to the ground. Morvan snapped back to reality. Harry was still wearing his glasses. He bolted toward the direction of Peeves' voice. The corridor ahead was dark and shadowed. Cold wind blew through broken windows. Torches had gone out. Peeves hovered there, gloating, recounting his discovery to a concerned Percy. But Harry wasn't there. Nor were any professors, nor anyone else. Peeves! Morvan shouted. Poltergeist screamed and shot toward the ceiling. Petrify them all! Instantly, Peeves froze midair. Mr. Evans, what are you doing here? I'm investigating the incident. Percy straightened his prefect badge. Go back to your common room, it's not safe here. Move, Morvan said harshly, yanking him aside. Show some respect to a prefect, Percy snapped irritably. I don't like your attitude. Moyan suddenly drew his wand and aimed it at Percy's neck. Keep spouting nonsense here and I'll turn you into a slug. Then you won't need that precious prefect badge anymore. You wouldn't dare. Percy's face drained of color. Nearly all of Gryffindor knew that Moyan was the one who usually made the Weasley brothers suffer. I'm a prefect. Maybe your badge can protect you, Moyan said with a contemptuous smile. Want to try it? Percy swallowed hard, shivering at the icy silver eyes fixed on him. He took 2 slow steps back, and then turned and ran. Moyan then turned to Peeves. Now, answer my questions honestly. Don't even think about running. If I catch you, I'll permanently stick you in some empty room in the castle. Understood? He deliberately spoke slowly, enunciating every word clearly, his tone calm and measured, but Peeves was even more terrified, his eyes darting wildly. Moyan lifted the spell, and Peeves obediently stayed put, trembling as he stared at him. When you saw him, Moyan paused, his voice tight. How was Harry? He's fine, Peeves blurted out immediately. Are you messing with me? Moyan asked slowly, as if a storm of rage churned in his chest. He ground his teeth. He was attacked. How could he be fine? He's better than anyone else, Peeves stammered, shivering again. His body was warm, soft, his eyes closed, no sign of fear. Moyan closed his eyes, feeling his heart plummet into a bottomless abyss. Is he dead? His voice was hollow, distant, as if coming from a well deep underground. No, Peeves rasped painfully. Moyan's uncontrollable magic nearly ripped the word apart, but Peeves didn't dare flee. Feeling the pressure ease slightly, he hurriedly spoke in a rush. Harry Potter's heartbeat is as strong and steady as any living person's. He's just unconscious. Professor Dumbledore took him to his office. After a long moment, Moyan coughed up a mouthful of blood before he could speak. Unconscious? Yes. Damn it, Moyan shouted furiously, waving his wand. He shot off like a cannonball with a loud whoosh, crashing into objects far away. Moyan slipped his wand back into its holster and slowly began walking toward the headmaster's office, struggling to organize his thoughts as he went. This had to end. Though he had long prepared for the worst and even returned Harry's glasses, he had never truly imagined it would come to this. Yes, there could be no more delays. Mo Yan pressed a hand to his chest. The internal injury he had barely healed, about 70 to 80% relapsed, and it took a long moment for his disrupted internal energy to stabilize. It was painful, but not unbearable. He stopped in front of an ugly gargoyle. Pumpkin juice? Banana boat? Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? He rattled off over 30 different candies and drinks. The gargoyle lazily glanced at him and went back to sleep. Mr. Evans, what are you doing here? Morven looked back and saw Professor Snape striding toward them. Professor, I have some thoughts about the chamber monster and the heir of Slytherin that I'd like to discuss with the headmaster, Morven said. Snape fixed him with a long, penetrating gaze. Lemon juice. The gargoyle rose, the wall cracked open, and a spiral staircase appeared, leading upward. Chapter 45. Hagrid's Slip. They climbed the stairs, winding higher and higher until the dizzying turns made them slightly lightheaded. At last, they reached a large oak door, adorned with a half-eagle, half-lion brass doorknocker. Oh, so that's how it happened. So, you didn't actually see what attacked you, Harry? As they approached the door, they heard Professor Dumbledore's voice from within. Snape gently tapped the door, which opened silently, and they stepped inside. The room was spacious and elegant, filled with occasional faint, curious sounds. Oddly shaped silver instruments rotated on tables with spindle-shaped legs, releasing wisps of light smoke. Portraits of former headmasters adorned the walls. Each looked dignified while attentively observing the conversation taking place in the office. Behind a massive desk with clawed legs sat a shelf, upon which rested a tattered sorting hat. Harry held a steaming cup of hot chocolate. Ron and Hermione had the same. Their attention was clearly focused on the conversation. They leaned forward, eager and expectant. Ron's cup tilted, dark chocolate spilling onto the hem of his robe. Dumbledore sat across from them, arms resting on the table, fingers intertwined, exuding a calm that quietly affected anyone watching him. Professor McGonagall wore her signature green robes, seated properly, still stern as always, but her lips quivered slightly, and her eyes held a trace of concern and worry. When they entered, everyone in the room turned to look. Seeing Morven following Snape, they all paused in surprise. Albus, Mr. Evans has some ideas about the chamber he would like to discuss with you, Snape said stiffly. Mr. Evans, what would you like to tell me? Dumbledore asked, his interest piqued. Just some speculation, Professor, Morven said, bowing slightly. Perhaps you might allow me to hear Harry Potter's account first, so I can compare it with my own conjectures. In truth, he needed a moment to organize his thoughts. Very well, if you insist, Dumbledore said kindly. Harry, please continue. Yes, Professor. Harry lowered his head, focused on his cup, stirring the chocolate into a dark brown whirlpool. I didn't see what attacked me. I only saw something ahead, then everything went white, and after that, I don't remember anything. Did the thing have any distinguishing features? Harry thought for a moment. It seemed very large. Before Dumbledore could respond, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Hagrid rushed in, eyes wild. His scarf was wrapped haphazardly around his black, bushy head, and he carried a limp, soft chicken in his hands. Harry, are you all right? Oh, Merlin, I was only a few seconds away from you. He burst in, carrying the chickens, feathers scattering everywhere. He didn't relax until he saw Harry, but guilt still weighed heavily on him. If anything happens to you, it's my fault. I've already caused who, I can't. Who? Who's who? Harry asked, his chest suddenly tightening at the name. But he noticed all the professors avoiding his gaze. Hagrid looked even more regretful, and even Snape, who usually took pleasure in making things difficult for him, wouldn't meet his eyes. Hermione and Ron looked just as confused, and Mo Yan had turned his head away, as if he hadn't heard the conversation. Who's who? Harry demanded louder, an inexplicable need to know gripping him. Harry, don't ask, Hagrid sobbed, tears welling in his black eyes and dripping down his messy beard. It's all my fault. If I had known, boo. Harry, Dumbledore's voice cut through, louder than anyone had ever heard it. The room fell completely silent. When Hagrid had uttered that familiar yet strange name, Mo Yan felt his heart clenched by an invisible hand. Hearing Harry press for answers made his eyes sting, and he quickly turned his head away. Harry had never even known he existed. Mo Yan's gaze fell on an old, ugly bird perched on the stand behind the door. Its feathers were almost entirely gone, and as he watched, a few tail feathers fell. The bird looked at him with boundless sorrow, letting out a mournful cry. Fox the phoenix! It was undergoing its rebirth in fire and couldn't help. Who else could peck out the basilisk's eyes? Or maybe he should have prepared more roosters. Mo Yan forced his thoughts back to the upcoming battle to avoid focusing on the conversation around him. At moment, Fox suddenly became engulfed in flames, transforming into a ball of fire in the blink of an eye. Though he had expected it, Mo Yan couldn't help letting out a soft gasp. His voice broke the silence in the room. Don't worry, Dumbledore said calmly. Fox is a phoenix. When the time comes, it burns in the flames and is reborn from the ashes. Watch. Moments later, the fire reduced to a pile of gray ash. From it, a wrinkled, scrawny chick poked its head out. It was as ugly as the old one and barely able to stand. I apologize for showing it to you in this state, Dumbledore said, returning to his usual composure. Most of the time, it's magnificent with golden red feathers. A very impressive creature. It can carry heavy loads, its tears have healing properties, and it's fiercely loyal. Oh, I read about it in a book, Hermione said excitedly, leaning closer. The phoenix is a magnificent, bright red bird, about the size of a swan, with a long, shining golden tail, long beak and claws. It usually builds its nest high in the mountains. You can see them in Egypt, India, and China. The phoenix lives an extremely long time because it can regenerate. When its body begins to fail, it flies into the flames, and a young phoenix emerges from the ashes. Phoenixes are gentle creatures, they never harm or eat herbs. Like a disappearing bird, they can vanish and reappear at will. Their song has magical properties. It's believed to strengthen the courage of the pure-hearted and release the fear of the impure. Their tears are highly curative. She recited the passage, as if answering a question in class. When she finished, she realized everyone in the room was watching her, a little embarrassed, but she kept her eyes fixed on the tiny phoenix now emerging from the ashes. In just a short while, it managed to stand, testing its featherless wings. Very correct, Miss Granger. Excellent memory, Dumbledore praised with a smile. I think I can give Gryffindor 10 points. Hermione's face lit up with excitement. Following her explanation, everyone focused on the little phoenix, watching it struggle to stand from the ashes. For a moment, the previous conversation was completely forgotten. But Harry clearly hadn't noticed. Even when the phoenix had burst into flames, he'd been startled for just a moment. Later, though curious, he had observed Fox carefully and immediately caught on to the deliberate avoidance by everyone else. Hagrid Harry, Dumbledore interrupted again, and even Ron noticed something was off. Hagrid's beard still dripped with water, but his eyes seemed unwilling to leave Fox for even a second. At last, he stammered, Professor Dumbledore, I think I should go back now. All right, Hagrid, Dumbledore said. Harry looked like he wanted to leap forward to stop him, but someone beat him to it. Wait a moment, Hagrid, Morven suddenly spoke up. What? Hagrid stood at the doorway without turning, seemingly ready to bolt at any second. I have a few questions for you, Morven said deliberately ambiguously, enjoying the way the adults tensed up. Before Dumbledore could stop him again, he added, about the rooster you're holding. Hagrid exhaled in relief, wiped his face with his hand, and turned to speak. All right, go ahead. He seemed relaxed, and Morven thought that as long as he avoided the topic of Rue, he could probably even get Hagrid to recount childhood embarrassments in detail. No, Harry shouted angrily. Tell me what happened with Rue. Why did you let him die? A deep, heavy sob escaped Hagrid's throat, and his dark eyes grew wet again. Harry, Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of displeasure, then turned sorrowful. Harry, this happened a long time ago. I do not want your insistence to cause Hagrid more pain. Harry looked at Hagrid's nearly broken expression, at Dumbledore's unwavering eyes, at Professor McGonagall, who had turned slightly to focus intently on a small silver spoon on the wall, and at Snape, whose cold gaze rested on the wall behind him. Harry, Hermione gently tugged his sleeve. Harry nodded stiffly, unwilling, but everyone present knew that once he left, he would investigate on his own and no one could stop him. Morvan, deep down, wished he could reveal himself to Harry, but if Harry learned about Rue, he would assume Rue was dead, and that would only add unnecessary pain. Why cause that? That small, eager voice in his heart had to be ignored for now. Hagrid, the rooster you're holding, did it die of illness? Morvan asked, picking up the question he had left unasked earlier. No, not of illness. It was killed. Not by a fox, not by a weasel. Hagrid shook his head, as if trying to steady himself. I just don't understand why anyone would want to kill a rooster. They don't harm anyone, do they? And this is the second one this term. A few days ago, we lost another one. Morven felt a pang of guilt. Anyway, Headmaster Hagrid turned to Dumbledore. I'd like to put a protective charm around the chicken coop. May I? Of course, Hagrid, Dumbledore said, signaling Morvan that he could continue asking questions. Thank you, Headmaster, Hagrid mumbled, his voice still nasal. So, when did the last one die? And this one? Morvan lowered his gaze to the limp rooster. How long ago did this happen? The last time was Halloween. I went to the feast, and when I came back, one of the chickens was already dead. The others immediately realized this was the time of the first attack. The recent one was just a few days ago. This one, up probably only about half an hour ago. And how many chickens are still in the coop? Morvan ground his teeth. He hadn't even asked when the previous one died, yet Hagrid had gone ahead and answered anyway. 23, Hagrid recalled after a moment. And the roosters? Only 2 left. Make sure to take good care of the remaining roosters, Mo Yen said after a moment's thought. We might need them soon. Hagrid, seeing that Dumbledore didn't object, nodded. All right. He lingered for a moment longer, then, noticing that Mo Yen had no further questions, and was lost in thought, he said goodbye to Dumbledore and hurried out, completely unaware that he was following Mo Yan's instructions. Mo Yan waited until he judged the timing of his pretense was right, then looked up from his thoughts and addressed Dumbledore. Professor, could we? He glanced at Harry, still brooding and couldn't help feeling slightly better. Could Potter explain what they discovered? Harry snapped his head up, ready to protest, but Dumbledore was already smiling warmly. Of course. Chapter 46. Secrets of the Chamber. I've finished, Harry said, his tone stiff. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, did either of you see anything? Dumbledore asked. No, nothing, Hermione said, a little embarrassed. We were arguing at the time. Suddenly a white light erupted in front of Harry, and I couldn't see anything. My eyes took a while to adjust, and then I saw Harry lying on the ground, nothing else. Ron suddenly spoke up. I think I saw something. Everyone turned to look at him. Ron shrank back. I didn't see the attacker. I only saw, the white light seemed to be coming from Harry's glasses. Glasses? Came the chorus of puzzled voices. Harry, could I take a look at your glasses? Dumbledore asked. Okay. Harry glanced around, confused, then removed his new glasses and handed them to Dumbledore, his green eyes narrowing slightly. Dumbledore examined the glasses carefully, then pointed his wand at them. Light danced beautifully from its tip, yet his expression grew increasingly astonished. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall also exchanged troubled glances. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Dumbledore murmured, almost in awe. A genius design, perfectly executed. Don't you agree, Severus? Indeed, Snape said softly, each word slow and heavy, extraordinary. Sorry, Professor. Harry shifted nervously in his chair. Is there something wrong with these glasses? Nothing to worry about, Harry. The only problem is that these glasses are far superior to ordinary ones, Dumbledore said. Far superior? Harry squinted at the glasses he had been wearing for days. They see clearer than normal? Or can they turn me into Peter Pan? Neither, Dumbledore replied. He handed the glasses back to Harry. These are designed to protect the wearer automatically when in danger. The lenses contain 5 protective enchantments and 36 magical runes are carved into the frame. Together, they create a reflective barrier in perilous situations, rebounding any harm directed at you. Additionally, the enchantments ensure that these glasses remain fully effective for 3 years. Ron and Hermione stared in awe at the seemingly ordinary glasses. Blue eyes fixed on Harry. Harry, where did you get these glasses? Harry glanced around. Everyone was waiting for his answer. But I don't know, Professor, Harry said. One morning I woke up and found it on my bedside table. I thought it was from Professor McGonagall. Ron nodded beside him, confirming the story. Looks like you have a very good friend then, Dumbledore said. At that moment, Morven felt several eyes sweep over him. His expression remained unchanged, still furrowing his brow in thought. And Professor Harry continued, these glasses, they probably aren't that magical. Last time when I was with Malfoy. He glanced at Professor Snape but didn't finish the sentence. Morven suddenly remembered last time, Hermione had apparently been hit with a front tooth gigantic spell. So now, he looked at Hermione, and sure enough, the clever girl had taken the opportunity to shrink her teeth. Oh, perhaps the glasses thought your last spell was far too simple, like child's play, Dumbledore chuckled. But truly dangerous situations will trigger its reaction. For example, this attack. The magical backlash from the mirror stunned you, but did not petrify you. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley were similarly protected. Harry pursed his lips when Dumbledore described it as child's play, but suddenly his face went pale. "What's wrong, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Thanked Merlin." Harry shivered all over, clearly terrified. "Luckily I was at the front. If it had been Ron or Hermione." The two of them exchanged looks and shivered in agreement, their expressions mirroring Harry's fear. "Yes, fortunately," Dumbledore said. "Harry, anything else to add?" Aye. Harry hesitated, resistance on his face. He glanced at his friends, Ron waiting curiously, Hermione nodding encouragingly. "Sometimes, I can hear a voice, a very strange voice," Harry said, summoning courage. "I heard it in the corridor. It said things like kill, tear apart and blood. It sounded like it wanted to hurt someone, but Ron and Hermione didn't hear anything. Professor Lockhart didn't either. Every time I hear this voice, an attack happens shortly after." "Is that all?" Dumbledore asked gently. "Nothing else?" Harry thought for a moment. "Nothing else, Professor." "Very well," Dumbledore said, turning to Morvan. "Mr. Evans, would you share your hypothesis with us?" "Of course, Professor," Morvan replied, mimicking Dumbledore's measured tone. "I am now fairly certain that the creature left in the Chamber of Secrets, currently attacking students, is the basilisk." "The basilisk?" The three Gryffindors looked bewildered, while the adults' expressions grew grave. "The basilisk is a dazzling green serpent, up to 50 feet long. The male has a bright red feather on its head. Its fangs are highly venomous, but its deadliest weapon is its yellow eyes. Anyone who meets its gaze dies instantly," Morvan explained to the three Gryffindors. "It has an exceptionally long lifespan, potentially hundreds of years, if food is plentiful. The first recorded basilisk, Vile Herpo, lived nearly 900 years. Basilisks hatch from eggs laid by toads. They are natural predators of spiders, but the crowing of a rooster is deadly to them. Hagrid's rooster was killed. Because the crowing is lethal. It must have been the heir of Slytherin," Ron exclaimed. "And the castle spiders are all crawling out in groups. They must know the basilisk is nearby." "That's also why I'm the only one who can hear the voice. It's a snake, and I understand Parseltongue," Harry said grimly. Then Ron raised a question. "The basilisk's eyes are deadly, but no one's died yet." "Because no one looked directly into its eyes," Hermione said confidently after a moment. "Madame Norris saw its reflection in water, or through the crying mandrake. The mandrake is already dead, so it won't die again, and Professor Lockhart, well," suddenly, her eyes lit up. "It was the armor. Professor Lockhart must have seen it, through the armor's reflection. Harry initially saw only its body, but then his glasses mirror blocked his view. Same for us. That must be it." Ron's jaw practically dropped. "But how can the basilisk move freely around the castle?" Harry frowned, thinking. "A serpent over 1,000 years old must be enormous. Why has no one ever seen it?" The three Gryffindors huddled together, puzzling over the mystery. Suddenly, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm so hard that he gasped in pain. "It's the pipes. The castle is full of them, inside the walls. That's why you can hear it but not see it, Harry. The basilisk moves through the pipes and only comes out when it smells blood. So, if we place roosters all around the castle, the heir of Slytherin won't dare release the basilisk. And if it does appear, the rooster's crowing will kill it," Harry said, his voice rising with excitement. The three exchanged stunned glances, hardly able to believe it. It took them a moment to realize they were still in Dumbledore's office. Looking up, they saw everyone else watching them with interest. Their faces flushed and they lowered their heads. "Professor," Hermione asked timidly. Dumbledore clapped lightly. "Excellent deduction, Miss Granger. I believe Gryffindor deserves." "Apologies," Snape said coldly. "I assumed this was the conclusion a Slytherin student would reach." Of course," Dumbledore said, nodding repeatedly. "I shall award Slytherin 50 points. But Miss Granger deduced the basilisk's location, and that must be recognized," McGonagall said, tightening her shawl. "This is a significant breakthrough that cannot be ignored." Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. "Gryffindor receives 50 points. Snape's face darkened instantly. "I think," Moyan said, touching his nose, "we might also be able to guess the entrance to the chamber." They all looked at him in surprise. "The pipes," Moyan said. "The basilisk moves through them, and the most convenient access points are the bathrooms and washrooms. One location stands out. 50 years ago, a girl died there when the chamber was opened. 50 years later, the chamber was opened again, and the same place became the scene of another attack. Hermione clutched her chest, barely able to breathe. It's the crying, moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Exactly, Mo-Yan nodded. The castle is huge, yet the basilisk favors a single washroom. It's very likely the entrance to the chamber is there. What I want to know, Dumbledore said, staring at him, is that no teacher would tell a student about the chamber being opened 50 years ago and a girl dying. How did you know, Mo-Yan? Once I learned the chamber had been opened before, I asked around about the previous incidents, Mo-Yan explained. No teacher mentioned it, but the castle ghosts were willing to tell me what happened. That's how I learned the girl who died was Myrtle. Coincidentally, the moment before she was attacked, I saw her at Count Nicholas's memorial ball, and, out of curiosity, asked how she died. She told me she saw only a pair of yellow eyes before she died. Before that, she had been crying in the bathroom, then heard a strange voice, a boy's voice. She opened the door to let him leave, and then she died. She actually told you all that? Ron asked, astonished. He found it strange that someone would broadcast their own death. Why not? Mo-Yan replied. In fact, Myrtle seemed very proud of how she died. He tilted his head for a moment, then settled on the word, proud. Proud? Ron nearly jumped out of his seat. Yes, Mo-Yan said, glancing at him curiously. Why are you so surprised? You were at the memorial ball too, weren't you? The headless hunt guy was very proud of his lost head, and even mocked Count Nicholas for it. Speaking of which, why did you speak ill of Myrtle that day? You made her very sad. Mo-Yan's reproach made the three of them flush and lower their heads, especially Hermione. Her strong sense of justice made her unable to tolerate Myrtle's neuroses, yet she had been the one to speak badly of her that day. I don't like her either. Chapter 47. The Heir of Slytherin. So, I think we should prepare and check out the girls' bathroom where the mandrakes are, Morven said. The thought of getting Dumbledore involved in facing the basilisk was too enticing. I might be wrong, but even if there's only a 1% chance, it's worth trying. Don't you agree, Professor Dumbledore? I believe the boy has a point, Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall finally spoke after a long silence. The sooner we deal with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, the safer the students will be. Another attack like this, and we might not be so lucky next time. The school might even have to close. There's still one question, Dumbledore said. Who opened the chamber? And how did they do it? If what the mandrake said is true, the second question is obvious, Snape said. He heard a boy speaking in a strange, ancient tongue. Parseltongue, one of Salazar Slytherin's marks, is clearly the key to opening the chamber. He cast a malicious glance at Harry, his black eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. I didn't, Harry shouted in disbelief, furious at being suspected while he had also been attacked. We were all attacked, Ron shouted alongside him. Do you really think Harry would be crazy enough to attack himself? Hermione and I were right there. He didn't even have the chance to release the basilisks. Of course, mate. I know even if he had the chance, he wouldn't have let that monster loose. He turned to Harry after saying this, careful not to provoke him further with his words. Morven's pupils constricted sharply. You weren't harmed, Snape said, his smile widening. Even Potter was only unconscious briefly, not even half an hour. Compared to Professor Lockhart, still in the infirmary, the difference is obvious. I personally think, McGonagall said, raising her voice before the three Gryffindors could react like startled cats, that the fact that Mr. Potter was neither killed nor lying in the infirmary awaiting mandrake maturity is something to celebrate, not a reason to blame or suspect him. Her body trembled slightly as she spoke, clearly furious. Unless proven guilty, he remains innocent, Severus, Dumbledore said firmly. I told you the same thing over a month ago, and I still stand by it. There is no direct evidence that Harry is the heir of Slytherin who opened the chamber. Snape's anger flared, his voice rising sharply. Opening the chamber requires Parseltongue. Surely there isn't another student in this school with that ability? Nothing is impossible, Severus, Dumbledore said, rubbing his forehead. After a long morning of events and arguments, even he felt a bit fatigued. Harry hesitated, then said, I have an idea to identify the heir of Slytherin. Go on, child, Dumbledore said gently. The girls' bathroom with the mandrakes is the entrance to the chamber. To release the basilisk, one must go there. Hermione says no one usually goes there. Professor Dumbledore could set a detection spell, so that anyone entering would be immediately revealed, allowing us to catch the air. "No, Harry," Hermione said. "Since the mandrake was petrified, people have been going in and out of the bathroom. Yesterday I even saw Ginny there." She shook her head at the two boys watching anxiously, and they visibly relaxed. Morvan guessed they were probably still secretly brewing polyjuice potion in that bathroom. "And what if the bathroom isn't the chamber entrance?" McGonagall asked. "We should first try to see if we can open the chamber. If so, we can kill the basilisk and set up a detection spell inside. If not, we need to continue searching for the chamber's location." Morvan opened his mouth, then closed it again. Dumbledore nodded slightly but said nothing. He noticed Morvan's hesitation and asked, "Mr. Evans, you still have something to say, don't you?" Moyan hesitated for a moment. "Ginny, red hair, Ginny Weasley. Earlier today, just before Potter was attacked, I encountered a suspicious person." His voice echoed through the room, and he saw the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, emotions that had been swinging between shock and astonishment all day, now peaking. "That person bumped into me and left a feather on my clothes. Their face was pale, and they seemed terrified." "Who was it?" Harry's image appeared in his mind, wearing the green Weasley sweater identical to the other Weasley brothers, happily running into the Great Hall. Moyan's chest tightened. "Weasley. I was never a good person. Cross me and you'll pay the price." His cold, mocking silver eyes turned toward Ron. The red-haired boy still looked confused, while the girl beside him was already furious. "You're lying." "Ron wouldn't. He's always been with us." The other two boys reacted as well. Ron looked at the professors in panic, unable to get a word out. Harry had just jumped up when Moyan's voice rang out. "I didn't say it was him. Miss Granger is being too sensitive." "Then, why are you looking at me?" Ron asked angrily. "Not you exactly, but it's not entirely unrelated either," Moyan said, lowering his head so that no one could see his face. Only a cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. It was a red-haired girl." Silence. After 5 seconds of stillness, an explosive roar erupted. The 3 Gryffindors, shouting, nearly blew the roof off Dumbledore's office. Everyone was yelling at full volume, making it impossible to hear anything else, as if their anger itself was directed at the Slytherin boy standing in the center of the room. He remained standing, straight and proud, like a pine tree, his back tall, only slightly lowering his head as he toyed with a wand he had somehow drawn. He seemed utterly unfazed by the deafening shouts around him. "Quiet," Dumbledore commanded, for the first time without a trace of a smile or his usual gentle gaze. He looked at Moyan and asked, "Are you certain, Mr. Evans?" "I said it was only suspicious," Moyan replied. "Maybe she just brushed against it near Hagrid's hut." His faint smile sent an involuntary chill through the room. "Instead of arguing here, why not just ask her directly? Wouldn't that settle it?" "Minerva," Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall, his eyes calm behind the crescent-shaped glasses. "Bring Miss Weasley here." "Headmaster, Miss Weasley couldn't possibly. She's always been an obedient, shy child," McGonagall said. "Yes, but we still need to eliminate her as a suspect," Dumbledore nodded, without changing his decision. Moyan pulled over a chair and sat down. Dumbledore offered him a glass of strawberry juice, which he took, holding it quietly in his hands without speaking. The office fell into a hush. The red juice rippled gently in the clear glass, long, pale fingers wrapped around it, the subtle pink hue reflected in the delicate skin. The sudden flare of anger dissipated in an instant. As calm and reason reclaimed his mind, Moyan began to regret his impulsive outburst. Ginny, what wrong had she ever done? Although Morvan thought it a bit childish and naive that the little girl had come to idolize a legendary figure, even developing a crush, his first impression of her had been good. She was pure, innocent, shy, and a little sad, ashamed of her family's poverty, but still deeply attached to them. Even when her brothers teased her, the complaints were tinged with genuine love. He shouldn't have pushed her into this situation out of a moment's jealousy. And all along, Dumbledore and Professor Snape had been watching him closely. They knew he harbored many secrets. Until now, they had mostly indulged him, largely because of the way he treated Gryffindors, especially Harry. His clear loyalty kept their hostility in check. But after this incident, with Voldemort's intelligence and power, he had achieved nothing at school because of Dumbledore's watchful eye. Even the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets had been opened only once, resulting in the death of a seemingly insignificant girl, before he had to abandon it. Voldemort might never have even seen much of Slytherin's remaining treasures. That didn't matter. What mattered was this: if he too was to be constantly monitored by the old fox and the double agent, then he wouldn't need to act at all. If Dumbledore knew about his past, no, Hagrid had probably already told him. If Dumbledore knew how the children under Nell had feared him, knew the tricks an 11-year-old had used to send his guardians to prison, would he not regard him with a vigilance 100 times greater than he did now? Besides, young Voldemort had treated theft as a mere hobby, occasionally disciplining a troublesome child. Morvan, on the other hand, was a professional. He slowly swirled his cup, beginning to think about how to remedy his moment of impulsive recklessness. Chapter 48. The Diary. When Professor McGonagall led Ginny into the room, the silence had already stretched long. Morvan was deep in thought, Snape's expression was unreadable, Dumbledore stared at his fingers, and the 3 Gryffindors were too nervous to speak, only exchanging encouraging glances. Only the little phoenix on the shelf flapped its wings, growing a fine layer of down in a short while and wobbling around. In an hour or 2, it might be able to fly. Ginny timidly peeked in. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Harry, then went pale when she saw the entire room quietly waiting for her. Seeing the small girl trembling as she stepped forward, Dumbledore casually conjured a chair between Ron and Hermione. "Please sit, Miss Weasley. Would you like a cup of pumpkin juice?" "No, Professor, thank you." Ginny lowered herself into the chair, feeling a little reassured, though the eyes on her still made her shift uneasily, subtly trying to hide behind Ron. "Then, the Cornish pixies?" Dumbledore produced a plate of candies crawling like cockroaches. Morvan was quietly grateful Dumbledore hadn't had time to flaunt his hospitality when they arrived. "No, Professor, thank you." Ginny gave the crawling candies a glance, forcing herself not to show disgust. "Not trying them? What a pity," Dumbledore said, still seemingly ready to offer them to someone else, but Snape intervened just in time. "Dumbledore," he said coldly. Dumbledore sighed and looked at Ginny, who had grown even more tense, and said slowly, "Listen carefully, Miss Weasley. We have some questions that need your answers. You must promise to be honest, all right?" Ginny shivered inexplicably. "Miss Weasley, the entire school has been consumed by fear ever since the heir of Slytherin appeared." Ginny's face turned even paler, drained of all color. "Mrs. Norris," moaning Myrtle, "Professor Lockhart, they're all still in the hospital wing, and not long ago even Harry was attacked." Ginny gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth as a low sob escaped her. She swayed in her chair, despair clouding her expression. Apart from Ron, who thought she was only worried for Harry, the others could tell something was wrong. "If you know anything about the heir of Slytherin, or anything suspicious at all, please be honest with us." Dumbledore's voice was gentle and steady, but Ginny looked as though she might collapse from fear. I don't know." Her eyes filled with tears. Her lips trembled as her hands clawed at her knees. "Professor," Ron blurted, "she doesn't know anything. There's no Slytherin blood in our family. Ginny couldn't possibly be the one who opened the chamber. I've lived with her for 11 years, and I've never once seen her talk to snakes. Please, let her go. Ginny's innocent." At the mention of the chamber being opened, Ginny flinched. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she bit her lip hard, saying nothing. "Ginny," Morvan suddenly spoke, delivering the final blow. "Why did you strangle Hagrid's rooster?" Ginny jolted violently, staring at him in terror, then collapsed into her chair. I don't know. I don't know anything." She broke down, covering her face with her hands, sobbing so hard she could barely form words. Ron started to speak, but Hermione tugged him back. "My robes were covered in feathers. I don't know where they came from. I can't remember what I did on Halloween. Everyone says Mrs. Norris and Myrtle were attacked, but there was paint all over the front of my robes. Every time something happens, I can't remember where I've been. I'm so scared." Her broken cries filled the office, clear tears dripping through her fingers. "Showtime, Morvan." He told himself this, then stepped toward Ginny. "What are you doing?" Ron leapt forward, throwing out his arms to shield her, glaring furiously. "Even if it was Ginny, it's up to Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall to decide what happens, not you. Stay away from her. If it's proven Ginny Weasley opened the chamber, her wand will be snapped. She'll be expelled from Hogwarts, maybe even sent to Azkaban." Morvan pressed 2 steps closer. "Is that what you want? This is all your fault." Ron tried to shove him away, but Morvan caught his wrist. Pain exploded up Ron's arm, sharp as if it had been crushed in a vice, and he screamed. Don't, Hermione sobbed, but neither boy listened. Aren't you the one so eager to uncover who the heir of Slytherin is? Weren't you desperate to catch the culprit behind the Chamber of Secrets? Moyan's voice was cold as ice. And now when you realize it's your sister you throw all the blame on me. Move aside. He flung his hand and Ron was shoved aside, stumbling several steps before catching his balance. Mr. Weasley, control yourself, Professor McGonagall cut in before Ron could draw his wand. Moyan ignored the other's looks and movements. As he crouched down, he kept repeating to himself like a mantra, I care about her. I care about her. I care about her. Ginny. He clasped one of the girl's hands resting on her knees. She flinched but didn't pull away. Ginny, do you still recognize me? Ginny was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, Hermione gently patting her back. After a few hiccups and sniffs, Ginny nodded. Moyan, am I going to be sent to Azkaban? Perhaps not. The room fell silent. At last, Ginny raised her tear-streaked face to look at him. What she saw were calm, gentle silver eyes the same as a year and a half ago. Ginny, have you come across anything strange lately? Something you couldn't resist, though you didn't know why? Something mysterious, oddly useful, or just something that drew you in for no reason at all? Ginny froze, then her eyes widened. There is something. What is it? A diary. A black one, maybe 50 years old. I found it among the books Mum gave me. It was empty at first, but when I wrote in it, it wrote back. Ron rushed forward, shouting, Ginny, how could you use something so suspicious? Ginny flinched again. Moyan drove an elbow hard into Ron's stomach, sending him staggering back with a groan. Who is he, Ginny? Riddle, he said. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Moyan fought the urge to glance at Dumbledore's face. Where's the diary now? Can we take a look at it? He asked. In my bag. Ginny fumbled at the straps, her trembling fingers unable to open it. Hermione quickly stepped in, pulling out a black notebook from inside. Is it really dangerous? Ginny asked again, as she passed the diary into Moyan's hands. You're fond of it? Morven flipped the diary once, then though reluctant handed it over to Dumbledore with an air of casual ease. Yes. Ginny's eyes followed the diary as it landed on Dumbledore's desk. Riddle was my best friend. No one understood me the way he did. She was so anxious, she forgot her own predicament. Morven doubted she was truly worried about Riddle. More likely, she feared her secrets, written across those pages, might be exposed. For a girl like her, the shame of having her private thoughts revealed outweighed everything else. She had no grasp yet of the true danger. Ginny, this diary is very likely a dark artifact, Morven said. It may have been what tempted you into opening the chamber and attacking other students. If we can prove that, you'll be cleared. If not, you could end up in Azkaban. The little color that had returned to Ginny's face drained away again. Don't worry, Ginny. Hermione pulled her into a hug, shooting Morv and a furious glare for frightening her at such a moment. We all know you're innocent. With Professor Dumbledore here, everything will be all right. Morvan only shrugged, lifting his strawberry juice and sipping it slowly. Suddenly, something heavy landed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw the baby phoenix clinging there, round black eyes fixed on him, with only a few scraggly feathers sticking up from its head. Still just as ugly, Morven muttered under his breath after inspecting it. Then, with a sharp sting in his ear, he jerked his head. The scruffy little bird had actually jumped up and pecked his earlobe. Now it was clinging to his robes, flapping its wings with a triumphant air. Feeling the wet trace of blood at his ear, Morven's temper flared. He seized the phoenix, fully intending to glare it down and scold it soundly, but then, remembering Dumbledore's presence, he gave a sharp snort and tossed the bird into Hermione's arms instead. Hermione fumbled to catch it and hurried to soothe the offended creature. Fox chirped brightly, struggling to escape her hands, the sound as clear and lovely as bells. Professor, this diary is a dark artifact, isn't it? Ron pressed quickly as Dumbledore finally lifted his long, crooked nose from contemplation. Ron couldn't hide his annoyance that Hermione seemed more concerned with a baby bird phoenix or not than the matter at hand. Yes, said Dumbledore. In fact, it belonged to Voldemort. The Dark Lord? Voldemort? Only Harry, like Dumbledore, spoke the name aloud. The others flinched at the sound. Morven tried to feign surprise, but his reaction came a fraction too late. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to state it so plainly. The old fox usually preferred to conceal such truths, and his brief hesitation betrayed him. A glimmer of light flashed across the half-moon spectacles. "Perhaps you had already guessed the diary's true owner, Mr. Evans?" Dumbledore said. "Yes, Professor." Morven smiled smoothly, though inside he bristled with renewed wariness at the man's sharpness. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He traced golden letters into the air with his wand. "Rearrange them and you get—" The glowing letters shifted and twisted, quickly reordering themselves into a new phrase. "I am Lord Voldemort," Harry murmured under his breath. "Just a simple word game," Moyen replied with a modest smile. Chapter 49. Entering the Chamber. "Correct." Dumbledore gave a nod of approval. "You know that Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I was his teacher. He may well have been the most brilliant student the school had ever seen." The three Gryffindors were clearly stunned by this revelation. "And afterward?" Harry asked. "After he left school, he vanished," Dumbledore said with quiet regret. "He immersed himself in the darkest of arts, gathered around him the worst sort of wizards, and by the time he transformed into Lord Voldemort, the only trace of Tom Riddle that remained was his appearance. Almost no one could ever connect that fearsome Dark Lord with the bright boy he once was." "Professor, what about Ginny?" Hermione asked worriedly. "I believe Miss Weasley has already learned enough from this ordeal," Dumbledore said gently. "It has been a harrowing trial for her. There's no need for further punishment. Many fully grown witches and wizards, far older and more experienced, have been deceived by Voldemort as well. Minerva," he turned to Professor McGonagall, "would you go down to the kitchens and ask them to prepare a feast? These children have been through too much today. What they need now is a hearty meal and a good night's sleep." "Of course," McGonagall said briskly, and left the room at once. "Severus, would you go find Hagrid? We'll be needing more roosters," Dumbledore said to Professor Snape, who had been standing silently off to the side. Only then did the others realize how completely they had forgotten his presence, something that would have been unthinkable before. Snape's black eyes swept over them like X-rays, not that Ron had any idea what an X-ray was. The Gryffindors shrank back at once, eyes fixed on their shoes. Moyen, however, only smiled carelessly, and, as Snape turned to leave, asked Dumbledore, "Professor, how many points can I claim for Slytherin?" "For your sharp perception and quick mind, Slytherin earns 100 points, Dumbledore said with a conspiratorial wink. The black robes swept away without pause, vanishing beyond the door. Dumbledore turned back to them with a kindly smile. "There now, children, take a moment to steady yourselves. All this will be over soon, and it's thanks to you." He paused, then added as though suddenly struck by a thought, "Perhaps we need a more comfortable setting?" With a few swift flicks of his wand, the chairs beneath them gave way, dropping them with a gasp only to settle them into soft sofas instead, the backs shaped like little bears and rabbits. The table stretched longer, lowering itself to match their height, and soon gleamed with the same golden place settings as the great hall. Within moments, dish after dish of steaming food piled high across its surface. Harry and Ron fell on it instantly, while Hermione, Ginny, and Morven tried to maintain some pretense of manners, though even they ate far faster than usual. By the time Harry scraped the last bit of pudding from his plate, the tableware shimmered out of existence. The group lounged back into the sofas, too full to move, bellies round and content. Morvan was fairly certain he had never eaten so much in his life. The feast had lightened everyone's spirits. Even Ginny managed to smile, though all of them looked weary. "Well then," Dumbledore said gently, "off you go. A good night's sleep will do wonders." "Professor," Harry burst out quickly, "can we join the fight against the basilisk? I mean, is there anything we can do?" His eyes shone, eager and fearless, as though the thought of the coming battle thrilled him rather than frightened him. "If you children can take proper care of yourselves, that will be the greatest help of all," said Dumbledore. "The fight is for grown wizards. 1,000-year-old basilisk is not something to be faced by students who have studied magic for only 2 years, Harry." Harry muttered a disappointed "Yes, Professor," his head drooping immediately. "Professor, perhaps you cannot refuse our request to fight," Morven spoke up suddenly. Harry and Ron's faces lit with excitement. "Opening the chamber may require proof of Slytherin's heir," Morven said. "The simplest proof is Parseltongue. Without the diary's control, Miss Weasley can no longer speak it, and no one else can either. Only Potter can. So if the chamber is to be opened, Potter will be needed. And the best time to kill the basilisk is now," Harry added, thrilled. Ron, however, looked dismayed. Hermione gave Harry a worried glance, her disapproval plain, but she held her tongue. "If Potter goes, then so can we, and it's not as though we can't contribute," Morven continued. Ron looked at him with rising hope. "Mr. Weasley's usefulness remains to be seen." Ron shot him a murderous glare. "But if I go as well, I may uncover things others have missed." Morven's smile was proud, almost smug. "That is my specialty." Dumbledore regarded them thoughtfully. Harry, flushed with excitement, straightened up on the sofa, as though sheer posture could prove his readiness to fight. Moyan leaned lazily against the back of the sofa, his expression calm, his gaze both confident and indolent. Ron's breathing was uneven, his eyes flickering with nerves sometimes full of hope, sometimes of fear. In the end, hope won out. Hermione's look was steady, the kind of resolute calm often seen in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Ginny clutched her stomach, swollen from the meal, her face pale as though remembering the time she'd been controlled by the diary. "Very well," Dumbledore finally said. "You may go. Of course, first years ought to remain in their dormitories." His eyes lingered on Ginny, who turned a shade paler, and so he added gently. Ginny fumbled for words but said nothing in the end. Moyan let out a quiet breath of relief. He knew his recent actions had earned back at least some measure of Dumbledore's trust. By the time they left Dumbledore's office, it was nearly midnight, so he asked Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, who were on night patrol, to escort them back. After parting ways with Flitwick, Moyan reached his dormitory and realized just how exhausted he was. He collapsed straight onto his bed without even changing clothes. His head barely touched the pillow before he sank into deep, dreamless sleep. After 3 anxious, restless days, during which the shifting points between Slytherin and Gryffindor sparked endless speculation, though all involved agreed to keep silent until the basilisk was truly gone, they finally received a note. "Come to the second-floor girls' lavatory." Harry's even had an extra line, "Don't forget your glasses." They hurried to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, only to find the entire corridor sealed off. When Moyan arrived, he caught Ron saying to her, "Hermione, Seamus bet me it's another 3-headed dog. I told him it might be a sphinx instead." Soon after, Dumbledore appeared. Fawkes circled above his head, and to Moyan's astonishment, in just 3 days the phoenix had grown to the size of a hen, its long golden tail feathers gleaming brilliantly. It looked nothing like the fragile bird he had seen before its rebirth. Now it was breathtaking. But when Fawkes fixed its gaze on him, Moyan felt a prickle of unease, as though the great bird bore him ill will. He took 2 wary steps back. Fawkes gave a disdainful snort, tilted its head toward Dumbledore, and wiped its beak against the feathers on its chest. With Dumbledore came Hagrid lugging a huge cage along with Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore gave Harry a nod. "Lead the way, Harry." Harry stepped into the bathroom first, preparing to look around, but Professor McGonagall stopped him. "Oh, Harry, you didn't imagine we teachers have been idle these past 3 days, did you?" She pointed toward one of the taps. At first glance it was no different from the rest, bronze, unremarkable, gleaming as though new despite being in a long-disused washroom. Harry leaned closer and spotted a tiny serpent engraved on its side. He tried twisting the tap, but nothing happened. "Say something, Harry," Hermione prompted. "In Parseltongue." Harry fixed his eyes on the little snake, looking as though he were holding his breath too long. Then came that strange, sibilant hiss. At once, the tap flared with dazzling white light and began to spin. The sink whirled downward, sinking away to reveal a wide chute broad enough for a person to slide inside. Fawkes spread his wings and dove first into the darkness. Harry was about to follow when Professor Flitwick caught his arm. "Children," Flitwick said in his usual cheerful tone, "you didn't come here to throw yourselves into the front lines." "No, we did," Harry said firmly. Flitwick only smiled, stepped into the pipe and vanished down the slide. Minutes dragged by 10, perhaps more. Just as worry began to take root, a flash of green light shot up the chute, scattering into sparks before fading away. "Very well," Dumbledore said calmly. "It's our turn." One by one, Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid, Morvan, Harry, Hermione, and Ron clambered into the opening and slid down. Professor McGonagall remained above both to prepare for their return and to keep curious students from barging in. The chute twisted, spun, then stretched straight, carrying them ever downward. In the darkness, they sometimes glimpsed side tunnels branching away, but none so massive as the one they hurtled through. Every sharp turn slammed them into the walls, and Hermione's shrieks had not stopped since the descent began. Morvan, meanwhile, clamped a hand over his mouth, terrified he'd be sick. The slick smoothness of the walls spoke of just how slimy they were, and the stench was foul, rank, fishy and clinging. The more he tried not to imagine the filth coating the chute, the more nauseous he felt. Suddenly, the passage leveled out, and one by one they shot from the mouth of the tunnel, landing with a succession of thuds on the wet stone floor. Morvan tumbled out last, scrambled to his feet, and cast Scourgify on himself again and again, though the revulsion clung stubbornly to his skin. They were in a broad underground passage, tall enough for most to walk upright, though Hagrid had to stoop uncomfortably. The floor gleamed damp, and was littered with the tiny bones of small creatures. Every step crunched underfoot, sending a shiver up their spines. The silence was so absolute that even boisterous Hagrid unconsciously softened his breathing. Cautiously, they pressed forward, Fawkes gliding ahead. At each bend he gave a clear, sweet cry before they moved on. "What's that?" Ron rasped suddenly. At the turn of the passage lay a massive, coiled shape, its outline huge and menacing in the shadows. "Fear not, Mr. Weasley," said Dumbledore gently. "Fawkes tells me it is safe." They edged closer and Professor Flitwick gasped, stumbling back 2 paces. It was a colossal shed snakeskin, bright green and beautifully patterned, curled in empty spirals on the tunnel floor. Even deflated, it was taller than Flitwick and stretched at least 20 feet long. Hagrid stared at the thing in awe, reaching out to stroke it. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he murmured. No one answered. "Blimey," Ron groaned weakly, clutching Harry's shoulders just to stay upright. His knees were about to give way. "Let's go," said Dumbledore. They skirted around the shed basilisk skin and pressed on. The passage twisted and turned again and again, until at last they came face to face with a solid stone wall. Carved upon it were 2 serpents, entwined together, their eyes set with enormous, glittering emeralds. Harry stepped forward, locking his gaze onto those lifelike eyes. Clearing his throat, he hissed a phrase in low serpentine tones. At once, the wall split down the middle, the 2 snakes slithering apart as the stone parted smoothly and slid into the surrounding walls. A vast stone chamber yawned open before them. Chapter 50. The Battle in the Chamber. The chamber was huge and dim. Mo-Yan scanned carefully, but couldn't find the source of the light that filled the sealed stone hall. Towering stone pillars lined either side, each coiled with carved serpents, rising higher and higher until they vanished into shadow. Whether it was because they stretched too far to see, or because the ceiling itself was black, he couldn't tell. Every serpent's eyes were hollow, yet standing before them gave the uncanny feeling of being watched. The space was so vast that every step echoed heavily around them. Hermione clung tightly to Ron's arm, her body trembling faintly. Ron's face, pale from the start, hadn't regained a single trace of color. Up ahead, Fawkes' scarlet, gold figure fluttered through the gloom, its presence offering only the thinnest thread of reassurance. When they passed the last pair of columns, a colossal sculpture loomed into view, pressed against the far wall, stretching as tall as the chamber itself. It was an ancient, wrinkled face, wizened and sagging like a monkey's, its long, sparse beard trailing all the way to the ground. Mo-Yan's mouth twitched. "That's Salazar Slytherin, the great founder of Slytherin House? This shriveled, pinched, shabby old man?" To Mo-Yan, the 4 Hogwarts founders had always been legends, not just within the school, but throughout the wizarding world. Whenever he imagined them, their faces were vivid. Godric Gryffindor handsome, bold, with a dazzling smile. Rowena Ravenclaw beautiful, elegant, tinged with gentle melancholy. Helga Hufflepuff warm, sincere, perhaps even a little endearingly plump. And Salazar Slytherin striking, proud, aloof in his cold beauty. This old man? Did he not understand the concept of flattering yourself when he commissioned the statue? Mo-Yan felt deeply disillusioned. If he had the choice, he wouldn't even spare the statue a glance, but with the basilisk still hidden within, he had no choice but to put on an air of careful observation, knowing he would later have to report his findings. Salazar Slytherin's magic truly was ingenious. Everyone knew the key lay within that statue, yet no one could discern exactly how. Harry stood before the statue, hissing out strings of Parseltongue, some short, some long. Dumbledore tested it with spell after spell, but the statue remained utterly still. After a long while of failure, everyone's patience began to fray. Ron even dared to clamber up onto the statue's head. Morven couldn't help but think with grim amusement. If the mouth suddenly opened now, Ron would tumble straight down to duel the basilisk alone. Praise Salazar Slytherin, Potter, or ask him to speak, Morven suggested at last. By then Ron's attention had wandered to a badge carved into the statue's chest. Harry did as instructed. Moments later, the great stone face began to shift. The mouth opened wider and wider until it became a yawning black chasm. Something stirred inside, rising fast from the depths. Ron froze, pale as parchment, on the statue's shoulder. He'd only been clinging on by luck, peering down, and now his grip slipped. With a sickening drop, he plunged 30 feet only to be caught midair by Dumbledore, who set him gently onto the polished stone floor. Ron's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, trembling. "Come here, children." Morven had just been about to glance at Harry when a huge hand clamped onto his shoulder and hauled him aside. Hagrid pulled Ron, Harry, and Hermione over as well. With a great heave, he boosted them onto the statue's shoulders, where a narrow gap ran between its back and the wall. The 4 of them squeezed in, surprisingly snug. "Stay put," Hagrid instructed. "Basilisks don't smell well. Keep quiet and it won't notice you." Morven peered out. The professors were already gone. "Dumbledore asked me to tell ye, Harry," Hagrid said as he clambered up onto the opposite shoulder, cage in hand. "Keep your glasses on. Once the basilisk's fully out, shut the entrance, then sit tight and keep silent. Why, Evans, head back in." Morven stuck out his tongue at him, but ducked back. Honestly, once the basilisk came through Slytherin's mouth, it would head downward. Looking out was perfectly safe. He watched Harry, who leaned forward with fierce intensity, eyes locked on the floor below, and let out a silent sigh. In his ring he still had a few failed prototypes of enchanted spectacles, one of them hypersensitive, prone to lashing out if nudged. Too dangerous for daily wear, but right now it would be the perfect protection. The problem was how to retrieve it unseen. He ignored Hermione and Ron, their fingers laced together in a desperate prayer, and pressed his back against the statue, eyes shut, listening. The ground trembled. Something massive had struck the stone floor. A scraping sound followed, the basilisk's body sliding against the statue's mouth as it uncoiled. Then the dry, shivering hiss of scales dragging across the ground, Harry's own hissing voice, Dumbledore's sharp cry, "Now, Hagrid." A loud crack, followed by the beating of countless wings and the frantic crowing of roosters, foxes' piercing song, the basilisk thrashing, smashing into pillars, stone raining down, fox weaving strange, haunting notes, the monster's agonized roars, its tail lashing wildly, toppling columns, professors chanting spells, an explosion, panicked chickens clucking in a frenzy, stone shattering under brutal impact, the basilisk's hissing rising to madness, the floor quaking. Then Harry's sudden cry, "Ah!" The serpents, sliding, grew louder, closer. "Get out of there," Hagrid bellowed. Pebbles crunched right beneath them. A gust like a blade of wind tore past the statue. Morven's eyes snapped open. He lunged, seizing Harry and leaping outward, booting Hermione and Ron hard in the back to shove them after. The 4 of them dropped straight from the gap, plummeting only for a sudden buoyancy to catch them midair, slowing their fall. They hit the floor with bone, jarring force, bruised but alive. Boom! A deafening crash thundered above them, and soil and stones rained down from overhead. "Run!" Mo Yan yanked Harry to bolt for the exit, but Harry tore free of his grip to pull Ron and Hermione instead. Mo Yan seized Harry's shoulder, twisted sharply, and flung him out of harm's way. With the same motion, he hurled Hermione toward him, then finished by planting a swift kick into Ron, still half kneeling on the floor, and sent him flying as well. An enormous shadow descended, carrying a shriek of wind as it crashed down from above. With a roar, Mo Yan's wand shimmered into a silver spear. He thrust upward, splitting the air as the weapon pierced, straight through the basilisk's sword-like tongue. With a deft flick, he severed it clean at the root. A torrent of Inky blood poured down like a waterfall. The basilisk bellowed, a shuddering roar reverberating from deep within its throat. A searing, burning pain raced up Mo Yan's arm, and his vision blurred. The shadow loomed over him again. "See! See! Faw!" From somewhere distant, a rooster's crow rang out long and piercing. Morning already, Mo Yan thought dimly. Something massive crashed beside him, spraying loose stone that struck his face. He felt no pain. His body was going slack, strength draining away without resistance. and with it, something far more precious was slipping from him, little by little. What is it? He groped for the thought but couldn't catch it. Yet deep down, he knew it was something vital, irreplaceable. Instinctively, he fought to hold it back, to stop the flood from pouring out. No, don't go. Please don't leave me. Plea formed on his lips, but no sound emerged. Even his body betrayed him, helping that precious essence escape. From his core, his bones, his organs, his limbs, his muscles, his skin, even each hair and every pore, everything was letting it seep away. Pain abandoned him too. The black ceiling above seemed to sink, lowering toward him, about to crush him beneath its weight. Then suddenly a cool sensation spread from his arm, slowly flowing through his body. His thoughts cleared, his vision sharpened. And he heard Harry's panicked voice calling close to his ear. Mo Yan, are you all right? Phoenix tears have healing properties, came Dumbledore's calm voice. The venom will be neutralized quickly. He'll wake in a moment. I'm already awake, Mo Yan mumbled, blinking rapidly until the world around him finally came into focus. Harry, Ron, and Hermione knelt beside him, their faces tight with worry. Behind them stood Dumbledore, smiling down at him with grandfatherly warmth. Not far off, Hagrid gaped, mouth hanging wide. By a stone pillar, Professor Snape still held a squirming rooster in one hand. Fawkes nestled against Morven's singered arm. The venom was gone, the wound fully healed, yet the Phoenix refused to leave. On Morven's other side stood Professor Flitwick, and before him, a massive serpent's head, as thick as an oak trunk, slick scales gleaming with deep green markings. Where its eyes should have been, only torn, bleeding sockets remained. Black blood pooled across the floor, and Flitwick flicked his wand briskly to banish the spreading tide before it reached him. When Morven opened his eyes and even managed a word, everyone exhaled in relief. He smiled faintly, though his mind was already racing. How could he get his hands on one of those fangs right under Dumbledore's nose? Better yet, surely Salazar Slytherin had left more than just a monster for his heirs. If he could sniff out some hidden treasure, he might walk away from this chamber a rich man. With that thought, a serene, earnest smile curved his lips. All right. Morven brushed off Harry's helping hand and pressed against the floor to sit up. I'm fine now, no need to. But his arm gave way, nearly sending him crashing down. The venom's only just cleared, Dumbledore said gently. It will take a little while before your strength returns. Morven forced a smile. His body wasn't like other people's. Once the poison was gone, he should have been able to move freely, fight if needed. Yet now, this weakness felt like someone crippled of all power. His smile vanished. He tried to stir his inner energy, only to find his core hollow, empty. Nothing. Again he tried. Still nothing. The blood drained from his face. Chapter 51. Reunion. Morven, what's wrong? He shook his head, eyes momentarily unfocused before he forced them back, tugging his expression into a smile. It's nothing, he murmured. Racing against the floor, he rose. He staggered once, but steadied quickly enough, then turned toward the basilisk's head. He reached for his wand still lodged between its fangs, only to realize his hand had no strength at all. Don't try to pull that out, Mr. Evans, Professor Flitwick's sharp voice cut in. Morven let his hand fall back, hiding the tremor in his fingers. No one noticed his frailty. Why not, Professor? He asked, layering just the right touch of confusion into his tone. It's soaked in basilisk venom, child. With a flick of his wand, Flitwick sent the long silver spear flying free from the creature's jaws. Suspended in the air, it dripped black blood, drawing Harry, Ron, and Hermione closer in fascination. Had you gripped it just now, you'd have been poisoned all over again. But it's my wand, Professor. Morven's voice carried reluctant protest, shaded with the faintest trace of pleading, so subtle, so perfect. I can't be without it. Around Salazar Slytherin's stone neck hung a circular medallion, upon which coiled a small gray serpent, identical in form to the slain basilisk. Its eyes were two tiny yellow gemstones, gleaming faintly in the chamber's half-light. Watching them, it seemed like a living thing. Morven couldn't resist stepping closer, studying those eyes. Climbing onto the statue's shoulder, he leaned forward and realized the medallion and its surrounding robes, face, and folds of stone were shaped to form a kind of echo chamber. He calculated quickly. If someone spoke from a precise point at the statue's feet, the sound would carry straight into the center of the medallion. He was certain Salazar had layered further enchantments, ensuring only words spoken from that exact spot could be heard. He tested his theory, moving to the location he'd gauged. It was positioned so that a boy of ordinary height, kneeling, would align perfectly to speak into it. Pervert, Morven thought sourly. Then another notion struck him, perhaps that explained why Salazar had crafted his own likeness as such a decrepit old man. After all, who would feel reverence kneeling before an ugly, withered face? Only the truly desperate, or the fanatically devoted, willing to abase themselves before a long, dead ancestor. And in that state, what would they say? After a moment's musing, he beckoned Harry over. "Stand here," he said, nudging the boy into place. Harry looked puzzled but didn't argue. Judging the height, Morven added, "Better sit down, I think." "What's this about, Morven?" Harry asked, smiling faintly as he obeyed and lowered himself to the ground. Morven's brows lifted. For 2 months Harry hadn't spared him a smile. They'd barely spoken at all, except to snap at each other during rows between Ron and Draco, and now he was using his name, Morven, instead of the curt you or the sharp imperatives he'd grown used to. But this wasn't the moment to chase after answers. "Speak in parcel tongue. Something like, 'Grant me your power, noble Salazar Slytherin,'" Morven said. Harry scowled, his tone sharp with distaste. "I don't have Slytherin's blood, and he's no ancestor of mine." He snorted, adding, "And I don't think he's noble either." Morven gave him a sly, knowing look, as though to say, "Who are you trying to fool?" Harry bristled, starting to rise, but Morven's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, pinning him back down with an amused smile. "I know. Just say it anyway. That's all I need. Try asking Slytherin for something, anything. A few times if you must." Harry fell silent. His gaze shifted to the basilisk's carcass lying nearby. Then he hissed, a string of parseltongue. Nothing happened. He lowered his head, thought a moment, and hissed again, short and sharp. This time, both of them saw the medallion stir. It began to rotate. Suddenly, the stone giant raised its head and took 2 heavy steps forward. Behind it, the wall split open, revealing a yawning black passageway. "Oh heavens, what is that?" squeaked Professor Flitwick. Their commotion had already drawn everyone else's attention. "I think we need to go inside and take a look," said Dumbledore. Fawkes had already flown in. The others followed one after another, and soon startled cries came from behind Salazar Slytherin's stone figure. Most of them were from Hermione, Ron, and Professor Flitwick, while Hagrid's bellows of breath hadn't stopped since he'd gone in. But Moyan and Harry remained where they were, one standing, one sitting outside the chamber. From the start, Moyan had coveted Slytherin's treasure, but now he felt no urgency. Losing his inner strength meant losing his greatest advantage against the wizards of this world. A kind of weary discouragement weighed on him. In the past, even with Dumbledore present, he could have slipped away with a few useful trinkets unnoticed. But now, with his body weakened and exhausted after the sudden loss of inner power so feeble that just walking a few steps tired him, treasure within reach might as well have been on the moon. Better not to look at all. "What did you just say?" he asked. "I said, I beg you, King of Hogwarts," Harry said with a grin. Moyan nodded. As expected, this old pervert craved power and control. "Moyan," Harry's hesitant voice sounded quietly. "What is it? Can you forgive me?" Harry looked up at him. "Can we still be friends?" Moyan lowered his head and studied Harry's face in silence. The light inside was dim, but those emerald eyes seemed to glow, rippling with a watery sheen. Sincere, pure, earnest. Moyan suddenly recalled the first time they met. The boy had stood timidly at the entrance of Diagon Alley, far thinner and weaker than children his age, dressed in clothes that didn't fit and covered in dirt. Yet his smile, shy, curious, and bursting with excitement, shone so brightly it outshone the sun itself. Aside from those oversized, shabby clothes and his unnaturally frail frame, nothing revealed the hardships life had forced upon him. Even now, after growing nearly as tall as Moyan and surviving 2 brushes with death, his eyes were still the same clear, kind, untouched by dust. This younger brother of his truly was someone remarkable. Moyan sighed softly. Had his eyes been clouded these past days by jealousy he dared not admit, by anger, by the mindset and habits of an adult, and by the routine of ordinary school life? "All right," he said at last, then folded his legs beneath him and smiled faintly. Harry's face lit up with a wide, joyful grin, though he didn't know what else to say. So Moyan asked him to recount the battle. Why, after such thorough preparation, had things still become so desperate? And Harry launched into his tale. The moment the basilisk fully emerged, he had shut the chamber entrance. Hearing the sound, the basilisk began to turn back, but Dumbledore ordered Hagrid to release the roosters. Hundreds of roosters burst from the crate, flying out in endless waves. But their crowing had only a weak effect on the basilisk. Though it recoiled in fear, the harm was minimal. Then Fawkes swooped down, slashing at the basilisk's eyes, blinding it. Black blood streamed across its monstrous face. The professor's spells lit up the chamber, brilliant and fierce, some skimming harmlessly off the basilisk's hide, others driving agonized hisses from its throat. Snape was struck full force by the serpent's tail, slammed against a stone pillar, and crumpled to the ground. Harry gasped aloud before he could stop himself. The basilisk heard. For some reason, it abandoned its assault on the professors and turned its full, dreadful attention toward the children. "And then you shoved us out of the way," snapped the basilisk's tongue, but its fang tore into your arm. Just as its head was about to crush you, Professor Snape hit a rooster with Lumos and it crowed. The basilisk heard it and died. Harry's voice was thick with guilt as he looked at Morven. "If Fawkes's tears hadn't healed you, you would have been dead." "It's my fault, Morven. If I hadn't made a sound, then Professor Snape would be dead," Morven cut in, shaking his head to clear the deepening haze of dizziness. He caught Harry's trembling hand in his own and managed to smile. "But we're both alive. That's what matters." Chapter 52. The Common Room Notice. "How much longer until he wakes?" "No more than 2 minutes." "Madame Pomfrey, that's the 12th time you've said that." "No, in fact it's the 5th. Twice I said 5 minutes, 4 times 10 minutes, and once half an hour." "Thank you for reminding me, Miss Granger." Morven's eyes snapped open. He found himself lying in a bed in the hospital wing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione crowded anxiously around him. Madame Pomfrey hovered close by. Across the room, Draco lounged with one leg crossed over the other, idly flipping through a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Morven!" Harry was the first to fling himself forward. "How do you feel?" "What happened?" Morven rubbed his forehead, baffled as to why he was here. "Do you remember the last thing you did?" Madame Pomfrey asked. Morven thought, then shrugged. "Talking with Harry. He suggested we take a look at the Chamber of Secrets. That's all." He turned to Harry. "What happened after that? Why am I here?" Everyone around him let out a collective breath of relief. "You collapsed, Morven," Harry said. "No warning, you just dropped. Even Dumbledore didn't know why. We brought you back here and you've been unconscious ever since. It's been 3 days." "3 days?" Morven's stomach growled. "No wonder I'm starving." "Yes, 3 days," Ron chimed in, leaning closer. "The term's over, everyone's gone home, and what we did in the chamber everyone knows. Morven, you're famous." "Famous? For me, that's hardly good news." Mo Yan gave a cold laugh, shoving Ron's face away as he forced himself upright. "And when did I ever give you permission to get that close, Weasley?" He expected the hot-headed, brainless Weasley to blow up at once, but to his surprise, Ron actually smiled. "Mo Yan," Ron said suddenly, his tone serious, "I want to thank you. You saved my life. Well, Harry's and Hermione's too, but they can thank you themselves. What I mean is, can I be your friend?" He held out his hand. Mo Yan sneered at that hand, steady on the surface, but trembling just slightly. Even the tip of Ron's nose was damp with sweat. His expression tried for seriousness, but Mo Yan could see the unease and reluctance beneath. Clearly, Harry and Hermione must have pushed him into this. "So you want to be my friend because I saved your life?" Mo Yan gave a short mocking laugh. "Ron Weasley, are you trying to thank me, or take revenge on me?" "Mo Yan!" Harry shouted before he could go on. Ron's smile faltered, but Hermione pressed close to his back, whispering something to him. His hand still hovered in the air. "Fine." Mo Yan caught sight of Harry's eager expression and reluctantly reached out, brushing Ron's fingertips before pulling his hand back as if it carried a deadly plague. Ron's mouth twitched downward, on the verge of a snort, but he swallowed it back. Hermione shoved him aside, about to speak, when Madame Pomfrey interrupted. She approached with a cup of Fowl's melling potion, and Mo Yan instinctively shrank back. "All right, time for his medicine." Madame Pomfrey herded Harry and Hermione away, then fixed Mo Yan with a gaze that brooked no refusal. He had to drink the concoction, which smelled like a mixture of raw fish and unwashed wool. Having endured the same treatment before, Harry gave him a sympathetic look, then glanced at the unyielding matron and quickly shrank into himself, eager not to be noticed. Mo Yan knew there was no use arguing or pleading with her. With a grimace, he took the cup, shut his eyes and downed it in one gulp, clapping a hand over his mouth until the taste faded. Madame Pomfrey chuckled at his pitiful expression, then pulled out an orange, flavored hard candy. Mo Yan snatched it gratefully, slipping it into his mouth. His tightly scrunched face relaxed a little. Harry, Ron, Hermione and you, Draco, you've stayed long enough. He's awake now. Time for you all to leave. Please, Madame Pomfrey, just a little longer, Harry pleaded. He only just woke up. We've barely spoken. You'll have plenty of time to talk later, she said firmly. Now off with you, children. If all goes well, he'll be back among you by this afternoon. Reluctantly, the others filed out. Mo Yan, I'll see you in the Slytherin common room this afternoon, Draco said at the door. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left, ignoring even Ron's glare. All right, Mo Yan, Madame Pomfrey said, in 5 minutes the potion will take effect. Pay close attention to how your body feels anything unusual and tell me everything. We still need to run a full examination to determine the true cause of your 3-day coma. No need for all this, Madame Pomfrey, Morven said helplessly. He didn't know exactly why he had collapsed, but he could guess it was likely the backlash from the basilisk venom, perhaps complicated by the phoenix tears that had purged it. What frustrated him most was that he did know the reason but couldn't explain it, and now he had to suffer through endless exams and foul potions just so others could try to figure it out. Absolutely not, Madame Pomfrey said firmly. Once, there was a wizard named Mal Rosat who fainted without cause and refused a thorough examination. 2 months later, he discovered a young devil's snare sprouting from his back, nearly strangled him to death. Morven sighed and eyed the quill scratching away beside her. He could only wish her potion brewing skills would make a miraculous leap from slug to salamander in a single bound, if only so the taste might improve. By the time Morven returned to the Slytherin common room, it was already past 7 in the evening. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Draco slouched in the prime spot by the fire, nursing a butterbeer. An empty bottle sat on the table in front of him, along with another that was half drained. The smell of drink clung to him. Underage students aren't allowed to drink, Morven said, reaching out and plucking the glass from Draco's hand. Draco let it go without protest, staring at him blankly. What's wrong? Morven frowned. Something was clearly off. Morven. Draco hesitated, then finally spoke. You should take a look at the notice. Morven gave him a curious glance, then walked to the far eastern corner of the common room. The faint metallic tang in the air made him lift a hand to cover his nose. This was precisely why he never read the notices. The smell was torment to his sharpened senses. They said it dated back to the dark days when Hogwarts still permitted corporal punishment. Every afternoon, students had been made to suffer here. Centuries later, the stench of old blood still clung to the stones, and in the corners, dark, brown stains bore silent witness. The contents of the notice made him pause. By order of Slytherin prefects Edmund, Wendy, and the house greeters. 1. Effective immediately, Morven Evans is stripped of eligibility for greeter selection during his time at Hogwarts. Should he be chosen as prefect or head boy, the Slytherin house will not recognize his honors, titles, or authority. 2. Effective immediately, Morven Evans is hereby expelled from Slytherin house in name. This order takes effect upon posting. Below were the signatures of Edmund, Wendy, and all the greeters. Draco's name trailed at the very end. There was another notice pinned beneath it. Effective immediately, Morven Evans is dismissed from the Slytherin Quidditch training squad. Marcus Flint. When he finished reading, Morven clasped his hands behind his back and strolled back across the room at an unhurried pace. He found Draco once more brooding over his glass. With a sigh, Morven snatched it out of his hand again. Minors aren't allowed to drink, Mo Yan said with perfect confidence before sprawling lazily on the sofa. Draco glanced up at him, only to find that instead of looking dejected, Mo Yan seemed almost pleased, even wearing the faint trace of a smile. Is this really the time to be smiling? Draco glared. And what else should I do? Mo Yan spread his hands. Cry? Mo Yan, Draco said helplessly. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Mo Yan hummed through his nose. Our dorm is manageable. Goyle and Crabbe won't go against me, and Blaze is smart enough not to risk angering both you and me. But most of the 7th years are loyal to Mark March. They'll throw everything they have at you. That notice was basically forced through by 7th year pressure. The 6th years have Edmund and Wendy keeping things in check, but their influence is limited, and they can't be too obvious. The 5th and 4th years are where the pure blood families are concentrated. Half of them come from Death Eater households. As for the third years, Draco was anxiously counting on his fingers, but when he looked up, he caught Mo Yan carefully pouring himself a drink and sniffing at it. His temper flared instantly. Mo Yan, Draco roared. Yes, Mo Yan looked back at him with a bright, teasing smile. How can you still be so relaxed? Draco stared at him in outrage. Mo Yan, baffled, thought the reaction oddly amusing. He hadn't even said anything yet, so what exactly was Draco fuming about? But watching him get so worked up did make him feel a little lighter. From now on, you'll be isolated in Slytherin, shunned at best, and at worst, someone might actually come after you. Do you understand that? Draco snapped, his voice full of frustrated anger. I understand. And what of it? Mo Yan took a sip of his drink, apparently satisfied with the taste. Mo Yan. Draco suddenly seemed to lose all his strength. He buried his face in his hands, his voice muffled with guilt. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Mo Yan patted his shoulder. I get it. In that situation, signing was the best choice. Fighting back or making a scene, that's a Gryffindor thing. But. And you don't need to worry about upper year Slytherins picking on me, Mo Yan cut in. Before term starts up again, I'll be moving out. Moving out? To Gryffindor? Draco blurted. Gryffindor? Don't be ridiculous. Mo Yan let out a short laugh. Hogwarts has plenty of secret rooms, and I happen to know a few. Relax, it'll be fine. With that, Mo Yan waved him off and headed back to the dorms. The night air crept coolly into the skin, but on a silver, green bed in the darkness, a pair of eyes gleamed, bright pain and endurance flickering back and forth within them. Cold and heat surged through his body in relentless waves, the place where they collided burning and tearing like knives and fire. He bore it in silence, sweat soaking the sheets beneath him, his face white as parchment. This feeling was all too familiar. Until the age of 3, nearly every night had been like this. The symptoms had only stopped when he was 5. Back then, he had only recognized the icy chill that was what he had absorbed from his mother's womb. Now though, he finally understood the source of the burning heat. Phoenix tears might feel cool when they healed poison, but the nature of their power was no different. Morven was almost certain now. His loss of inner strength came from the interplay of those two forces, colliding with the basilisk venom. The nameless toxin from years ago had never fully left him. Its remnants had dulled the effect of his training, kept his body from strengthening despite years of work. That lingering poison was to blame. But now the Phoenix tears were stripping it away bit by bit, purging not only the poison, but the inner strength fused with it. Well, at least there was some good in it. Without inner power, his body might finally be healthy. Morven gave a bitter little laugh, but the next wave of pain nearly forced a groan from his lips. Chapter 53. A little side story of Draco and Harry Roman II. Through the haze of half-sleep, Morven felt something patting at his face. He reached out, only to grasp at empty air. The sound of flapping wings beat above his head. Raphael, cut it out, he muttered irritably. The sound grew louder, now laced with sharp cries. He forced his eyes open, and saw a blur of gold and crimson. Blinking, he realized it was Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes, hovering over him, watching intently. For a moment, Morven couldn't quite process it. Why was Fawkes at his bedside? Did Dumbledore want him at this hour? Suddenly, an angry screech split the air. A brown shape lunged from the side, talons flashing, beak snapping, striking at Fawkes. The Phoenix merely flicked a wing, batting it away without effort. The golden, brown form tumbled across the bed before righting itself, then beat its wings furiously and charged again. Raphael! Morven barked just in time. The owl halted, wings folding as it landed tensely on his shoulder, glaring daggers at the Phoenix. Fawkes answered with a proud, ringing cry, lifting his head high, ignoring the owl's hostility and keeping his eyes on Morven. Morven rubbed at his temple. Fawkes, is Dumbledore looking for me? The Phoenix gave a low, unreadable croon, then swooped closer, fixing him with an unblinking stare. Uneasy, Morven lowered his gaze to check if something was wrong with him, but before he could, Fawkes darted forward and pecked at his neck. Morven threw up a hand instinctively, but not fast enough. Blood welled from a deep gouge across his hand. Fawkes! Morven roared, snatching up a red alder wand and leveling it at the bird. The Phoenix glared back, then swept its wing and sent Raphael sprawling once more before beating its wings and soaring out the window. Mo Yan found the whole situation baffling. Fawkes was the one who pecked him, yet the bird behaved as though he had been the bully. He slipped his wand back into the ring, his hand burning with pain. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Either looked like he had no choice but to pay Madame Pomfrey another visit. He let out a sigh, deeply frustrated. He'd only just left the infirmary yesterday, and now he was heading back again. Raphael gave two low, rumbling sounds in his throat before settling on Mo Yan's shoulder, rubbing his face affectionately. Remembering the way he had actually dared to stand his ground against a phoenix just moments ago, Mo Yan stroked his head with gratitude and pulled out 2 chunks of beef to feed him. Ro! A little black head poked out from beneath the bed. After a cautious glance around to make sure the coast was clear, it sprang up and wriggled its way into Mo Yan's arms in a shameless bid for affection. Mo Yan pinched the scruff of her neck and lifted her up, grinning with mock malice. Leia shuddered, her eyes wide with helpless innocence, legs pawing the air, her long tail swishing side to side in a pitifully adorable display. But Mo Yan wasn't swayed. He racked his brain, determined to recall which foods Leia despised the most. For the next month, nothing but boiled tomatoes and rare steak, and don't think you can sneak off to the kitchens either. I've got more than enough free time to keep an eye on you. A month from now your weight, Mo Yan eyed her plump, round body critically, should be cut in half at the very least. Leia couldn't understand his words, but she definitely sensed the menace in his tone and the ill intent behind them. She began to struggle. Mo Yan tightened his grip, and a few fresh drops of blood slid down, staining the silver, green bedspread. Silver, green. Mo Yan glanced around the empty dormitory. Only then did last night's announcement resurface in his mind, pressing down on his chest like a heavy stone. Draco sighed. Draco, what are you doing up so early? Goyle yawned, still half asleep. Crab's tie was crooked, and the two of them leaned on each other, staggering along behind Draco. Stop babbling, Draco snapped impatiently. We're going to the library, and this time, I'm not letting either of you copy my homework. Do it yourselves or you won't pass a single exam come finals. No way, Draco. Crab and Goyle's eyes flew wide with horror, their sleepiness gone in an instant. Draco ignored the 2 henchmen trailing after him with faces like the end of the world. His own expression was dark, stormy, like the sky just before a downpour. Of course he wasn't dragging them to the library out of concern for their grades. He just needed them out of the Slytherin common room away from Mo Yan, so they wouldn't blurt out something they shouldn't, and it gave him a convenient excuse to leave as well. Harry's hand froze halfway through rubbing his neck. Even Hermione stopped short, both of them frowning at Ron. What? Ron checked himself over, then patted his face before finally asking, Why are you looking at me like that? Mo Yan, Harry said suddenly, staring at him. Hey, mate, Ron reminded him. I'm Ron. Remember? No, Ron, the one who actually brought down the basilisk in the chamber was Mo Yan, Hermione said. The whole school knows it by now. Sure, Ron replied, but we were there too, weren't we? Not everyone would have the guts to face 1,000-year-old basilisk. That's not the point. Harry bit his lip. What matters is, will Slytherin give Mo Yan a hard time over it? Ron blinked, taken aback. Let's go find him, he said, springing to his feet. Find him where? Harry followed a couple of steps before stopping to ask. The two of them exchanged a blank look, then both turned toward Hermione, who was still standing where she was. Hermione sighed helplessly. All the Slytherin students already went home a few days ago. The only ones left in the castle are Draco, Goyle, Crab, and Mo Yan. Draco just walked by with Goyle and Crab. Who else would even be around to bother him? Maybe the Bloody Baron? Ron suggested. Hermione rolled her eyes, clearly having given up hope for her friend's reasoning skills. Either way, I'm going to the Owlery to send Mo Yan a letter, Harry said. Bring me some breakfast, will you? I'll be back soon. The Owlery was a stone tower chamber, drafty and bitterly cold, with no glass in the windows to keep out the wind. The floor was strewn with straw, owl droppings, and the remains of mice and voles. Hundreds of owls of every kind nested on the rafters, stretching up toward the ceiling. Most were asleep, though a pair of round, brown eyes fixed on Harry now and then. He spotted Hedwig between a barn owl and a tawny owl. He hurried over, slipping slightly on the filthy floor, and gently woke her. After tying the hastily written letter to her leg, he watched her spread her wings and soar into the sky. The tip of his nose and his ears were numb with cold, but he wasn't ready to head back to the warmth of the common room just yet. Hash, hash, hash. But right now we're still alive, Mo Yan said softly, taking his hand. His smile was warm and gentle. Why? Harry had been holding the question back, but at last he couldn't stop himself from asking. What? I wrote you so many letters to apologize, and you ignored every one of them. Why? Harry asked, still sounding a little aggrieved. But now I nearly got you killed, and you forgave me instantly. Why? Back then, you didn't believe me just because I was in Slytherin. That was because Granger and Weasley said I'd be upset about what Professor Snape did. Hermione and Ron didn't mean any harm. The point is, you believed them and kept it from me. That's why I couldn't forgive you. Morven gave a small smile. I did start regretting it later, but by then we'd been at odds for so long and Slytherin had won so many Quidditch matches, I didn't have the nerve to reach out. But now that you've offered your hand, of course I had to grab it right away. Harry chuckled. He knew Morven wasn't telling the truth. Morven knew Harry knew he wasn't telling the truth, and yet both of them accepted the flimsy excuse. Even if Harry still felt a flicker of resentment, it all vanished when he saw the weariness and pain lurking in Morven's eyes since he'd woken along with a faint, hidden despair. Harry couldn't bring himself to say anything more. What really happened? Harry murmured, staring at the pale blue sky. The pain he had glimpsed in Morven's eyes what had caused it. I'm fine. See you at lunch in the Great Hall. Morven scrawled the words with his clumsy left hand on the back of the paper, wincing as Madame Pomfrey fussed at him for showing up again so soon. Inside, he despised himself for his petness. Harry had always given him the truest of feelings, whether kindness, anger, guilt, or sorrow. They were all directed solely at him, clear as a lake where one could see straight to the bottom. Even when Morven had smashed Colleen's camera, or after he'd won at Quidditch, what shone most in Harry's eyes was grief over their falling out. And after Morven had been hurt, he had seen it again in those green eyes, worry deep and genuine. But him? Morven gave a bitter laugh. When he realized in horror that the inner strength tying him to his past life had vanished completely, his heart felt hollow, like nothing was left inside him. It wasn't until Harry spoke that he remembered he was still alive. And his first instinct had been to seize the warmth at his side, something undeniably real. It was naked exploitation. But Morven pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the steady thump of his heartbeat against his palm. There had to be something to fill the emptiness there. I will never regret it. So he told himself. Even if Slytherin cast him out because of this, what did it matter? He had never cared for them anyway. Even if he had begun, little by little, to accept them, giving it up wasn't difficult. He was not someone bound by sentiment. In this life or the last, his cold-blooded nature had never changed. Apart from a very few, the rest were nothing more than straw dogs. Mo-Yan's gaze was colder than the depths of midwinter. Chapter 54. Christmas. At last, Christmas arrived. The morning air was freezing, the world outside blanketed in white. When Mo-Yan woke, he found himself alone in the dormitory. He glanced at the empty beds and frowned. These past days, it was obvious Draco had been avoiding him. Every morning, he left with Crabbe and Goyle before Mo-Yan even stirred, and at night, he lingered in the common room until late. When he finally returned, he would immediately wash, change, and go straight to bed, quiet and withdrawn, like a different person entirely. Mo-Yan knew Draco wouldn't deliberately distance himself over that announcement. But even so, this situation. Forget it. He twisted his hair up carelessly and jumped down from the bed, refusing to waste more thought on Draco's strange behavior. He was planning to leave the Slytherin common room anyway. Whether sooner or later made no difference, better to go today. That way Draco wouldn't have to spend his days wandering the castle just to avoid him. At his bedside sat a small pile of gift boxes, far fewer than last year. Mo-Yan opened the first, a book from Draco, The Interpretation of Enchantments. He decided he'd read through it later that day. Harry had sent him a wizard's chess set carved from marble. The pieces were loud and boisterous, nothing like Draco's quiet set. Ron's gift was a book titled Quidditch Highlights, a collection of strange and amusing tales from the sport. Hermione had given him a fine eagle, feather quill. Ginny's present was a pale lavender pencil case, poorly knitted. Mo-Yan guessed she had made it herself and resolved never to use it. There was also a package of new, flavored fudge from Mrs. Weasley, along with a letter of gratitude worded so warmly, it left Mo-Yan's face burning. Suddenly, 2 brown owls swept in through the window, dropping a large parcel at his feet. After pecking at the owl treats he offered, they flew off again. Mo Yan opened the somewhat grubby bundle to discover it had been sent by Filch. Inside was a jumble of odds and ends, quills, firecrackers, dung bombs, and more, along with a letter. In it, Filch rambled thanks for Mo Yan's gift and explained that he was sending along some of the contraband he had confiscated from students over the years, in case Mo Yan found any of it useful. Morven gave a quiet smile. Once, a member of the Potter family had been deeply fascinated by the origins of magical power. He devoted his life to researching the subject. Though he never succeeded, his work produced several byproducts, one of which was a method to extract magic from enchanted objects. Building on that theory, Morven crafted a pair of gloves. Each had a slot at the wrist where one could embed a magic-infused item. Whoever wore the gloves could then wield magic. Unfortunately, the theory was still incomplete. Every time the gloves drew on a source, they drained it completely, leaving it powerless. Worse, the gloves themselves weren't strong enough to handle great surges of magic, they'd simply tear apart. Morven knew Filch had always envied the students who could cast spells, so he sent him the gloves, along with a note instructing him to use crocodile scales as the power source. Each scale held only a trace of magic, but enough to fuel a few simple spells: Scour, Defy, Reparo, Lumos, and the like. Later, rummaging through the contraband Filch had mailed him, Morven unearthed a number of curious trinkets. Clearly Filch had carefully chosen what to send. By the time Morven had sorted everything and tucked it all into his ring, night was already falling. "Morven, why are all your things gone?" The icy voice made him look up. "Barrow." Morven nodded politely to the ghost drifting through the wall. "What brings you here?" Normally, out of respect for students' privacy, the ghosts didn't enter their dormitories. "You haven't eaten all day," Barrow said. "Draco asked me to check on you." "No need," Morven replied. "I asked the elf who looks after Leia to bring me food. I won't starve." "And your belongings?" Barrow pressed. "I packed them away. I'm moving out tonight." "Where to?" Barrow already seemed unsurprised. He too had heard of the recent decree from Slytherin's upper ranks. "The Room of Requirement. You know the place." Barrow inclined his head. For 1,000-year-old ghost, there were few secrets left in this castle. Satisfied, he drifted back through the wall. Morven glanced around the space he had lived in for a year and a half. He shrugged, then turned and left. He strode down the 5th-floor corridor, past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet, pacing 3 times between it and the oversized vase. On his third pass, the door appeared, and he stepped into his new quarters. It was enormous, divided by 4 tall folding screens into 5 sections: a bedroom with a grand carved European-style bed, a study, where he placed the bookshelf crafted from his family's cylindrical heirloom, a kitchen, fully stocked with utensils and supplies he'd taken from the Hogwarts kitchens, a sitting room, though he doubted he'd ever use it, and a training chamber. He couldn't practice inner strength anymore, but he could still hone his body. After all, how many modern fighters actually had inner force? Most were content with black belts and a few degrees worth of flair. Morven knew that to enter the right kind of room of requirement, one had to be precise about what one truly needed. Since it wasn't much of a secret where he'd be living, he couldn't simply ask for a place to stay. Instead, he had asked for Hugh Potter's room. That night's Christmas feast, though sparsely attended, was as lively as ever. The great hall looked magnificent. 2 towering Christmas trees glittered with frost and ornaments, heavy garlands draped down from the ceiling, mistletoe and holly crisscrossed above, and from the enchanted roof soft snowflakes drifted, filling the room with festive cheer. Dumbledore led a round of his favorite carols, his voice booming with joy. He also returned Mo Yan's wand, now purged of serpent venom. Hagrid was animatedly chatting with Professor Sprout about magical creatures and curious plants. Even Professor Snape, unusually, withheld his usual sharp remarks toward Harry and his friends, thanks to Madame Pomfrey who, after several glasses of eggnog, was pestering him for brewing tips on basic potions, repeating herself endlessly. Among the students, Fred had secretly transfigured Percy's prefect badge into a tack pin. Percy hadn't noticed yet and kept demanding to know what everyone was laughing at. The twins' antics were as hilarious as ever. Harry, as in years past, had another Weasley hand-knit sweater, though this time Mo Yan didn't shrink away from his own gift. "Harry, thank you for the wizard's chess set. The pieces are really amusing," he said with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing really ordinary," Harry replied, scratching his head and mussing up his hair. "But that bound collection of Quidditch Weekly you gave me is brilliant. I had no idea there were so many famous teams out there." Ron's green with envy. "I thought you'd like it the moment I saw it," Mo Yan said. Have you read the third page of the second issue yet? Oh wait, you only got it this morning, so probably not. No, actually I've been reading it all day. You mean that match between Ireland and Germany? Victor Crumb's moves were incredible. I never imagined anyone could fly like that. As soon as Quidditch came up, Harry lit up with excitement. Having already studied the collection from cover to cover, Mo-Yan was able to keep pace with him, and the two of them carried on so enthusiastically that no one else could get a word in. After the feast, they all returned to their dormitories. Mo-Yan stretched out in his new room, thinking it was the happiest Christmas he'd ever had. The next day at noon, when he saw Harry in the library, he noticed that the trio were in low spirits. "What's wrong?" Mo-Yan asked, pulling out a chair and dropping his homework on the table. "Look." Harry pushed a newspaper toward him. It was that morning's Daily Prophet. The article detailed the Ministry's investigation and punishment of Arthur Weasley for enchanting the family's Fort Anglia. The 50-galleon fine for a family already so poor was a crushing blow. "Lucius Malfoy," said Mr. Weasley, "has disgraced Ministry officials." "It's in the 7th line," Harry muttered. "But really, it's all because of me." "No, Harry, I was the one who suggested flying the car back to school," Ron groaned. "It's my fault." "No, don't you remember? Dobby blocked the barrier at platform 9 3/4 to stop me from getting to Hogwarts," Harry said. "It all started because of me." "All right, boys." Hermione thumped her book down on the table, earning a sharp glare from Madame Pince. "Arguing over whose fault it is won't help anything. What will help is if you both promise never to break school rules again." At that, the two boys exchanged glances, then ducked their heads sheepishly into their books. "Who's Dobby?" Morven asked, just as Hermione was drawing in a sharp breath and lifting her brow, clearly ready to lecture Harry and Ron yet again for their fondness for rule-breaking. Harry seized the lifeline with obvious relief and launched into the story of the elf. "I saw him again once after our Quidditch match against Slytherin." At this, Hermione and Ron both looked a little awkward. "He came sneaking into our dormitory." "Oh, Ron and the others were in the common room, so it was just me inside. He told me he'd bewitched the bludger to hurt me, so I'd be sent home. Only, it didn't work. The ball never acted up, probably because Madame Hooch checked it beforehand. Then another time, he tried to drop a statue on me in the corridor, but Peeves spotted him hiding behind it and chased him around with chalk for ages." Harry scowled. "And all the while, he kept saying he was trying to save my life. I think he was trying to murder me. Ron reckons he might be one of the Malfoys." Harry broke off, suddenly nervous, and glanced at Morven. "You mean their house elf?" Morven supplied with a faint smile. Harry swallowed hard and nodded. "No one in the school would be happier if I didn't come back than Malfoy," he muttered, giving Morven a quick, uneasy glance before dropping his eyes to his book. "Though it's only a guess, of course." Morven thought for a moment, then slipped a coin from his ring. "Here, Harry, I've got something for you." "I've got money, Morven." Harry flushed at the sight of the silver coin. "Oh, Harry, you don't seriously think that's just a galleon, do you?" said a freckled, red-haired boy plopping into the seat across from him. "I never take anything Morven pulls out at face value," said another, identical freckled boy as he sat down beside the first. What?" Harry blinked, already tangled up in the second twin's sentence. "Watch." One of the twins, Fred, judging by his slightly thicker brows, snatched the coin from Morven and bent over it with George. Morven pulled his hand back, and, under the table, discreetly wiped it with a handkerchief. After their clash on the train, this was the first time the twins had been so openly at ease around him. He'd be a fool not to stay wary. "So how do you work it?" Fred murmured. "I think it's like this." Bang! A puff of violet light burst outward, swallowing Fred whole. "Binding galleon." "Fred!" Ron and Harry shouted. From inside the glowing violet mass came a muffled voice. "Wrong, I'm George." From the outside, it looked like a great quivering jelly, translucent enough that the shock of red hair and a weave of scarlet and gold could still be seen inside. Fred's mouth opened and closed soundlessly, and when sound did emerge, it was muffled, as though pressed through a thick wall. "Who's Dobby?" Morven asked, just as Hermione was drawing in a sharp breath and lifting her brow, clearly ready to lecture Harry and Ron yet again for their fondness for rule-breaking. Harry seized the lifeline with obvious relief and launched into the story of the elf. "I saw him again once after our Quidditch match against Slytherin." At this, Hermione and Ron both looked a little awkward. "He came sneaking into our dormitory." "Oh, Ron and the others were in the common room, so it was just me inside." He told me he bewitched the bludger to hurt me so I'd be sent home. Only, it didn't work, the ball never acted up. Probably because Madame Hooch checked it beforehand. Then, another time, he tried to drop a statue on me in the corridor, but Peeves spotted him hiding behind it and chased him around with chalk for ages. Harry scowled, and all the while, he kept saying he was trying to save my life. I think he was trying to murder me. Ron reckons he might be one of the Malfoys. Harry broke off, suddenly nervous, and glanced at Morven. You mean their house elf? Morven supplied with a faint smile. Harry swallowed hard and nodded. No one in the school would be happier if I didn't come back than Malfoy, he muttered, giving Morven a quick, uneasy glance before dropping his eyes to his book. Though it's only a guess, of course. Morven thought for a moment, then slipped a coin from his ring. Here, Harry, I've got something for you. I've got money, Morven. Harry flushed at the sight of the silver coin. Oh, Harry, you don't seriously think that's just a galleon, do you? Said a freckled, red-haired boy, plopping into the seat across from him. I never take anything Morven pulls out at face value, said another, identical freckled boy as he sat down beside the first. Or what? Harry blinked, already tangled up in the second twin's sentence. Watch. One of the twins, Fred, judging by his slightly thicker brows, snatched the coin from Morven and bent over it with George. Morven pulled his hand back and, under the table, discreetly wiped it with a handkerchief. After their clash on the train, this was the first time the twins had been so openly at ease around him. He'd be a fool not to stay wary. So how do you work it? Fred murmured. I think it's like this. Bang! A puff of violet light burst outward, swallowing Fred whole. Binding galleon. Fred, Ron and Harry shouted. From inside the glowing violet mass came a muffled voice. Wrong, I'm George. From the outside, it looked like a great quivering jelly, translucent enough that the shock of red hair and a weave of scarlet and gold could still be seen inside. Fred's mouth opened and closed soundlessly, and when sound did emerge, it was muffled, as though pressed through a thick wall. How does it feel? George poked curiously at the surface of the purple blob, snickering. It's like being bound head to toe, but without any real pressure, Fred replied with exaggerated seriousness. Apart from my mouth and eyelids, I can't move a thing. Breathing's easy, vision's clear. Vision's clear? Mo Yan, who had been enjoying the show, couldn't help but ask. From out here we can't see you at all. Don't tell me this thing's one way visible? You mean you didn't know? Hermione gasped in horror. You never tested it before? Of course not, Mo Yan said, giving her a puzzled glance. Aren't we testing it right now? What? Hermione and Ron shouted in unison. Oh, come off it, Hermione, George shrugged. It's nothing serious. That's right, Fred's muffled voice rumbled out, solemn and dramatic. We've long been ready to sacrifice ourselves in the name of academic progress. Our new sneeze banana toffees need test subjects too, George added. Once term starts, we'll try them out in the common room. Any volunteers who want to buy afterward get half off. You can't do this, Hermione shrieked. It could be incredibly dangerous. No noise in the library, Madame Pince bellowed from afar. Hermione hunched her shoulders at the warning, but her voice only sharpened. What if one of you actually gets sick from this? And Mo Yan, your thing hasn't even been tested. What if it doesn't let someone breathe at all? Fred could have suffocated just now. Her voice had risen without her noticing. Mo Yan glanced toward Madame Pince, who was glaring suspiciously, then at Fred, whose bulky form was far too conspicuous. He slipped a spray bottle of pale violet liquid from his pocket and gave the blob a light spritz. It shuddered, contracted, and in the blink of an eye reformed into a silver sicko. See, Hermione? I can undo it in a second, Mo Yan said calmly. If Fred really couldn't breathe, I would have released him right away. This is brilliant, Fred exclaimed, scooping the silver sicko off the floor with delight. This is not brilliant, it's forbidden. If the professors find out, you'll all be expelled. Testing magical contraptions on fellow students unthinkable. I'm certain nothing bad would happen. Theoretically, Mo Yan tried to explain. Theory and practice are worlds apart, Hermione shot back. I can dispel it quickly. No serious harm done. Exactly. We even tested our sneeze banana toffees on ourselves first, Fred said. But we still need to see if everyone reacts the same. If you don't stop this right now, Hermione began. In fact, we haven't even started, George interrupted. Then I'll... Well? Fred raised an eyebrow. I'll write to your mother, Hermione cried, trembling with fury. No, you can't. The twins shouted in genuine alarm. "Oh, I will," Hermione said firmly. "If you really go through with it, I absolutely will." Her gaze hit the twins like a physical blow, and they instinctively shuffled back a step. Then she swung her fire onto Morven. Morven only yawned lazily. "You can't, Hermione. I don't have a mother you can write tattling letters to." The room went abruptly still. What's more, Morven carried on as if he hadn't noticed the tension, giving Hermione a mischievous wink. "When it comes to breaking rules, the three of you have us beat, don't you think?" "What's that got to do with us?" Harry asked, frowning. "Forgot already?" Morven's smile turned sly. "In potions class, who tossed a firework into Draco's cauldron?" Hermione's bravado faltered at once. "And who slipped out of the classroom in the chaos?" Hermione twisted her fingers together, suddenly uneasy. "And that afternoon, when I went to ask Professor Snape something, he told me that the storeroom had lost a roll of Boomsling's skin. To this day, the case remains unsolved." Hermione flushed crimson. Ron and Harry ducked their heads in guilty silence. "Hermione, what did you need Boomsling's skin for?" Fred asked cheerfully, leaning across the table, his earlier worry quite gone. "Tut tut tut. Nothing against school rules, I hope." George clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, feigning concern. "Let's call it even," Morven suggested, lounging back against the table. "You don't expose us and we'll pretend your little stunt never happened." Hermione bit her lip. "No, you could end up hurting someone." Morven sighed and pulled out his trump card. "And brewing polyjuice potion isn't dangerous?" 3 second years, no, let's be precise, 1 second year trying to manage a highly advanced potion with all sorts of unpredictable risks. "What? How do you know?" Ron burst out in horror. Silence in the library. Madame Pince had finally lost patience. She launched herself at them like a feathery cannonball, duster first. Books and quills rose from the table and began swatting at their heads, sending them scrambling in all directions. "There's no one else in here but us," Ron grumbled, dripping with ink after a bottle had appended itself over his head. He spluttered, accidentally swallowing a mouthful. "So what if we talk a little louder?" "No," Hermione snapped, exasperated. "Rules are to be followed whether anyone else is here or not." Ron fell silent, though it was obvious he wasn't pleased with Hermione turning all her fire on him. In his mind, the three of them partners in brewing polyjuice potion against the rules ought to count as allies. And truth be told, he didn't really object to Moyan, Fred, and George's little inventions. In fact, he thought they were rather cool. Harry cleared his throat twice and steered the conversation away. "Moyan, why did you give me that thing?" Moyan blinked, momentarily forgetting what had started the whole quarrel. After a pause, he recalled what he'd meant to say. "Hand it over," he said, reaching toward Fred. Fred spread his hands. "I don't have it, he does." "It was you." Moyan rolled his eyes impatiently. "Come on, give it back." All right, Fred muttered, pulling out the silver sicko and passing it over. "Look," Moyan said, showing the coin-shaped object to Harry. "This is a binding sicko. Along its edge, there's one smooth spot, you can feel it, the rest has ridges. If you squeeze hard at that point, it transforms like this." He pinched the silver sicko against a nearby tree, and instantly a tree-shaped purple jelly enveloped the trunk. "Anything caught in front of it gets bound. They can't attack, but they're not in danger either. And if you spray it with this contraction agent, it shrinks right back." "Well?" Moyan handed the silver sicko to Harry. "Simple to use, easy to carry. As long as you catch them off guard, almost no one can defend against it. If that house elf comes to bother you again, you can trap it with this." "Brilliant idea," Ron said, eyeing the sicko in Harry's hand with envy. Hermione shot him a fierce glare before asking anxiously, "Are you sure it's safe?" "Personally tested by Fred. Quality guaranteed." Moyan folded his arms and smiled. Fred and George exchanged startled glances. "You can tell us apart?" George asked. "I already said I was George," Fred said quickly. Moyan gave them a knowing half-smile, then turned back to her. "Hermione, that house elf has tried to harm Harry more than once. Don't you think we should catch it and find out its purpose?" "Fine," Hermione said reluctantly. Harry happily pocketed the silver sicko. Ron leaned close and whispered, "Listen, Harry, can I have a go with it?" "Of course. Once I catch Dobby, I can give it to you," Harry said. "Really?" Ron asked, delighted before his face flushed pink. "Why, you don't have to, Harry. I know you must like it too." "Well, yes, I do," Harry admitted. but I can always ask Mo Yan to make me another. True enough. Ron brightened, then sighed. Morven treats you so well. Fred and George never even let me see the things they make. Harry chuckled, saying nothing, though his heart felt light. But you absolutely cannot trick other people into eating things like that. Hermione had regained her footing while they whispered. Who knows what kind of consequences there might be? You've already seen the consequences, Hermione, Fred said. Have you forgotten what happened at the end of last year? Merlin's beard, you mean all of that was yours? Hermione gasped, horrified. I thought you'd bought it all from Zonko's joke shop. Hermione, Zonko's doesn't even carry things like ours, Fred said loftily. Next year when you're finally allowed to go to Hogsmeade you'll see. Their wares don't even compare to our products, and don't get me started on Morven's. Hermione bit down on her lip, glaring at them, but had no reply. Something you need? Morven asked when Harry suggested they head to supper only for Fred and George to stop him. It'll work together, Morven, Fred said. When it comes to pranks, you're a genius. And we're not too shabby ourselves, George added with a grin. If you agree, we'll even share one of our treasures with you, Fred said. Oh, Morven, who had been ready to refuse outright, felt a flicker of curiosity. George eagerly drew out a large square of blank parchment and spread it on the table, patting it fondly. This is our secret to success. Filch had one once too, but we found it, Fred said smugly. We made sure his got destroyed. So now there's only this one left in all of Hogwarts, priceless. They waited for Morven to sneer at them, but instead he smiled. The Marauder's map? You know about it? The twins gaped at him in shock. I'm afraid Hogwarts has more than just your copy, Morven said lightly, pulling out his own map. He tapped it with his wand and murmured, revealed tracking. At once, fine lines of ink spread out from the tip like a web, linking and branching until the entire sheet filled with Hogwarts' detailed layout. Tiny dots of ink moved across it, each neatly labeled with names and locations. When Fred and George revealed theirs for comparison, they were stunned. Morven's was even more detailed, full of passages and chambers they had never discovered. Well? Morven looked triumphant on the surface, though inside he was sighing. If he'd known the twins would so readily produce their copy, why had he wasted so much time and effort crafting one of his own? The twins deflated instantly. But Morven suddenly remembered something and drew out his words. If you help me with one little matter, then we can talk about working together. What is it? Draco mentioned to me that Ron has a pet rat, said it even bit him once. That true? Fred and George's enthusiasm cooled instantly. Mo Yan Scabbers has been with our family for years. He's practically one of us. We can't let you punish him just because of some grudge Malfoy has, Fred said firmly. Mo Yan couldn't help wondering whether Fred's emphasis was on he's one of us, or for Malfoy's sake. I'm not going to hurt him. Without the trigger of Peter Pettigrew being exposed at Hogwarts, his godfather would never risk breaking out of Azkaban. Just a small lesson. Mo Yan pulled out a candy, half red and half yellow. Scabbers is Ron's pet, isn't he? That's his name, right? All Ron has to do is eat the red half while Scabbers eats the yellow. If Scabbers ever goes more than 500 meters away from Ron, he'll lose all strength and fall asleep. But Ron won't feel a thing. What kind of lesson is that? Scabbers never leaves Ron's side anyway. George turned the candy over in his hand. But you two can arrange it. One of you take Ron away, while the other keeps an eye on Scabbers. Write down exactly how he reacts, then report back to me, Mo Yan said. So are you getting revenge for Malfoy, or just testing out your latest product? Fred asked with a grin. Both, I suppose, Mo Yan shrugged, though mostly the latter. All right, deal, the twins said in unison. Mo Yan narrowed his eyes as he watched the twins walk off, arms slung over each other's shoulders, a chill gleam flickering in his gaze. He couldn't make a move on Peter Pettigrew yet. Otherwise, his guilt-ridden godfather would remain in Azkaban for life, too consumed by self-blame to even consider escape, even if he had the means. For now, the best course was to ensure Pettigrew stayed by Ron's side untouched, uncaught until the day his godfather was free. He had considered exposing Scabbers' true identity to clear his godfather's name, but even setting aside the difficulty of storming into Gryffindor Tower just to catch a rat, how could he prove that rat was Peter Pettigrew? Forcing an animagus back into human form required advanced magic he hadn't mastered yet. Even if he used the Marauder's map to explain how he discovered Pettigrew, there were too many obstacles in the way. The safest choice, for now, was to let events play out as they were meant to. Still, precautions were necessary. Whatever strange reason kept that coward lingering at Hogwarts despite the threat of Sirius's escape, Mo Yan had to be prepared. The risk Pettigrew bolting before his exposure, and that Candy's power went far beyond putting him to sleep if he strayed from Ron. It also allowed Mo Yan to sense his location at any time, and, if needed, end his life with a thought. Chapter 55. The Start of Term Feast. The weeks flew by, and before long it was time for the students who had gone home for Christmas to return to school. In that stretch, apart from Hermione earning the ire of a few boys for praying on Lockhart's behalf, and Draco and Morven's relationship plunging into another deep freeze, everything else had gone smoothly. The twins, having kept their word, officially entered into partnership with Morven. In turn, he opened up his trove centuries' worth of contraband gathered and catalogued from the Room of Requirement, along with the collectibles Filch had gifted him, and even some of his own idle inventions. As a result, the twins and Morven became elusive shadows, rarely seen except in passing. Hermione, more than once, cast them suspicious looks. By the time night fell, it was safe to assume the rest of the students had arrived. Fred set down his stirring rod, stretched with a long groan, and said, "Right then, lads, feast time." "Let's go," George said, rubbing his stomach. "I'm starving." "You two go ahead," Morven replied. He flicked his wand at several planks of wood, fitting them together while adhesive drifted into the seams to set. "I'll finish these off and grab a bite later." "Hold up, did you just say grab a bite later?" Fred cut George off mid-sentence. His eyes narrowed. "You're not planning to skip the Great Hall, are you?" "Oh yes, I don't think I'll go." Morven didn't bother hiding it. "Why not?" George asked. "There isn't a place for me at Slytherin's table anymore," Morven said plainly. "Even if I went, I'd have nowhere to sit." "Stop right there, Morven." With a sharp wave of his wand, Fred reduced the small wooden boat Morven had painstakingly crafted into a pile of timber. 2 rectangular planks flared into flame, vanishing to ash in less than 2 seconds. "Fred," Morven said helplessly, "that was 3 hours of work you just wasted." "That doesn't matter. What does matter is you telling us what's going on," Fred said firmly. "Why would there be no place for you in Slytherin? Weren't those snakes all fond of you?" George asked. "That was all before the chamber business went public," Morven said. "Even if you avoid the Great Hall, you'll still have to go back to your dorm." "Then what?" Fred frowned. "No problem," Morven said with careless ease. "After Christmas, I moved out." "That's against school rules," George exclaimed. "When did you two start preaching about rules?" "Fair point." George grinned and pressed, "So where did you move to?" "A secret room," Morven said. "One no one but me can enter." "Is there really a place more hidden than this room?" George asked in amazement. Their current lab had also been discovered by Mo Yan, reachable only by climbing through the window of a long, abandoned classroom and jumping down. "Hogwarts is full of wonders," Mo Yan replied with a smile. "We'll never truly know how many secrets it holds." "Either way, the feast is a must," Fred said, hauling Mo Yan up from the floor. "But hi. Come sit at the Gryffindor table, Mo Yan." George leaned lazily against his shoulder, grinning. "You want me torn apart by lions?" "Of course not. We'll protect you," Fred said, flashing the colorful assortment of beans in his pocket. "Just picture Snape's face, it'll be priceless," George said eagerly. Mo Yan thought of Edmund, Wendy, March, and the other Slytherins, not to mention the familiar names posted in the Slytherin common room. The thought of their reactions began to make the idea appealing. "All right," he said with a wicked smile, tugging at the silver and green scarf around his neck, already anticipating the sea of bulging eyes the feast would bring. It was destined to be a restless night. When a student clad in Slytherin silver and green boldly sat himself down at Gryffindor's scarlet and gold table, the reactions were explosive. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws dropped their jaws in unison. A cluster of Gryffindors leapt up in outrage, only to suddenly sprout long noses and toothless, pursed mouths like shriveled old witches. Professor Flitwick shrieked and toppled headfirst into his soup bowl. Professor McGonagall's mouth hung open. Professor Sprout spilled half her pumpkin juice into her lap. Professor Trelawney clawed at her throat as though choking. And the Slytherins, their reactions were enough to freeze the hall. Professor Snape's face was a mask of blankness, but the unfamiliar professor seated beside him trembled so violently that he cast Reparo on his fork a dozen times before the meal had even begun. At the Slytherin table, not a sound was heard. Some tried to kill Mo Yan with glares alone, while most just sat pale-faced, staring at him in horror. Mo-yan shifted uncomfortably, turning to Harry beside him for conversation, anything to avoid those eyes from across the hall. Suddenly, the prank didn't feel quite so amusing. Aside from the few culprits behind this stunt, only Dumbledore retained his composure. "Welcome!" Dumbledore's booming voice rang out as he spread his arms wide, his face lit with a radiant smile. "Welcome back. There will be time for speeches, but not now. For the moment, eat your fill." Usually at such a declaration, the hall would erupt in laughter and applause, but now the silence was uncanny, broken only by a handful of Huffle-Puffs who gave a nervous, misplaced laugh before quickly silencing themselves. Unfazed, Dumbledore sat down neatly, sweeping his long beard over his shoulder to keep it clear of his plate. In an instant, the 5 long tables groaned beneath mountains of food, slabs of roast beef, towering pies, platters of vegetables and bread, bowls of jam, pitchers of pumpkin juice and fruit drinks, so heavy the tables themselves creaked in protest. "Brilliant!" Ron cheered, clutching a drumstick in one hand and a baked potato in the other, stuffing his mouth in great bites. "Looks delicious. Shame I can't taste a thing." Nearly headless Nick rose from beneath the table, gazing mournfully at Ron. Morven nearly jumped out of his skin, but the Gryffindors around him didn't so much as blink. They were long used to it. Morven frowned. The Bloody Baron would never have appeared so crudely. Then he noticed. Nearly all the Gryffindors were eating with a kind of noisy abandon, talking loudly even with their mouths full, girls included. His own carefully drilled table manners felt absurdly out of place here. With a silent sigh, Morven pushed aside the food that had already been showered with who knew how many people's spit, and instead turned to the puzzle of cutting the syrupy fruit tart on his plate into 15 identical pentagons. Once the students had eaten their fill, the great hall began to relax into a lazy hum. Dumbledore stood again. Heavy-lidded eyes blinked open, and students forced themselves to attention. "Well then," said Dumbledore, "now that we've survived another magnificent feast, I must ask for your attention a little longer while I go over the usual start of term reminders. Mr. Filch's regulations remain unchanged, though in light of last term's infractions I strongly advise you all to revisit the lengthy parchment tacked to his office door, where every rule is listed in painstaking detail. This term, we do have one change among the staff. I am very pleased to introduce Professor Mundungus Fletcher, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts." A collective groan escaped the girls, some even weeping for the still-stiffened Professor Lockhart lying in the infirmary. Morven's eyes sharpened instantly, fixing on the man rising from the staff table. A squat, scruffy figure, with a patchy beard and a ragged coat, Mundungus had a mop of long, unkempt ginger hair and bloodshot eyes that gave him the hangdog look of a weary basset hound. He seemed small, diminished. But Morven knew him for what he truly was: swindler, thief, rogue, and cheat, the man who, after Sirius's death, had pilfered nearly everything of value from his home, who had bribed that old toad Umbridge with one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, who had even dared to talk back when Harry confronted him. Disgust twisted Morven's mouth as he ground his teeth, already weighing what sort of device he might concoct with the twins to put the scoundrel in his place. It didn't matter that Fletcher hadn't yet committed those crimes. They were as good as done. Morven was not one to leave threats unchecked, least of all ones certain to sprout the moment they were given soil. He gave a low, chilling laugh, forgetting entirely about his own precarious situation. Dumbledore dismissed them then, and the hall filled with the scraping of benches and the clatter of feet. "Come on, Morven," Harry yawned, getting to his feet. Morven looked up, ready to answer, only to meet Edmund's gaze from across the long table. "Harry, we don't live together, did you forget?" Mo-yan wiped his mouth and stood. "Good night." "Ah, good night." Harry, stuffed to the brim, staggered off with Ron and Hermione, his eyelids stubbornly fighting to glue themselves shut. Mo-yan pulled out his chair and slipped through a side door. To his surprise, he found himself in the very place where new students first arrived at Hogwarts, the small chamber where Professor McGonagall usually addressed them, reminding them that their house would become their new home. He had never experienced it himself, though Edmund had once given a similar speech at the long table, one that remained etched in his memory. "When the Sorting Hat declares you a Slytherin, you become one of us." Unconsciously, he began to murmur the words, each one engraved in his mind. Whether earning top marks or winning the cup, or losing points for poor behavior, both are the house's shared glory or shame. We are one whole. In this house, we share honor and disgrace alike. Different voices picked up behind him, one after another, until the last was Edmund's. Mo Yan turned and saw the familiar Slytherins gathered there. Tilting his head, he gave a small smile. Usually, if it's my own speech, I'd forget every word by the next day. It's only other people's speeches I end up remembering. Those words weren't mine, Edmund said. When I first entered, the prefect told me something similar, though the last part was different. A silence settled over them. Then suddenly Mo Yan drew his wand. Expel Irmus. With a loud crash, Mark March slammed into the wall, his black-rimmed glasses hanging precariously from the tip of his nose. His wand flew across the room, the half-cast spell exploding a candlestick in the corner into shards. Even as several more wands swung to point at him, Mo Yan only tapped his own wand lightly against his palm, sneering at them, his guard raised to its utmost. Put your wands away, Edmund ordered with a frown. Mark, don't act before things are clear. What more is there to say? March snarled, dragging himself up from the floor. First he destroyed the guardian Salazar Slytherin left behind. Now he dares sit at Gryffindor's table. What isn't obvious? He's a traitor to Slytherin. Compared to being mauled by a rabid dog, I think I'm capable of making better judgments, Mo Yan replied icily. Who are you calling a mad dog? Mark March's bloodshot eyes twisted with fury, his face contorted into something feral. Morven didn't bother answering him. Instead, he turned to the silent Slytherin prefect. Edmund, if this is all you wanted with me, then forgive me, I don't have the time to waste on you lot. He turned coldly and walked out, weight balanced on the balls of his feet, ready to strike at the first move. But none of the 8 or 9 boys so much as twitched. March looked like he wanted to, but he still had to go fetch his wand. At the doorway Morven came face to face with Draco, pale as parchment. The boy's platinum hair hung lank, his frame gaunt, his eyes brimming with guilt and anguish. His lips moved, but no words came. Morven didn't spare him a glance. Only when he walked far from the corridor did his shoulders ease, though sweat had soaked his back. A faint curve tugged at his mouth. What a joke! The one who abandoned first has no right to play the victim. He let out a cold laugh, the memory of those pale, empty faces flashing in his mind, then leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to sit. Chapter 56. Mundungus. The next day lessons resumed, and Slytherin's first class of term was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Morven arrived early, busying himself with odds and ends until he guessed it was nearly time for the others to arrive.